Hello, and welcome to the Suzuka International Circuit for the fourth round of the European Endurance Racing Championship, also known as EERC. Qualifying is just underway at the moment at the Suzuka Circuit, of course. My name is Edward Hunter, but you can call me Ed, and I'm here with my two co-commentators, Joshua Birch and Tobias Blumschein, who is also one of the drivers. Tobias, Joshua, how are you feeling today?
I don't know which one of us wants to go first, Ed. If Tobias is still busy fixing, I suppose
Yeah, I
I'll
think
go
Tobias
first.
isn't here, so I should have just said you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be good.
No worries. I'm perfectly fine, thank you, Ed. Thanks for having me along. It's a new experience for me. I've done some endurance commentaries before, but never a 12-hour race on esports. I've got all the notes in front of me, and I feel like Homer Simpson is my first day. So if I make any mistakes, I do apologise. But I'm very excited, and I'm very much looking forward to it. How are you, Ed? You good?
Oh, good. I'm hoping your first day goes a bit better than Homer Simpson's in the Navy. But to be fair, it's just talking. So as long as you say the right things, I think we'll go fine. But I think you're really in for a treat here. Suzuka, a fantastic circuit, and we've got a fantastic championship. Not just, of course, the LMP2 classes of Escafil Sanfrey making a little bit of a hash of things on his flying lap, and the Brazilian SRT driver finds himself facing the wrong way at the second Degner and having to get himself out of the gravel. But he'll continue and hopefully be able to set another better lap. But the moment, the target time, the pole time in GD3 with 15 minutes left to go is 1:57.0 by Sven Gielhed for Iris Automation number 7. So he'll be hoping to get a little bit closer to that.
Hopefully so, yeah. And looking at all the track action as well, several hundred of cars are just completely out there blocking each other as well. So unfortunately, it did look like he had a clear track in front of him, and it looked like he caught the exit curb at the end of the first Degner, and it just spits you out. It's easy to do. And I think, as you mentioned on the previous broadcast back at Sebring, laser trans circuits as well, and you can feel every single bump. And if it spits you out, it spits you out. Nothing you can do about it.
From my recollection, it was Tobias or James that mentioned that, not me. But yes, if I was smart enough, I would have mentioned the laser scan tracks, which of course the Studio 397 team has done of Suzuka, and they've done a brilliant job. They've done too. It should be a real challenge. Before we get too much further into things, I think while qualifying is still underway, it's worth mentioning some sad news in the world of sim racing that's happened recently. And that is the very untimely and sad passing of William Marsh, founder of Sim Racing Paddock, a big, not just a fan of sim racing, but a fan of R Factor 2 specifically, unfortunately dying at the very young age of 27. Yesterday would have been his 28th birthday had he lived a few weeks longer. He died at the end of March, unfortunately. And I think there's not really too much to say other than that our thoughts are with, obviously, everyone at EERC. Our thoughts are with William Marsh's family, friends, not just in sim racing, but in beyond that as well. And it was a very sad story to see. It was a bit bizarre because we found out on April 1st, and so we didn't quite believe it, but unfortunately it was true, and they wanted to get the news out before William's birthday. So yeah, it's been really touching seeing the tributes from William's friends in the world of sim racing. There have been some really moving tributes out there. People who are very close to William who are, telling stories about him, about love of sim racing. Obviously, his infectious smile and laugh as well, which is great to hear. So I think the world of sim racing was a better place having him in it, and hopefully people inspired by William and inspired to carry on with their passion of sim racing. I think he loved R Factor 2, absolutely. And I really hope that the race today, over the next 12 hours, of course, is going to do him justice and act as a nice little kind of tribute to William Marsh and his work, his hobby, his passion, his career, I guess.
Absolutely, and I echo everything you've just said as well. Tragic as well to go just a couple of days before his 28th birthday. And when you were just delivering that beautiful tribute, Ed, as well, I did think as well, the cruelest joke of all been played there, and that is such a disappointment as well. And I echo my tribute that you've done there, and also to his friends and family as well, who are grieving at this difficult time.
And William was pretty open, actually, about some of his mental health difficulties that he was suffering in the last couple of months of his life. He did recover. He was sort of, it sounded like he was on the road to recovery, but I think another thing very important to mention is that if you are struggling with your mental health, then you shouldn't be afraid to talk to people about it and try and do everything you can to get yourself out of that hole, because it can be a really scary and dark place. It's not something that we should treat lightly at all. So I think William Marsh, a real inspiration and hero in many ways, and someone who had to overcome a lot of difficulties to try and get back on the road. And it's a shame that he didn't live to, like you say, to see that 28th birthday. Would have been nice to have him with us a little bit longer. But of course, we have to move on. And like I said, hopefully this race will be one that William Marsh would have been proud of if he indeed had ever commentated with EERC, which I think it might have been a little bit below his radar, unfortunately, but still.
Well, I'm sure,
like I said, he loved our Factor too. So.
Yeah, I'm sure we can deliver something as well that's fitting to the tribute. It's one of the great things about motorsport. When one of your own passes away, we saw this back when Formula One, when Jules Bianchi passed away. The drivers and media and teams all mourning as well, and then they go out and deliver an absolute barnstorm of a race as a tribute, and I hope that today is exactly the same.
Yeah, of course, Hungary 2015 was that
yes,
race just after Jules unfortunately lost his life after a crash at Suzuka circuit, funnily enough.
Yes, so, yeah, good point there. Yeah, I didn't even try that. And down at it was up at the Ford Degner 1, wasn't it? Dunlop Curve.
It was, yeah.
Horrific day.
Of course, Formula One, a slightly safer place than it was back in 2014 when Jules Bianchi had suffered that horrific crash with the halo, of course, being introduced. Suzuka itself, though, hasn't really changed all that much as a circuit since then. The big change really over the years has been, I guess, 130R.
130R.
I've been riding on board with Ben Corbin from the Luffield Lunatics 96 car in LMP2. Lovely name, Luffield Lunatics. We just had to see him go into 130R actually on stream.
Can he be a lunatic through 130R? Who's going to dare take it flat out as well?
That looked very neat and tight. Yeah. Oh, did you see just
kick it wheel?
Got a wheel on the curb and just about managed to save it. So the Luffield Lunatic surviving for another day. Let's see what this lap time is. He's trying to catch up to Gabo Hevesi, who's leading for the dominant Mugen Sim Racing team. We haven't even talked about the championship standings yet, but Mugen Sim Racing looking extremely strong in LMP2. Ben Corbin crosses the line, and let's see where this puts him. I believe
144.
Oh, it's on my time screen it's showing his best lap is a 146.5. The 144 is Hevesi's time, I think, the pole time.
Yeah, it's just reset itself. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ben Corbin on 146.5, about 0.003 behind Laszlo Molnar. Iris Automation 86, 146.558.
He went through Ben Corbin went through the speed trap at 287.2 kilometers an hour. And if you look at the fastest in the top, which is Zoltan in the Sim Racing 21 for Mugen, it was a 301.7 kilometers an hour. So you can already see the speed differences in LMP2 between the classes. Going from top to bottom.
I believe Zoltan would have set that time. That's Zoltan Varconi, who currently fourth in Collie in the Sim Racing number 21, the sister car of the 20 that's on pole at the moment provisionally. But I think you were talking about the times that were set during the week.
Yeah,
the hot
looks like it is. Yeah. It's just updating on the timing screen as well as we talk. But yeah, that's an impressive one as well. And Ed, you're going to be more involved in it than I am with this. But is there a restriction to how many qualifying laps they can do in the endurance, or can they just go out and do whatever?
I believe they have to pick the driver that they want to start the race that does the qualifying session. But from what I know, they're allowed to do as many laps as they want as long as it's within the time limit. Often, I think, just to save time, if they're having a bad lap or they have spun or something, they often reset back to the pit lane just so they've got fresher tyres, a bit more fuel in the car so they can do a few more runs consecutively if they need to.
I'll tell you what, I am buzzing though for this one as well. 12 hours around Suzuka. I mean, a normal race around Suzuka in endurance racing is tricky enough, and they usually do about 6 hours. To do 12 hours, another big long race, it's going to be amazing as well. And I mean, I think it was a couple of years ago, I saw WTF1, a video. They attempted to do the 24-hour race, and I just thought it was nuts because Suzuka is so physically demanding, even in esports, because you have the force feedback, you have everything as well. You feel it, you're part of the car. It's an amazing experience, and it is so tricky to keep your concentration for that long. I mean, you up here in the broadcast booth, we've got other people joining us, of course, in the commentary box throughout the 12 hours, but it's struggling for us to keep up with information, keep things to talk about. And for the drivers, I think they've got it easier than we do. Because
they've got something constantly keeping their attention,
Yes,
because
exactly.
the steering wheel and the two pedals. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And you sort of get into this zone as well where I've experienced this, don't know if you have, but you're sitting in your simulator, you've got your wheel in front of you, and you are at one with the screen, you're at one with the car. You can feel things even though you know it's not there. It's incredible the amount of in-depth you can get. And you do enter sort of like a trance, like you do on the motorways. The lines become hypnotic as well, the corners, you forget. I mean, I remember doing a qualifying lap, and I remember starting it, and then I remember ending it, and thought, how did I get back here? And that's exactly what these drivers have got to do. They've got to go around. They've been practicing all day. They've been practicing all week for this as well. They have got to find their zone for this race and just crack on and get on with it, and not have annoying people buzzing in their ear, talking to the team managers, and even when they come into the commentary box for an interview, they've got to still keep their cool. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they can do on my first day.
Indeed, yes. And of course, Suzuka being traditionally what we consider a driver's circuit
Absolutely,
in the EERC calendar, along with places like Spa, which is going to be the 24 hours of Spa, of course, in a few months' time is going to be the season finale. And of course, being 24 hours, there are more points on the table. But 12 hours still about half the points of the 24 hours, but that's still quite a lot because we've got some 8-hour and 6-hour rounds that we've already done. So a few things we need to talk about. One of the things you mentioned about the race itself, apparently I've heard from the race directors that the forecast in the game, at least for the randomly generated weather, just like real life randomly generated weather, is that it's going to rain in the last 4 hours of the race. So I think that's going to be very interesting. You're probably going to be commentating during that point. I'll probably be asleep, unfortunately. But
I'm the lunatic who agreed to cover the end of the race. Yeah.
Oh well, you and the Luffield lunatics are going to fit right in.
Fantastic.
But
I prefer the night shifts. Yeah.
Okay, it is somewhat interesting. Sometimes a bit hard to tell when the car goes off which one it is in the background.
Yeah.
But another thing we should talk about is that there is a car participating in the race, but not in qualifying, and that is because they have been banned from qualifying, unfortunately, due to some misdemeanor that happened last night, actually. And that would be the Dream Team Endurance number 70 squad in GD3. Zoltan Toff was driving at the time, and I believe hit the...
Yes. Did you see the race director put it into the Discord chat as well?
He did, yes.
Came up towards the hairpin and just got nudged in the back as well. And
it was the number 93.
The 93 car round, yeah. And it was a slam dunk really, because it was in the shakedown session, wasn't it? And it was like, you don't need to do that. It was a rash move, and I think it's only right that it's one of the top contenders as well in GT3, and I think it's only right that they've got a ban from qualifying. But 12-hour race, it's not really going to be that much. Personally, I would have given them a 5-minute penalty in the pit stop.
Oh,
yeah. Because,
I don't think they have the ability to do that.
Precisely, sure. Yeah. Because I was going to go for what happens in Le Mans in the 24 hours of Le Mans as well. You get 5 minutes in the pit lane as a put on the naughty step for it. But they've been let off very, very, very lightly with this, and it's a tricky one, but. Back of the grid, GT3, they'll be back up there towards the front before the end of lap 1, I reckon. It's not going to be that much of a problem.
It depends how chaotic lap 1 ends up being, with the circuit being quite narrow.
That's a good
two
point.
cars negotiating it. Of course, the LMP2s will be released before the GT3s.
As always.
I think you're right. Zoltan Toff, a very aggressive driver. If Dream Team choose to use him to start the race, as they have for the last couple of rounds, then he should be able to make his way up the field. The big problem Dream Team have, of course, is finishing record. Their finishing record isn't particularly impressive because they haven't finished any races so far. They're always running near the front, but at some point they tend to drop out with some kind of technical or accident damage. So he's hoping the Dream Team can have a cleaner run today at Suzuka, and that Zoltan Tov can stay out of trouble in the race, because it was a little not upsetting, but it was a bit disappointing to see him basically try and dive bomb the number 93 and try and cut inside of a spoon curve in order to basically take him out.
Yeah, Dream Team Insurance only completing 93 laps at the previous race in Sebring due to their accident, you said. But they were averaging quite good, actually, yeah.
Martin, we just cut to Martin Novak. It looked like there was smoke billowing out the back of the number. That is the 23, of course.
The 23.
Which would be the Heimdall Racing entry in the bright blue there. That was actually leading in the hands of Martin Novak's teammate, Boton Bekenez, for a lot of that first, the sort of opening couple of hours of the LMP2 class at Sebring. And he was doing a superb job in sort of wet, mixed conditions, Boton Bekenez. But anyway, just almost 6 minutes left to go exactly.
So it's getting down to crunch time.
I'm ready.
Oh, hello, Tobias.
Hello, Tobias.
So you should be able to get in the game and actually look in what's going on in qualifying at the moment. Roland Zux has set the fastest lap at the moment, 1:43.880, which is just ahead of Zoltan Varconi.
That is insane.
In the championship leading Mugen LMP2, 0.019 behind. Then it is Gabor Hevesi in the sister Mugen car. That was on pole, but 10th behind the leader now, so it's very tight at the top. Then it is Absinia Force Polonia 99, third in the championship in LMP2, in the hands of James Juba. James Juba, of course, driver for Absinia Force Polonia, the Polish team. In GD3, he won his class at Hockenheim, and he's always a very competitive driver. His qualifying lap at Le Mans last year was a thing of beauty to watch, I can tell you that. It was inch perfect, really, and a pleasure to commentate on. But Juba, 0.244 behind pole at the moment, and Juba, the 99, was leading because it won the season opener, and unfortunately it's hit trouble. Since then at Sebring, they had to sort of field a lot of substitute drivers because they were all busy doing something else. And Joey Lura,
second time today.
We were just talking about the 93 and how they were kind of involved in that incident with the Dream Team number 70, I think. And
number 31 is just coming through that section now, and luckily the 93 goes back to the garage because there was a gaggle of cars coming behind, at least 5 of them through the second Degner. With those yellows as well, it would have spoiled their lap, and everyone's now on the crunch time. I'm seeing fastest first sectors, though, Ed, in purple for the 95.
Oh, yeah, that would be Roland Zux. Oh, except I just kept him and he's in the garage.
He's the second sector. Yeah, he's just he literally went back.
He's either just finished the lap or he messed up somewhere.
Gabor Hevesi going through the final corner, either starting or finishing lap. I have a feeling it's starting lap as the engine is smoking. That is definitely finishing.
There we go.
He managed to get to third though. Third place on the board. I think that was an improvement on his time though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Juba had just set a slightly faster lap, and
Hevesi's actually on pole now. He's on pole. Yeah,
I think our overlay might just be a little bit behind. Let's refresh.
Yeah, the timing monitor's crashed here in my area as well in the booth. So
yeah, this is unfortunately quite a common race view. So we're seeing the session has just ended then, and it is Gabor Hevesi on pole in LMP2, 0.012 ahead of Roland Zux for DEAC Hackers, Zoltan Varconi third,
12,000.
Then it is Juba in fourth for Absinia Force Polonia, Novak fifth for Heimdall. Riboli in the number 90 car, 6 temps down in 6th. Jake Denahan in the sister Absinia Force Polonia, 97 car, 6 temps down in 7th. Then it is a Clip in the random racing number 13 entry, 7 temps down in 8th. Then it's Hamming in the 26th, a new car, I believe. I don't know.
No, that's the Sun Edits car.
That's the VMS Sun Edits car, Hamming at the wheel, 7 temps down. Then it is Sellars in rounding out the top 10 in the 1-2-3, just under a second behind Hevesi's pole time. And I should set the starting order, actually, just before just before I forget to do that. But GD3, it's Sven Gielhed for Iris number 7, 1:57.0. So that time was not beaten in the end. Zolt Pribek for Mugen 88 was 2 temps down, so it was pretty dominant by Sven Gielhed, a very fast driver. They nearly won Iris in it was only one little mistake where they lost their rear wing, had to pit for repairs that cost them the win against Mugen Sim Racing. But Prubek all line up alongside in second. Then it is Wesley Buchhout in the 35. Very high up the grid, actually, by Wesley Buchhout, 4 temps down. Then it is Benz Bejic for BH Racing number 3, 6 temps down. Hoosty, is it Gabba Hoosty I'm thinking of? In the AAA, the other moving car.
Yeah, 27th.
Yeah, he is 5th, actually. And a second down on the pole time. So they are leading the championship, the AAA, in GD3. So it's very tight, actually. In the points in GD3, we'll get into that in a moment. Then rounding out the top 10, of course, in GD3, we've got in 6th, the 77 driven by Reaches, 1.4 down. Pascal Eggert for Fringer Bond Racing, 444. He is 2 seconds down. Then there's the number 93 driven by Joey Luring that we saw wedging it into the barriers earlier. Then there's Holden and Sanfro, I think, rounding out the top 10. So, yeah, a very, very interesting grid, actually. And Hevesi doing amazing to snatch pole right at the end there, even with the, as we see the warm-up, Ben Skaggs going off track there in the number 70. That would be the Dream Team car.
We were just talking about
that. In the race. Yeah. Just practicing for the race. They didn't get to do qualifying, and into the wall they go.
I've got a feeling Degner's going to be a big overtaking spot and a big crashing point in the race, to be fair.
I would say crashing more than overtaking, because it's very difficult to get 2 cars through there.
I've seen it happen.
People going side by side through Dunlop and completely move into Degner 1.
Yeah.
But I would be very surprised if someone tried to do an optimistic lunge down the inside of, say, Degner 2. Anyway, here's the random racing number 13 car, driven by Matthew Clip. That's just on screen for a moment there. You may notice random racing number 13. Matthew Clip's car is sponsored by Chain Bear, actually, the YouTuber.
Oh, brilliant!
On YouTube. We've not been graced by the presence of Chain Bear, so I'm not sure if he even watches these, but he'll be pleased to know that his car running solidly in the top 10. They actually got a best ever finish, I believe, in Sebring. They were somewhere in the top 6 or 7, I think. They've definitely been very competitive in the last couple of races and threatening to break it onto the podium, but I don't think they were quite able to do so, because I think DEAC Hackers took the podium, and they'll be hoping to do so again. Roland Zux was looking very threatening in that, looking like a dead cert for pole until Hevesi was able to jump him right at the end.
Oh wow, we've got a pink car now on the grid.
That would
Dream Team car.
Yeah, that would be Dream Team. Yeah, so the
We
grid
don't know
suddenly
what-
just got a bit more pinker.
Spinner, 92 at turn 1, lost the
Yeah.
rear on entry.
So it seems during the warm-up session, these teams are very much pushing.
Well,
so.
I don't really pay attention much to warm up. It's them finding their thing. Also, supposedly there is rain at the end of the race, which I am not looking forward to.
I think you're the only person who's not.
Well, he's driving.
Oh, I see.
During that time as well.
That might explain a bit, though, Tobias, if you're driving, but I'm in commentary for the last couple of hours.
No, but we've had
I'm
it for the
looking forward to
last. We've had rain for the past 2 races, and especially at Daytona, it was hell.
Oh, Daytona, yeah, on the banking part of the track, I can imagine. And what was that like driving then through Daytona's banking in what you describe as hell on earth with water?
It wasn't. It was the infield course in turn 1, actually.
Oh, oh god, that turn 1. Oh dear.
Turn 1
And not
general.
just hell on earth with water and the banking at Daytona, but also GD3 cars to negotiate. And the GD3 cars have, I believe, only one set of wet tyres, so often they were sort of risking it by staying out. What they'll often do in the rain is stay out for quite a while.
Plus, it was drying up, and I pitted a bit late for drier tires, destroyed my front suspension and sat 3 minutes, blew the engine up, but it just went all downhill. We retired then.
Yeah, you did at least get to the end at Sebring, 13th, I believe. Was the
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Was that
like
in class?
That was overall, I think. But
yeah.
in class as well, because there's LMP2, which is the fastest class.
Yeah, 12 laps down, though. I'd just like to point out in that.
Ooh,
look at the
okay.
results,
Well,
yeah.
well,
What happened? What
you have to
happened at
start
Sebring?
somewhere.
What happened at Sebring, Tobias?
accidents.
Well,
Let's
it
not
is
talk
Sebring.
about that. Let's not talk about. Me and Martin Novak, who was driving the valet, because the Asenza car is just valet, right? It's a valet car. Basically, what happened there is that I had no rear wing. I was going a wee bit too quick, which meant I actually had a bit of a bang. And me and Martin Novak, who's currently driving for Heimdall, drove for valet in that race because he's going to be moving to valet, I think, permanently in the future.
Right. Oh
But
dear.
yeah, it went a bit bad. But yeah, obviously now Massimiliano Roboli is driving.
The
bloody quick.
ADN Racing Team 511 is on top at the moment in the warm-up session, 148.858, fastest first, second and third sector, but that's just changed on the board because the McLaren 6505 Mugen has set the fastest second sector time, so they nearly had a clean sweep there.
Oh, it's gonna be such an interesting race. I'm so looking forward to seeing it. The only thing I'm worrying is that we're gonna have some Senna-esque dive bombs going into the chicane. Obviously, that chicane is riddled with.
Yeah,
with
it's where it
riddled.
happened.
It's where he lost the championship because he cut the chicane, even though he lost too much time.
John Marie Bialest. That's
Yeah.
all I've got to say to that. I love that Casio triangle, that little chicane that was actually changed the year later, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
Uh,
was.
They moved the corner back and changed the pit entry. Yeah, that's on my notes in front of on the driver tracker.
You might want to space out some of those notes, Joshua.
I remember
throughout the
hearing-
12 hours.
I remember hearing something really funny. Is that Vettel actually asked Michael for some tips on how to do the S's, and I forgot what his answer was, but I was thinking like, I don't know, I just do them. Because Michael was always very good at this circuit and always did quite well, obviously.
2000 and 2003 championships, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think him and Ralph messed up a whole room in the pit building here actually in 2000 when he won the championship for Ferrari.
Oh, do you remember Flavio Briatore was sick down his back from Ron Dennis? That was that. Do you remember that was when he won the championship? And fridges got destroyed, and yeah, I've actually got glass from that championship year.
Wow.
And it says Michael Schumacher 2000 with the Ferrari logo on it, and it's shaped like the World Championship trophy was. So that's a nice little stat I can put up there. But yeah, I love this race.
No, they trashed a whole room, and I think they covered the whole. At the end, Michael was not wearing Ferrari's branding, but a Toyota jacket, I think.
Yes,
Well, that could have been 2003 then, if it
That
was
would've-
Toyota.
5
no,
even, thinking about it, because Ralph
Yes.
didn't join until 5, yeah. So it was Williams, wasn't it, from 2000 until 2004, and then Schumacher was.
It could have
Ralph
been that
was there,
they
yeah.
celebrated in 2004, but
Yeah.
it was just it was something. All I remember is that they just completely trashed a room in the pit building, which was hilarious, and you can just see how pissed drunk they are.
Yeah, I would personally like to have been a fly on the wall, even a guest at that party. Yeah, that would
Obviously, also, this circuit has a lot of history with postponing qualifying till Sunday because of typhoons, and obviously it's probably a good thing that they did because of typhoons danger, which sadly cost the life of a young Jules Bianchi in 2014.
I was commentating that day on a podcast at the time when we edited it down, and I said then the race shouldn't have happened, and I was very glad when we got to lap 2 and it was red flagged. And then there's an image that always burned into my mind with that, is the fact is that the last time we saw Jules out of the car, he was bent down, he was wiping his helmet, and then he put it back on and got in the car. I went back and I was looking at it, I thought that was the last time we saw him out of the car, and he was completely on his own, just in his world, cleaning. I thought, oh, he's just such a waste.
He was a really talented driver. Also, I remember also. I mean, I was 9 then, so I wasn't doing a podcast. But no, I think another one that. I think one of the most hardest hitting ones was when Antoine Hubert died.
Yes, yeah.
Because it wasn't like. I mean, Jules was fighting. He was still alive for a long time, like a year later. In a coma. But Hubert died on the same day, and it just hit me.
It hit everybody very hard, and I remember in those days. Well, that was only 2 years ago, wasn't it? We were doing the YouTube stuff, so we finished F1 qualifying. I was just sitting in my front room watching the race, and I saw Lazy's car go in the wall. I thought, oh, this is a big one. And then you just cut back to the
And
exit.
then you just see.
Juan Manuel Correa upside down, yeah.
And then you just see. I mean, Hubert wasn't even the person we were worried about at the beginning.
Yes, it was
Correa. I mean, it's brilliant to see that he's in an F3 car. Congratulations to Juan Manuel Correa.
Absolutely.
Huge respect for the man. But no, it just hit me because I was in a Discord call with a lot of people, and then I just heard, have you heard the news about Hubert? There's been a huge crash in F2.
Yeah.
And we were like, holy shit.
It was bad.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I was doing Roblox racing back then. I know the most professional thing you can do in your life. Still embarrassed about doing it to this day, but
And yet
yeah.
you just admitted it on live TV. That's not my job there. That's you. But yeah,
It doesn't matter.
it was like with just popping back to you, Bozo. It was 2 hours later that they announced that he had passed away, and it was like from then on, the entire mood and the entire panic as well. And I was texting people as well who were at the track, and everyone. It was literally like the blackest of clouds had just wiped over the whole track. And for many of the drivers, yes, they lost Jules Bianchi, but as you said, there was a long time between it. For most of these drivers, they'd never lost a drive on the weekend and then had to go racing the next day. And I am not too ashamed to admit that when Leclerc, who already had pole position, when Leclerc won, to quote the late Murray Walker, I did have a lump in my throat. I did have to stop commentating, and I did cry. I'm not too ashamed to admit that. When he crossed that line, I had a tear in my eye, and I actually had to sit down in my box with the headset off for a second and compose myself when he went onto that podium. It was beautiful.
Have any of you read the article that
Is it
Pierre Gasly
Gasly?
did on Sport Bible? That really hits you hard, just because of what's happened to that man. And I've got so much respect for him. And it also talks about how Red Bull and how that's just a toxic environment. And I also talked to my dad about this a lot. Is that I would never want to drive at Ferrari. The environment.
No. Yeah.
They don't seem like it doesn't seem like a very good bunch. And I'd also love to, I wish I could just decline Enzo Ferrari. How must that feel though? Like you say, you just have Enzo there sitting just like a mafia boss. I mean, huge respect, but he did look a bit like one. But
I would actually suggest for that, read Sir Sterling Moss's autobiography. And John Surtees, actually. The only two men I know of to deny Enzo. Because Sterling Moss signed a contract to drive for him in 57, just after his 56th year with Mercedes, only to find that the car had been given to somebody else. And then when we went to Le Mans in 66, that Ford versus Ferrari battle, Surtees wanted to start the race. He wanted to drive. And then they put one of their Italian drivers in. Surtees flew off to Maranello and had it out with the old man and then walked out. And in the Italian newspapers, it was the divorce of Surtees and Ferrari.
But they had such a good relationship. Obviously, they won the championship together. Surtees is also the only person to win on 2 and 4 wheels. Very well known.
Absolutely,
thing.
And
also, another thing about Suzuka is that there's been a lot of bike accidents here and a lot of deaths. In 2008, I think there was a bike death here.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it was the World Superbike Championship as well. They've had a couple here.
Awful.
I know MotoGP deliberately don't race here because they just say it's too dangerous.
I think it's a good thing that they don't race it. Obviously, it must be a very fun track on the bikes, but I think they need to install a chicane at 130R or something crazy.
Yeah, and then it would just spoil everything, and then all the not futuristic. What's the right word for it? I want to try and find a right word for the fan base, and I can't.
I think it would be infuriate them.
Probably, yeah. That's exactly what they do. The naturalists, let's say, would be up in arms.
But F1 wouldn't. F1 wouldn't use it, so it wouldn't matter. And
I know.
Obviously,
with
motorbikes, it's something different.
I mean, I know somebody who said because this track's unchanged since 1961 when it was open, so that's 60 years ago, and it's unchanged in many respects. I mean, there's been a few.
Yeah.
Casso Triangle's changed its shape a little bit. 130Rs, I think Ed mentioned earlier, has been sort of tightened up a little bit, which isn't really 130R. But it's more like it is. I think Ed said as well. It's a driver's circuit, and
something we sadly can't say about Yas Marina.
Oh, don't get me on with Yas Marina. I can tell you.
It's actually quite. I actually quite enjoy driving it. I don't know why.
I enjoy driving it, but I just don't like commentating on it. It's the most boring race of the year. I was doing a watch-along commentary of F1 season ending, and I thought we've just come from a great race. I can't remember what the one before. What was the race before Abu Dhabi last year? Oh,
Brazil?
Shakir.
Oh,
Shakir.
Oh, yeah.
And that great race where we've had Russell v Bottas up at the front, Perez took victory, Ocon got his first ever podium, and I was like, we've come from that to this. And I was like, I nearly fell asleep. And
But I mean,
yeah, go on.
I think it was one of the lowest points of the season, but I have to say something, and in defense of Herman Tilke,
Yeah.
Sochi isn't as bad as we all say it is. It's just rubbish in F1 because of the dirty air. 'Cause
Precisely.
if you watch it in F2, it's brilliant.
Best race of the year, in my opinion, in F2, because
That was a huge accident, though. Jesus Christ.
yeah, a little bit of on board with Pastor now in the 87. For what is on about warm-up, it's general warm-up commentary here, isn't it, as well? We've just been talking about anything because the times on the board aren't really representative of what we're going on. We've got, what, 15:40 left of the session. But it's perfect conditions out there. Track temperatures at 29 degrees, air temperature at 15, bright sunshine. And I just feel sorry for you, Tobias, who's got to go out later on in the dark, in the wet.
I like finishing off the race. It's such a relief, and it's such... Like, I finished the last round, I finished the race, and it was just, like, I had such a happy feeling in my body, because I was like, we finished it, I'm happy I did. We did an 8-hour race. I know this is a bit longer, but still.
Whisper test.
Oh.
Whisper test from the steward, Nick Homewood.
Yep.
It's just a big relief out of your heart. I can't fathom it, really.
So he's protested that at 13:49:52. Nick Homewood, who I've got the stewards chat up as well on just below my commentary monitor, and presumably we'll see something posted there in the Discord chat. So I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, okay. Also, if any of the drivers want to do a pre-race interview to see how they're doing, that'd be beautiful. We'd love that. Absolutely,
yeah. Because we've got, what, 13... No, actually, coming up on... No, actually, around about 13 hours left to cover with the post thing as well. So I'm here for quite a lot of it on my debut.
I'm doing the first 3 hours, so hey.
I'm in for the first hour, then I have to dip away to do MotoGP in their qualifying. And then I'll be back.
MotoGP's on this today?
Yes, Doha Grand Prix.
You're doing a second one?
Second one, at the sale. Yep.
Oh. I didn't...
Go on.
I didn't know that they were riding today. Is it...
Yep. I didn't know that bit.
Is it riding or driving in MotoGP?
Riding MotoGP. Motorcycles.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I love the video games. They're really fun.
I can never get the hang of the MotoGP ones. I've been trying.
I've actually gotten used to them, you know.
Really?
Yes. You just need to brake less when you're going into the corner. Be careful on the accelerator. I mean, obviously the Moto2 bikes are my favorites because they're just so easy to ride.
Triumphs. Fantastic little bikes.
No, I like the Kalex ones.
You're on the Kalex side. Ooh. We've got diversity already in the combox. I tell you, you have to message me after the race as well and give me some tips because I just make myself look like a fool up them as well.
Brake and move your analog stick to the back of the controller and then move it, then slowly lift off the brake while you're going into the corner. You don't fall off the bike as much.
Just say that again, I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down right now.
I'll message you later.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We've got 13 minutes left of the warm-up session. I don't know where Ed's gone, actually, because I think
he's eating lunch.
He's eating lunch, yeah. He's just left us in the box.
Yeah.
13 minutes to go in the session at the moment. 1:45.764 top time at the moment for the 95 car. And come on then, Tobias. How many stints are you doing in today's race?
I'm doing a triple stint right at the end, 3 hours.
Ooh.
I don't mind. I purposely asked for it. I wanted to drive at the end in the evening.
Nice. As I said, yeah, I think I'm back for quite a majority of the race. I think I only missed about 2-3 hours, which is all right. I can let Ed take that one.
The reason I also asked for such a late one is because, I mean, I wouldn't have mind doing like from 9 till 10, but the issue is that the Arsenal game's on and I want to watch that. Yeah.
That's what I like about rotating commentary teams. Although the one disappointing thing is that actually with the pandemic, we're having to do this all from different areas and different commentary boxes.
That's fine.
I do prefer it actually because it means that you don't have to hog tables and everything out in the open.
And you can sit from the comfort of your home and get a tea if you want.
Precisely.
It's lovely.
From my point of view, I'm stuck in a garage converted into a commentary box. But
I'm in the living room. It's awful.
Oh dear. How many? What are you on? Your commentary area sounds a lot more comfier than mine.
No,
must
it's
admit.
awful because if my parents are watching a movie or I've got something in the background, that usually tends to be up, and I have to be as quiet as possible. It's
Oh,
really
dear.
bad if it's also late in the evening because I have to be told to be quiet.
Well,
They
you've
have-
been
That's why I'm also doing a late stint in driving, just so that I don't commentate.
fantastic. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think Murray Walker put this once as well. One of his producers was watching cricket, the Cricket World Cup. I think it was
Oh.
Silverstone one year, and there's this brilliant little clip. He says, "What? Who can I hear in the background, Keith? Have you got the cricket on or something? You must keep your mind on the motor racing. You know, we are at Silverstone."
Oh, there's so many great quotes from Murray.
Oh, I could listen.
I still love the Williams, the thing they have on the Williams,
Yes, I've got to stop now because I got lump in my throat on
which
the
happened
Halo.
which happened here at
At
this wonderful
Suzuka, yeah.
Suzuka. 96 one hill one.
Oh, that was a great
It
one.
brings tears to your eyes, seriously now.
There's so many Murrayisms and there's so many sayings of Murray that you can give. I was a bit annoyed actually over the weekend as well because I don't know where everybody else is. I'm in the UK commentary. I know quite a lot of us are, but wherever you are in the world as well, watching this broadcast. But especially with our UK commentators on Sky F1 and Channel 4 and I haven't looked at BBC yet, to be fair. I was really disappointed that when I look back, nobody gave it the Murray treatment at the start, like saying, go, go, go. And I was a bit heartbroken.
I don't think that's a thing to do though, because I feel like Murray was so unique and you can't copy him. I don't like.
As a tribute, though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I did it as a tribute, but
As
I never
Ed's
thought,
returned.
Oh, hello,
No,
Ed.
I had a feeling the "Are you going to be like Murray?" conversation would come up.
Well,
thing
we
is
talked
with-
about it in testing, Ed.
With Murray,
We did, yes.
the issue I have with Murray though is that he was so special, and I feel like David
Yeah.
Croft tries to be too much like him, and that's why I'm not a big fan of his work. I much prefer people like Alec Jack and
Yes,
Jack Nichols.
yeah.
They're much better commentators in my opinion, because they're so unique. Jack
Well-
Nichols has just got that hits his voice, which is a bit squeaky, which is so
Yeah.
iconic in my opinion.
Yeah. Jack Nichols also has
He's
tipped-
commentated on
tipped-
one of my
he-
races.
Like he's tipped his cap to Murray on at least one occasion, like
Oh, yeah.
the Formula E finale at Battersea Park. Actually, that was actually in
I knew you were going to pick up on
2016,
that.
where Lucas Di Grassi and Sebastian Buemi were fighting for the championship and
And
collided
Lucas-
into each other. He
yeah.
said, and it's happened immediately, just
Yeah.
like the Prost-Senna collision at this very circuit, Suzuka, in
Yeah.
1990.
Where
I-
Senna purposely took someone out, which is clear to see.
Yeah. Or did Prost turn into him as well in 1989?
I think
Is
he
that what?
admitted that it was he
Yeah.
purposely went in. He
Yeah.
came in from a long way into that
Oh,
corner.
you're on about 90 when the start line accident, 1990. Yeah. I was on about a year before in 89 when it was Prost who hit Senna. A year later, as you say, Senna hit Prost.
Yes, Prost. I mean, I've personally found that Senna wasn't a very good driver in the race pace, and I've always found that. I mean, this is a very unpopular opinion. I find
Ooh.
Prost the best. I find Prost the better driver. The issue I had with Ayrton Senna is that his driving is very reckless.
Yeah.
Which can be seen in Me Too, which is not a good thing, but because it's endurance racing. But Senna tended to crash a lot, if you think about it.
He did. Yeah.
88 Monaco took way too many risks and went into the wall.
Portier,
That's my
yeah.
issue with Ayrton Senna. Brilliant driver in qualifying, and I have a lot of respect. I still have, even though he's deceased, a lot of respect for him. I
Yeah.
just feel like he's a bit overrated. This is a very, very, well, let's say, unpopular opinion. And don't get me wrong, he is one of the best, but I don't think I think he's regarded a wee bit too high.
Well, I
Uh-huh.
think the problem is he's been, especially in Brazil and actually Japan too, he has been kind of deified almost
Yeah.
to the point of no human being could live up to that. If Senna was
Yeah.
still alive, I don't think the same. Maybe the
I-
bubble would have burst at some point. There would have been
Yeah.
a sort of,
I
well,
find-
he's
I
just a man after all. But
I
there
always
is a sense that because he died at the age of 34, we all remember him at the
Mm.
height of his powers as someone that was basically invincible.
Untouchable, yeah.
And I
Unless
think
you're talking
maybe
about
to
his
an extent-
92 and 93 campaign.
Yeah.
Well, but then
Williams.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
people say that the McLarens weren't on the level of the Williams. and-
Well, what they lost
What
their
car
Honda engines,
was?
didn't they? They had Peugeot
They did, yes.
and Ford, didn't they, in those
Yeah.
days?
Oh
You know,
yeah,
there's-
they were gonna have Lamborghini engines actually, and Senna wanted
That was
them.
it. Lamborghini engine was in
they did a
92.
test with Lamborghini engines in the early 90s, didn't they? And I think they
In
ended up
92,
not using them and just going with the
93
Ford
and- yeah.
Cosworth.
They went-
90
End of
yeah.
'93, McLaren wanted to. I mean, this is obviously seen by Aidan Millwood, another very prominent figure in the R Factor 2 community. Does commentary for VEC, I think. think I've got that wrong, but hey. But no, obviously.
Don't worry, he's not watching this.
You took the words right out of my mouth there, Ed. I was about to say.
Sorry, I didn't want to burst the bubble of the
But
EERC organisers.
a lot of people's information comes from Aiden. He's done so many good things. But no, something he said. Anyway, I forgot it. But I'm going to say something very
Was it about the
unpopular.
Lamborghini engine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Senna actually liked the Lamborghini engines and wanted them in the car, but I think it was the thing with the seller or something with the team they did, or
Wasn't
something.
it Modena who used
Yeah.
Lambos, wasn't it?
And they didn't want to be affiliated with them, or something like that.
I thought it was also because it was a V12 and it was really heavy, so it sort of affected the aero a bit.
I was surprised about. Did any of you two hear? I say any of you two. Did you two hear the story about Senna and McLaren in 1993 and how that was sort of like already the end of the marriage because
Senna was on a race by race basis, wasn't he?
Precisely, yeah, and it was pay me or I won't turn up. And I got the feeling just bring it back into modern day. Is Lewis Hamilton sort of doing the same thing with Mercedes, signing a 1-year contract?
I don't know.
I don't think that's quite the same because Senna, there was different circumstances because Senna was fed up with the fact that the McLaren wasn't on the same level as the Williams because they didn't have Adrian Newey or any of the really good suspension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honda buggered off at the end of 1991, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and so with Mercedes, it's a different situation because Lewis Hamilton has got by far one of the, or what's been up to until very recently, the most dominant car in the series. And it's the teams that are built around him. I feel more it's a case of Lewis, who's done a lot in his career, won 7 world championships, and has already began to look at projects outside of Formula One.
Extreme E, being an
yeah, that's at the moment. Yeah, that's at the moment. I wouldn't watch that at the same time as this because Extreme E has an extremely confusing format. Funnily enough.
What is their format then? I'm really confused.
Well, it's a sort of elimination kind of format.
Oh God!
Basically, like
with loads of semi-finals and a crazy race, apparently.
Yeah. Basically, it's like WX Rally, World X Rally.
Rallycross, yes.
Yeah. Like that format. But
so they've got like 4 different groups doing 4 different qualifiers, like 16 events at the beginning.
Yeah.
In total, then they get the semi. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 2 shakedown sessions.
It
that
does
mean
sort
absolutely
of
nothing.
That makes sense.
Go on,
and then if it's like the WRX race, then it sort of makes sense. But the laps seem very long, like 10-minute lap times.
Yeah, they have to do a swap over as well over the 2 cars and 2 drivers. Sorry. And the only good thing I like about Extreme E is I think are we getting ready for a start?
Yes,
yeah,
we are
it
getting
looks
ready
like
for a
the warm-up is ending and the grid is being assembled for the start of the 12 hours of EERC at Suzuka. So we should. I think now, actually, since I saved the grid earlier at the end of quality, we might be a good idea to look at the starting order, if possible. So the grid lining up.
Okay, can prototypes please proceed on pit limiter? GT, stay where you are.
Yeah, so I'll just go through the LMP2 grid very quickly, and then I think Tobias can do the GD grid.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So as we see the LMP2 field being released. There we go, with Gabor Hevesi leading from Roland Zux, and is Zoltan Valconi, James Juba, Martin Novak, Massimiliano Riboli, Jake Dennehan, as we see on screen, Matthew Click, 8th, Frank Hamming 9th, Bradley Sellers, that's your teammate Tobias, in the 1, 2, 3, rounding out the top 10. That is Mate Varga.
Okay, GTs, please start. Cars in the pit lane, please wait until everyone has passed.
Mate Varga ahead of I've lost my train of
Felix
thought now.
Neuberger?
Yeah, I think it was Felix Neuberger. I think there might have been a Iris I was forgetting there of Nicky Pastor. Felix Neuberger in 12th, Robert Dubai 13th, Riley McKibben 14th.
Can you make sure you're on pit limiter, please?
I'll be quiet, Nick. I'm trying to go through the race order. I shouldn't be arguing the race director. He can't hear me. Ryan McKibben 14th, David Gerber 15th, Francisco Perez 16th, Axel Kerr 17th, Pavel Pankovic for Reading Game CEOs 18th. So Reading Game did not have a great qualifying. Ben Corbin down in 20th, just alongside Laszlo Molnar, who's in 20th, and Ben Corbin 21st, of course, with Lovehill Lunatics. And then Tanguy de Braque rounds out the LMP2 field in 22nd.
You've missed Tommy Teasdale.
Oh yeah, Tommy Teasdale in 360 by Burn Horizon. Where was Tommy? I think he randomly popped back in the order in the middle of me saying that.
Nicola Pastor's, I think, right at the back of the field now. He's had an issue or something.
Well, anyway, we can go through the GD3 field very quickly before the LMP2 field's released.
I'll do that now. So we start off with Sven Gierlehold for the BMW, for the Giovanna Iris Automation car number 7. Then Joel Prigat for the Mugen Sim Racing team. Wesley Buckhout for Alton, very good qualifying for them. Bent Bejic for BH Racing. Then we go to Kevin Vickers in the who spun the car.
And that's on the parade lap.
Yeah, Iris completely spun that
This is
car.
going to be a restart. I could tell you that.
They'll delay it, yeah.
Yeah, delay it by a lap so that everyone. What was Kevin Vickers thinking there?
I think he got caught on the exit curb as well, gave it a bit too much gas and lost the rear tyre and just got collected as well with the 2x2 format. But we got some LMP2s caught up there as well in that little battle.
Okay, we're going to restart the formation lap.
Yep, I told it.
Okay, well, I've
Perfect
restarted
timing,
the GD3 grid there, so we can go through it.
Yeah, we'll do it once they get back up ready.
Fair enough.
That's a very.
Well, that's an aborted start if I ever saw it. And that's so annoying as well because you, as a driver, you would have psyched yourself up, you would have been getting ready, warming the tyres.
Make sure you're on the grid, please.
Also, you have to listen. Also, you have to listen to that. Attention, all drivers, please leave the grid now. I hate that.
Yeah.
Did you
Well, it looks like this race is going to end a couple of minutes past 2 a.m. rather than 2 a.m. exactly. But
that always happens, though, doesn't it?
There's always a drama.
Yeah.
So,
Rolex, please sponsor us.
just sending over.
I don't
Lights
think
coming
any-
on.
P2s, please proceed on pit limiter. GT, stay where you are.
Yeah,
Should I
another
start
thing,
should I start with the grid now?
yeah, do you want to? We already did the LMP2 grid, which hasn't really changed, but we
Yeah.
can go for the GD3 grid again, I
So,
guess.
P5. Okay, P1. Okay.
Here we
Sven
go.
Gierlehold P1, Zsolt Pribek P2, Wesley Buckhout P3, Bent Bejic P4, and now we'll get more into detail because those were the top 4. Gabor Hoshi in P5 for Mugen Sim Racing, poor quality for them as usual. Kevin Vickers P6,
Well, if he doesn't
Giovanna
spin it this time.
for number 77, Pascal
GTs,
again,
please proceed on
Fina
pit limiter.
Vondka, Joey Lurik P8 for Royal Racing Bravo, who've now I think added a GT car to their thing. Alan Holden for the ADN Racing car. Escafil Sanfray for the P10 in class. The owner Chris Tompkins in another Alton car. They've got 2 now. Lucas Bevold for Royal Racing Charlie.
If you're not on pit limiter, you'll get a penalty. Please
What
go
is it?
around on the pit limiter speed.
What is it with all these Royal cars? They're everywhere. Then we've got Joe Lawrence in the BMW M6, normal livery, and then the pink car of Dream Team. GT Field. Another team that is surprisingly missing is AFP. They're not driving in
Well, AFP
GT.
seem to have put all their eggs into the LMP2 basket because they've
Gosh,
got 2
yeah.
LMP2 entries, and usually they only have the 99. They've got the 97 up there as well. So the 999 and the 79, usually their GD3 entries are absent at the moment. So I think this is just a case of AFP not having the drivers and just deciding to go for the championship where they've finished more races and won one. In fact, they won the season opener at New Orleans at NOLA.
I also have to say it's going to be very tough to wait, what's it called? I forgot my train of thought. Like which car's the future sim sports, which one's the valet, which one's which, to
Yeah.
decipher which one's them, because it's so hard to see from those 2.
Guys,
No.
I can't wait to see this GT3 battle for the championship. The 888 car on 65 points, the 73 on 61, 4 points between them. They are going to be battling very hard over the next 12 hours.
Indeed, and it's going to be quite a championship. In the case of LMP2, it is the 2 black and grey sort of Mugen cars we see in
And
first
the
and
DAC
third,
cars.
and
and
the
you got the
DAC car
DSC.
in between them, the white and blue car.
Wait,
The
what
DAC
team
is
is?
4th and trying to get into 3rd, and if they can get into 3rd and ahead of Abyssinia Force Polonia, then they can get some prize money, because the top 3 in each class win actual prize money in the championship. I believe it's 500 for 3rd, and then up to about 10,000 or £1,000 for winning.
It's
So
1,000
euros,
prize. It's 1,000 euros prize pool. 325 for the winner. I think 125 for 2nd and 50 for 3rd.
Tobias, do you think you can loan me your sim car? I think I'll join the race.
We've got 4 drivers already, and I'm not. I'd
Yeah,
rather
Ah.
4.
it looks like the LMP2 field could be released very soon here, actually.
Yeah.
So Gabba Hevesi has got quite the gap over the DEAC Hackers car
Allowed to
of
form
Roland
up.
Zooks.
Yeah,
So,
full up.
let's have to see how they go over the... Remember,
P2, green flag.
there we go.
And we
So
are green
race begins in LMP2 for the 12 Hours of Suzuka. And it's a good start by Gabba Hevesi. Roland Zooks in second. And Juba has made a brilliant getaway in the AFP number 99 up to third position. Ahead of Zoltan Valconi. Don't forget the championship leader. AFP really need to catch up here. So a brilliant start by James Juba. And now he chases after Roland Zooks in second.
As
but
the
it's
car in the
Hevesi-
background goes in the wall.
Oh,
LMP2 car in the barrier.
was
Right
that
on start.
Sellers in the 1-2-3 car? Because he dropped quite further back.
It's Laszlo Molnar for the
Right.
for
GT, green flag.
And
for the,
GT3 is underway.
Giovanni Iris automation car.
Yeah, let's see if we can pick up the GD3 field with Sven Gielhed leading across
go.
the line.
Already
Oh.
clear.
Plenty
Oh,
of moves.
look
Oh, he's
at
forcing
that.
towards the pit wall,
That's
doing a
Eggert.
Hakkinen.
That was Eggert being pushed by, I think, was that Ben Spejic or Jerry Luring that was just alongside him, I think. in the battle.
Luring, he moved ahead of him.
There we
Ooh,
go.
Contact to
Cars.
the back.
The Bentley's the boat has been spun.
Yeah, so that's is that the Sanfre racing car?
I think so, yeah.
That is the Brazilian racing team we saw spinning in qualifying, having a bad start as well.
Sanfre for Sanfre Racing Team 18 has spun.
Yeah.
Dead last. I also have a feeling Laszlo Molnar is going to be in the pits soon because of that damage he's had.
Oh, here we go. We just see a
That's-
move. Francisco Perez just overtaking for 90th position against the purple car of Tanguy de Bracquelier, of course, who started right at the back. So Tanguy Bracquelier
Also-
going wide and free goes.
I sort of have a feeling that Robert Dobai has had a bit of a problem, but
Dropped further back in the second sector as well. The times are really slow.
Yeah, there's Dobai on there in Heimdall number 23.
Is
just
that
at
the
back. He didn't-
Bentley.
Yeah, that's the Bentley that's just gotten going again. Escafil Sanfre.
He's got damage to the suspension. Look, you can see him. He's crabbing on one side of the car. He's trying to keep it straight. Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
look at the wheel. It's not exactly straight, is it?
Quoting Martin Brundle, it's rocking on the opposite side of a broken chair leg. So it looks like he's damaged the front right, not the front left.
Oh, and it looks like de Bracquelier really struggling at the moment because
Yeah.
Molnar almost got ahead of him at turn 1.
the
But,
Sega, the car with the Sega anime livery.
Oh yes, of course. It really stands out, doesn't it? As we see Jerry Luring in the 93. Oh, Bukout and Privet.
Contact to the wall. Someone's in the wall. That one was in the wall at the top of Degner.
Cena Vond car, yeah. I
Yeah.
Oh,
think,
it was Francisco Perez who we just saw
Perez.
gotten by.
yeah.
So Perez having a very difficult time. So Sven Gielhed completes the lap, but I think Privet and Bukout were just fighting here. There we go. We
Bukout
see it on
takes it.
track. So Bukout in the Evo Ultra Motorsport car is holding on to second position. This is really impressive from the 35, which has some of the race directors, I believe, on board. Isn't Chris Tompkins also drive to 35?
Chris Tompkins in the other is in the 34 in the other car,
Oh,
which is down in
okay.
P35. They're not looking very good
Oh,
right now.
I got the number mixed up with the actual position. Okay. But,
Ed, did you say race directors?
I think so.
The
Yeah.
owner's driving.
The owner of the...
Is
Yes.
he going to black flag everybody else then to give himself a victory overall?
Oh no,
That'd be
he's
funny.
very unbiased. The only thing he does is he sometimes will argue doing race direction whilst in the car. If there's lots of yellow flags being called, he will tell people to stop. We saw this at Sebring. He told people to
Yeah.
stop crashing, and then he crashed himself.
Yeah. I was commentating at that time, I think. Anyway, Wesley Bukout following the Giovanna Iris automation of Sven Gielhed going through into Spoon after Spoon happened, of course.
Yes,
Great
and
section of-
Iris, of course, like I said, we're looking very strong at Sebring, and I talked to them after Sebring, and they said they were pretty confident they could do well at Suzuka, but I bet they did not expect to be challenged this early on by not Mugen, championship leaders, but Evo Ultra Motorsports in the form of Wesley Bukout. And the Bukout running the slipstream here. I think
He's
he
going to
might-
have him.
He's going to try something at the chicane, surely, if Sven Gielhed leaves the door open, but Sven Gielhed is a very
I
canny
have a
fox.
feeling it's a little bit too far for a
Yeah, there
move
we
here.
go.
Lost a lot of time through 130 as well. Too much of the curb. Although he's got it back in Casio Triangle. And he's, lovely run at the exit. Got the power. And now it's into T1. Is he going to go round and do a Raikkonen? He's got the toe, I can tell you that.
Yeah, here we go. He tucked himself well in the slipstream here and has set the best lap as well in class. And Wesley Bukout tuck out from the back of Sven Gilhead. No, not quite close enough. And of course, as long as Wesley Bukout is being stuck behind the Iris car, that keeps Pribek and Hootsti in the Mugen Sim Racing cars in 88 and 888. It allows them to close back in. So we've got a four-way battle for the lead, and 3 of these cars are well in the hunt for the championship.
I told you before the race started as well. This is where the battle's going to be in GT3 all throughout the 12 hours. It is tasty already, and I can tell you that BMW is the widest BMW I've ever seen to keep it so centered around the whole lap. But do you remember what I was talking about before? He's going for a move.
You were right.
Integna
Here we
won.
go. Oh, he's just had to back out of that one, but he almost thought about Integna 2 as well.
I told you.
Bukout is so much faster than Sven Gilhead at this point.
This is allowing Mugen to catch up, but he could have a move,
Okay,
going
drivers
to...
code 80 in 10
He's got it.
seconds.
Oh,
No, he
Oh,
can't.
they touched.
Oh, and just as the code 80 is about to be called
5,
as well.
4,
He can't overtake.
3,
Nobody can overtake
2,
now.
1.
Yep.
Code 80.
And that code 80 came just at the right time as well.
Mugen look really... Mugen are just sitting back and enjoying this because this means that these two will wear themselves out and then Mugen can have a pounce, and that's what they're known for. They're known to be consistent. Don't go into any risks. Remember, this is a 12-hour race, guys. You can get them in the undercuts.
Yeah,
This
and
is
of
gonna
course, the thing about code 80, you can pit under code 80. What it effectively is, it neutralizes the race. Every driver has to stick to 80 miles per hour in first gear, and first gear only. They're not allowed to go up to second and save the engine. So code 80, everyone has 6 to 80, but they can pit under this, and often they strategically do.
Okay,
to
code
get-
80 ends in 10 seconds.
Not a slow code, either. Not a slow code, not a long code, either.
Yeah, it could just be that we did see the Brazilian racing team
5,
car just getting back to
4,
pits there.
3, 2,
I just
1.
like to say,
Green flag.
the EAC Hackers is right on the rear of the Mugen car.
Yeah, and but I'm more interested in this GD battle. Wesley Bukout not looking quite so close on the restart here.
Oh,
but
round
he's
the
going around the
outside.
outside as Gilhead
Has,
breaks free
he's
early.
actually done it.
Oh, what a
Fabulous.
brilliant
What a
move.
move.
Wesley Bukout takes the lead at GD3 class at the Suzuka 12 hours, and I forgot to turn the Code 80 logo off, but here we go.
Now
BH Racing could have a move going into turn 1. They look really feisty on the rear of the Mugen car.
He's got him. So battle for second place. Well, that BMW being swamped all the way down as well.
Yeah, here we go. Zoltprobek in, of course, the McLaren 650S, which is the best car here, and it looks like the other Mugen is going past as well. Oh, they're
Mugens.
side by side. Mugen clearly picking this moment to pounce, but Sven Gilhead holds on for the time being. Gabor Hoosty wasn't quite able to get through, and of course that allows Benz Bejic to close up behind him in the battle for 4th position.
Meanwhile, the LMP2 cars are coming up to are starting to lap some of the rear GT cars, and this is
dear.
Roland goes off track.
Roland Zuka's gotten ahead. Same with the AFP cars. What's happened to Mugen there?
Oh yeah, Mugen really came to grief there. So it looked just like clearly
Constantino.
the overlay has not caught up with any of this. So let's just refresh it. But it looked to me like Varconi, it was Hevesi, sorry. So Varconi's also got ahead of Hevesi. He just got completely caught out by one of the back marker in GD class. I believe it was Joe Lawrence. I think it may have been Joe Lawrence, and there was also Francisco Perez trying to make his way back up there in the LMP2 field. But they just came across him at the S's at exactly the wrong time. Tried to go on the grass to avoid him, and ended up losing not one position but 3. In total.
Yeah. And now they're really hitting the hard. Sorry to budge in again, but they're really hitting the main bulk of the GT3 cars, which is going to be hard to get through, because obviously GT3 cars have very, very good brakes, which are quite close on par with LMP2 cars.
And look who is actually really benefiting from all of this. It is Martin Novak in Heimdall number 23, as he just gets all.
Oh, that's not good.
That looks like Robert Dobai trying to negotiate the GD3 field. I think he's at the back of the field fighting for position, though, which is why it's just cut to him.
Oh,
as we
who's
see
that coming out of the pit lane?
That was
Francisco
Frigavon
Perez.
Perez
Francisco
in the
Perez.
138, who's obviously had a bit of trouble earlier. It's just pit for repairs, I think. Oh, there we go! That's our first retirement from the race, I think. Who was that? That looked like,
It's the number 97 car.
of Jake Danahan.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So I was just
Joey
saying, I was
Lurick
about
also
to
in
say
the.
that James Juba was looking very strong there, actually.
Oh! The Irish automation huge crash!
Oh, yeah, and we just caught it at the bottom of the picture.
Varkonya's
Okay,
off.
drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
That's why we're getting that code 80 as well. It was a massive collision. I just saw the bottom of it. Tobias, you saw more.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Yeah, we could try
What
and...
has happened? It's going, man. It's all going
Yeah, there's
haywire.
Iris off track there. Yeah, so...
Is that the number 7 BMW as well, who was previous race leader?
No, it's the other one. It's Kevin Vickers.
Number
So-
1.
Yeah,
So
no, it's the
both
number
of
77.
the-
Seven,
Both of the
sorry.
Mugans have been caught up in this. Hevesi and Varconia down to 9th and 10th. And the big winner is random racing number 13, Matthew Clip, up to 3rd.
And
All of
my
that.
car. My
Ooh.
car's up to P4.
Aha!
So the Irish GD3 spun across the track, and so many of the LMP2 field just got completely caught out by that.
Mm.
We've now got the worrying factor in this as well, as we were talking about. They're now coming up to lap the GT3 cars, but we've got quite a lot of the fields are separated in 2 different parts of the track in both GT3 and LMP2. So we're beginning to see segregation in the LMP2, but the GT3s are still all separated by 16 seconds.
This is the problem with Suzuka. It's such a narrow track in places. Often you've got the 2 classes fighting for the same piece of real estate on track, and it ends in tears, especially if a GD3 car comes to grief and the LMP2s are coming upon them at full speed.
Okay,
There you go. Look at the 2 Mugans.
I'm gonna quickly do a tape delay to just see what happened to Jake Denahan in the Femboy Hooters car.
Go for it.
Yeah, I could.
What a name!
Technically it's
okay.
AFP. So they
I know.
lost it at 130R, I'm assuming, because we saw them in the wall on the inside.
Okay, I know what happened there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's gone wide at 130R, lost it on the cut. Let me get my train of thought back. He's gone too wide at 130R, clipped the curb, and that's spun the car. Yep. Oh, huge accident. Lost the rear wheel. Engine's broken, and that's in the wall.
Yeah.
Unfortunate accident, but it
Same
happens.
it happens at this track as well. Do you remember Al Gasquari in F1 having it done as well? Back in 09? Same thing. Clips the outside line into the wall.
Do you think we'll see any pit stops, by the way? I mean, it's a bit early right now.
Okay,
but
drivers, green flag in 10 seconds.
Not now though. Sure. It's only lap 8 though. It's a bit early.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Also, James Juba is not far off of Roland Zook, and if James Juba, if
Oh, but
Roland
he's got a
Zook,
GD car in the way. That's exactly the wrong place you'd want to come upon them. It's just
Yeah.
to go around the outside.
Oh, they're in
he's been
contact!
spun!
Oh, and he's been spun! Oh,
Oh.
and he's lost the position. Matthew Clip goes through in random racing number 13, as does Sellers in the
I
1,
think
2,
about
3.
4%. Oh, it's the
Oh.
second contact.
Yeah, Hamming was having a go at him as well.
It seems to me that these drivers are getting way too reckless behind the GT cars. They're not taking their time,
Yeah.
and you
Juba
need
was just
this.
very eager to get around the gold. I forget who. I didn't know who exactly that was in the way there. I presume it was.
I have to admit, I think there's nobody else to blame but himself in that case, because he was.
Oh,
going-
here he is. It was Alan Holden, of course. There he is, just carrying on. But they're for
He's
510.
Ooh,
Oh,
the
look at
pink
this.
Audi.
Not at Degner's.
Yeah, there we go. The looks like the Mugen cars have also lost another position there, as we see Hevesi's been passed by the 360 car, which is just making a move down the inside. There we go.
They've
Kevin
got-
past
they-
Rivoli.
They must have damage though.
I think they do.
I have to say, I think we all I mean, we all said traffic is going to be bad here, but I think we underestimated how
Oh,
bad.
there we go. McKibben completes the move. as we
Who's
see-
that with a rear wing
Ooh.
off?
Oh, that could be another code 80. That looked like a Dubai, I think.
Oh, there's several cars involved. That was the leader, I think, in GT3 getting involved, and it was the leader in GT3.
Wesley
the
Buckhart's
25
off.
car. He got spun round at the Exeter Spoon. He made contact, I think, with LMP2.
Oh, very good spot there, actually.
Robert. Okay, this has to be another code 80.
Yeah, there
Robert
he is, just
Dobai
recovering.
is really losing it. He's going slow on the side. This needs to be a code 80. I'm afraid.
That gives 88 the lead of the race back.
Yeah,
Yep.
Zolt Pribeck. So while it's difficulty in moving
Wait,
for LMP2, that it's going their way again in GD3.
Zolt Pribeck never had the lead.
Oh,
It's
so,
been
yeah.
it's
Oh,
been
it was
Sven Gilhood.
G-Hold, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so,
Gilhood.
so they've swapped around. There we go. As we see Robert Dobai
No
forlornly
downforce.
making his way back to the pits behind the 2-3. Oh, look at that!
That was
the
Joe
Irish
Lawrence.
car. Yeah, Joe Lawrence just taking evasive action there on the exit of 130R.
Also-
As we see Chris Tompkins in the 45 get past Alan Holden in the Golden Machine.
Also, I'd like to just say, Roland Zook in the LMP2 car has a 3-second lead and has played his cards perfectly. Same with Matthew Klipp. I mean, my car's also been doing very, very well, and I can't.
Oh, really? You've been
we're
third?
we're third now.
Yeah, but Juba is right behind him though.
I know.
So Sellers is going to have to put the anchors out. If you, whoa, look at this! Gavesi having to get around the outside of the Dream Team car, which has already been in group today and been having to sit out qualifying. How are Dream Team doing at the moment in the order? Just out of interest, we see Dobai finally make it back to the pits. So they took a risk there, not throwing the Code 80. Seems to have paid off.
Tommy Teasdale also really gotten up the field 6 positions. Oh, isn't that
Oh,
Audi? Oh, off one of the Luffield Lunatic car got forced off the track because of the Audi. That Dream Team Audi looks really, really loose on exit, and that's not a good thing. You do not want a car which has got an oversteery rear, especially in an endurance race, that kills the tires, especially at a track like Suzuka, where
Tire sensitive, yeah.
I
How do
think
you
Dream
go with
Team.
that one?
Oh, there we go. You see Felix Neuberger going off in the 28 machine that was leading at Sebring actually in the early stint due to sort of going on a different fuel strategy. But now they're down in 13th position as we see Eggert and Stax having a good little battle for 5th.
Guys, I've got a theory about why we keep seeing these at Spoon Corner as well. The GT3 cars, there were a couple involved there, but the LMP2s have to go off the racing line to get through. I think quite a lot of them are dipping over the curb at the exit, quite similar to what we're now seeing with the 92 car. They're dipping over and just losing the rear. And like we saw in the accident with Durnbauer, they're just losing the rear of the wing, being spat off into the wall.
yeah, that's the thing. I think they're taking it. They're worrying way too much in a 12-hour race. They're thinking it a bit like a sprint race, a bit like how modern Le Mans is now described as a 24-hour sprint race, as a lot of people have been saying recently.
It's like 10.
Yeah, out of how many minutes have gone by? Like it must be like half an hour.
15.
We've had 15 minutes. We've had 15 minutes.
I know. It's been that
It's really
chaos.
flown by.
How many Codators we've had already? I think is it
Two.
Two?
Ooh.
Oh.
I thought Pascal Adiat nearly lost it there.
We might need the marker of doom as well to cross over cars as well that have gone out of the race.
Now all the LMP cars are going past the GTs, which is always a bit of a...
It looks like they've added some mobile chicanes to Suzuka for the LMP2 cars in this instance.
Ooh, as the Mutant car goes past an Iris car, I have a feeling that's Gabo Hushti, which means it is for... Gabo Hushti's just gone for P2. However, he's gone wide, and the Beamer is right behind him, and has had a very good run, but I would not try anything into Spoon, because that's suicide.
Oh, looking to the inside as well. Well, the LMP2 is further back. That was Novak we were looking at in the 23.
Meanwhile, Riley McKibben really looking at the rear of Mates Varga. Never mind, he's lost speed going in through 130 or Massimiliano Riboli. There's a four-way battle actually going for P7 up here, and that looks like a really good one.
P7 in LMP2?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's look at Mate Varga holding on then.
Oh,
to
here.
7th position from Riley McKibben in the 360 Motorsports car.
And for Varga right now as well, you are the train. You are the train driver, and you are just going to be... Yes, you've got cooler tyres, but you've got less speed compared to the rest of the field. So
That's only in the... It's only on the straights though, that's the thing.
Yeah, and Suzuka doesn't have that many straights.
Yeah, I mean, but the ones they've got are very long. Like the one... Oh! Massimiliano Riboli has a really sideways moment, saves it beautifully.
Something brought out the yellow as well, further back, and we've got a change for second in the GT3.
Yeah, there we go. So Husti is got by Geelhead, I think.
Yeah, that happened quite a while ago, I think.
It's just updated. That's the championship leader car, isn't it, with 65 points?
Meanwhile, Massimiliano Riboli looking like he can maybe have a move going into the Spoon corner on Riley McKibben. No, not trying it. Obviously, Riboli got very, very unlucky. Got sent down to P9, even though he started P6.
So, Mugen are playing the team game here in GD3. Look, Kribek has pulled out a 4-second lead over Husti, who is holding off Geelhead, who's recovering from all the carnage earlier. This was the pole setter, don't forget. And now he's in this unenviable position with the two Mugens, right, pulling away with this one, really, in the early stages.
Sorry to bother, but Massimiliano Riboli has gotten past Riley McKinnon, and I think he went down
McKinnon
the
looks like he's
Ooh.
McKibben was having a think about getting back at him at 130R, but decided, oh, that's a bit risky. And
I'm gonna be honest, that's I think a big no-no right now,
Yeah.
as Nate Varga's been held up, which is very, very good for us, but bad for him.
yeah, he's having to go around the outside of the BMW.
Yeah, people like Reboli have the BMW in a very good position, and now we're coming up to the GTE field, which always bunches up the field. Is that like a six-way battle there?
Looks like it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You're right. 6.
Huge.
Tell me you feel like a brick without actually being a brick. I think it's what all the GT3 cars are currently feeling like as the LMP2s come up behind them.
Oh, have you ever seen a brick sink into water? That's what's about to happen here.
Yeah.
It was incident involving the Dream Team car 70 and the 99 car. 30-second stop-go penalty for Dream Team car 70, overtaking under code 80.
Oh dear. So Dream Team were not able to stay out of trouble. It looks like they are.
I mean,
in
will
the
Dream
wars.
Team? The thing I'm wondering is, will Dream Team be a nuisance to one of these drivers? And it could be Reboli in this case, because he's not going to be going past
Yeah,
it.
there
No,
they are, right in front.
it's Varga. He's taken a really tight line there. What is the Dream Team car doing?
I think GT3 for Dream Team as well, not exactly being the smartest bunch up there. He's taking his normal racing line as well. This is what I was on about with Spoon Curve. The LMP2 is having to dart left, right, and pretty much centre as well.
It's going to hold up
making
Novak
contact.
a little bit as well behind Reboli.
Well,
I
this
think
is
that-
perfect news.
Yeah. If Reboli has a better exit, I think, going in there, I'd suggest staying fairly far behind going into 130R so you get a bit better turn. However, be as close as possible when going as... What's happened to Vargas? He lagged back.
He did, didn't he? He sort of looked for a move on the inside to 130R, and then the car just jolted back. So that's not great news.
It might be on our screen. I'm not sure if it's necessarily a problem for him.
And double checking on the timing screen to see if he lost any tenths in that sector. They're just going to come across the line, and no, they didn't. So I think it was just on our screen there.
Yeah.
We've had that before, haven't we? I tell you what, though, in terms of the lead in LMP2, Roland Suzak has got, 4.485 seconds to
Clip is
Matthew
being
Clip.
caught up, though. Matthew Clip's being caught up by Bradley Sellers.
And
Sellers is
in
going
turn has got
rapid.
Juba right
Yeah.
behind him.
Because Sellers has now got, is just nearly within a second
I think-
of Clip.
To be honest, I actually have something to say. I think the worst place you can get held up by a P2 is going through the Degnas.
Yeah, because it's going to
Undoubtedly.
compromise you all the way up through the hairpin and then the drag out of the hairpin as well. You lose so much more speed.
No, mainly Degna 1. You still have a loss of speed, though, but it's just so much slower going through Degna 1. It's so much slower. Look how much these three are caught up here. This is a very good battle for the second now.
Stewards are typing something else as well into the Stewards Decisions chat, so I'll update you if anything happens.
Meanwhile,
Oh,
James Juba...
nudges him at
They
the
touched.
Juba,
curve.
James, be careful.
Oh yeah, James being very aggressive here. He's clearly as annoyed as the Mugen cars at losing his shot at the lead, as Zux is just disappearing up the road here. So he needs to clear these two as soon as possible if AFP want any chance of taking advantage of this and gaining some points in the championship, because they really need that right now.
He's not taking the ideal line through 130R, which is really compromising him. That's what you can see.
The incident involving the 99 car and in the LMP2 field in the GTE 510, no further action.
So Anne Holden and James Juba escaping any action there.
You can just
So
see the
it's just deemed a
slipstream
racing
chain.
incident. Yeah,
Sorry.
but look at the Juba here. He's all over Sellers.
Yeah.
Sellers defending very well, Bradley Sellers, actually, in the 1-2-3. And let's hope you can do similarly to Bias. You make me asked to come out in the middle of this and have James Juba all over you if things go to plan.
I'm not going to be as aggressive as Bradley is, but Bradley is being
Oh, don't
perfectly
let him
fine.
know that. They'll be listening to this, all his teammates.
No, Bradley's doing perfectly fine. Continue, lad. You're doing well. We have not had a single conversation, so... No, he was a last-minute substitute, because if you haven't heard what happened at the Valet team, because this is basically a Valet car just reskinned as an Ascenza. This is a long story, so it might take a bit of talk, and there's not really much... Well,
We've only
It's
got
a-
11 hours.
And Holden,
Yeah.
a Bukout is dropping down the field. I think something's happened to Bukout.
I think that it's that damage because of the spin. But
it's
yeah,
looking- yeah,
basically, I've had issues with the skin pack all week. So I was actually originally not going to drive. I was not going to drive, but then final minute it got fixed. So then I
Oh.
did drive, and now I'm driving. So now we're same with Adrian Diego, who's also driving. He's actually going in the third last stint. But yeah,
Presumably, you can't have a maximum of more than 4 drivers there.
I think it's 5 actually.
5. Oh, wow.
Well, it is a 12-hour race, man.
Yeah, but 5
Yeah.
is. But 5, you don't get much time in the car. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's like it's because of the minimum driver stints you have to do.
Yeah. But no, I'm looking forward to my final 3 hours of the day. That's more than enough, to be honest. I know I'm like saying I wish I could have a bit more, but I think, to be honest, I think I'm quite happy with the amount of driving.
I'm looking
Well-
forward to being in the box. I don't. Who's my partner for that then, Ed?
Oh, we'll have to see, because I think Ryan unfortunately has had to a little trip to the hospital, unfortunately, the last.
Yeah,
I hope
fingers
he's
crossed
watching this, but
Yeah,
fingers
fingers
crossed he's
crossed he
okay.
yeah,
It's nothing too
that's what I'm
serious,
gonna say.
hopefully, because he was able to tell us about it, which is a good sign. But as we see Ben Skaggs in the Dream Team car, I believe, setting the best lap in class in the fastest lap in class of GT3. But he will have to serve that penalty. As we look at the field being bunched up behind, is that the 35?
Yeah, that is. That thing is
Oh,
so
look.
sluggish.
Juba almost came upon him at exactly the wrong time there. But Bukout, thankfully, not making contact with them.
Ooh, Matthew Clip could be held up. No, he's been lucky.
Although
This
that
is-
GT3 car going
Oh,
to Denmark.
Juba's been unlucky. Juba's aggressive.
Doesn't want to lose any time if he can help it, but unfortunately he came
He
upon...
just lost a lot. Matthew Clip's also going to be defending a lot now from Bradley Sellers.
Here we go, Pascal Eggert now in the way, as Juba has actually got Hamming
Oh,
not too far
they
behind
touched.
him. There was a little touch there, but Juba just about getting away with that one.
We've got another thing from the stewards as well. Warning for the Sandfire Racing Team 18 after a report from BH Racing Car 3. The 18 has been warned for ignoring blue flags. And we've actually got another penalties coming through. My God, they've been busy, the stewards. With
I'm not surprised.
the 99 and 26 are under investigation, but now that's just come through as no further action, actually. And
That was just after the incident with
Yeah.
Holden, where Hamming tried to get through and Juba defended and made a bit of contact.
To be honest, how bad is it if you... Oh, James Juba looking like a move, but no! Juba's gone into the back
Oh,
of him!
dear.
What was he thinking?
Oh,
About
dear.
forget 360, that was 720, and there's another car involved. One of the other LMP2s further back as well. So as well as
Yeah, that was my
GTE.
car. He went
Yeah.
right into my
Yeah.
back of my
Sellers,
car.
yeah, so Juba
He's lost
really
third.
making a hash of things there.
What has happened to AFP this race? They've been awful.
So that's Frank Hamming going up into third place in the VMS Sun Edits Racing Car 26.
What was Juba thinking there?
We'll get
Yeah,
on the rewind and go and have
Yeah.
a look at your other car.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll
I
I'll
would
let-
try and do the replay, but my problem with doing that is that I often forget that I'm in replay, and what ends up happening is that I'm behind live by about 10 seconds.
You do a Murray Walker and commentate over the replay. That's
It
that's
did,
James
that
something
did
Juba-
happen at
different.
Sebring. It did. It was
Oh,
embarrassing. But only once. It was only for one incident. But yeah, Juba has got going again in 4th position, but no doubt. That's
Okay,
gonna
so
be
the
best
Ferrari slowed everybody down. James Juba gets hit by a Ferrari, goes right into the back of Bradley Sellers.
Oh,
and
so it
that
wasn't Juba's fault.
No. Interesting.
was the Ferrari's fault.
Which
And-
Ferrari was that?
Oh, sorry to kind of crush you both, but we've seen the number 99 car get really held up by one of the look like Bentleys as well down at the hairpin. So that was exited Degner 2, and he just held him up dramatically. So he's lost about a second and a half there, I reckon.
Oh, Pascal Eggert hits the back of one of the LMP2s. That was the Reading Game Studios car, number 72, but just about avoiding any grief there. But yeah, Juba.
It was
This
Alan
is James
Holden.
Juba.
Alan Holden went right into the back of James Juba, which held up, which punted him in. I mean, it could have been. It's going to be a penalty for Alan Holden. That was a very silly move. and
Well,
cost them
that's
both.
revenge for earlier
positions.
when Juba tried to go around the outside of Holden and they ended up both spinning into each other. So this
Yeah,
time
but then
Holden...
you've got, but then you've got innocent bystanders that get annoyingly get stuff that happens annoyingly.
Let's refresh because I think the overlay once again. Oh, she's spinning at
big
130
gap.
off.
Oh,
Big crash
Big
there.
one.
Oh, that's Holden again, isn't it?
Okay, might be able to rescue
And a
that.
wheel has fallen off there. And oh,
Forget
is
it.
that Sellers at the side of the track there?
No, that's not Sellers. That's
The other
luckily.
red car.
Please don't scare me.
Sorry.
Yeah, this will be is this safety card?
Yeah, there's
situation?
Sellers. He's fine. But yeah, what a huge accident that was.
That will be future. That'll be the future sim sports. And the engine's done. That thing's going to be out of the race now.
Oh, second retirement of the day.
So the
He's
66 is out then.
The
There
fire.
we go. With no wheel, no rear wing, and
And fire as well.
burning. Yeah, so it's all gone up in smoke quite literally for the 66
That
made
needs to be a
was
code
doing
80.
quite well.
Well, that needs to be a code 80 though, I think. I
It
mean,
does, yeah.
Yeah, race direction seems to be a
And
little
Alan
bit-
Holden needs to be probably given a told off, because what is he doing? He's not driving like a driver.
Oh!
He's driving.
Oh,
Got caught
Novak
in the
going off
23.
at Dunlop, yes. Novak just about able to carry on without losing position though, but now he's got the
So
three
that-
Bond all over the back of him, as well as one of the Mugen cars. There we go.
Novak got caught in the wash there as well as the car in front. He just sort of pushed him out wide. And as soon as you're on there, you're flat out the top of the hill at Dunlop, and it's just going to drag you around on the curve.
Well, all this has been going on. Zoltan Varconi has actually got back past Juba. So Varconi, who
Varconi
started
slipped up.
third, has got back up to fourth despite losing so much time. So Mugen are starting to recover in LMP2. Varconi could be a real threat to Roland Zux later on in this race.
Yeah, Varconi got past when Juba got punted.
Oh,
Can the 66 car please return to the pits?
here we go. DC Reading Game Studios made a move on the Mugen number 20 there. So I think the number 20 might have damage here. The pole sitter.
Oh, 4 abreast! Sorry, coming into 130R.
I think it was 3 abreast, but there we go. Reading Game getting past Martin Novak. Good move by. Oh, and there we go. The Mugen slips through as well.
You're right there, Murray.
Certainly.
It was 3 abreast. I got a bit excited because the Bentley was behind.
I like to imagine an extra car sometimes.
Martin Novak goes into the
now.
pits.
Well, that was predictable, to be fair. For Novak.
In about 15 minutes, we're going to start seeing pits, I think, though. No?
Oh,
Is
we're
it
seeing them right now. This is Tango
Yeah.
de Bracolier making a little stop there from the back of the field in the Sega car.
Well, they've done 18 laps then on those set of tyres and fuel, so that's quite interesting. They might leave the tyres on for another stint, Tobias?
Tires will get changed every stint. That's what happens in this. It makes no sense, especially here, because everybody's going to be using softs, which means that you're going to go down to like 60% tire wear. Switch the tires, get fresh sets of tires, and bolt on again. It makes no sense to switch because you lose 2-3 seconds. I think you lose like 2-3 seconds changing tires, and if you do it in you lose 5-6. You'll lose 2 seconds a lap if you use old tires continuously. It just doesn't make any sense in this case. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, as the BH racing car goes off at the hairpin.
Oh,
There we
dear.
go. It's Ben Spegic in the number 3 of BH Racing car, like you say. Yeah, he's just gone straight onto the head. We could have been hit
Yeah,
by an
brakes.
LMP2 there. But he's actually just, there's the Dream Team car, the pink car, just ahead. So I wonder if we're to infer that there was some coming together there. But
Well,
never mind.
the dream team car as well has been everywhere on there in this Grand Prix,
Yeah.
in this endurance race.
Less
I
of a
should say.
dream team, more of a nightmare team. the way this race is panned out at the moment.
I
Of
think
all
Hart-
that's gone on, they're
Yeah.
still near the back, unfortunately.
The
The
last-
number, let's see, what number are... it's a 70 in 35th position overall, 17 seconds down on Joe Lawrence.
The last team I knew were Dream Team were Harchester United, which was that old program on Sky One about football, and they had better seasons.
Zoltan Varconi spinning off at the first corner. Was there maybe contact there
I
with
think it
another
must have
car?
been. It looked like he was drifting from the side as well. Just
I-
noticed
I
that.
think James Juba may have made it back through there in all of that.
Let me have a look at that then, as I've got a tape delay of 31 seconds.
I think he made contact with one of the GTE cars. Actually, looking at that.
That could have been. Yeah, that's Juba just ahead.
No, there was no GT3 cars anywhere near him.
Really?
Oh, he
Yeah.
just made a mistake there, an unforced error by Zoltan Varconi. He was recovering really well, but now
Yeah,
Juba
got on the
back in the
curb.
box seat.
Too
Ah.
wide and spun it. His
It's the
driver
curbs.
error. These curbs
So-
are lethal. You don't want to
But
go on any
Lucan are
of them.
not responding well to these setbacks. We saw them respond really well to setbacks in Sebring, where they were able to finish 1-2 in LMP2. But here, it seems like the problems keep piling up on top of one another. The 20 car is in real trouble as Anna Holden getting a penalty for spinning and causing a huge accident, I think, at 130R.
How big is the penalty?
Holden's still in 6th position.
20 seconds
funnily
stop
enough.
go. 20
you see-
seconds stop go. Yeah, for team 150, causing a major.
I really
collision.
think Pascal Eggert's in some trouble here. Here he goes to the pit lane. He was losing positions hand over fist. Here he's just making his stop, I think. Putting some new tyres on.
That's going to drop him a couple of positions, but he'll get that back with an undercut stop, which I think is what he's trying to do. I'm feeling very good about the 888 at the moment. I know that's like saying, oh well, Lewis Hamilton. I feel very good about him winning the Grand Prix in the championship. No, but the 888, they're biding their time. They're saving a lot of. They're probably saving a little bit of tire life. They've dropped back to the 88 car, but they're now 5 seconds a gap, and they've got, what, another second back? So they're looking quite good. My money's on 888, sorry, 888.
Yeah.
Is it? Is
I
it
think,
triple-
to be honest, Mugen won't really care which of the GD3 cars theirs wins as long as one of them does win.
To be honest,
But at the moment,
I'm not-
Freebeck is the one building the lead at the moment. It could easily turn around if there's a code 80, one of them is able to pit under and the other isn't, depending on where they are on track. So I can easily see it going the other way as we see Chris Tompkins now holding up some of the...
Oh, yellow sector 2. Where's that come from? It's just gone now off the screen as well.
It's Lucas Biewald. He's had something happen.
I thought it was because he was slow.
Whoa,
they
Chris
hit him.
Tompkins spinning now as well
Oh.
in the background there. But Pavel Pankiewicz, the reading game in 12th, he's got I think that is Hevesi and Gerber ahead of him. Hevesi at the head of the train.
Also,
But number
James
20 has got back in the top 10.
James Juba is slowly catching Frank Hamming in the VMS Sun Editors car as there's a Fina Von car, I think, being lapped. Yep, that's being lapped.
Battles, whichever way you look at this Suzuka circuit, aren't there? As we're half an hour in, funnily enough.
Is that it? It feels
Only-
longer, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It feels like we've had 8 races with the events that have happened so far.
35 minutes in, we'll start seeing pit stops around nowish, I think.
Strategically, this is where the real battle is going to start happening. Tommy Teasdale negotiating the GD3 field.
Oh, that was close.
Side by side with the BH3 racing car having to go around the outside at Spoon.
Also, Alan
Holden makes it through.
James Juba just misses his worst nightmare, Alan Holden, because he's just exited the pits just after James Juba went past. Seriously, what is Alan Holden thinking right now in the race? He's driving recklessly.
I hope he does know it's 12 hours. That's all. That's all. Although,
I'd be surprised if that car, the 510 car, makes it to a half distance, 6 hours at this rate.
to be fair though, Ed, he's only got to make it until the end of his stint. Then he's one of the other co-drivers.
He's still
to
in the
take
top
over.
6, which is quite considering some of the trouble that others have run into. That's still quite an achievement. Of course, a massive accident, still runs 6th in class.
Do you mind if I go take a 5-10 minute break now just to relax? a little bit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool.
We all need to calm our nerves after that. But
Yeah.
someone needs to be speaking while all this is happening. So I guess I'm staying.
I'm here.
But, yeah, you too.
I'm
Here we-
stuck.
Yeah, right. So, with how many laps have been completed now at this stage? With 11 hours, 24 minutes left to go. We're 18 laps in, I believe. Roman Zux is now 7 seconds ahead of Matthew Klipp. So, Royal Blue Racing doing exceptionally well to hold on to second position. And he's got Frank Hamming, VMS Sunred. It's 1.5 seconds behind, and then James Juba.
I think
We should-
James Juba as well, just 7/10 back from Hamming. So I think that's going to be another quick battle. I think we're watching them now. Yeah.
Yeah, so Juba, I think, has got a bit of a reprieve because the moment that Varconi got past, I thought, right, that's AFP's morale gone, because we've seen this happen so many times. Once Mugen just slowly make their way up the field, get to the lead, pull away, it's over. We've seen that happen in LMP2 so many times. It seems to be what's playing out in GD3 at the present moment too, but I think Sven Gielhed might have something to say about that.
I'm hoping that they do have a little bit more. Well, they're coming up on a couple of the GT3 cars at the moment, but Juba as well, as he gets very much on the curb there. And
Oh,
has a
this
little
might be the
launch.
opportunity that Juba's looking for. That, like Egger going great in the wall there.
Yeah,
As Hamming has to
hit
go
him
wide,
off.
and through goes Juba into 3rd position, I believe.
Yeah, Hamming hit him off actually. He caught the inside of the GT3 car and swung him into the wall.
Yeah,
So-
that was a bit.
There might be a penalty coming their way.
Yeah, so Frank Hamming may not necessarily be the favourite driver of the stewards after that one.
No.
But let's hope that they think it's just a racing incident and the race can continue. But hopefully Egger is... I think it was Egger who got hit there. 'cause
I think it
hit-
was, yeah. He's dropped right back to the back, yeah.
Yeah, because he's pit fairly recently, so obviously he's just been come upon by the front runners in LMP2.
I'm enjoying this already. As you say, we're only, 37 minutes in now, precisely. And it's been like 8 races in one, as you say. There's been drama left and right. We've had 3 Code 80s, I believe, now. Still correct me if it's 2, but the curse of the commentator might just give it another one because there's a yellow out 3rd sector, and that can only really mean 130R is another area.
Yeah.
As we're coming into 130R right now, watching the GTE car, the number 3. Jerry Luring in control of that Ferrari, and he's going a bit slow. He's
letting the
Yeah.
LMP2 field through. Yeah.
is that Hamming going through or
Yeah, it's Hamming.
Marconi?
Yes.
Yeah.
As Lucas Bewald in the 92 pits from 9th in class near the back of the. There we go. Look, we see
back
someone
out.
who's crashed out. I believe that might be. Could that be the mate Varga? I believe it could be. Yes.
Yes, it
Number
is Varga.
66
Just
car.
left the pit lane.
The car that we saw smoking by the side of the road with no rear tyres and no rear wing.
Well, that's amazing.
They've been able to repair that in the course of, what, 5 minutes?
I know, that's quite impressive.
The magic
as well.
of sim racing, ladies and gentlemen. Mate Varga gets back to the track and he's about 2 laps down from the rear
That's
of the
not a lot.
GD3 field.
That's
of the
nothing
GD3
as well.
field.
Oh, well,
But,
the GT3 field, yeah.
He's got to get through the GD field and then he's going to get through the front race. So Mate Varga could be one to watch out for later on in the race, but he's got quite the mountain to climb now. It is good to see him back, though.
Absolutely, and if I was the 66 car squad, I would be looking at the last 4 hours of the race where that rain is anticipated to start.
Absolutely.
Because if you can undercut that weather and catch everyone else off guard, you can get back on the lead lap.
I'll tell you
about
what's
that
just
time.
happened. Matthew Clip has pit from 2nd position in
Yeah.
LMP2. And it's
Drops
coming
down
out.
to 12th.
Oh, just alongside
GT3.
GT3. Oh, don't cross the right line, Matthew.
Okay,
There we go.
drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Sector 2 yellow, and is it Tompkins as well? He's going very
Five,
slow.
Tompkins going slowly
four,
before. It
three,
looks like the steering's bent on
two,
that car.
Yeah,
One,
it's
code
crabbing to the right, isn't it? And now the third code 80.
Yeah,
of
look at the
day.
wheel. The steering wheel was all to the left there, so on the straight. So Chris Tompkins, we did see him spinning earlier, and now
He caused the first code 80 as well when he got caught up in that
Reminder to
accident.
all drivers, you must be in first gear for the code 80.
That's just a message
Is that
from
Nick
Homewood.
Homewood? Yeah.
Yeah, very strict.
Interrupting everything on the...
That's Robert Dubai. Well, it's an important message for the drivers, yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
But we have to hear it too, unfortunately. So but it is helpful on stream, especially knowing when the code 80s are called.
Oh, completely,
Robert Dubai decides to pit under the code 80. Is anyone else pitting? Laszlo Molnar for Iris 86 is pit, as well as Alan Holden.
So who's this disadvantage then? Because the lead of the race is now being caught up as well. He's now just coming into...
I think it might disadvantage
Degner.
Matthew Clip because he pit just before the code
Okay,
80 was
drivers,
called.
green flag in 10 seconds.
Oh, well, actually, it keeps them quite safe, actually, now, because they're going to bring out that green flag. But for Domby coming into the pit lane, and the GTE coming
Roland
out
Zux is
now...
pit from the lead.
Yeah.
5, 4,
Well-
3, 2, 1, green flag.
As we get
There
the
we
green
go.
flag...
Oh, and look at that. Is he being?
Oh,
is that the
no.
Iris car that's in his pit box as well? So insult to injury possibly,
Yeah.
unless they've made it in somehow. But James Juba takes the lead.
And this is not what they needed because he came into the pit lane. So Zach came into the pit lane just as the green flag came out. So he would have got the call to come in way before that green flag. So it's cost him big time now as we've got a GT3 car off in the back.
Yeah, that was the 92 Ferrari, I think, that was just going off there. As we look at Juba negotiating Chris Tompkins in the lead. But this is exactly gone to plan for him with because I think Roland Zux is going to lose out big time there. He's going to come out behind David Gerber in 6th position as Frank Hamy, Pavel Penkovic, Gabor Hevesi, Massimiliano Ruboli, and Axel Kerr all pit in LMP2.
I do, as the race leader gets back out onto the track now as well. So he did actually manage to get stopped in his pit box as we've got. This is
Lucas Bewald, the
He's
92
crabbing.
we saw going earlier. Yeah, that car not looking healthy.
Well, that's going to be another stop in as well. So that's 2 loss from the GT3 field with injury in the pit lane. And now we look back to the...
Roland Zux still being serviced. Yeah, there
so
we go.
we didn't get back out.
He might have actually been waiting for the Iris car to get out of the way.
Yeah,
They could have
I
just
think
been
you're
really
right.
unlucky with the way that the stop was. So
Hamming in the
EAC hackers
pits.
have gone from pulling away in the lead to having a catastrophic pit stop at exactly the wrong moment.
Hamming came into the pit then, I think you mentioned as well. So that's now a great advantage to as well. I think so Zach already stuck in there as well. But I think, has James Tobias already pitted? I can't see anything on the monitor.
Actually, Clip has come out. Matthew Clip has
I'm
come
back,
out in
by the way.
Hello, Tobias. Clip is down in 6th, yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh,
Clip,
wow, what happened?
Pit stops.
There was a code 80 and it ended right as the leader in LMP2, Roland Zux, went into the pits. And Zux also was held up by Iris Automation 86 as Juba pits now, so clearly he didn't have any more fuel.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, that was Hevesi. We're at a side by side with somebody there.
So
It's
now...
just got Hevesi just trying to get past Pavel Pankovic, but Pankovic defended the inside there, I think.
So
Oh,
now
I'm
we're going to separate them all for a lap.
I
Quite
think he did
interesting.
get by Pankovic, actually.
Yeah.
There we go. That's Roland Zux he was fighting with, because Zux has just gotten out of the pits right alongside where Hevesi was.
Yeah, Tobias, quickly talk before we talk to you again.
I'm quite interested to see how much damage James Juba has, because he had a few scruffages, and I think the front of the car looked quite damaged, especially when you enter into my car.
Yeah, he's stuck in the pit lane now for a lot longer. But as I think, don't know if you've seen it, Tobias, but the car that was on fire a couple of minutes ago has now rejoined the race.
A few laps behind that,
It's
right?
the Future Esports,
Yeah.
driven by Mate Varga. Mate
To be
Varga,
honest,
sorry.
if they stay with 7 laps, they can catch up with people. Like, we were 30 laps behind after 8 hours.
This has been quite the mix-up, it must be said, because Nicola Pastore is leading for Iris 87, ahead of Matthew Clip pitted, what was it, during the Code 80,
yeah,
like,
during
the tail end
80,
of it. So he actually, we thought he'd lost out big time, but actually he's been all the front runners. He's the only one who's really come out right about where he should have been, with Frank Hamming rejoining in 3rd and James Juba rejoining in 4th. So Juba somehow has sort of lost out. As look at this, Pankovic is having to. Oh, he's lost a bit of.
Was that a car in a wall? I'm sorry, just got a question. I think I saw someone in the wall at the exit of 130R.
Oh, I didn't quite see there, unfortunately.
I'll
Ben Corbin
find.
is pit now for the Luffield Lunatics. So he's being serviced. But Pankovic is in a great battle for, well, just now, I guess...
We've got a penalty to cut across you there, Ed. Incident involving the Alton Motorsports 45 and the Dream Team Endurance 70. And that car, number 70 for the Dream Team, I've got a further 10-second stop-go penalty for causing a major collision. So, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 45 seconds worth of penalties they've acquired in 45 minutes.
Well, there we go. And Zux just gets by the Dream Team car, but Zux has got Mugen all over him, number 20, in the battle for 13th place of the race leader. After having held up in the pits, is now struggling to hold on to 13th. It's all not gone to plan for the EAC Hackers squad.
No, it really hasn't. Very, very unlucky.
Has Pastor pitted? Because on my timing screen here, he's showing his red name as well.
He's
in the pit lane now.
Red is in the pits, so Pastor is being serviced. Matthew Clip is to lead for Random Racing 13. The first time they've led is Chris Tompkins. Trying to find a different circuit, I think. He doesn't like this one.
he's looking for Fuji.
Oh, there we go. Going off track, so
that car's not repaired. We already saw he was having some crabbing issues. I don't think that's fully repaired. And that's the 77 car off.
Kevin reaches, yes, at the first corner.
Wait, what car's having crabbing, actually?
It was Chris Tompkins, the 45.
Chris Tompkins, yeah. He was already crabbing. He had another incident as well. Came into the pit stop, and he's gone back out. It still looks like that car isn't fixed properly, which I think is unusual for e-racing as well.
I apologise, by the way, for having to refresh the overlay, but it's not updating when people pit until they refresh it.
To be honest.
Go on.
Thank you for letting me go. No, I think it's actually quite good that they've got their incidents over and done with very, very early. You'd rather have them early than late.
Oh, that's very true. And when the rain comes, your incident is going to cost you even more.
If it comes, I'm hoping that the rain sort of says, no, let's keep this soul happy and just moves around the track or makes a hole in the air.
Zoltan Toth has reacted with a thumbs down to the steward's messages for the Dream Team penalty. And I just found that
I'm not surprised by that.
I know.
Zoltan Toth, who caused them to start at the back of the grid in qualifying, basically, and now as a spectator watching like the rest of us, is sort of watching his car, the penalties rack up. And,
it's fantastically funny as well. It shouldn't be, but it is.
It's not for the Dream Team.
No, absolutely not. No.
But anyway, here's Nicky Pastor emerging from his pit stop in 14th behind Pavel Pankovic.
Oh, we got GT cars getting involved in the... Oh, that's just a nightmare. That was the Constantina effect you were on about earlier, Ed.
Yeah, there we go, yeah, so...
Oh, the pink anime cars.
Yeah.
The ADN racing car.
Yeah,
Go through a trip in the gravel.
It is quite incredible that the 13 random racing car driven by Matthew Clip with the Chain Bear sponsorship on that rear shark fin is leading by 8 seconds from Frank Hamming in the VMS Sun Edits car.
Have they pit yet, though?
I don't think they have.
I think they did. They pit under Code 80, remember? Just before.
Oh.
They've got extremely lucky. I remember you saying that. They've got extremely lucky they pit under that Code 80 because they've got a lap. They got the lap ahead of half the LMP2 field.
And I wonder if Juba lost out in the pits as well because he's emerged a couple of seconds behind Frank Hamming when he would have hoped to be right with him. But actually, Valconi is only 2 seconds behind in the Mugen, so we could see Abstinia Force Polonia and Mugen have a great fight on track for third position.
Massimiliano Riboli's made a mistake, I think, because he's lost the position to David Gerber. And now we could have a battle between Bradley Sellers and Massimiliano Riboli.
Oh!
There we
Which
go.
is a-
There's Rubioli. Let's watch
Which
this
is
for
a
while.
team in
but,
turn battle.
something that we've just missed is Gearhead has dropped behind Ben's Bejic in the code, because I think Gearhead may have pit under the code 80 if I'm not mistaken. But look,
Think he did,
Rubioli
you're
being
right.
challenged, so that's why he's behind Bejic and closing
Yeah.
in on him. The BH3 racing car, but look, they're coming to Degner right behind the 92 Rubioli, and he's being held up quite a lot, and that could allow David Gerber, to actually make a move.
No, Gerber's already ahead. Gerber's been ahead for a bit now. It's Sellers.
This is again the overlay.
Yeah,
not
Gerber's
playing ball.
7th, for Bowley 8th as well on the monitor. But this is really going to be frustrating. The pair of them now being held up behind that BMW in the GT3 class, which I think must be further down. I'm not even going to. Is that Joe Lawrence in the number 1 car? I think we saw it.
It would be, yes.
Yeah, running 30th back. I'm going to give myself a little high five. Because I got that one absolutely spot on.
Meanwhile, the BMW actually went wide in 130R.
He did in the exit, yeah.
Will we see a move going into the chicane? They are awfully close. Just don't.
Sellers looking very menacing here.
The stewards have issued actually, the Dream Team Car 70 have protested that penalty.
I don't think that's wise.
And they've just now put back, saying the stewards have said above penalty will be upheld. They've said the original incident was caused by Dream Team Car Endurance Car 70, but the secondary contact was caused by the L10 Motorsport 45, but it's been correcting due to initial contact. So he was making corrections to the 45 car because the 70 hit him. So they've asked for clarification, I believe, but they've still got the penalty. And Nick Owenwood is actually typing again in the chat, so it's not over yet.
The 45, of course, driven by Chris Tompkins, one of their owners. So.
But there's a huge battle for P7 now. 3-way battle. I mean, we're not far in, but still.
This is only, what, 49 minutes? And it's 28 laps complete. Air temperature still 14 degrees. Track temperature 29. That's going to go down, though, when the sun sets and the rain comes.
If it comes.
If it comes, yes. But
yes, you're going to be very
facing
familiar
it.
with this view, by the way, in a bit, Tobias.
Okay. Also, report from Alton Motor against Giovanni. Supposedly, the Iris car, they're saying sped under code 80. There's been no further action.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Gerber went a bit wide at the hairpin there. To go through 200R, just trying to negotiate the 93 in GD3 with Jerry Luring.
I think Spoon is my favourite corner on the track.
I like the Degners.
I can never get Degner 2 quite right. Spoon's just got a nice flow to it. That's so much satisfaction if you can nail the second apex, which is turn 14.
I think it's a superb circuit. I love the S's at the beginning of the track.
Oh, I hate the SS. We were talking about that more.
Oh no, I'm skipping. I wasn't there for that. Oh, look at this! David Gerber being held up very badly, and through goes Massimino Rubioli.
That the number 10? Yes.
Yes, it's the Brazilian car again, the SRT.
In the GT3 field, yeah.
Now, can Bradley Sellers also take advantage? And
don't try it into turn 1, please. Don't try it into turn 1.
Oh, please give Tobias a heart attack live on air because he's made contact. Go on.
I still want to drive.
Well, you would pick the last few hours stints. That's it. But yeah, he didn't go for the move there, so you're fine there.
That was great opportunism by Massimino Rubioli.
Yeah.
And the number 90 car.
Yeah, Massey went very, very well through there. So, yeah, very good on him.
Ed, what we couldn't hear there is because Tobias, I think, muted his mic, was him screaming down the team radio to Sellers saying, "Don't overtake, please, don't overtake."
I'm deafened there, and I don't think he wants me screaming at him. He's got Adrian Diego and Robert Strachan there for him.
Give us a driver's insight then. How long has he got left in this stint for him? Until
well, he can't tell us that, surely.
Oh,
no, that's redacted.
Damn,
He's
going to try and trick. Yeah.
So no, we've got. I mean, it's us. It's 4 drivers: me, Robert Strachan, Adrian Diego, and me. Next driver in is going to be redacted in redacted hours. Then we've got redacted in redacted hours, and then me in redacted hours.
Well, you've already said you're doing the last couple.
Yeah, I'm doing the last stint.
Oh dear. Still.
Everything is redacted.
Oh dear, this is going to be a long night.
Bradley Still is trying to set himself up for the long run up to 130R. Didn't quite get the best run out of Spoon though, and I think may have to wait a few laps for another go at David Gerber.
Unless he gets a good exit on 130R, he's too far back. You're right, Ed. He's in no way he could have got the charge into.
I do think David Gerber was a little bit hesitant through 130, especially after being held up by the Bentley the previous lap.
I think it always spooks the drivers as well. If you've had a bad experience at one part of the track, you're always just a little bit more cautious the next time you go through.
Oh, I think we've missed a move between Juba and Frank Hamming. Juba up to second now. So James Juba is now going to be rapidly closing in on Matthew Clip, I would suspect, in the next 10, 20 laps or so.
Hamming is still 0.4 of a second back, so that battle for P2 is still on.
Indeed, I don't think VMS Sun Edits have given up just yet, but they've got a problem behind. Zoltan Varkoni in the 21 has recovered. He wants that third place back. He started the race in third. We've got all kinds of problems at the start, and now VMS Sun Reddit stands between him and a podium.
Pastori there in the 87. Just had a little bit of a slide. Oh,
Felix
nice.
Neuberg's gone off the track.
Oh, that's
Same
Felix Neuberger,
with Bradley
28.
Sellers, but Bradley Sellers did it to a smaller extent because of that BMW, the stock car, as we're going to call them, stock livery car. He took a very tight line into into Degner. I think that flustered both of them, especially Felix Neuberg because he's lost a position now.
Yeah, Neuberger down behind Tommy Teasdale in the Burn Horizon Motorsport car. So Felix Neuberg down to 17th place in the order. It's a little bit underwhelming from the team that, I remind you, was leading in Sebring after the Code 80, basically.
Rebelly gets really held up by the GT car through Spoon, which is not that's not a very good thing. You really get held up there. Also, wanted to just say, supposedly there's an hour of rain at the end of the race, so I mean, it depends how much rain falls down on the track, and that's how bad it's going to be.
This could be a really interesting battle. Novak and Riley McKibben in the 360 car. Novak in the Heimdall number 23 has slowly worked his way up the order up to 5th position, but McKibben looks very intent on taking it from him. Look at this, he's all over the back of him.
What do you think, Spoon or the hairpin? That's what I meant to say, the hairpin.
I'm going to say Degner.
That was my line to go through at Degner. I would love it if we got to see an overtake.
Oh, speaking of lines, look at this. The Audi holding them both. Oh, is that the McLaren? Sorry.
McLaren
Holding
650,
them both
that's
up.
the B8 racing car.
It is BH Racing. I saw a black car and I assumed it was the McLaren.
Oh, McKibben gets really loose on exit.
Oh, he's lost it coming in.
Oh, no, just about collected that one. It's Ben Skaggs. Another penalty on screen
Ben
showing up for
Salek,
the number 70 Dream Team car. Like I said, nightmare. It's a nightmare.
It's those gifts of just flying $1 notes at the screen, isn't it? Just here you have a penalty. There you go, all gone.
And you get a penalty. And you get a penalty. Only you, Dream Team. Well, to be fair, we have seen one or two others. But
Incident involving fine avoid motorsport, the 444 car and GTE 3.
that's Pascal Eggert.
And the VMS Sun Edit Racing 26.
Oh, that's Hamming in third at the moment, of course.
They've just been given a drive-through penalty, the car 26, for avoidable contact. So
oh, well, that's
Hamming
music to the ears of Mugen and Zoltan Varkoni, because that means they're going to get into third without even having to make a crazy move on track. Although
He's done
I'm
it
sure...
now. I think the pit's in now.
Riley McKibben is so much quicker on the straights compared to Martin Novak.
No,
That's
Hamming's staying out because he's only just got the penalty, I think.
Yeah, 3:04 it was delivered. That was 2 minutes ago, so probably they would have told him just as he came past the pit straight.
Where has he hasn't served his penalty yet, has he?
No, neither of them have.
I mean, he's third in class right now, isn't he? He's really far up with the VMS
McKibben
car.
being held up by the BH3 car.
Oh, that's a brave...
Oh, no, it's the Mugen, sorry.
That was McKibben trying to pass that Mugen as well, and that was brave into turn 1.
He could actually fall behind my car.
Sellers, Sellers isn't far behind. We seem to have basically 3 fights in LMP2. We have Clip, Juba, Hamming, Varkoni, top 4.
I think
then we have a fight for 5th between Novak and McKibben, and then we have Riboli, Sellers, Gerber fighting over 7.
Gerber's fallen off. He's 4 seconds off now. I think that's too far.
I think running 5th in class in GT3, the 935 car, Bohart, just had a little bit of a moment in the Ferrari coming at the back half of Sector 2. I think he went a little bit wide because he'd lost time and the yellows came out.
Yeah, Boca, it's really not gone to plan. Ever since he took the lead, it's all gone a bit to pot for him.
Also, Robert Dobai has finally got past all the GTE cars.
Whoa! Lucas Peeble spinning at Spoon. Just about able to continue. We've seen a couple of cars going off there after contact, and we see on the inside the advertising hoarding, the polystyrene advertising hoarding being completely mullered by somebody, I think.
Now, there was another car alongside him and
Francisco Perez in the barrier. That's at the hairpin.
And he's going backwards as well, so that signals to me that he's been tagged by someone. What do you make of that, Tavares?
I need to look at the replays, so give me 5 seconds.
That looks... Because I'm looking at the wheels as well. It looks like has he gone in straight with brake failure? Just bounced back 90 degrees or 45 degrees?
He looks like he's been struggling a lot, though,
Yeah.
on the
That's
lap.
It's a bizarre one.
So, he also looks like he's got a load of lag. Jesus
Wait.
Christ.
Ed, did you just put us on Chris Tompkins? I think he was. Is his car's looking okay now? I wasn't paying attention to that monitor.
I think Tompkins was doing all right in the 45. If you
That's
saw
good.
him. But McKibben is closing right on Novak once again into the S's as the 92 wisely takes to the grass to avoid both of them.
He's going to lose a position in class though. One of the other GT3s were coming back alongside him. Yeah. Oh no, he didn't lose it. Oh, that's respectable in GT3. I think one of the Mugans behind just.
McKibben had a little
back.
bit of a sideways moment in the wake of Novak in the S's, so he wasn't quite able to. Because I think Novak isn't very strong in the S's, so McKibben was trying to take advantage of that, and then he cuts the inside of Degner. I'm surprised Novak is avoiding any corner cutting.
I noticed that a couple of laps ago. Yellow at the hairpin.
I know what happened now.
on.
Basically, Francisco Perez gets onto the grass, clips the grass on the side, and then sort of spins it. He starts going he starts going towards the wall, and then he's just backwards because he hits it. He just went on the wall, lost brake there.
I think McKibben could be setting up for the chicane here.
Why has his engine been exploded?
Doesn't sound like it, no. Looking good up towards
Also-
130R.
Also, Bradley Sellers has gotten past Massimiliano Riboli.
Oh, that's very true. It's not showing up on the timing screen, unfortunately. But, on the overlay, sorry. On the actual timing screen, it has shown
Right, let me
up.
kid him.
Oh,
Hamming
McKibben having to
pits.
get out of that one quite late. But yeah, exactly. Hamming pits to serve his drive-through penalty for hitting the...
So this is turning into a battle for P4 between Heimdall and 360.
He's got
Both
him
good
here.
cars.
He's got him down the start-finish straight. You saw he had to sort of dive towards the pit wall. He's in the toe. Swing to the outside
He's going to go
now.
for the outside. Oh, he's going to be brave. He can pull this one off. Not quite.
I think he's
Oh,
sort of
gonna
trying
run
to
out of road
fluster.
there.
Sorry to
Yeah.
budge in. I think he's flustering him into a bit of an accident, sort of like a bit of a mistake. Not an accident, but more of a mistake maybe,
Yeah.
because that's something that you can do here a lot.
Oh,
Fluster people.
they're going around Alan Holden now.
Edge picked this up. Watch McKibben through the S's and up through Dunlop, because every single lap I've been watching and we've been on board, he has a little wiggle right there at the top of the hill, and he loses rear momentum. He's caught in the wash of the car in front of Novak, but now, is he going to cut the corner on the inside to Degner? Yes, he does, but he's lost time again. So he's not strong in the first sector.
Yeah, he's really not, but that could be partly because of dirty air, though. That's something huge at the circuit, of course.
Is that car still in the hairpin here? Is he still in the wall? Because that
Yeah.
yellow's still coming out.
What is happening with Francisco Perez?
Well, Perez will have to get going again soon, because that's the first hour completed. Only 11 more to go.
Oh, and Novak got he just kicked up some dust right in the face of McKibben.
I think Perez has gone
yeah.
back to the pit lane because it's showing him behind Jake Denton. Oh no, he hasn't. He's in 20. I think he's gone back to the pit lane and restarted.
28th. Yeah, it's red now on my monitor as well. But look at this. McKibben's got such a lovely run coming up to the 130R. If he can maintain flat out through here, he'll have a lovely run. Is he going to lift? He did lift, but he's still on it, and he's got him. And to
Oh,
quote
he's going to try
Murray,
and go around the outside of the chicane.
this is the
Oh,
opportunity
Novak-
he's looking for.
He's going to do it.
Oh, but
Oh.
not quite. Oh, that was almost fantastic, but not
He's got a
quite.
second chance, though. Remember,
I think he would have lost it down the start-finish straight. Novak's going to know exactly where to put that car to defend.
Yes, and
He could
unfortunately,
do
this
it.
is the battle for fourth position.
Oh, he's not
going
gonna
to. Oh, he was thinking about going
He
inside
did.
the first corner. For some reason, the overlay had not updated that Hamming had hit. It still hasn't.
No, Hamming is now down in 4th place. So he
Oh,
only
he's
lost
fourth.
out
He's
to...
ahead of Novak. Yes,
Yeah.
so that's why I'm getting confused here.
Yeah. He only dropped one position, so he's dropped back. But he's got now 9 seconds, Novak and Hamming. Before this little battle. And GTE3, contact again with the MP2 trying to get out of the way. Who's that coming into the pit lane then in GTE3 battles? It was Pascal Eggert.
Yes, near
Yeah.
the back.
and Kevin Vickers is also coming in.
Yes, yes. From 27th running overall in the BMW.
I'm sorry, the overlay is really misbehaving at the moment.
Oh, it's like the 1990s commentary on motorsport where we had no graphics as well.
Also, I'd just like to say, wait, Martin Novak Riley McKibben looks like he could maybe try and shape up for a move going down into Spoon.
Ooh!
As Martin Novak's been boxed in.
Contact!
Oh! Huge
big
accident!
hit
Contact!
Huge
Oh!
accident.
McKibben spins, and it's the SRT car. It's stuck there.
Now, Novak might get a penalty for causing collision there, to be fair. The GTE3 car was just stuck in the middle, and he made contact to begin with. McKibben just got caught up in that. Innocent party.
Oh, I was a bit worried that was going to be an accident. Riley McKibben will have a bit of damage now, and that means that my car, the VRT car, could catch up quite quickly now.
They'll have to box, and that's the Bentley. I think the Bentley's going to box as well, though. I think
I'm not sure
both
they're
of
going to
them.
box though, because he didn't
Flat
hit the wall.
tyres.
Oh,
Oh, another
Eggert
one,
going
14.
off. Yeah.
He's just come out of the pit lane as well,
Four.
so that's cold tyres.
And that's just him getting out of the way of the LMP2s, hopefully.
But Tobias, wouldn't you pick now? Because McKibben would have flat spotted all 4 of those tyres with that long spin down through
I'm used to driving with flat spots, so no, I don't pit under flat spot tires. You usually don't. You lose a bit of time, but it's much more efficient just to continue through them. He's gonna have a bit of aero damage. You're gonna be a bit slower. Same with Martin Novak, who is probably going to get a penalty for that because that was his fault.
Can
But
they
yeah.
can they repair the damage in the pit stop? The aero
Yes,
damage?
that's what they're gonna do.
Fantastic. 2 cars in the pit lane from GTE, and actually the Bentley has pitted from that accident.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Kevin Veaches has pitted. Yeah, from 30th, and Sandfire's in as well. And so Bentley and BMW in.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Martin was thinking. I think he should have slowed down. And I mean, I think it's more of a racing incident actually though, because the 2 GTE cars pulled out quite dangerously, didn't hold their line, and it did something very unexpected. In my opinion, it is a GTE car's fault. I think it's the one overtaking there.
You've got the benefit of the replay button. I'll have to take your word for that.
I'll check it again. I can just tell you what
I'm
happens.
trying to get the overlay to work. I can't worry about replays.
Don't worry, we've got this, Ed. Coming in now then, and out now does come Kevin Veaches, 31st overall in the running, and he just put on, I think, hard compounds as well, because gone green on my monitor. Soundfire still in the pit stop in that Bentley after that contact, and 2 LMP2s going side by side into T1, and Felix Neubauer has come into the pit lane from 17th in the 28 car.
This is Juba trying to hold off Varconi for 2nd position there in the LMP2. He does it for the moment, but it's only a half-second gap between the 2 of them.
Okay, can I quickly describe the incident I'm saying? So, Riley McKibben is slowly showing that he's going to try and move around the outside.
Yep.
Martin Novak gets boxed in, then, and it's the San Fre Racing car's fault in my opinion, because,
they should have just backed off a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think it's more of a racing incident in my personal opinion, but...
We've got Gerber, Raboli, Suzak, and Hevesi all in a little bit of a train. Added to that as well for Gea as well. They've all sort of battling to T1, and I apologise if I'm butchering their names. Which
yeah,
is,
Riley,
yeah. Oh!
McKibben's losing a lap to Bradley Sellers.
Oh, Raboli making a move on Zux, I think that is.
Got that move done as well. It's all concertina.
Oh, no, he hasn't actually.
Contact!
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, he saved it! He saved it!
He's been very good at saving. That's the 2nd save he's done this week.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, this round, sorry.
Yeah, this
It feels
hour.
like it's been going a week, yeah.
Yeah.
They're getting Messi up to 10th ahead of Raboli, and Zux holding on to 9th by the skin of his teeth as they fight with David Gerber. Oh, no, yeah.
There's some fantastic saves going on here today.
Oh,
already.
brilliant, beautiful.
Yeah, some superb car control at this tricky Suzuka
Also,
circuit.
Bradley Sellers is really catching Riley McKibben. He's only 3 seconds off now. There could start being a battle.
There he is.
However, they've got that Giovanna Iris automation car, which needs to get out of the way.
Gabriel Husted in the McLaren's coming to the pit stop as well as Ben Spigot, so they're now pitting from 23rd and 24th overall. And this is going to cost them as well with green flag pit stops. Because they pitted under the 2nd code 80, I think, to begin with. That's what my notes say as well. And do you remember that car I thought I saw at the 130R, Tobias? It is a car, but it is a track car. So it's going by so quickly. It looks like an LMP2 or GTE car, but it looks like actually a Range Rover. As this is looking to be a little bit of a sweep round the outside down towards T1.
No, that's a lap car.
Lap car, thanks.
This is why we really need that overlay.
Yeah,
And
the overlay
isn't. To be fair, the overlay's so far behind anyway. For some reason, it's completely failed.
Varconi's
I'm
passed
refreshing
Juba.
it. Nothing's happening.
Sorry to
But-
bother, but Varkoni and Juba are on a nail-to-nail battle, and the Luffield Lunatics could change the battle. Oh, there's accidents!
They've
Oh,
got
Varkoni
it!
spins!
Varkoni's in the wall!
Oh, it might not be that bad. He hasn't damaged the rear, and he's going to get out of that. So we got very lucky there. But they were swapping positions.
That's going
as
to
you
be
said.
heavy damage. That's going to be steering damage, and that's Juba's fault there completely and utterly.
Can we see an
Didn't get-
onboard of this just to see if we can get it? If
You want me
that
to-
car's crabbing.
Whoa, look, you saw the Iris spinning behind it
Yeah.
as well. Let's have a look on the Cosworth powered.
Tobias, I
So-
think he's fine. I think he's fine.
Going through the corner.
Yeah.
No, Varkoni just gets a bit wide and goes into him. Never mind, it's the
Oh,
Okay,
it
drivers,
wasn't
code
Juba's
80 in
fault,
10
Juba.
seconds.
He's grabbing.
Code 80. We've got a
He's
code
got
80.
damage. He's going to pit. Mark my words.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
1.
Code
Code 80. Yep. That
Yeah.
thing is going to be damaged.
So code 80, I think actually for the accident we saw, I think was that with the Dream Team car as well?
James
I don't think
Juba's
so.
also gone into the pits. Is everybody going
Ooh.
to go pit now?
Oh, but this has cost Matthew Clip because that code 80's come out after he crossed the start line. So that's cost him for a free pit stop.
Indeed.
And,
So
yeah.
I have to see how far the random race 13 car can get that fuel to go.
Hamming's
the-
in as well as Varkoni, so they're all coming in. I think that, and yeah, several of the GTE cars coming in as well.
This has been played right to their cards. It depends how much fuel they've got. If they've got a bit more in the tank, they might go. However, I think a few people might not make it.
What the Oceana Royal Blue Racing need now with Matthew Clip at the wheel is for this to code 80 to last ages, and that is the #1 BMW stopping on track.
Yeah.
And this-
Oh dear.
This is what Matthew Clip needed. It's going to keep that yellow out for a lot longer.
Why
Yeah,
did Joe
but-
Lawrence decide to go out there and not into the pit lane?
Well, they were tired last time out as well, only completing 59 laps due to an accident as well. So this is
Looks like the BMW will go no further then as we look at the.
Oh wow, the my car's not going in.
Oh, no, you're right. Actually, gone up into P2 now. It would be.
Well, I don't think so.
No,
I think
P4.
Sellers is only going to get in front of Varkoni, so it's P4 because Hamming has got out as well
Yeah.
as Juba.
McGibbon and Novak are also coming into the pit lane, so that's changed the order. So James Juzabar is still in second place, Frank Hamming third, Bradley Sellers is fourth, but we've got now.
If you can't get the
fifth to
car
10th
back
in there.
going, can you escape to the pit so we can restart the race, please?
Is this about the Fina Von car actually?
Yeah, I think that is. Yeah, because it's still stuck down at the last corner at
No,
10:18.
it's back out again. It's back driving again.
Okay, drivers, green flag in 10 seconds.
And this is going to cost Matthew Clip. And now I bet you he's swearing uncontrollably in that car because that was a perfect opportunity to get into the pit lane. And it hasn't
4,
worked out
3, 2,
Juba's in a perfect
1.
position right now.
Impact.
Same with Hamming.
completely as the race gets back underway. And now the Royal Blue Racing 13 with Matthew Clip at the wheel at the moment, they are now going to have to completely rethink their strategy call because
Yeah, I'm
they've
sorry,
lost a
I
pit
keep
stop.
calling them Random Racing 13, but they are Royal Blue Racing. That's
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
then and more cars going off as the
To be honest
restart.
though, I think this could change something though coming to the end of the race though. Like remember, it's a long race and anything
Yeah.
can happen with pit stops. As someone spun on the pit entry.
Oh, this
Alan
might.
Holden. It was Holden.
Yeah, and Raboli's just left the pit lane, but as you said, yeah, Joe Lawrence in, Pascal Ergen in as well, and Joey Lungwing already in the pit lane as well. So who was that spun to Paris again?
Alan Holden spun going in
Alan Holden,
on pit entry.
Has he got it going again? I don't know if you're
Yeah, he's
still
got it
watching.
going again. He's going
Fantastic,
again.
yeah. So it's lap 40 now, after what, an hour and 10 minutes of completing running.
The
Track
thing is,
temperature's still the same. Back to you.
so that track temperature is good. Sorry to budge in, but I think this Senza VRT car's got enough pace to continue going. They're still doing consistent 47s, which is good pace for midlife tires.
Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see Matthew Clip on the last lap was a 2:44, and I want to have a look and see what the new lap is for James Dusbar in the Oceana AFP 99.
I believe
to
it's
see if he's
pronounced
quicker.
Juba. I believe it's pronounced
Yeah, it's
Juba.
Juba.
Thank you. It's the Z. It's
Yeah, Juba. I think
I'll-
it's a Slavic
yeah.
name.
I've lost pictures up in the comment box, but
Yeah,
don't worry.
I'm trying to get the overlay working properly. I don't know. I'm trying all sorts of different things.
So
it keeps intermittently cutting in, which is
Yeah.
really annoying.
we can
I'll be
see it
looking
running
for-
at the top.
Nicola
Well, I've got-
Pastore
yeah,
and
that one I have to do.
Riley McKinnon could be a good battle.
Where are they running at the moment? 7th and 8th? Or 8th and 9th? Yeah, 7th and 9th, yeah. Yeah, you're right. They're separated by 9/10.
Also, something that's changed is Ferdy Riemann has gotten into the car, into the second place Giovanna's Iris Automation.
Oh yeah. So they've done for a driver change very early. That is a bit odd, actually.
Here we go.
And Joe Lawrence has also retired. I think they're going to try and get him back in the race later.
Ah, he's 8 laps down on the board as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's GT3, remember that. I think what they're going to do is disqualify him and undisqualify him and get him back in the race. I think that's what they're going to do. Shame for Jake Dennehan, though. He didn't have a real chance in the race.
He didn't. No, he got taken out with really an avoidable accident.
Well, that's 3 in a row now, where and one of Epstein and Force Plane is their sort of second car in EBG through LMP2 is just retired really early in the race.
Yep.
Pascal Egger back in the pit lane again.
That looked like a little mistake, actually.
We start talking about the AFP curse.
Well, we could talk about yours.
This is McKibben trying to fight with Pastore here, and they're both trying to catch up to Axel Kier in 6th position. I apologise that we can't get the timing screens up at the moment. Here we go.
He's going to have him here.
Oh, we had it for a second there and then disappeared.
Oh, he's going to the inside, down to the 130R. That's a great move. Can he keep it stick to the inside? That was spectacular.
There we go. And Pastore really cooperated there in the Iris 87, I think.
So that's McGibbon back up into 7th place ahead of Pasteur.
Yeah, so this is a good recovery drive by 360.
That was a good move.
Those fresh tyres are really going to help him.
Yeah.
They did stop at the perfect time, didn't they?
Perfect time as well.
They got very lucky with the Code 80, though, with the damage.
I think half the field is now on a different pit stop cycle compared to the other half. So that's
Next thing we know, we get another Code 80, and then the cars that didn't pit are going to be very lucky.
I know. This
People
is
like Clip.
Yeah, this is going to become a race of 2 halves. That's what it's beginning to feel like. Until the great equalisers, the rain. And did you see McGibbon there? So much opposite lock. It almost went 90-degree left when it needed to go 70-degree right.
I don't think he's done yet. He wants to catch Axel Kier in the orange Ring of Bond racing car.
I said that the rain is going to be like a final hour, right?
Yes, you did, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I've
not
seen
going to be
something
long.
very interesting. Zoltan Valconi has just set fastest lap of the race down in 10th, 1:45.6, lighting up the timing screen. So Valconi definitely one to watch after having pit under Code 80.
I'm going to butcher the name again, and you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce James Dubas's name again.
Juba,
thank you. Well, I was talking about James Dupa's lap times. I wanted to see what the gap was. Matthew Clip's time is a 1:47.740, and James Duba's time is a 1:46.3. So he is 1.3 seconds faster. So that is a lot. His time he's going to lose, and the gap is 30 seconds at the moment, 30.4 between the top 2, and that's definitely not enough for a pit stop. So this is really crunch time now for Matthew Clip. Time to see what he can do. I think we're going to have a penalty come on the board because one of the stewards is writing on the race control chat. Track temperature at the moment still at 29 degrees. Ambient is at 14 as we've got 3 abreast further back down into T1. But
that looked like Novak.
Yeah.
And Kier actually. Oh no, it wasn't Novak. It was someone else. I think it was Kier trying to lap someone.
Incident involving Cars 99, which is the Amsterdam Force Polna team. I'm going to butcher them.
Polonia.
So, yeah. Polonia team. Thank you. Homer Simpson, it's my first day.
It's mi primero dia.
Yeah, and if the Penguins are listening, quack, quack, quack. Anyway, but yeah, the 99 car and the 85 have both had a warning, actually, for the Burn Horizon by 360 Motorsport car, the number 85. They have had a warning for ignoring the blue flags.
I'd like to see what they what happens.
That's the car that we're looking at the moment, driven by Tommy Teasdale then. That's the Burn Horizon car, so they'll be hoping to stay out of trouble, but the warning hopefully won't turn into a penalty, as the timing screen almost comes back to us, but then disappears almost instantly, so it's really faulty now, and it's a shame because the person who could probably fix that is driving in the race at the moment, so...
10 hours, 43 minutes left of the race so far.
Not much longer, am I right, guys?
Not much longer, until one of us is relieved in the commentary box by one of the other commentators.
I think I'm doing like 4 hours, so I'm here for a while.
I've got a couple of stints as well, but as I said, that MotoGP qualifying session coming up, I think at 6 o'clock my time, so I think I'm away for like an hour. And then I'm
I mean,
back.
I've got all.
Looks like 360 have got by Axel Kier, so Fringavond have lost that.
Oh, who was that on the dust coming into 130R on the inside? It looked like, well, that must have been.
Francisco Perez.
Yeah, and he's in the
Oh, no, it's
GTE.
It's Tango de Brecula. Will that be the code 80?
That looked like a GD car. That might have been the 92.
That's
Axel
getting
Kier
tight.
just about getting through there.
That might actually be code 80 because he looks like he slammed into the wall.
That's at Spoon though. Tango de Brecula.
Someone's off for, yeah, someone's off for the 130R though, to be sure. The cars, are they slowed down a little bit? I've heard nothing from race director.
I mean, if Varconi's done a 45.6, then I don't think they're going slow right now. No, they're going
Good.
full.
Yeah, they're going full
We
speed.
would have heard, I think.
Yeah.
if they were doing it.
Nothing's come up on the chat we've got in the commentary box and anything as well. As we
Not
look back
yet.
to the 19. Not yet. Yeah, good Optimus Space. I don't think we've actually got a yellow out there. I think it's all green at the moment, which
Yep.
is good news. Because I can just see the timing tower coming back every now and then.
And it's annoying. I've had to work around. It's just annoying because I was constantly having to refresh it anyway because the standings were wrong, which is almost less helpful than having none at all.
Oh,
But,
completely. Especially if it's your first day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you don't have to worry about it. You just have to. We'll try and get as much information into your brain that you can get to the audience. There we
I
go.
tell you what,
As we
Ed,
look
as
at
well.
Pastor getting past the Varconi, this is a close little battle at the hairpin. So Pastor is dived at the inside of Varconi, who was setting great lap times, and is now he's got Pavel Pankovic, who was
Ooh.
leading the race for so long, closing in on the both of them.
He's
So-
looking to the inside. And
Oh, there we go. Varconi
Yeah.
at the inside.
Locked
Switch,
down.
but Pastore, he's had enough of that. He wants instantly going back through.
Brilliant
And now
switchback.
Pankovic is got a box, the best seat
Ooh.
in the house to watch these two fight each other.
Three wide.
Yeah,
Through
he's gonna have a
130
go.
question mark.
He's going to have a go on the inside.
He's too
isn't
far. He's too.
Oh, move going on the
Oh,
inside.
Varconi doesn't think he's too far. There we go. Varconi through.
Brilliant.
That was Alonso v Schumacher. Look at
Now
this. He's trying on the
Pankovic wants to
outside.
go as well. He's going to try and go around the outside.
Oh, there's another car.
That looks like the Spring of On car
Yeah.
stationary just on the inside of the chicane. That's a yellow flag for
They
sure.
have not had a very good race, have they?
He's in the gravel trap actually, Ed, so he's down. I think he's free rolling down.
Ah, okay.
So that's going to bring out yellow. I mean, if you can get it back to the pit lane, that should be right, because the pit entrance is just at the exit there, and it's downhill to the last corner. Oh, he's gone off! Running
Ooh.
wide.
Oh.
Lucky to not have that thing go into the wall.
Yeah,
Pankovic, I think, is pushing a bit hard to make up for all that ground lost earlier.
running P10 overall, isn't he, in the Oceania
The
Reading
DAC,
Game Studio?
DEC. Well, the Pankovic you're right, is reading
DEAC, you
game.
mean?
The Pankovic is reading game. It's someone else who's DEAC. It's Zux, isn't it? Who's down in 12th.
Matthew
They-
Clips in the pit lane. Sorry to cut across you there, Ed, but he's finally coming to the pit lane.
There he is.
Yeah, I think we'll see the people that did not pit, like my car, go into the pits now.
So James Jeeves going to take the lead of the race.
Yep.
And we've got another one coming through from the stewards. Incident involving the Sandfire Racing Team Car 18 and the Heimdall Racing 23 and the 360 Motorsport 36. We have a 15-second stop-go penalty for the
Yeah.
Heimdall Racing Car 23, causing a major collision.
I agree with that one, actually. That was the Heimdall's car fault all. I mean,
I'm trying to remember when this happened.
About 5 minutes ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one of the 360 cars spun.
Yeah.
It was the
Ah,
Heimdall's
that was it.
fault because he just got himself boxed in and it just went badly. Bradley
There's-
Sill is still not pitting though, going for a long run.
But Matthew Clips just come out right behind him, and on fresher tyres, he's going to have him within a lap. So
Martin
He's
Novak
still
was
doing
pitting as
very,
well,
very
actually.
good times though.
Deserved that penalty in 5th position.
yeah,
Bradley
that's-
Sellers is actually doing quicker lap times than Riley McKibben.
Oh,
that
actually,
car-
right, yeah.
He's gone 2 seconds quicker. It could be because of the traffic, we don't know, but still.
This is
That-
impressive.
Yeah, Sellers is going very, very quick on end the life tires. He knows how to keep those things.
Sellers has got
alive.
this traffic to negotiate.
Oh!
He goes! And through goes Matthew Clip.
That Zanfray racing car is not very good.
I said this just before the lights went out. It's going to be
Riley
down
McKibben's
to
gone.
Dennis.
Clip!
Matthew
Clips-
Clip just clipped him, yes. He clipped the Mugen.
That's a really,
the Mugen,
really,
which is
really
in turn
bad
being
try.
held up by the lap.
He's clipped him again. He's going to force his way through.
Whoa!
He's hit him. Oh, is he going to save it? Oh,
No, he's not.
No.
What
Rear
is
tyre
Matthew-
goes. Matthew Clip is in the barrier.
What is Matthew Clip thinking?
That was an idiotic move, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
That needs to be a code 18 now.
And
That's such a shame as well. It was going so well.
the wheels
for
off
Royal
as
Blue
well, I
Racing.
think.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
They're going to get
Oh, look,
rejoined.
Disney's trying to get it back on, but it's
Is he
wedging
actually beached as well? Can you get beached?
No, you cannot go beached.
Let's have a look. How's that look to you? I think the tyre's there at the rear, but he's had to go
He's
to the
gone
pit
and
lane.
he's
The
been
damage is
pit
too
pits,
great. So there we go.
Right after they're on fresh tyres and they squabble with the Mugen car and another.
It can all go completely wrong like that in just one split-second moment of
Bradley
madness
Sellers
decision.
still not stopping.
Well, yeah.
He's
that's a
making that
surprise.
fuel last, that's for sure, in the 1, 2, 3.
So let's recap. Sellers went off the track. He got caught up in the wake of the GTE car. Then he came back on, and then we saw, we just saw the clip. Michael Clip just going off the track and having a massive argument.
He was
with
at the outside
vegans.
of the
Yeah.
Mugen on the outside of 200R. It was never going to end well.
So
And
we
it
got-
sort of started on the in the hairpin.
Also, Fina Von Axel Kerr's also in the pits, same with Pavel Pankovic. For reading game, they've had something happen then, I think. Oh no,
Matt-
yeah, they did. They went wide.
To be fair though, I'm just looking at the chat here on the TeamSpeak that's got. It says Matthew Clip has actually had dropped. His connection lost. So could that be a bit this year? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it could have been that his connection caused the incident, and then he got once he
Yeah.
got stuck in the barrier, just dropped completely.
I accidentally joined the Stewards chat.
Oh,
Oh.
okay, trying to get some juicy info for us there.
I was wondering why I could hear users
Ooh.
left the channel. And
Uh-huh.
this is
Last sector for Gabba Hivesi actually in 6th position. So Mugen in LB2 running 5th and 6th. We haven't talked about GD3 mainly because the timing went down.
yeah.
But
Matej Verha is in the pit lane as well, so he's starting to come in.
but
It also, I have to say, it also does show how much it matters about where you are on the track and where you encounter the other cars.
Oh, what's
Varkonyi's-
happened here?
What? What's happened?
That
Okay.
is that James again in trouble?
James
In the-
Gibo.
in the front, yeah, in the front, yeah. Because he was that was Chris Tompkins actually at turn 1. Chris Tompkins, apologies, in the Ferrari was wide at turn 1, and it looks like the car is once again crabbing. Look, it is, yeah. He's having to fight it though. He's going very slow.
It could just be
Chris
the
Tompkins
GT
is
cars.
currently running behind Alan Holden
Yeah.
down in, let's see, so the order is Zolt Pribek is leading by 24 seconds over 30 Riman, who's got on board Iris number 7. Oh, this is a bit hair and scare riding on board.
Something's definitely damaged on that
Yeah,
car.
you can see that it's crabbing a bit.
Yeah.
So one of the Mugens must have hit trouble because Tommy Teasdale is dropping down the order in the pits.
Yeah, he's down 17th now, isn't he, overall?
Yeah, so
That's the Burnt Horizon car, yeah.
the 30 Riman's got on board Iris number 7. Oh, there's some kind of argument going on in the background.
It's
I
the stewards.
apologize.
It's
No,
the
it's my
stewards.
brother. My brother.
No,
Okay.
it's just the stewards arguing about where to get the penalties next, and this is massive car control from Chris Tompkins. In Ferrari.
Fair play. He's desperately trying to get back to the pits, I think.
Yeah.
Also, we could also have a battle between Zoltan Varkonyi and Mr. McKibben, as I will be calling McKibben, Riley. I just
If
like
you
calling
forget
him
their
Mr.
first name, you
McKibben.
call him Mr. So-and-so and Mr. So-and-so.
I know it's his first name, but I just like calling him Mr. McKibben because it's got that nice ring. It's got a nice ring to it.
We have instant involving car.
Okay, drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 18.
Ooh, this is, well, not to be biased here, but this is very good for my team.
Well, actually, do you want?
5,
Are you sure about that? Because I've got
3,
news on your team in a
2,
second.
1, code 80.
What?
The incident involving the VRT 123 car and the Alten Motorsports 45. Your team, Tobias, no further action. We have access to your throttle and brake traces. You didn't brake, so there's something happened
Oh.
there with contact.
That sounds quite accused. You messed up, but we'll let you get away with it. Is what
Yeah.
I hear,
Yeah, you didn't brake, so that must.
Well-
Could that have been under safety car? I mean,
I don't know.
Code 18?
As I said, Brandy
I think we may
Sellers
have missed
going
that
into
incident.
pits. This is going to be a 50-second pit stop, but
There
will he
he
get...
is.
This is Bradley Sellers in from third, finally, after I must say a mammoth stint. Is that?
Mm,
Did he pit onto the first Code 80 on that?
no, he didn't.
So he's on 48 laps. Wow.
I think you may have hit under the.
He can't get in the box, can he?
Can he?
He can't get in the pits.
Oh, this is the worst thing.
Can the 511 please exit to garage?
511 being told to exit to the garage there.
He's losing all that time now, and he's going to be probably
No.
with Riboli.
Yeah, that's the
Finally,
45
he's-
that's just getting out of the way, I think. That's Chris Tompkins. That's repairing from his damage.
Yeah.
There we go. Off he goes. Yeah, not ideal for the race. Well, not the race leader, but the guy who was running third.
And looking quite strong for a race lead.
Nicola Pastore also going in pits.
So Riley McKibben now goes up to third.
McKibben's
think
looking
Volcani
strong.
Volcani up to fourth though. Was setting purple sectors. Code 80. Oh no, sorry, Kavesi was setting a purple last sector. but
Okay,
Volcani
drivers,
did
green
set-
flag in 10 seconds.
There we
Uh-huh.
go.
Now, who's is going to benefit as well coming back through? I look at Roland Zurkas in 8th place.
5,
He's got Pastor and
4,
Sellers still in the pit
3,
lane in front of him.
2, 1, green flag.
And away we go. That was the 4th Code 80 of the race.
That hold up in the pits really lost on time, didn't it?
Yeah, I think.
I feel like he's not been the first to have that as well. So Bradley Sellers gets going to get down in 9th with Robert Strachan actually getting on board now.
Well, it was Michael Clipp in the first, in the last Code 80 we had that got lost out, didn't he? Because he was halfway around the track when it was called, and by the time he got round to the start-finish straight, we'd gone green again.
This means, of course, that James Duber has got a 28-second lead now over Frank Hamming. So it is actually really fortuitously going Abstinio Force Polonia's way now that Royal Blue are out of the picture.
Yeah. Well, only for now, though. I think get that
That
car
is true.
repaired.
I think Mugen could be a real threat going forward. 360 don't look too slow either. Even though they're 62 seconds down at the moment, I think they could catch up to Sun Edits. We're going to see a great battle, I think, between 360 and both Mugen cars. Possibly DAC Hackers. Ron Zux has got up to 6th as well, past David Gerber. But I really think
It'll be
that's
interesting to see Robert Strachan's pace now going on. Obviously, now this is the second driver to get in the car. So yeah, let's see.
I'm looking at Felix Newbound, 15th place at the moment. He's sort
Okay,
of got-
drivers, code 80 in
Not
10
another
Oh,
seconds.
another one. Oh, look
Oh,
at that.
the 14.
That's not the 14.
5,
That's the
4,
Ring of Honor car.
3,
Sorry, running 14th
2,
overall
1,
as well.
code
That
80.
was,
That's
yeah.
Calistola. Oh, look, there we go.
That's why.
Is that Chris Tompkins? Just spun before 130R.
And look further back up the straight. We've got damage on the straightaway that the LMP2 car's having to avoid. So, and where did that come from? That looks like a front end of a GTE car.
Is it Tango de Brecula? He's
I-
Oh,
retired.
the rear of Riley McKibben's rear wing is
Okay.
missing.
So that's where we know where the damage went then. And that
Also,
that's McKibben's race. That was going really strong. And I literally said like 2 minutes ago, he was my pick for the LMP2, and it's gone up in smoke.
could I just say something? Matthew Clipp's back in the race. 4 laps down,
Oh.
but still back in at least behind the behind Robert Zobai. Huge shame for that team, but obviously it's a long race. Anything can happen, and a lot of cars have been in
Okay, drivers,
accidents.
green flag in 10 seconds.
I said earlier on that
McKibben's is really going to lose now.
with these, ideally, you'd have now be looking at
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
I have to look at meeting the race director because he keeps interrupting us all. But I would now be looking at the end of the race with the possibility of rain to get back into it.
Remember, it's only an hour. We're going to have 11 hours of normal racing. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, rain can check up, and they've retired.
Are they?
Yep, DNF.
Well, is that tactical like before?
Robert Strachan goes slightly wide on cold brakes.
Yeah, there we go. Turn 1, please. Got going again.
Riley McKibben, P10 in the pit lane, as you say, as well.
So in the
as-
course of just a few laps, Zoltan Marcon and Gary Vesey have got up to 3rd and 4th. And and Ren Zux is in 5th.
So Frank Hamming has done a superb job up there.
Has. Well, others have really lost ahead. Frank Hamming has kept it together. Oh, I thought we had the timing back for a moment.
I'll tell you what, I'd love to have Chris Tompkins on an interview chat at some point during the race when I'm in, and just have a word with him, seeing what on earth has been going on in your first stint today. He's been the driver with the most accidents, I think.
If any of the drivers want to come in here for an interview, they're more than welcome. We'd love them.
Absolutely.
In
I
fact,
promise not
bet-
to grill them.
You have to remind me to track them in.
I can drag them in. Remember, I'm also...
Oh, hello. Your team again here, Tobias. The Oceana VRT 123 and the
Orica.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, he's just going to go by Orica.
It's just called a car.
Okay, yeah, right. Well, no. I was on about your team now, not the Oceana. But I'll just call VRT. The VRT 123 and the Sandfire Racing Team 18. They've got a drive-through penalty for the 18 of Sandfire Racing for not leaving enough room for lapping LMP2s.
They've been extremely questionable in their driving, in my opinion.
And that's in a field where we've got the Dream Team number 70 with its own questionable standards of letting LMP2s through.
To be honest, I think in a very good way, but a lot of drivers can get a good restart is if the server we have a red flag and have a server restart. Obviously, that can happen, and it has happened before.
It has, yes.
The
we are an hour in, though.
Virtual Le Mans 24-hour, numerous red flags there.
No, we had. I mean, actually, they've
You
been
mean
going
in
quite
EERC,
well.
he means?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same, a similar.
It happened at Daytona.
It did. We had to cancel the whole event and do it too.
Oh!
92 spun at Spoon.
That's the second time he's been off at Spoon today. He went off in the...
I think there might have been a few more that we may have missed as well. But,
No, I was meaning at the Daytona, the second time we had a server restart. Remember?
oh, we did, didn't we?
Oh!
Alan Holden
Rear
spun
wing's
and
gone.
lost his rear wing at the exit of 130R.
There was another
Right.
car involved, one of the blue. I can't be more specific than that, unfortunately. I think actually looking at it,
That might have been Heindel. Novak.
666 car. That's still in the race.
It's rejoined. Oh, Tompkins weaving all over the place. It looks like.
There was
I'll
lots
find
of,
it. I'll find the 666.
Cool.
I believe that's Tompkins, or it could be Bukout. Nope, it's Tompkins because I've just clicked on Tompkins' name. And it hasn't changed.
Professional car finder here. Am I right?
Oh, fantastic. And that Ferrari now back into the pit lane, and it's crabbing on the rear as well. So that's rear wing gone, suspension damage. That's about, what, 5-6 minutes to change around? I mean, we've seen an entire car that was had no rear tyre, and that is nearly a slide. Well held there from one of the leaders in the LMP2 category. And I'm going to hand over to Ed.
Yeah, the 92 just going off track there in GD, but continues on. So it doesn't. The closest battle I can see in GD3 at the moment is Ferdy Ruman. And actually, he's catching up to Matthew Clip, who... Oh no, Matthew Clip's pulling away because he's just restarted again. But there's about 28 seconds between Ferdy Ruman in second and Zolt Prebeck leading the class for Mugen in the 88. The Triple 8 is hit trouble. Gabahusti has dropped down behind Zolt Prebeck. Behind... Well, he was behind Prebeck anyway. Behind Ferdy Ruman, behind Wesley Bukout, and behind Bent Bejic.
Oh!
That's down to 4th, I think. So, yeah, similar. This is sort of what happened to the Triple 8 at Sebring, is all they had an incident early on. They had to pit for repairs, and they found themselves really struggling to sort of make up ground. They ended up finishing 4th in the end.
Field beginning to get spread out now. I know it doesn't look it, but it really is at the moment.
David Gerber is only a second behind Erlen Zux on the timing screen. I'm not sure what that's about, because I thought Zux would pull away.
1.213, right, battling between two cars in for 5th place overall, so still getting there at the moment. And this is what we like to see, isn't it? It's getting to this, what, quarter past the first hour? We've got, what, 10 hours, 13 minutes left now, so we're 90 minutes into the race. There or thereabouts, and we're now getting the first pull out of the end of the first stint, so this is going to be interesting. As Tandy de Bracken is still in the pit lane after that contact.
He's DNF'd, so
yeah, he's out
I
of the race.
don't think he's going anywhere.
Let's
I'd
do
just
it.
like to say that Jessica Belletti would like an interview, so do you mind if I do that?
Yuki, you're very welcome to drag her in. I've got all the... I'm still trying to fix the overlay.
We've currently got Jessica Belletti from the 85 Burn Horizon LMP2 car here. Hello, Jessica. How's the race been going so far for the team? Is your microphone working?
Oh, let me just check. It hasn't been muted or anything.
No, it's not muted.
Oh,
No,
I may
hello.
have accidentally pressed the mute switch on my
Okay.
headset.
Oh, we can hear you fine.
No
Yeah,
problem,
good
that's okay.
afternoon.
How's the race been going for the 85 Burn Horizon car?
It's been going really well, actually. Nice and smooth. We've just been running our own race, and then all the other cars run into incidents.
So Stanislas Pajald is holding the fort at the moment, down in 15th position, but he's got Laszlo Molnar only a second and a half behind in Iris 86, which has had trouble and is recovering from issues earlier in the race. Do you think you can hold them off? If so, for how long?
I'm pretty confident Stanislas can hold them off and hopefully then try and build a comfortable gap. until the end of his stint. We're running the medium tyres actually. We've gone against what everyone else are doing because tyre wear here is a
little bit higher than usual.
yeah, so we've decided to run mediums for safety and it seems to be helping a lot. We're definitely doing better on tyres than some of the other cars as well as staying clean.
Obviously, the sister car, the 360 car's just retired. Annoyance at the team, I'm guessing.
I haven't spoken to them yet, but I want to cry for them. They were running a great race and just got absolutely unlucky by everyone else.
I think they had a bit of did they have contact with Alan Holden? Because that Holden.
I think a lot of cars have.
Who hasn't in this race?
Oh,
Yep.
we haven't.
Good point. Good point.
Oh, you lucky souls.
We haven't.
Well,
It's okay.
let's hope that doesn't change.
Do you see something that?
I'm touching all the wood I can.
Do you see what fits with the Alan Holden car? Please no Punterino, Holden.
Oh yeah, definitely. God, this race has been hectic. I'm surprised we haven't had more than what 5 code 80s, 6 code 80s. Could have at least had 10. I think.
Yeah, it's been fine though. I mean, at least
they played it a bit safe with the code 80s, but yeah, it's such a narrow track in places that it's been. You see drivers very reluctant to let each other through points, and it often ends in tears.
At this point, I'll be surprised to see if we have any GT finishers. They just seem to be committing mass genocide against themselves.
we've only had one retirement actually. So yeah, it's been going okay. No, we've had 2.
Oh,
Only
Yeah,
2
that's fine.
retirements at the moment. Yeah.
really? There's been more. There has
No.
been. There has been
Well,
more.
no, 2 GT retirements. No,
Really?
none. Yeah. All of them. I'm looking right now.
It feels like there've been
die.
more because we have seen drivers like oh, Jesus Christ, my ears took a bit of a
Microphone
penalty there.
moment.
So many cars have died. I'm surprised there's only 2 retirements.
Yeah, Jake Denhan for Absolutely Force playing in '97. I think Pascal Eggert's retired some time ago, and Joe Lawrence has been static for a while too. So I
Yeah,
think there's only 3 retirements in total, and one of them, of course, being the second AFP, which was in LMP2.
Yeah, Pascal Eggert retired around about 20-30 minutes ago. I think he was involved in one of the accidents that caused the 3rd Code 80.
As sad as that
Anyway,
is, that does mean Pascal Eggert can join us in the comms box. So
Anyway, Jessica Paletta, thank you so much for that.
Oh yeah,
well,
did you see the AFP car? Their Fanboy Hooters sponsor.
that's retired.
Yeah, but it retired as soon as we pointed it out in our when we were talking about it in our channel. As soon as we pointed it out, it retired.
Looks like
Anyway,
the competitor's cursed in action there.
I'll drag you into well, you can leave now. Goodbye. Have best of luck in the race. I mean, I know that's a bit abrupt and a bit rude, but hope you have a good
we're
race.
seeing a
Thank you for
battle at
joining
the
us.
Oh, I could be ruder.
Leave.
Well, thanks very much, Jessica.
Yeah,
Nice to hear from you.
Thanks,
Oh, here we
Jessica.
go. David Gerber trying to dive up the inside of Ron Zooks at the hairpin for 5th position. So Raw Racing Alpha versus DAC Hackers fighting over 5th in LMP2. This is a good little fight. So Zooks looks like he's been held up in a lot of traffic, and Gerber has been really taking advantage to put the pressure on the DAC Hackers car. And in the process, they've started to really lose touch with Mugen.
I have to say, ooh, DAC Hacker car gets a bit wide. And I have to say, that car has looked quick in qualifying, but I think it's been built for qualifying, not for the race.
He's got a toe here up towards 130R. I think they stand a good opportunity at the triangle coming up if he can get a good
Possibly,
run.
depends. Zooks gets out of 130. Oh, wide. He goes wide, David Gerber.
He didn't brake. He just lifted as well. He tried to take as much speed through there as
You
possible.
don't actually have to brake through 130R. You can take it flat if you've got the right
Especially in
conditions.
LMP2. GD might
Older
be a different
tyres
matter.
though. Older tyres though, remember.
Yeah, I think Pankovitz is not Pankovitz. Ron Zook, sorry, has gone on a bit of a monster. I get getting the DAC Hackers come mixed up with Reading Game Studios, which is unfortunate. But yeah, the number 95 holding on to 5th at the moment, but Gerber in the 94.
I think someone went off.
Someone did, yeah.
Yeah, someone did. A GT car.
Yeah.
No, it's a GT car. Nobody matters.
BMW is running wide as
That's
well.
when the Iris is in 10th position in class.
I think Jessica's right with what she said. The GTE cars today seem to be just acting as suicide bombers. This is ridiculous.
Determined not to finish.
Yes, they really are. And
Let's
it's
not
quite
go that
slow.
far right now, I think.
It was quite harsh, I thought. for the-
Oh! Incident involving the Alto Motorsports 35 and the Heimdall Racing 23. A 10-second stop-go penalty for the Heimdall Racing 23 for causing a major collision.
Oh, looked like the number 70 of the dream team
Heimdall's
car.
second
spinning
big penalty. That's going to put them behind Robert Strachan, and could be that's huge.
Is it the same driver at the wheel? I think it is, isn't he? Martin,
it's Martin Novak.
Martin Novak. Yeah, so he has...
He's a quick driver. I mean, Martin Novak's a quick
Yeah.
driver. Just seems to get very unfortunate with incidents right now.
Is that what this, as you said, the second big penalty of the day? That's a surprise. It's lap 56 of the race so far, completed.
How many laps do you think we will be doing in this race, guys? I think about
Ooh.
400.
I'm thinking...
Somewhere in that region, yeah.
I'm gonna go
12 hours.
I'm going to go 360, 370.
It depends on Code 80s, of course, how many we get.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. With that rainstorm at the end as well, if that's going to come, that might just trickle down the lap times. What? How much slower then, Tobias, do you think the cars are going to be if that weather hits?
Let's think. Last round we were in the 140s around sometime. I think we might be in the 2 minutes.
Yes, that's another 15 seconds per lap for what's predicted an hour. Yeah, that might just trigger it down below 400. I'd
Also-
love it if we get to the 400. mark.
Also, guys, have you seen the accident that happened in the Extreme E qualifying? Huge flips.
Oh, no. I'm
In what qualifying?
Extreme E, which is completely off topic, but
Well, I
oh.
refuse to watch sporting events in Saudi Arabia just on principle, so unfortunately, even if I could watch, I wouldn't.
Andrew Coley and Jenny Gow at commentary there.
Well, it's good to see Jenny Gow to get some commentary. I think,
Absolutely, yeah. I just hope she's got the Bourbons.
Whoa, we see an LP2 sliding
Oh.
right to a crawl into position to go towards the pit lane. That looks like David Gerber.
No, it's not
It's
Gerber.
Lazo Molnar, isn't it?
Oh, no, sorry, you're right. It is Laszlo Molnar
Yeah.
in Iris 86. Sorry, I got confused.
Irish have had a really unlucky race, haven't they?
So I guess Stanislas Pajot isn't going to have to worry about Laszlo
Meanwhile, Martin
overtaking him.
Novak and Nicola Pastor really looking like they could have a good battle here.
Just to go back to the Jenny Gow biscuit comment, because I left that quite late on. Jenny Gow, like myself, absolutely obsessed with Bourbon biscuits.
Oh, look at that. The 77 Iris is missing its rear wing. It'll have to make a pit stop for
Now,
sure.
has that made damage coming out of 130R or down the straights? Because that was...
That's Kevin Weeches, yeah.
Yeah.
From looking like a GT3 car, it looks like a regular M6 with a few modifications.
I tell you what, that actually looks like... do you remember the cars on the touring cars in R Factor 1, the original R Factor? The touring cars that used to run around the German town circuit. It looks like those, stock cars. I quite like the look of that. I miss those
Also,
cars.
something about the Extreme E thing is, every electric series has had a flip accident in their first race.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, it's only been like 2 or 3, isn't
Hi-
it?
Heidfeld flipped in 2014
In Beijing, 14,
in Beijing,
yeah.
yeah. And now we've had another flip today. Oh dear.
I still can't believe it's only the second electric series we've had.
I know it's mad. Well, do we count hybrids in LMP?
No.
Do we count electric bikes as well?
Oh, Moto E. Moto E counts. Yeah, good point.
Oh
Actually,
yeah,
I should have known that. I do Moto.
I
Moto E.
actually watched the first ever Moto E race.
Moto E I do enjoy because it's 7 laps of just absolute crazy racing. Because anything
And
can
it's
happen.
slow. It's just slow though.
It's slow, but it's interesting to see the fights. I must admit, I tried not to snigger
Also,
when the first race happened and it got red flags because the bikes were so heavy, it ran into the wall and it punctured the airbag, completely destroying it. And then the bike caught fire. So
Also-
it stopped the race. Yeah, going back to you.
just this
Tobias.
thing. As we all know, that Motorsport Games has acquired Studio 397, which
Yep.
I think is a good thing. Other people think otherwise, but still, I'm hoping that we get a few more endurance cars of official content.
I
Wise.
hope. Yeah.
And I was thinking about this, as you all know, the H2024 project done by Orica and
With-
the FIA for 2024 hydrogen-powered Le Mans cars. I hope we'll get those in here in this game. 'cause I
That'd be
think
fantastic. Yeah.
yeah, but they would be at the same speed as the GT3 cars currently, because they're slow.
We've got. I can't believe this. Martin Novak in the 23 for Heimdall Racing has got a further 10-second penalty for causing a collision with the Royal Racing Bravo 93 car in GT3. And the Heimdall Racing 23 is now on the final warning for driving standards.
Oh, so Martin Novak on thin ice here, not just in the stewards room, but on track with Nicky Pastor, putting pressure behind him. So Martin Novak up against it in the number 23. It'd be a shame if he gets disqualified from the race before Botan Bekenyes, who is his teammate, who also did really well, as we see. Look at him getting really tight in the chicane, and almost giving an opportunity for Nicky.
Plus, there could be a battle
Pastor
between
to get
Roland.
through.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So Novak opting for the pit lane on rather than incurring the wrath of the stewards.
That's 20 seconds of penalties he has to take, though.
Oh, that could be race killing here at this stage.
He's going to probably be behind either I think around Ben Corbin and
So
Calais.
Luffield Lunatics could get into the top 11 here and close to the top 10, which would be a good result for them if they can keep that up. Here is your man, Tobias.
Robert Strachan. Yeah. Yeah, he's doing solid laps.
Up in 8th position, 10 seconds behind Massimiliano Ribioli, who's 4 seconds behind David Gerber, who's only dropped to 2 seconds behind Roland Zux. So Zux has got it under control again.
Timos, I think this is the time where the field starts spreading out now, and it gets a bit. Well, now we just talk about stuff.
I'm loving how the sun is beginning to set as well. Oh, and that's GT BMW off.
Oh, it's a 77 again. He's just put the new rear wing on. They're in 12th in class, I think it says there.
12th in class, yeah. And now
we should be seeing next pit stops from the people that pit early. Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna probably see people like Frank Hamming and James.
Whoa! Look at that! That's Martin Novak's flipped over, and he's hit someone else as well as gone off too.
Is that Novak just coming out of the pit lane again? He's blocking the entire track now.
That's the last chicane, isn't it?
Paseo Triangle, yeah.
Yeah, and who was that who got caught up in that? Was that Pavel Pankovic?
I think it was Pankovic because he's just behind
No,
us.
that's not Pankovic.
No, there he is. So who is in front?
I think it may have been Roland Zux. There he is, yeah.
It was, yeah, same car, yeah. Oh dear.
Oh dear, so David Gerber has got past Zux, so Zux has dropped all the way down to...
I don't think it was...
Lane.
I think it was the other Heimdall car. Remember, there's two.
I saw a GTE involved in that as well. Oh no.
Was it Robert Dobai?
He's in the wall.
It may have been Dobai actually, yeah, sorry, I misread that. I saw a blue car flipping over. Heimdall do like to recolor their cars every race, which makes it very difficult to tell which one they're... Because at Sebring they were yellow, here they're bright blue, so... But Dobai's made it into the pits somehow after that. That was quite dramatic there. I don't know how Zux got caught up in that. It could be that they made contact and Dobai just ended up being launched.
And I think that's rear wing damage as well, front wing damage. It's all going to be front wing damage, yeah, front suspension damage, yeah.
Okay, now you're going to see my professional analysis on this, like professional racing drivers doing nowadays on Sky Sports.
Now I'm going to cut across you because unfortunately Chris Tompkins is still off the track.
And
he's been hit.
And he's got hit by Zux there as well, I think.
Yeah, running in 7th place in the LMP2, 7th place overall as well.
Yeah, Zux just has hit another car that has had its own accident.
Oh, okay, sorry to budge in. The DEAC hacker's car hit him, and he's just gone into the wall, into the barriers, and then he's reversed onto the thing, and reversed into the DEAC hacker's line.
Oh.
What is the Heimdall car of Robert Dobai doing? That's just stupid and childish.
And there's Dobai in the pits with, that looks like the...
Yeah, that's Felix Neubauer.
Yeah, Felix Neubauer is trying to get into a spot.
Another spin.
Oh, that's the 77 again,
I
isn't
have
it?
to say, I'm just thinking, seriously? That's
I
just
think-
childish.
Is Heimdall Racing just going to be renamed the We Don't Care About Winning racing team?
Oh, that's a shame. They were doing so well at Sebring once Bekenyes was in the car.
Where are they running in the championship? Last.
No. They were running, if I remember correctly...
The 232 is running in last, and the 23... Can't see.
In LMP2, they are running...
7th. Yeah, sorry.
Heimdall 7th, 22 points to their name.
And the other factor running down in 28th place on 0 points.
Yeah, I don't think they've finished yet. The 232. The 23 has to put in some impressive performances this season. It's a shame that things have not worked out for them today.
Heimdall. DEAC is going to get a penalty, but it's not. I don't think the DEAC is going to get a penalty because of what Heimdall did to hold them up. Because it looked like they deliberately reversed into their path so that they'd get held up more.
And that's another setback that's basically, I would argue, not really DEAC Hacker's fault.
I think the 28's just changed driver, and I think Ben Corbin as well in the 96. They're all changing over.
The thing is, though, is that the DAC Hackers car did go wide and punt off the Heimdall car, but in my opinion, that was just stupid what the Heimdall car did at the end, and I'm a bit annoyed with that, how childishly that was handled. Like, all right, I'm going to stop in your line. It's not how that works.
I'm sure the stewards will give a... Well, looking at the chat back with the stewards on the race control thing I've got up here in the commentary box, I'm sure you two have got it as well. I'm just having a look. I think we've got someone coming over the radio. I'm hearing something else in my ear. That's not you two, so hopefully you're still here. Oh, it's gone now. So, yeah, hopefully you're two still there.
Yeah, we're still here.
Good. I don't know what happened
Ed
there.
isn't here right now.
Yeah, we're just seeing... yeah, you're right. James Dewars in the pit lane. So, race leader in. Don't know what was happening there with our cross communication streams, but pit lane in now for the race leader. And this, he only had 29 seconds to Frank
Roland
Hamming.
Zook also in the pits. I think it could be a bit longer because of the damage he has.
Yeah. You spotted that earlier on, didn't you? Yeah, so this is the first stop he's made since that damage. So Frank Hamming is also in the pits. So Hamming pits as well. So
First and second in class. Hamming also has a wee bit of damage.
What about Zoltan Valconi? Is he going to come into the pit lane or is he going to take the lead? He's got 69 seconds back from James Dewar. So yeah, this could be an easy stop here.
Yeah. The thing is, though, is that this is everybody's on such different strategies that I don't know where people are and stuff.
Oh,
Ooh!
look at that! There was an Audi or a McLaren just stuck in the wall there. It seems like all the drivers are now deciding to not bother with the chicane and go for little barriers because they want to do some acrobatic. Tony pits and Juba gets going again.
They're trying to better each other. Oh, that's the Luffield Lunatics into the it's Conrad Osman going into the Degner gravel trap.
And that's gonna... Is that... Oh, yeah. I'm seeing that as well in the background.
Well, James Juba has such a huge lead over everybody else.
Oh,
but
that's
Kevin
Weechers,
Weechers, the 77 is retired, as we see like Royal Racing Alpha pitting. So Valconi, Gerber, Vessi, Riboli are all in the pits.
So we're down to 31 runners already. That's a shocker. What were we? I'm going to look back at the results from last time, see where we are.
Could you imagine LMP2 cars and GT3 cars driving at Mount Panorama together?
Oh my god. I don't know. Well, which one of them is going to fly over and fall down the mountain?
Mm-hmm. No, it'll get interrupted by a virtual kangaroo as there's someone off into turn one again. Yeah. That is the Audi now, funnily enough.
The Nicky Pastor has gone up to 4th, given all those cars. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's the number 70. It's a dream team. Oh, look at this!
Oh, no!
Off they go!
Oh, and Chris Townbass got caught up in
Burn
that
Horizon. We saw that live. It just, the Burn Horizon car went for the inside. The GD car did not cooperate. Into the barrier goes the Burn Horizon car with no rear wing.
Chris Townbass is now out of the race. So that was it. A bad day ended.
Let's look at the professional analysis I usually give. I love saying I give professional analysis.
Well, why don't you give it then? Okay.
Okay, so going into turn one, turns in. Ooh.
He sort of went for.
It's the Burn Horizon's fault, in my opinion. The Burn Horizon just does a way too aggressive dive onto the Alton car.
Oh, what
was that? Reversing the pit lane.
That looked like Conrad Osman in Luffield Lunatics reversing there.
You're not allowed to reverse in the pit lane.
No, we are. When we're very, very close to our pit box, it is allowed. It's tolerated.
He did reverse.
Can the Burn Horizon car please return to the garage? Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's a stupid move from the Burn Horizon car.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It was a complete reverse as well. It wasn't just like a little bit. It was completely full throttle reverse backwards. And Nick Homewood, the race director, there, not happy with that one. And he was already typing something as well in the steward's chat.
No, he just dived it down the Alton car.
Yeah.
And there was no space. He basically did a Senna 1990. And they're out of the race for that. That's such a stupid move.
Oh, looks like Reading Game Studios are on the inside at Spoon. Oh, and they give the little already damaged advertising hoarding a little more.
Oh, someone's off big time. They've managed to save it at the top of 130R.
Oh,
Can't see who it was.
I think it on the Moon car's going a bit. Oh,
yeah.
Look at that! The number 70 is also starting to lose it. I don't see anyone at 130R. Seems like it's all good at the moment. Tommy Teasdale is showing his
Also, Nicola
Who's this?
Pastor and Zoltan Volkani really, really close to each other, so I will commentate you through the lap of this. As Nicola Pastor gets through, lapping an Alton, I don't know which one. They all look the same to me.
That's insightful commentary, Tobias.
Yes, going through the Degnaz.
We're watching now.
Right, yeah.
It's all
Sorry.
going to matter on a...
So
And
it's stuck in
okay...
the garage. There we go, finally. For some reason it had me in the garage, rather than looking I was actually going on the track.
How much do you bet that the Burn Horizon car's getting a telling off for that move?
Oh,
Instant
certainly. It
involving-
looked like Luffield Lunatics may be out as well, actually.
Instant
Yes.
involving Royal Racing Bravo 93 and BH Racing 3. Warning for Royal Racing Bravo 93 for dangerous rejoins. So
No,
there you go.
Luffield Lunatics is still in the race. I apologise. They've gotten ahead
Right.
of the retired car. That's why I got confused.
I have a feeling like they're going to be back in the race soon, though.
Yeah, Burn Horizon in the pit lane.
Yeah, it'd be a
as
shame for
is-
Jessica Pelletier if she didn't actually get to drive.
No, I think they'll be back in the race.
It's
we-
Bottling Motorsport. in
Here we
pit lane
go.
too.
Marconi getting on the inside of Nicky Pastor into 130. Through he goes, side by side through the corner. Pastor has to go
Good
wide.
move. Good
Did he
move
push
by
him off
Zoltan
track there,
Volkani.
though?
Yeah, I was going
Yeah.
to say he pushed him off the track. He gave him. He cut the corner himself at 130R, but did he leave enough room? No, I don't
think
he
that's
did.
what we're
Also,
on.
we'll have to see if they decide that's a racing incident or not. But there we go. Hopefully the stewards will have been made aware of that, and I'm sure. that,
Audi in the pit lane for Dream Team.
I'm sure Iris will be all over the radio complaining about that one. But Giovanna Iris Automation now to 5th. Marconi back up to 4th and free to chase Robert Strachan. And the 1, 2, 3. Only 19 seconds to make up. But it is a 35-second gap between Frank Hamming and James Juba. Juba, it's all playing into his hands at the moment in this opening hour and a bit. And we
Yeah,
have the
Robert
last
Strachan is
64.
not far off of Frank Hamming. Is Frank Hamming getting tired, actually?
There could be some fatigue starting to creep in. It tends to after the first hour. Look at this Marconi really pushing it, going like stink at the moment.
I hope he's not playing.
Oh, off track again.
Ruben Geepfried just exiting pits. New driver for Orica Royal Racing Alpha. Martin Muguli also new. And they're in a ding-dong battle here.
Ooh, it looks like
I think Valconi needs to listen to the radio and understand as well that not need to push so hard in this early in the race still.
Valconi plays La Bamba. Listen
I
to the
know.
radio.
I was sat there for 30 seconds thinking, how can I get Valconi and
No,
James Durber
I-
into the
I-
same sentence?
I'd just like to say that we've got the Senza team is currently listening to the Bopathon. So that's gonna be completely in my ears when I drive, and I like driving under complete quiet. That's because it just makes me focus.
Hashtag spot the song lyric. Nick Homewood
Looks like
is
Mario Sequeira has got on board Ring of Honor 138,
Ah.
which is still making its way through the GDE pack, the LMP2 car.
it's got that dark. The lights have come on at 130R.
They have.
Now,
Ah, you know,
how long were we predicting for the night stint then?
Half the race, I'm predicting actually.
I know it's going to get dark a bit early because they started sort of afternoon rather than morning, like we do at some of the
Yeah.
6-hour races and stuff like that. So look at the 23 squirreling around on track behind all, which Boton Bekenyes has just gotten on board actually. So we should expect Boton Bekenyes to really put in some strong lap times and close in on Callistola in the Ring of Honor 137, which is 45 seconds up the road. There's a tight battle between Giepfried, Maguli, and of course Listola not far behind either. Let's look at what Giepfried and Maguli are doing.
Oh, who's that off the track? The fifth in class. That's Pastor.
Yeah, Nicky Pastor after being overtaken, now the second of the
The
second.
Mugen train.
Yeah, the Mugans are closing in, and
Yeah, Frank Hamming really losing time to Robert Strachan right now.
the
although-
Gavin Bessie is going to be on Nicky Pastor like a ton of bricks. So
Looking at that as well, we've got another report from the 99 car in LMP2 against Royal Racing Alpha in the 94. And Royal Racing Alpha 94 car has received a no further action for ignoring blue flags.
well, here we go. Nicky Pastor looks very vulnerable here as they approach 130R, and Gava Hivesi goes for the inside and has made the move just before the corner. Very much cleaner this time from the second of the Mugans.
Plenty
oh,
of
I
room
see someone
left.
going wide in the background. That looked like that wasn't Pavel Pankowitz, was it? He was next up the row in positions, but I think there might be another LMP2 lapped car behind going off as the two Mugen, the GD and the LMP2, the LMP2 laps the sister car. And it's still Zolt Prvek leading. Let's see if that was actually him. Just now it was him. There we go. We've got Sven Gielhed, who is almost a whole straight behind him now. With basically Bukat, so it's very spaced out in GD3, surprisingly. Look at this. This is a bit tight as Cuba negotiates the back markers.
Brilliant for the GT3 there to keep out of the way completely. They did exactly the right thing, but now we're seeing the two Ferraris having a little bit of a ding-dong down the start-finish straight.
This isn't for position. Bukat is running third, I think.
No.
Yeah, it is Wesley Bukat, and Bence Bejic, there he goes, he's through. So Bence Bejic is a lot much further down the road in the championship class leading Mugen AAA.
We're starting to see some fastest sector times.
Oh
out there
no,
on
that's
the
not
track.
Bence Bejic, that's BH3. Here we go. This is Husky.
Yeah.
He's down in fourth actually, not third. Class.
The Royal Racing Alpha 94, fastest third sector. Bolton Burkes and Ben Corbin, fastest. What name, Ben Corbin, by the way. First sectors, they've gone fastest. So we're starting to see there.
Ben Corbin would have a great name, being he's a left field lunatic.
Yeah.
They make him different in the north of England, don't you know?
No further-
Anyway.
Incident involving the Alto Motorsport 45 and Burn Horizon by 360 Motorsports 85. Surprising this, no further action. Racing
Because they're
incident.
retired.
Yeah, so they're not going to give them a penalty for next race.
There we go. So
Which I think, Ed, you mentioned it was the 24 Hours of Le Mans next?
no,
12.
Le Mans and
12.
it's 24 Hours of Spa that ends the championship.
Spa, sorry. Yeah.
But the next one, if I remember correctly, is
Oh, the 18 going off there at Degner 2.
I know it's next month, so it's in April somewhere. I think there is a race at Le Mans coming up soon because
Yeah, it's next round. 12 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah.
Somewhere in April, isn't it? Yeah, April 15th. If I remember correctly.
April 5th, May 15th.
2
May.
months.
Okay, 2 months.
Oh, a month away. We're in April now.
We are. Yeah, sorry, I haven't updated my calendar.
I haven't adjusted either.
It does make you think that March was a really crappy month, to be honest.
It was, yeah. It was worse than last year's March, in my opinion.
To be fair, though, the only good thing that happened in March was that F1 returned.
Right at the end as well, yeah. That was a great race as well.
The
by the
last.
way.
Oh, I loved it.
Who was that at the bottom of the track as well, just passing through? Yeah, it wasn't flying off car. Ignore me. But as most of the listeners already are ignoring me, which I suppose is even better.
Also, can please people stop saying that that Lewis Hamilton didn't deserve the win, because he obviously did.
So Lucas Litchin says, you were joking about LMP2 and GD3 around Bathurst, but we have Laguna Seca 12 hours on the schedule. Yeah,
Oh
yes,
my
that's one of
word.
the later rounds of the season, I think. Yes.
Yes, it is penultimate, I think.
Just before Spa, yeah.
I love Laguna Seca. I think-
I'm not looking forward to that race, though. It's
Really?
gonna be awful. It's gonna be awful. There's not gonna be any place to lap.
The only thing with Laguna Seca is
Well, we said that
commentated
about
on
here,
track
didn't
once.
we? There'd be
Yeah.
nowhere to lap. They've managed, they've found a way somehow
To be honest,
most
though,
of the time.
I have a feeling the worst race for us will be at Mugello.
Oh my word, are you
Yeah.
insane to go to Mugello?
Hey, are we insane to commentate?
Oh,
That's the big
spin out.
question. Oh, that's the number. It's in 14th in class, 15th now.
Lanzo Mol now.
Molnar, yes, he's
Oh.
just been overtaken by I believe that was 28.
Yeah.
The-
Bottling Motorsports.
Bottling. They've not bottled it yet. They've gone a place there out of that. And here we go. This is.
I'm
Oh, here
gonna
we
go
go.
for.
Ooh.
Round the GT cars going left, right, and centre. And how did they not make any contact there?
That looked like was that Varconi or Hevesi just negotiating traffic there?
Again, drivers, if you want to do an interview, please join us. Give us
Ava
something to talk
Pankovic
about.
is in the pits for Reading Game Studios. There he is.
Oh yes.
So he's dropped
Dennis
a few places.
Veyers has spun the car,
Ooh,
and
in
that means
14th for
Laszlo
Bottling.
Molnar's gonna get. Oh Jesus Christ, bottling! Please be careful on your rejoin.
Bottled it, did he?
Yeah, there we go.
Slightly.
There he is.
Got back on the track there, luckily. The lights are on. Night coming in here at Suzuka.
The lights are on. Let's hope somebody's home.
I have a feeling that we're gonna get into the night like within like in 2 hours, I think. Properly dark then.
Just when
The
I
wor-
come back, yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I think the worst part of the race will be the transition phase, because that's the worst, because the lights aren't fully on right yet. You're still a bit hazy, and you're not used to the light yet, and the floodlights aren't properly on. The best part of the race is when it's really dark.
I love the
Just-
night shifts.
I'm actually quite interested to see how a 24-hour race, a track like Bahrain would be, because you don't have to put your lights on then, do you?
No, the track's lit all the time, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see a 24-hour race at Bahrain.
think-
And I do hate it when they do the 6 hours of Bahrain and they use the normal track. They don't use the endurance layout.
Yeah.
I would think that'd be a lot more easier as well because
It's also built for that, isn't it?
precisely, yeah. And I actually liked the endurance layout. I think the only reason it didn't work in F1 was because
It's F1.
yeah, and it came in when there was no refueling and the cars were slow. So I often think if they didn't do the outer loop and they did the endurance race at the end of last year, it would have been fantastic. I don't think it got a fair crack at the whip to be called boring.
Do we blame 2011 for that?
I think it was 2010 it happened, but 2011 we didn't go there. did
Yeah,
we? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I blame that. Yeah, because
Because I think a good endurance track, and
Yeah.
I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. Sochi.
Sochi, yeah, good endurance. I mean, the esport races I've commentated on Sochi, they have been fantastic. As you said earlier, Formula 2 races as well, fantastic racing. So it's been some really good ones. We're seeing some pit stops now at the moment.
Yeah, it's Cal Listola for Ring of Bond Racing and Laszlo Molnar for Iris, who we saw just being passed by Bottling Motorsport for 28. So, James Cooper's put up a huge lead over Frank Hamming now, nearly 40 seconds.
As we get.
Kvyat
is actually interestingly closing on his teammate Barconi, only 3.6 seconds between the two.
That's that's Robert Scratcher, the number 7. Sorry, the 7 Oceana VRT 123 cars. That's your car, Tobias.
It's the one. It's the VRT. No, it's not the. No, just get rid of the Orica 07. It's just the Ascenza VRT. That's just the car name, Orica.
It turned into a Cyberman there. Got on my earphones there, Tobias.
I was looking at the Moto3 qualifying
So he's fine on my end.
confirmation. If you want to know who it was Jaume Masia.
Massey on pole. Wow.
Yeah,
And
to a
he-
5.9. Only person getting the 5.9s.
Disappointed no John McPhee. Yeah, I do, even though I do commentate Moto3 and Moto2, I don't do that on any YouTube channel. I do commentate, however, on the MotoGP, which means I will have to leave at 6 for an hour to cover that qualifying, and then I'll be right back. So I do quite a lot of the hours.
Then I might go and eat dinner now. So that, well, I could probably eat dinner now. If you
It's only 4 p.m.
Yeah.
It's 5 p.m. here though.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I was thinking of stopping for a coffee break pretty soon, but it might be unprofessional. But,
And
It doesn't matter. I've been taking breaks to have some. Crap! I was gonna have my tea. That's gone
Whoa.
cold. Give me a
19
second.
car off.
yeah, it's the big bright red car of what's his name?
And we've got major trouble now in the middle of the field because they're all starting to catch up on each other. They're coming in the 2 different stints that we've seen throughout this race so far, being taken under the 2 different code 80s. They're now starting to lap at the same time together, and one half of the field's catching up the second half. And there's a little bit of dust being cut off and a car spinning near the LMP2s in the middle of the track. As Matthew Clip is back in the pit lane, I think he might rejoin.
Yeah, there we go. That looks like. Oh, that's not Luffield Lunatics, is it? It is.
13th in class, yeah.
Yeah.
Ben Corbin.
Scratchen pits from 3rd for the Ascenza VRT. And 1, 2, 3, and that is going to let Varconi Kvyat through potentially. They were only 14 seconds behind. Kvyat only 1.4 behind actually.
You've gone very echoey there.
Sorry, it could be because I'm trying to watch the stream rather than being on the stream. If that makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, I wonder if that's me. If I turn one of the faders down.
Okay. I was hearing myself feedback through your speakers now and again.
Yeah,
Not too bad. It's not too bad.
They're coming over twice on my
I
earphones.
know.
So yeah,
How's that? Is that better?
that's better. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you were coming over twice on the faders here on the bus mixer. Robert.
Nicky Pastore's pit as well. Oh, there's the Luffield Lunatics guy trying to get back to the pit lane desperately.
Suspension damage for sure there.
It's been in the middle of the track.
Bouncing over the curbs as well. That would give some damage. We've got.
And Ben Corbin's made it in, so there we go.
Robert Scratchen's in the pit lane, and Nihil Pasteur as well in. Matthew Clip has actually back on the track. He's in the pit lane at the moment, but I think Royal Racing Blue 13 might get back in the race. 17th overall, and it's been rejoined to the timing screen, so this could be something to watch. Kristen Lewis, who is one of the race directors, has put into the chat as well that incident involving the Dream. Oh, here we go again. The incident involving the Dream Team Car 70 and the Fania Android Motorsport Car 138 LMP2. No further action, as this is surprising because the Dream Team Endurance 70 shouldn't have been in the middle of the track with damage. So no further action. But yeah, Dream Team, as you say, Ed, racking up all of the points this afternoon.
Not the points they would have wanted, though.
Precisely, yeah.
I
Penalty
think
points.
we're going to try and fix the overlay thing, which means we might have to take a 5-minute break in order to restart our factor, basically, and see if that fixes things. Just so, because we got the sort of bar at the top, which is sort of the in-game default thing, but I think it would be much better to have the actual overlay. So I think we're going to take a 5-minute break while Chris sorts things out. And hopefully we'll be back pretty soon. I might just go downstairs and make a coffee. So I suggest anyone watching does the same. But hopefully we'll be back before you know it, and we won't miss any of the action. But thanks so far, Joshua, and we'll be back soon. Hello and welcome back to Suzuka for the 12 hours of the EERC Endurance Championship. We are about an hour and a half, 2 hours nearly into the race. So that means there's about 10 hours left to go. And it is James Juba leading quite comfortably in the Abyssinia Force Polonia 99. A big change of fortunes for that car after some difficult races. Funnily enough, he put James Juba in the car. Suddenly, they're at the front. And he's about 51 seconds ahead of Frank Hamming and VMS Sunred. It's holding on in the 26. But they've got Zoltan Valconi behind. And now, recently, while we were away, unfortunately, there's been some big trouble for the second of the Mugen cars. Valconi running strongly in third. But, and it's a big but. We have, where are they? I lost them in the order. There we go. Daniel Kiss has gotten on board Mugen Sim Racing number 20. They had a really slow pit stop, even considering they were changing drivers, and they've dropped down to 12th. Daniel Kiss, who's a very experienced sim racer, I believe he actually runs one of the teams, one of the Mugen squads. But,
is it any chance it could be the 20?
Could be, yeah. It is. Yeah. He is on board the 20. So I expect them to have to fight their way back. They're 98 seconds behind Cal Listolis. They had an accident or something while we were away and sorting out the stream. But we have at least got the positions in as Boton Bekenyas pits from 9th position. And he's going to probably give up that post to Tom Dillon, who's 27 seconds behind, as we see Akos Forgax in the 66 have just gotten going again. This is a bit hectic. These guys are all out of position. He's having to let the leader, James Juba, down around the outside at the Casio Triangle chicane, and Juba makes it through. So that's another thing Juba doesn't have to worry about. It's all going his way, so about 50-second lead, as we said. But then there's GD3, which is a different story, as it would be, with different costs.
Leading the way there.
Exactly.
By 15 seconds at the moment to Fadi Whitman, who's taken over in the BMW. But interesting enough, as we've been talking about just before I went for the break and came back, the Dream Team, Team Endurance Car 70, just before we went away, they had no further action for the fact that the car shouldn't have been in the middle of the track. But since then, the stewards have given them a final warning for driver standards. So that car, the Dream Team Endurance 70, very much on the last legs.
Somebody also, a lot of cars
have to be treading carefully then, down in 27th position in the overall order, and I don't think that's even in the. Oh no, they're 8th in class, aren't they? Yeah, so, as you said, I should have been listening.
Yeah. I don't know if Tobias was going to chime in.
Yeah. A lot of cars have. Anthony Nippon has just, I think, told me something.
Anthony Nippon, manager of Abyssinia Force Polonia, of course.
He says there is no screen on stream. It's just thumbnail.
That would be a problem.
Yeah,
so...
we're seeing the pictures, so we'll do our best to describe radio for you.
My bad.
Authentic Radio Lamar right now, guys.
I love Radio Lamar.
I should have really been looking at the thing. There we go. That should be better. How's that?
Is that going better, Anthony? Just.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I was completely asleep at the wheel there.
Obviously, Anthony Nippon, owner of Abyssinia Force Polonia.
And
thanks
of course,
for that, Anthony.
That's a great little spot there as well, is the fact is that not only do...
Whoa! Dennis Wagers having a little spin at Spoon.
360, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're bottling it. They're bottling motorsport.
Oh, that's bad. That's so bad.
I'm sorry. I apologise to both of you. Anyway, Joshua, you were saying something more intellectual before I interrupted.
No.
Alan Holden goes off at the exit of 130. Was that?
That's coming to Degner.
That's just before Degner. Yeah. Well, that's the first time he's gone off there, which is why it surprised me.
Yeah, it's always been down at Spoon, isn't it?
He's been out for a while, Alan Holden, in that 510 car.
So... You can also see that the track's really getting dark now. Sorry to budge in, but we're getting into the night time now.
I know, that's when it's going to be really hard to tell the cars apart as well. But Suzuka does have some minimal lighting.
Ring of On car straight lining the chicane there. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, interesting. Doubling back as well. Oh, no. Okay, yep. I thought Daniel Kiss was going to have a little bit of a spin there. But no, doubling back to what I was saying. It's not only the viewers who watch the stream as well, but the teams themselves listen to our commentary and watch the race to see what's happening elsewhere as well. So it's something that was actually banned in Formula One in the late 2000s. The fact is that they can't have their own commentary stream in the garages of channels, so like Sky Sports, Channel 4, or any of the broadcasters. They can't have that in the garages. They must take the pure world feed because the commentators were revealing things in the pit stops that the other teams were listening into. So that was banned as well. As see another car off the 138 down at that is Casio Triangle.
Yeah, he's completely missed and he's hit the 50 mile board basically, 50 meters before the corner. So sorry, I completely messed up there.
They're not allowed to listen to the official commentary. So let's say
no, they're not. You can have it in the hospitality area, but anywhere where the team members are actively during the race, so like in the garages, in the control rooms, back in everywhere, you're not allowed to have that on. You're not allowed to physically have their commentary on because the pit lane reporters see things that the other teams can't. So it was an advantage because I think Ferrari, during a race, I think at Hockenheim, about 2008, they pitted a couple of laps before because they saw the McLaren guys getting ready. And I think Ted Kravitz said that they were going to stop. So they got an unfair advantage. So that was banned. So there's a little stat for you that I picked up that they're not allowed to have the commentary on in Formula 1. But I know it's different in Formula E because I'm sure, Ed, as you would know, Jack Nicholls and Dario Franchitti, you can always hear them in the garages.
Exactly. And
plus pit stops don't exist there.
I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that Formula 1 are one of the only series that have that specific kind of rule about not listening into the commentary.
I don't think it happens in MotoGP either, thinking about it. Because
thank goodness they don't have it here, because most of our viewers are actually competitors.
Yes.
In fact, most of our commentators are competitors. That would create a whole barrel of issues in of itself, as we see Alan Holden and Frank Hamming and Zoltan Varconi all exiting the pit lane.
Martin Muguli is also exiting.
True, yeah, Martin Maguli has just done it. So DAC Hackers are recovering from 2 big incidents earlier in the race, and Maguli is about 50 seconds, I think, behind. So yeah, for some reason the overlay was only showing, the top 5 in each class. Now it's showing the top 10.
Hamming and Varkalon are in the pit lane.
Yeah, I was just talking about that actually. Juba is coming in as well.
So he's zoned out.
I have a feeling Frank Hamming is going to switch drivers soon because that's 3 hours. That's a long time.
No, Hamming's come back out.
Oh. So he's doing another stint into the darkness. Wow.
Indeed he is.
Race leader in.
He is indeed. And Riboli is actually getting past Varconi here, so this actually is playing against Mugen in LMP2, are really up against it, more than we've seen them at any point so far this season, I think. We did see them struggle a little bit in New Orleans, but in Daytona, in Sebring, they were able to get to the front and control the race. Out comes Varconi. And Robert Strachan actually, and alongside the 92 GD car, just about avoids barging into the sides of it. But that was a bit hairy there, and thankfully able to continue on.
Ed, we've only got 9 cars left in GT. That can't be right, can it?
No, we do.
We only have 9 cars left in GTE 3.
Yeah, we only have 9 because Chris Tompkins is, I think, the most recent to officially retire. So, well, according to that, anyway. So yeah, because we've had Kevin Weechers, the 77 car, who stopped on the exit of the last corner. Tangai's still on P2. Joe Lawrence. Oh no, it's Joe Lawrence who stopped at the last corner. I forget why Kevin Weechers retired. I think his rear wing fell off a few times.
He hit the wall a number of times, yeah.
As Martin McGilly moves up to 7th, Griefried is being served. Ruben Griefried from Royal Racing Alpha number 94 is being serviced in the pits. We lost Joe Lawrence, we lost Pascal Leggett, we lost Julius Angel right at the beginning for Royal Racing Bravo Evo. So
that's insane.
Yeah, we didn't have a huge DD3 fit. Oh, you see someone going right. Oh, Alan Holden spins at the first corner. We also saw an LMP2 that was going a bit straight on at the first corner. I wasn't sure exactly what happened there, but I don't think it was anything too serious. Both cars have gotten going again without any damage.
I have to say, now it's really properly going into the darkness as Massimiliano Riboli goes into the pits.
Riboli is going to give up position to Strachan and Varconi then.
Is it getting psychological for you two yet? Because it is for me. As I'm looking at the screen in front of me in the commentary box and it's darkness, and I look behind me at the commentary box window and it's bright sunshine where I am as well. So it's like that psychedelic trick as well. And
no, I'm used to it now.
I
It's
would,
different.
I'd
It's
much
a
rather be
different
in a
time
bunker.
zone in Japan as we see Ben Skaggs
Yes.
straight line the chicane.
Wait, wouldn't it just be morning now or something?
Let me check because I've actually got Japan on my list somewhere. No, it's 10 to 1 in the morning in Tokyo.
Oh
I don't-
wow.
I don't know why I have Japan on my list, but I think it must have been in my head about doing this race. So yeah, it's 10 to 1 in the morning in Japan.
EERC, if you have a Japanese studio where we can record, please can you send us there?
Whoa! Ben Skaggs spins at the first corner, but thankfully everyone is able to avoid it.
Now, is he going to rejoin safely? The team on the last warning, of course.
Yeah, they're still in 6th in class, despite everything that's been happening, as they get lapped by the race leader, the class leader rather. And Moscato, Diogo Moscato, gets on board the Valley Esports number 90 in 7th position. That's just given up position to Martin Merguli. This could be very interesting. Diogo Moscato was running at the front for 360 in Sebring, so we're expecting great things from Diogo here too for his new team. Also, Pequeñas, meanwhile, in number 23, which has had its own incidents, is running 7 seconds behind Tom Dillon. He's made some good progress past Listola, and Pequeñas looking to really gain places into the top 10 here.
Another yellow out in that second sector, and I can't see who it is just at the moment, but I think it's actually running 12th in class. I think it's Daniel Kiss having a little bit of an issue at Spoon, maybe. Oh, has somebody dropped out?
Oh no, that's because I realised I was still on the Discord thing watching
Oh, right.
there as well when I didn't need to, because I'm actually using the screen sharing thing.
I've got multiple faders coming in and out of the bus mixer.
If I say don't worry about it, just assume it's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so anyway.
If we get to the point where everything fails again, just do Morse code SOS. Three dashes,
Yeah,
three
so,
dots, three dashes.
More importantly, by the way, we have a new driver in the AFP class run race leading number 99 car, Toon Lua, another accomplished driver we've seen in AFP's lineup, along with Blake Checketts and, of course, James Juba we saw driving earlier.
And Marin Pfeiffer.
Marin Pfeiffer, of course, who was part of the squad in Sebring, I think.
I think he still is. He must be the third.
Yeah,
He must be the 14 car then.
Yeah.
Because I think the problem was at Sebring that most of the AFP's lineup was doing they were doing another series. I think it was an open wheel one actually. It might have been
Could be FSR, GPB.
yeah, Formula Sim Racing. Yeah, I think it was FSR they were competing in. So Blake Checketts etc. couldn't be there, and so they've had to sort of rearrange their lineup. And they probably, it seems like it's worked out on the evidence so far, apart from the 97 car bidding it early on.
I just say that I don't think this is going to be as bad, like light-wise, as the hellhole in the light that was Sebring at the beginning. Sebring at the beginning was awful.
Daniel Kiss goes a bit wide at Spoon, but no harm done, and he goes a bit wide again.
I think it was Daniel Kiss before causing that yellow a couple of laps ago as well.
Yeah, Kiss really pushing to try and catch up. Who has set the best laps at the moment? Certainly looks like
Frank Hamming.
I'm looking at Zoltan Valconi 145.8. Hamming is at 47s, which is pretty solid. But it's
Boltown Berknes is in 10th, 148. Oh, Daniel Kiss is actually 147.892.
Guys, I've actually got some information about the valet car. And
the number
FP
90
car. No, the FP car, the leading car. Marin is sick. Marin Pfeiffer's sick today, so wish him all the best and hope he gets better. And Steen Prince is the third driver today. So
he was on the entry list. There's Steen Prince.
Fingers crossed. Well, that's very good for Steen Prince, but fingers crossed that Marin Pfeiffer can get better, and we hope to see him in Le Mans.
Oh, look at that Donut Diceno in 4th in classing. The Royal Blue Racing chain bear car just comes out of the shadows of the chicane and goes past him, which is a little bit disconcerting, I imagine. But
Daniel Kiss on my entry list here, he was on the reserve list, wasn't he? So he's been popped in as well.
it looks like the teams are sort of making do with the drivers they got to hand. But of course, we hope Martin Pfeiffer, gets well soon, and we'll see him at the next round, of course, at Le Mans. They'll need him. Even the nature of the circuit and the length. Well, I think it's only going to be another 12-hour event at Le Mans because we tried to do 24-hour races there before and it's not ended well. So
Depends on how the servers are next. Oh, when we get to Le Mans, you never know.
They don't tend to hold up over the 24-hour distance. But 10 Lua.
Trust me, I don't think I could hold up over the 24-hour distance. I've done Le Mans now 6 times, and each time at the end of it, you feel absolutely dead.
Okay, so I'll try talking about drivers that aren't the biggest names in the world. This is Victor Ban just negotiating some traffic.
Also, Zoltan Volkony is right behind Robert Strachan.
Yeah, let's watch this battle, because Strachan, of course, I think is a little bit out of sequence in the pit stops. In the
They're actually
1,
on
2, 3.
sequence. Everybody who hit is out of sequence.
Look at this!
Side by
is that the
side.
is that the lapped car? That looks like the blue car of the number 23 being lapped there, actually.
Also, as all of you picture nerds know, this is the best time to photo RF2.
When the light's at its lowest. And we also got the brilliant Ferris wheel in the background at Suzuka, which has always been a feature of the track. Of course, Suzuka, as everyone will know, was created in the 1950s, I want to say, by the founder of Honda, isn't it? Shishiro Honda?
Yeah.
Is a test track, mainly for motorcycles, and then eventually,
61, yeah.
in the 60s, and then eventually the circuit, they added some chicanes, because originally the Casio Triangle chicane was not there. It was literally flat out from Spoon all the way to the first corner, and the cars would regularly exceed 200 miles per hour. And so they had to put a button in that. And then, of course, Formula One eventually decided to use Suzuka. Initially went to Fuji first, of course, Fuji Motor Speedway, but in 1987, Formula One went there. And the first winner, I believe, was Gerhard Berger in the Ferrari.
Should have been Mansell, but he had that horrible crash in qualifying.
He did, yes, so he broke his back and lost in the championship against Nelson Piquet that season. But Suzuka had seen many champions crowned, actually. Senna in 1988. Basically Alan Prost in 1989. Senna again in 1990. Who else have we seen win the championship?
Hakkinen twice,
Damon
Schumacher,
Damon Hill in 96. The memorable
Okay, drivers, code 80 on
Oh.
10
Oh.
seconds.
Oh, there's been some kind of a calamity on track.
And of course, the
I
most...
sound oddly delighted.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Whoa.
1.
Oh
Code 80.
no! No overtaking. Oh, he slammed
He
up the
just did,
brakes.
just before he reacted a little bit later. There we go. I think that might be the source of the conflict. It's the number 70 Dream Racing machine running
Yeah,
its rear wing. Dream Team Endurance. Failing to endure, failing to dream.
Now they've had so many penalties. They have literally been warned by the stewards that this is their final warning, and they might get done for that now.
Yeah. I wonder if somebody at Dream Team is wondering, maybe pink was a bad luck color to drape the car in for this race.
It didn't work for Racing Point, and it didn't work for the Porsches.
Okay, drivers, green flag in 10 seconds.
Well, he's made it to the pits, so the need for code 80 has elapsed, served its purpose.
5,
I'm going to change what I said there, actually.
3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Yeah, the pink actually did work for the Porsches, didn't it, in Le Mans, in their GTE category.
The pink pugs. Yeah. As they used to be called, I think.
Pink pigs, Percy pigs.
Pugs. I don't know why, but pugs are a different colour. Oh dear, Robert Strachan
He's
letting
nice
the
to
rear
say that.
step out there as Strachan's lost out to Varconi while we were getting lost in the sound of our own voices.
About the
Varconi just made a brilliant restart there, and Strachan was caught a little bit napping, I think.
About the pig pork, about the pork liver, it's actually called Die Sau, which actually just means in German the pig.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's named Die Sau, and it's got basically pieces of pork on it.
yeah.
And lines.
He had that.
Actual meat on a 24-hour month.
At least the engine would cook it.
Oh,
That's true.
going down the Mulsanne Straight with some bacon sizzling on the engine hoods. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I mean, when the drivers get peckish, you know what they can do.
Bring out safety car. I'll tell you what, if the car stopped there, you got a barbecue.
Yeah, you've just got like the German commentator.
Whoa, that was very distorted.
That was very distorted. Yeah.
I just said, "Are you hungry?" in German, which is "Bist du hungrig?"
All right. Darkness, I think, officially has now fallen over Suzuka, and this is really, as some of the Eurosport commentators say, Mark Cole included, this is the witching hour, the beautiful time of watching motor cars race, and I do love the night shift.
Oh,
as
well,
well.
I'll look out for the broomsticks then, flying overhead.
Watch out for Dream Car 70. I'm sure they'll be having some broomsticks at the stewards.
Watch out for a game of Quidditch, I guess. Then.
Yeah, well, we've seen quite a few cars flying this afternoon at the last corner at Casio Triangle, so
Yeah, but
it's-
at least 2, I think.
Yeah, do we rename it the Bermuda Triangle instead?
I always thought this hairpin that we see Mary Sakura negotiating too with his teammate. Or no, that's not his teammate. That's Luffield Lunatic. Sorry.
Yeah.
I always thought that hairpin was always called the Kobayashi corner because in 2010, Kamui Kobayashi memorably made about 5 overtakes in that race to finish like a 8th or something
It
like
should
that.
He
be
did.
called. It should be called the Kobayashi corner. That sounds like a really cool name.
It should be, yeah. I spoke to Kobayashi at Silverstone one year, and I told him about how the next one on the list was Japan. I said, "Oh, you've had good memories at your home circuit as well. Podium there 2012, great race in 2010, dive bombing everyone." He said, "What? I don't remember that. Did that happen?" I was like, Kobayashi always strikes me as a driver where he looks fierce on the track, but getting behind in the paddock, and he's just like, he's a lovable little kid, really, isn't he? He's fantastically funny, and yeah. Mike
I have to
Conway,
say,
But he originally was training as a stand-up comedian before
Yeah.
he
Really?
became a racing driver.
you can
Kobayashi.
tell, certainly. And the thing is, though, he still had a smile and a laugh on his face as well. And Mike Conway, his teammate, was scowling, and I managed to talk to him just before Kobayashi. And Mike Conway, angry, upset, and it was his birthday, of course, and he lost the race. Kamui Kobayashi, smiling, joking. 2 minutes after I stopped interviewing him, I got told in my ears by the director that he'd just been disqualified from the race. So yeah,
No wonder Mike wasn't in the best mood then.
yeah. And Kamui though is surprised.
wait, how did you interview them actually?
Well, sorry, where?
How
Where?
did you interview them? Kamui Kobayashi and
Should have been
Mike
Le
Conway.
Mans. I think he means Le Mans, right?
No, Silverstone. I was at
Oh,
Silverstone.
Silverstone, sorry.
Yeah, 6 hours at Silverstone back in 2018.
Ah.
I was doing some interviews there, and I did pre-race and post-race lives on Facebook and YouTube at the time. And yeah, I managed to get a conversation with Kobayashi and Conway because they're literally walking the opposite way to me in the paddock, and I was doing like a Martin's grid walk, just stopping everybody I could. And yeah, I think I talked to that day. Sarazin, Lotterer,
Oh, I've got a very
Conway,
funny story about that actually.
Kobayashi. Oh, and I nearly got Alonso, but he was mobbed by fans, so that was disappointing. Go on, Tobias.
Oh, sorry. I was just
Okay.
going to point out something about the race, but go on.
So, basically, I was at the Formula E. I think I've told this to Ed, but if not, then well, hey.
Sounds
no,
vaguely familiar already.
this was 2019 at the Berlin E-Prix, and I was at the meet and greet on Fridays because there were less people, and I decided to go for Friday practice.
Yeah, that's what I always like to do as a practice.
And I just got into the queue so that I could meet the drivers. But the one issue was that as I go through the line, I was like one of the last people let in, and I got to meet nearly everybody except for one driver,
Which one?
Andre Lotterer. And I am quite a big fan of Lotterer, which
Oh,
makes
dear.
it double as bad because I support him. I loyally support him and Porsche. But the reason was there was this woman who couldn't speak German and who couldn't speak English with some cats and wanted photos, okay? With
Oh.
each driver. And I was with Antonio Felix da Costa, and he's like, "What are you saying? Are you saying English or are you saying German? Deutsch, English?" And she's like, "No, no, no." And then in the end, it just took like about 5 minutes. And then in the end, they did get the photos. And then basically, me and my dad are coming up to Antonio Felix da Costa, like, Jesus Christ, these people. That's literally how he was going. It was really funny that he
Yeah,
was like, "Oh my God."
I love the Formula E lot. They're so much more relaxed than Formula One.
Yeah,
honestly.
I also remember, this is the same thing. I remember actually coming up to Mitch Evans and talking to him, and I remember telling him, I sort of saw you in the back of a Top Gear episode, and I was wondering if it was, I saw someone who looked like you, and I was wondering if it was you. Because I had
That's
pointed out,
random.
yeah, I actually saw him in the background of a Mark Webber, when he was on Top Gear, Mark Webber.
Yeah, him and Mitch Evans really close, aren't they? In real life, I think Webber coaches them a lot, and I swear I read somewhere as well they're related somehow. I swear I read that somewhere. I know different nationalities completely, but then again,
They're New Zealand and Australia.
yeah,
It's
I've got-
pish posh.
yeah. I've got cousins who are Scottish and South African as well. So yeah, very confusing. But I was just wondering as well if they are related. I have to dig deeper into that. Maybe one of our fabulous chat knows as well. They can let us know.
I was just going
yeah.
to mention 2 things about the race, by the way.
Go on.
So, Akos Forgax, who's on board the Feature Esports number 66, which remember was lying by the side of the road, missing its rear wing and both rear tyres, I think, at one point.
Has it
Restarted
finally-
the race. It's not only restarted, it's up to 18th E Plus.
God.
And it was challenging Mario Sakura in the Front of car 138 for the 17th position until I had to pit, basically. And they're now, I think they are still sort of last on the road of the LMP2s that are still sort of running at the moment. But it's still really impressive to catch back up to the tail of the pack. The other thing that's going on is, we're watching at the moment, is Donat Deissner, who is closed right to the back of Bent Bejic, BH Racing number 3. And the 888 car is looking to move up to 4th position here. They're about 100 seconds behind the lead, of course, which is their teammates. So, for the sake of the championship, the 888 car really needs to get a move on here. And because BH3 Racing 3 are not really in the equation, as it were.
Yeah, where are the 73 at the moment?
The 73, I don't think are taking part in this one because they basically decided to join up with IDOS in the LMP2. We see a penalty for Viktor Ban, not Viktor Orban, who of course is Prime Minister of Hungary. Although I think he would deserve a few penalties. Probably wouldn't change some of his policies, but okay. Anyway, let's not get too political. Viktor Ban in RS Automation number 86, on 14th place, has just gotten the penalty. So I think also Diego Moscato has gotten ahead of Giuseppe Pastore, who's just gotten on board RS 87 and taken a pit stop.
I think my chat is working for the penalties, if you're saying that, because that's the one I got was at 4:25.
Okay, it could be that they're deciding not to be as public about it. Maybe it might be an auto one for corner cutting or something.
Good point. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't have to negotiate about with the stewards. Anyway,
That's something as well that I think we saw earlier on in the race. So many protests about them. And the stewards sort of nailing down quite a lot that, no, you have got this penalty, you will take this penalty. But I'm going to look forward to seeing that later on in the race, how that's going to pan out. Jurek Solvanek is in the pit lane from the Royal Blue Racing 13. A car that was running up at the front, as we said earlier.
as Robert Strachan is also entering the pits now.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, your team.
4th position. So Varconi is going to stretch his legs then, and Merguli is going to end up quite close to Strachan, I think, when Strachan re-emerges. The Senza VRT unit number 1, 2, 3.
This is going to get a very interesting end as you see the 1, 2, 3 Strachan in the pit lane. He's been in there for 50 seconds, but stationary for 48. And who's this coming in?
Viktor Ban
Viktor
deserves a
Ban.
penalty. Ten Lure, by the way, we did talk, the lead was 50 seconds earlier on, as Maguli does get out ahead of Strachan then. Well, Strachan's still coming out, I think, of the pit lane. But Ten Lure, the lead has dropped from 50 seconds to 32 seconds, so Ten Lure has not been quite as confident as Frank Hamming. So BMS said it was actually quite a sensible decision to keep him running. Here we go.
Oh, that's going to be close.
Yeah, I think that might have been, let's see, Sellers has come back in the car and has come out just behind Moscato, Diego Moscato.
Probably Sellers P6.
He's still just ahead of Griefried, I think, or is that... Yeah, it's Ruben Griefried.
Do you mind if I go for a quick bite of supper?
Sure thing. I've
Not
already
at all.
had a coffee, so...
Perfect.
But I sort of timed that with the technical issue that I may have inadvertently caused with the timing, which we've now fixed, so
Yeah,
thanks to
we've got
Chris
that
Benson
fixed.
for that.
Okay, I'll have supper just so that we can, well, we can have a bit of a trade-off then. So, yeah, see ya.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I was probably going to stop at 6:30 for dinner, but I might be able to return at sort of after dinner, so sort of I was thinking 8 p.m. To 10 if necessary, because I didn't want you accommodating around for too much, but there's a certain point where even I have to sort of stop.
Yeah, I'm away for like, I think I'm away from 6 till 6:45, aren't I? So,
Yeah, we might be a bit
yeah.
low on commentators.
yeah, that's the...
It's a shame we had Ryan drop out, because we've been able
yeah.
to cover it a little better otherwise.
Have we got any others coming in, or are they still out on the track? That's the thing as well.
Yeah, I don't think we have many. As we look at Boton Pequeñas fighting with Griefried and
Oh, who's
Pastore.
that in the wall?
It's Dennis Weigers.
Yeah. That was late. That's down at Spoon again.
Oh yeah, and he's got Rune Game Studios. It's just coming up behind. Oh no, that's actually that looks like one of the Mugen cars actually.
Yeah, Mugans have been... The Mugans all... I'm getting the sense they're always up at the front, but they've been extraordinary here today.
Well, they've had to do a lot of recoveries, haven't they? And it's not
Yes,
the
they
easiest place
have.
to recover. The number 20. Where is the number 20 in the order? I think after it's a really slow pit stop, they're down in. Oh, quite a way down. Daniel Kiss is still 12, about 4 seconds behind Cal Listola. So he's caught up to him. Here we go. I think this is going to be the real battle. It's gonna be...
Dennis Felcher's just come into the pit lane again, by the way.
Okay, so it looks like the number 28 Bottling Motorsports needs some servicing.
They keep bottling it ever since we made that joke.
Yeah.
It's our fault, really. Who takes responsibility for that one? Actually, I think did Tobias say that first rather than you?
I don't remember. I think we made it at the last round as well. So.
Oh right.
Well, there was another team called Into the Points Racing that we regularly made fun of because they were sort of did everything to get out of the points.
Oh right. Giuseppe Pastel.
Yeah.
Ninth.
Yeah, he's right behind Griefried actually. Ruben Griefried in the Royal Racing Alpha number 94.
They were actually the closest battle on the track, these two, and fourth position as well. So this
Here we
is
go
really
through
good.
the Dunlop corner.
Oh, are we going to
look
get
at
one
this.
down at Degner? Oh,
He had the momentum, but I think he was defending quite hard, Griefried. So
I'd like it if just one of them would go through. You watch, I'll go off to do the MotoGP qualifying session, come back, and would have had all the overtakes at Degner.
Yeah, I'll bet. But
Dennis Vilches, by the way, still in the pit lane. That's a very long stop. It's been another lap. He's spent in there. He's just come out of the track now. They're gone for that.
so.
Yeah. Well, on lap 97.
But he's now 2
clicking
laps
over.
behind Daniel Kiss. There's a big gap behind 12. Basically, surprisingly, we still have a lot of cars on the lead lap. Or 4 in LP2, and then 5 in GD3.
Although that's mainly because the cars who were just a lap down in LMP2 got caught out by the Code 80 when everyone else pitted. So the 4 at the front got an advantage. And so who's that flying towards the wall?
Pastore's got
it's
through.
95.
Oh dear.
Yeah, the 95.
Oh, it's Ruben Griefried. He's gone all over the barriers there, and one of the wheels has fallen off.
Yeah.
The Royal Racing Alpha, number 96.
Can he crawl that back to the pit lane?
94, sorry. For some reason it says 95 on the stream, but I think they're actually
it's
number
the
94.
9, yeah. Daniel Kiss has come into the pit lane, and
I'm surprised that wasn't a Cody. So basically,
yeah,
from what I understood, Griefried was trying to hold on around the outside, but it was already.
I think he got caught in the curb.
I think that
as
was
well.
already. I think that was already Giuseppe Pastor's corner.
Yeah.
Horrible grabbing there. I don't know if you can get in the pit box here in that Royal Racing Alpha.
That's going to be a long stop as well. And for those of you who like watching the Moto...
Daniel Kiss has stopped too at this point. What on earth is he pointing it towards the garage? That's not a good sign.
Oh, that's too much.
Yeah, don't hit the Prima Von car just behind him.
We got one of the penalties earlier on for... I think it was... Which one was it earlier on? He reversed massively in the pit lane and got the wrath of the stewards.
Well, it might have been the... it was either Luffield Lunatics or it may have been the
that was it.
Burn Horizon car.
It was one of those two, wasn't it? Yeah.
Both of which have retired, by the way. So.
Yes. 9 hours to go.
Yeah, there we go. So that we've hit the 3-hour mark.
That's extraordinary. It's gone by quite quickly.
Yeah, it's suddenly gone dark all of a sudden. Yeah.
I know, that's the problem as well. We started this race, I think, local time. Was it 5 o'clock we started it? In local time in the game? I think I heard that.
Believe so.
Yes, I heard that something from the race director when the race started. But the chance of rain in the last 4 hours is looking strong. And I know Tobias especially pointed out the last hour. So that's going to be the crunch time later on this evening when I think you'll be away and I'll be in the box with whoever turns up, really.
I might be asleep,
Yeah.
By necessity. But yeah, I'll be interested because usually I always end up doing the finish, so it'd be nice to have someone else do it for a change.
Yes, I was down always for the end of the race, and I'm just sort of just staying for as long as I can, really, because.
That's very brave of you.
I think what's mainly done it as well is the fact is that we commentated for a couple of hours together on the pre-season testing for F1. So I think I've just become accustomed to it. It's like I've been vaccinated.
Whoa, Dennis Vigers.
Oh dear.
He's been vaccinated from going off track at Spoon. So
Yeah.
maybe a repair rather than a vaccination.
Yes. For sure. Let's hope he hasn't got a puncture either, actually, because it was...
Yeah, he's only 7 seconds ahead of Victor Ban for Iris 86, so I think Iris 86 might be moving up to 13th position very soon. As we look at Frank Hamming, still running in second, let's not forget. 28 seconds down on turn Lure, closing. We've been closing progressively. as the laps tick on.
That gap coming down now as well, 28.4. It was at 30.6 a couple of laps ago.
And it's been very impressive how VMS Sunreddit's Racing have been able to keep Barconi at bay.
Yeah.
Because we all know Barconi is incredibly quick, a proven race winner. I think they've won 2 in a row at Daytona and Sebring, 24 hours and 8 hours respectively.
The 24-hour race I was watching as well, and I saw you do all that, and I thought, how on earth did you manage to keep on and doing everything? And there you said you had a couple of breaks, but
well,
fantastic
maybe it was when
experience.
I fell asleep during the night, so
yeah,
and woke up in the morning.
Right back to it. We're on lap 99. I don't know if you want to call out the 100. That's about to come up.
Yeah, well, we've still got 8 hours to go, so if we've got after 3 hours doing 100 laps, then we're going to get close. We're going to be able to cover at least 300 before it ends, aren't we?
I'm looking forward to the other fact. Yours and Tobias's shout at a 400-lap race might actually just come true, because we haven't had that many code 80s.
It really depends how Ten Lure gets on and the rest of the 99 AFP squad, or possibly if they hit trouble, VMS Sunreddits could take a shock victory here. It's a shock second place already. It would be very impressive if they could. Oh, Calistola at the inside of turn 1, which is not really where you want to be.
Yeah, we've seen that happen numerous times tonight, though. Just caught the exit curb and just spits you towards the wall as well. And that was the race leader having a bit of trouble, is it? Yes, race leader was having a bit of trouble.
I don't think it was anything too dramatic.
Oh, well,
that was a bit more dramatic.
Angel,
Julius Angel in the 93.
I think actually, I think Lua just cut the corner coming out of 130R, so I think he just got on the curb a little bit too much. Kicked up some dust. Anyway, lap 100. Back to you.
Diego Moscato has just set a purple final sector in the Valley Esports number 90. He's 6 seconds behind Martin Maguli and pushing to catch back up to the DEAC Hackers car. So we could see a battle for 4th very soon.
18.781. That is a quick lap time.
That is really the contested zone, as it were. We have battle for 4th between Maguli, Moscato, and Sellers. Then we have Sellers only 10 seconds behind it and catching slightly on fresher tyres. Then we have Bekenya's about 3 seconds ahead of Pastore. Giuseppe Pastore is making good progress in this stint. It is a shame that Shiba and look, Julius Angel coming to grief with McLaren. That looked like BH3 Racing there that were running. Yeah, there we go. Dyson apart through. There he is. So Bence Bejic being hit by Julius Angel cost him that 4th position.
Is Angel got a lot more damage? I'm seeing black smoke coming through there, and I don't think it was mud being kicked up. I think he's got some sort of steering issue there.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Not too sure.
Oh, he's having to let the 888 through.
There's the move of Degner.
Look at that. That was a brilliant piece of rotating. Who was that? Was that one of the Mugans overtaking the sister Mugen and the and the 93 Ferrari? The big brother overtakes the little brother. But yeah, I think Angel might have just got lucky there. Maybe there's a slight crabbing. Let's take a look. Looks okay to me.
Looks okay, yeah.
Well, he's having to turn right because 200 hours in the right-hand corner there.
Yeah. We're going to see it coming out of Spoon Curve mainly, aren't we, if there's an issue. A bit angle there. It looks like he's just got away with that, actually, which is good, because we've seen numerous times in this race that you've just clipped the inside front, the tyre, and the wishbone just gets bent a little bit, and it's just all sorts of problems.
But Bence Bejic will not be pleased about that at all.
Oh, no, completely not. I'm waiting for the steward's call, actually, on the 93 Ferrari. Oh, actually, there is a slight bit of crabbing, but I think that's just mainly the wind unsettling it with the car in front as well.
A little bit. It doesn't look too bad. It looks like he's fairly stable and able to continue, but down in 9th in class, near the very back. Someone else has got going. I think B-Wald has got going again.
Yeah, because we're down to 9, weren't we?
Yeah, because I think he's just gotten ahead of Chris Tompkins' stranded car. So, anyway, with that. Oh, look at this! Oh, and he's got the race leader in LMP2 right behind him, Del Vecchio, while he's trying to get past the...
it's the Dream Team car again.
Yeah, he's trying to lap the Dream Team car, so Del Vecchio... Oh, full credit to the number 18 SRT entry. Is it SRT? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. We've had their issues, but Del Vecchio... Sanfrecce, sorry. And Sanfrecce have continued on in the race and running in a pretty strong 6th position. All things considered. Although 4 laps down, of course.
It was about, yeah, 4 laps down, 5 according to my monitor. But yeah, no, you're right. It's just clicked over to 4. But I'm interested to know, actually, I've got a purple tyre graphic on for Luca Spider in the Ferrari due to running in 28th place. Now, the purple tyre, I've got... is that soft? Because we've seen hard mediums.
All I know about
but
this
softs?
is that the tyre graphics apparently are the exact opposite of F1, and I have no idea why they're that way in race view.
It's so confusing.
It is, incredibly. So, the blues are just the hards, I'm assuming?
Yeah,
And
green
then
must be medium.
That could be the soft tyre for people who's just trying to
Yeah.
catch up, being a lap behind Julius Angel. The Angel making it pretty easy for Boyle to catch up by making silly moves like that at turn 1. So hopefully that gets investigated, because I think as random the BH3 Racing Benz Bejic are pitting now.
Yeah, I was about to call that out as well. The McLaren and the number 3 Racing.
That
they've
could
come
be
in.
some damage being repaired there.
Yeah, from that spin earlier on. And no, it's a driver change.
Joseph Frederick Sute takes over, yeah.
So I think that was repair damage and driver change at the same time. Get a fresh pair of thing as well, because yeah, it's a night race now for these guys. And even though for most of them, you look outside, it's probably still broad daylight, or just beginning to get sunrise where they are. But still, you're looking at a dark screen. You're going around, and psychologically, you're going to get more and more tired as you go along. So it just draw you in. So this is where the concentration starts lacking.
Oh, look at
Oh.
that! Botan Bikini's just spun at the first corner, and through goes Giuseppe Pastore, I think. I was just about to look at that battle and oh, this is going to be really interesting, and
Yeah.
then suddenly it's over.
Well-
Made it fairly. Botan Bikini is slipping up, making it fairly easy for Pastore in
But
the end.
that's what I said about concentration as well. It's got to be on it completely, and it just lost it there for a split second.
And that's a shame, because Botan Bikini did incredibly well at Sebring, and it's pretty solidly to recover into the top 8. But has lost 7th position now, and will have to work to recover that as he negotiates the golden 510 GD3 car of Alan. Well, was driven by Alan Holden, still is being driven by Alan Holden, the ADN Evo car.
We're looking now at oh no,
Oh, sorry.
138. Sorry.
Oh, we can
138
go back and
coming
look
out.
if you're on. I'm
I was just
control the
looking at,
cameras, by the way. I just had it on
Hunter
auto
Burkers.
director, and it just went back to the
Yeah,
pit lane as we see
Ooh.
yellow in sector 3. Not sure who that is.
and that's a permanent yellow staying out as well. Oh, I'll say that it's come back out now.
Well, that's quite transient for a permanent yellow.
Yeah, just flicked away. Nice slide, but going to destroy the tires there from
Yeah,
Lo Celso.
Yeah, Listola,
Listola, thank you.
Listola, the Ring of Bond car, not the best known for keeping their tyres alive. They tend to chew through them fairly quickly, but they're pretty quick actually. They have been able to get the odd good result here and there. Daytona was a very strong race actually for Listola and well, I think it was the 137, might have been 138 car, depending on which one they were in, because they do like to switch drivers around now and again. But Daytona 24 hours, they were really strong, especially towards the end when others were hitting trouble. They were able to take advantage and get into, I believe, the top 6, top 5, you know, in B2. Oh,
That's it.
Robert Jobai just going over Digner.
That's impressive then to get up there. They've got that suggests as well. They've got late race pace as well as that's Bonto Burkers back in the pit lane. He only just came out, and that's unusual. Although he
It's
didn't have that
being
spin.
serviced there. The rear just lifted up, so that makes me think
Yeah.
he's being serviced. So it could just be the tyres were wearing out, maybe,
That
in
could
the
have
Heimdall
promoted.
23.
I was going to promote Tom Dillon into position. I know he said Tom Dillman. I don't know why I said that. I was going to promote Tom Dillon into
Tom Dillon is
position.
actually a great, often very eager to be interviewed by us and tell us what's going on when he isn't driving.
Do you think we could
So-
hostage him into staying?
Not
in
not while he's driving.
Oh, well,
God,
maybe not
later.
now when his stint's over.
Oh,
Yeah,
certainly.
looking quite good at the moment. We're now watching the leader in the LMP2 category. We just switched back to the GT3.
Yeah, Ted Lure has got back into the groove a bit, and he's pulled out another 5 seconds on Frank Hamming. The gap is now about 28 seconds.
Yeah, it was coming
was
down,
25
wasn't it?
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
His Hamming has had incredible endurance to be able to stay out for 3 hours continuously.
Well, he's done a comp box stint with us effectively. It was being here for 3 hours. Although I'm surprised as well that they haven't swapped him over yet, because is there a driver limit for stints as well? That must be a thing.
I believe there is, but I'm not sure exactly. I think it's
it's-
basically
yeah.
like half distance, so you can't do more than like
Yeah.
5 or 6 hours or something.
Oh,
It's the
has
sort of-
has Lucas been able to stop in the pit stop there? Who's
Yeah,
he got in
let's-
front with him? Mario. Yeah, the 21 running
trying to-
overall. Yeah.
Yeah, Lucas B-Ward is like right near the back, so let's have a look. Yeah, I think
Yeah, he's got
I
his
think it is.
stops.
He's holding up the. Is that the Mario Sakura Ring of Honor car that's also running quite down the field?
Yeah, he's been stuck in the pit lane actually for a couple of minutes actually. So I wonder if that was more work being done.
Oh,
To
Zop Pripet
Ryan
making a
Wells.
little error on the exit of 130R. He's only got a 10-second lead over Rimman. 30 Rimman has done amazingly to keep the pressure up on that 88 Mugen Sim Racing car.
The 4 laps on the lead lap in LMP2, 4 laps on the lead lap in GTE 3, or GT3 actually. But so that's going to be a big challenge to get back on later on. Yes, it's very early in the race again still, but that's a big challenge to get as well. Some of these cars 4 or 5 laps down. They're going to need miracles.
Yeah, they are. Especially if the cars in front just keep going. Often it tends the longer races to be attritional. It's attrition that helps you gain positions rather than amazing pace necessarily. Although they do give their all, obviously. Wesley Buchan we saw hit trouble earlier. 43 seconds down the lead. I think they've done Ultim Motorsport Evo 35. Have done a pretty solid job to stay in the hunt and
Decent.
keep 30 Roman honest, as we see Martin Mercury just negotiate a lap car just before he gets to Degner. Very important to get past the GD3s before you get to Degner, not during.
Well, we've seen it happen numerous times in this race. Cars getting held up at Degners as well. I think even Tobias said as well, if from a driver's point of view, you do not want to be held up at Degner. Just looking at that as well, I'm slightly disappointed to see that we've only got 28 runners left, as we've been saying. Hang on, Dennis Vultures now.
Oh, we nearly had 27.
Yeah, nearly. Running 12th overall.
Yeah, Originals has got Victor Ban only 5 seconds behind him, so...
I don't even think he attempted to break, to be
It's
fair.
actually quite close. The battle for 12 is quite close. So we have Victor Ban, who is... Oh, no, actually, Victor Ban has hit trouble.
Robert Dornbull's just been passed by. He's just got
Victor
back
Ban,
past
yeah,
Victor
there we
Ban.
go.
Yeah. It's just updated on the timing screen, so that was an official move.
Yeah,
for
it's Robert
position.
Dobai a couple of seconds ahead, I think.
Incident involving the 99 LMP2 and the 66 LMP2. No further action racing incident.
Okay, so the 99 is clearly lapping the 66. The 66, which is, let's look at its progress. It's still running in 17th, actually, so I believe it's ahead of the Mario Sakura 138 Ring of Honor car, which it was catching up to. The Ring of Honor just hit further trouble.
Is that the last LMP2 runner at the moment as well? With,
it's a Mario Sakura, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he's dropped right back down the order. He's
in the middle of GD3s in position.
He is, yeah.
Eiko Sportgax has been doing a very solid job. He's got 2 laps to catch up to Slovenak in Royal Blue Racing number 13, who had their own troubles. They were leading early on, remember. So Royal Blue down in 16th. They're a lap down Ruben Giebreed, who had a bit of trouble with the pit stops. I think that's why he's down 15.
Frank Hamming's coming to the pit lane.
Frank Hamming from 2nd position in LMP2.
Blue flag infringement involving Future Esports S66 and Valet Esports 90. Future Esports S66 has received a warning for ignoring blue flags.
So it looks like 66 doesn't want to get further laps down that has to make up, so they've been ignoring blue flags.
And I'm just wondering as well, as we've been talking about, 3-hour stint for Frank Hamming. I wonder if they've heard us on the broadcast say about the driver time limit, and they've thought, let's
Frank Hamming has got us on his phone, the commentary. I do feel a bit tired, actually.
I'm going to pull
I've been doing an amazing job. Now they have to let someone else take over. And then I can blame them when they mess up. No, that's good.
26 overall. I wonder who's going to change over to, actually, as well.
Probably a teammate. VMS
well, that would be
it.
He's not going to hand over to you or me, is he? To be fair, thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got back out.
Yeah, there we go.
Got back out.
Hamming is clearly they don't have many drivers at Let me just see who his teammates are at VMS Sun Edit, and if any of them are about in the TeamSpeak chat. So I believe VMS Sun Edit's it's a team run by, of course, Guy Sonneveld. Or is it Huis Sonneveld? Sorry, as it's pronounced. So his teammates are Olaf van der Stan Velestra, both really solid drivers actually. Is Olaf or Stan around? Have a brief look. Let me know if I miss anything. That's actually they're both around.
Yeah, Martin Morgurli is in the pit lane in the 95, running 6th overall in MP2. So That's not really going to drop him a couple of positions down, but we'll watch out because he's only got a 31-second lead to Giuseppe Pastor, sorry, who's running in 7th. So, but he's a lap down further, so I think he'll stay in 6th place overall. We've got another stewards inquiry coming up on the chat in a few moments' time, as well as we're looking at Daniel Kiss heading through on the GTE3 cars. And this is second in class, Zoltan
Varconi, yes.
Varconi, thank you. Zoltan Varconi coming into the pit lane, and now...
And that's going to hand it back to Frank Hamming, isn't it?
Yeah, only 12 seconds back according to that, 29, yeah. So, yeah, that's going to give him back position, I should think.
And as Pastore got back out in front of Merguli.
Yes, that dropped over
Or
positions
Pastore
as well.
not, I don't think Pastore has stopped yet, actually.
Second sector yellow. I don't think Varconi as well is going to change over driver. That's why. That's the race leader spinning. That's Spoon.
Oh, it's Spoon, yes. That's a big error for turn Lure. And that's going to put the pressure out because Frank Hamming, the little by little that he closes, is going to put the pressure on. Of course, Frank Hamming having stopped is 87 seconds down, but AFP 99 still needs to stop in this sequence. So,
the
BMS Sun Edits probably can faintly smell a chance of getting into the lead here at the 3 hour mark. And,
yeah,
but they have to negotiate this traffic first. It is all over them in the S's. But oh, there we go. The Bentley of the Semper Racing car just goes spearing into the barrier in the background just after he overtakes it as Moscato pits, and that allows Bradley Sellers to go up into 4th position.
Race leaders in as well.
Yeah,
so
this is a crucial stop. There we go. The tyres were dying. It was time to stop. There's Vinicius Silvecchio having extracted himself from the barrier. But this is going to be, we're going to have to see what the gap is now between Frank Hamming and Turn Lure.
It's dropping.
It is dropping, of course, because he's stationary there. But I think he's going to come out ahead. But the difference is how big the gap is going to be now. Is it going to be 25 seconds as it was before? Or is it going to be lower than that, potentially? Because if it is, then AFP have got a big problem.
Great undercut from Hamming as well. Another stint. That's his 3rd stint he's done.
Varconi, to be fair, has done very similar.
Varconi has, yeah.
He's been in since the beginning. Moscato's dropped to 7th behind Merguli now. So Pastore is actually staying out really long in this stint too.
Didn't Pastore come in a couple of laps ago?
Did he? I don't remember. I'm losing track. It will say how many laps they've done on those tyres, doesn't it?
I swear he came into the pit lane a couple of laps ago, but actually, no. Lure's come out and has kept the lead by 14 seconds to Hamming. Hamming got held up too much in that GT traffic.
I didn't think he was going to have a chance to jump him, but the lap, he's gained about 10 seconds through that spin that Lure had.
It's on now, though. Yeah, it's definitely on. Second sector yellow.
Yeah, 10 Lure not showing.
What has happened?
A little bit of a spin from the race leader, and the gap's now 14 seconds. And we've got 7 cars on the lead lap presently in LMP2.
Yeah, I've just eaten dinner, so it means I can properly
Welcome
focus.
back.
Thank you.
I hope it was nice.
It was meh.
Well, it served its purpose, which is all you can really hope for from a dinner, to keep you energized through the long lights.
I've just got soup I can drink throughout when I come back after the broadcast.
I'm mighty impressed from my team.
Oh!
Sellers running 4th, of course, at the moment in the one.
Is that net P4 or is that? Or what?
I believe it is. Sellers pit fairly recently, yeah.
And Varconi pitted because Hamming went ahead. So yes, that is net positions.
This is interesting here. We got Martin Merguli, DEAC Hackers number 95, closing in on the back of Giuseppe Pastore in IDOS number 87. And 87's on quite worn tyres. I think DEAC Hackers can get into the top 5 here.
Oh, looking into the inside. He thought about it down into.
So we got to think in the long run. If DEAC Hackers can clear IDOS and catch back up to Varconi. Yeah, Iris, not IDOS. So there was an IDOS team last year, to be fair, just hence the confusion. But if Martin Merguli can clear this car as it tries to negotiate the GT3 IDOS,
BMW, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the big beamer.
The big beamer from the classical 2018s. Oh, those beamers were fantastic, weren't they?
Yeah, and Merguli, I think DEAC Hackers might still be in a chance of the win especially if Hamming continues to catch Lutz. The gap's 12 seconds now. It's taken another 2 seconds out of him. But,
He's done a
so-
146.3 personal best for that car. However,
and he's been in
Varconi
since the
is
beginning,
catching.
Hamming. So we are looking at a 3-way battle that could potentially become a 4-way battle in LMP2.
Oh, get in. That's a
I'm
great
interested
one.
to see who's going to replace Hamming at the wheel, though. Will it be a quicker driver or a slower driver?
Well, Hamming's just taken on another
They've got
pit
some
stop.
great drivers at VMS Sunnits. They've got Olaf van der Stam, who's pretty solid, and Stan Velester. Stan Velester, who started right at the back at Sebring, was able to climb to the top 10 by the end of the first lap because it was so chaotic.
And then he punted Hambly into Skinner.
Oh, he did, but he was just teaching him some acrobatics. Well, that was because Alex Skinner had spun at the last corner, so
Yeah.
everyone tripped over him, quite literally. Oh, look at
Oh,
that!
that was so close.
Yeah, Pastore, the rear is just letting go there. I wonder if he might dive into the pits here, but he can't because there's a GT3 car in the way.
Well,
It's
that's
moving.
that's a giant middle finger as well to all of the GTE
Oh,
cars
look at
going
this.
in there.
Magouli's well in the slipstream. He's going to go for the outside here, but Pastore defends down the inside. Into turn 1. Here they go.
They backed out of it.
Magouli trying to hold on, but that was never quite going to work out, was it? He's going to cut back down the inside, but still can't quite get his headlights underneath him.
Had to back out of that one as well. You can see it mid-corner.
Hamming's going rapidly around the circuit, though.
Yeah, 11 seconds is the gap.
That
He's
was-
lost to take this lap, though.
Yes,
When-
Frank Hamming catching.
When
And
came out of the,
Magouli looking like through the Dunlop corners that he's going to set up a move into the hairpin, I think. That's what this is about here.
when
Oh,
Lueck-
wide he goes! Those tyres on that Iris car are dying. I think Magouli's going to get him here fairly soon, sooner rather than later. Not quite in the hairpin. He doesn't think about it on this occasion. Let's see if he can get a
he got
decent
really
run out
close,
of
though.
it.
he could have dive bombed that, to be fair, and that should have been a move.
That would have been risky, though, if he
But
would have.
Kenyas has gone back into the pits, by the way. You're down in 10th, so the
Yeah.
Mugen, number 20, has got out to 9th place. Good for them, running second in the championship, let's
Oh,
not forget.
Angel. Julius Angel in the pit lane for Ferrari.
Yep. Magouli looks like it might take another few laps for him to set up a move here. But that was very exciting.
Hamming, when the gap between Louis and Hamming, when Louis came out of the pit lane, it was, what, 14 seconds? So he's gained 3 in 3 laps.
Yeah, it really feels like Ten Lure does not have the confidence that James Juba had. It's almost like he's ignoring the chicane there, Martin Magouli.
Yeah.
He's so eager to get through it that he wants to skip it entirely.
He's taking the bike layout, isn't he?
Yeah, to be fair, it's so aggressive on the curbs here, and especially the LMP2s. The GDs, I think, are treating the curves with a little bit more respect. Well, only marginally. I think I've seen some of them cut that chicane a bit too. But anyway, the track warning's usually in their job. Now I'm done.
No further action between the BH Racing 3 and Royal Racing Borough 93 car, as it was deemed the car was not in control as it rejoined.
Ah, okay.
DSC Hackers goes
so
a bit in the
BH
back of the BH car. Yeesh.
Oh, speaking of which,
Yeah, he's now holding him up big time.
yeah. So what I'm assuming happened there is that the 93 went off track, and as it rejoined, BH3 hit it. So actually, BH3 sort of could have done a bit more to avoid that. And Sternat Deissner, who took advantage of that to get up to 4th place, is now pitting. So he's going to he's built up at like a 66. Oh, because of course the BH3 pit, so Joseph Frederick Sudo could take over. So I assume the AAA car are now switching drivers too, and hoping to come out still ahead of Suto. Magouli still pursuing, but it looks like Pastore has actually been able to hold him off and pull away
Yeah,
slightly.
he got unaccounted behind a GT car, which really didn't help him.
Suto as well, running what, 5th in class in GTE?
Yeah, we're looking
and-
at him now.
Yeah, we're watching.
Oh, he's
and-
flashing the lights at the P2 car, overtaking him.
What use is that? I mean, that's
Well,
just either
I've
banter
seen
or-
the P2 cars do it when they want someone to know they're there. But,
Yeah.
I don't know why the GT3 cars are doing it.
The
to cars as they
GT3
go
cars
by.
either do it as getting angry.
That's the equivalent of a silencer on a Grand Theft Auto game. It's just not needed.
It's basically just giving you the F word when you do a dodgy.
Well, I think that
rejoin.
says a lot about how you play the GDA game, Josh.
Yeah,
Okay.
loud and violent.
I'm more of a Red Dead Redemption player myself.
I've been waiting to get back into Red Dead Redemption, but
I don't play any of those games. I mainly stick to my racing games.
No, that's true.
And
Yeah, I
Rocket
think,
League.
To be
And
fair,
Rocket
the only
League.
reason I have Red Dead Redemption 2 is because it came with the Xbox. But,
What Xbox do you have?
One, I think, because One S.
Oh, I've got like an old Xbox One from 2015.
To be fair, it was fairly cheap, the one that I got, as we look at Daniel Kiss, just trying to catch up to Listola, so this could be a good little battle, actually. With,
now a bad time to alienate half our chat with saying that I was one of the very lucky ones who managed to get a PlayStation 5.
Oh, here we go, PlayStation envy. Salt Privek is pit from the lead in GD3, so 30 Ruman, the pole sitter, I believe, was he the pole? No, he wasn't. But he was quite close. He was second, and now he's in the lead. And they were leading quite early on in the race and looking very strong. So Iris, the boat on Kenya, sets a purple second sector, actually, surprisingly, in the 10th position. But Zolprabek being serviced, is he going to get out ahead of Wesley out? No, he isn't. Oh, what's happened?
We've got a drive-through penalty for the Genova Iris Automation 86 car for causing an avoidable collision with the 92 Royal Racing Charlie in GTE class. So LMP2 86 with a penalty.
It was the 87.
Yeah.
It says here 86 on the monitor. But yeah, I would assume maybe that's an error.
I thought you said that 86. That's what I was wondering.
Very
Sorry,
strong
yeah,
lap,
86.
very fast lap by Boton Bikenya is actually 145.9 with a purple second sector. Oh, look at this! Daniel Kiss out of the hairpin trying to go round the outside of Calistola. Is he going to be able to pull this off into 200R? Oh, as Victor Band gets a penalty. It's all kicking off now. Daniel Kiss trying to break it on the inside at Spoon, and he's just been able to get the overlap.
Contact.
That was brave. That took a lot of commitment from the Mugen Sim Racing driver. And
Calistola's
Calistola
just
still
there.
on the outside. Is Calistola going to try and get a run through 130R? I don't think he's quite got the momentum to put it off. Let's see.
They hit
What's a
twice.
move?
Yeah, they hit twice in that part of the
Oh,
track.
Listola is catching. Oh, but he's backed off just before 138, so he's not going to dive down the inside. Just able to hold on track.
I'd just like to say, Frank Hamming has broken the 10 seconds.
Yes. So Frank Hamming,
Yeah.
VMS Sunnit, it's looking like a real threat to Amstinio Force Colonia for the lead of the race. 10 Lure. His lap times have not been exceptional. His last lap was 148.6. Frank Hamming's last one, 147.1.
It's all go now, 20 minutes before I have to go and do the MotoGP, so ding dong.
Yeah, you're going to have to summarize, you have to write some kind of summary of the major events that happened while you've been away.
Yeah, 'cause I've
8.5
got-
seconds. Yeah, he's within 8 seconds now.
Yeah, I'm
He's
desperately,
going rapid.
I'm desperately now trying to figure out if there's any way to get out of MotoGP, because you want to stay with this action.
No, I
you
want
just commentate on both. No one will know.
That's a good point, actually. I might. I've got the setup to do that twice. I might.
No,
we can give our viewers an update on what's going on in MotoGP. It's like Tobias, you always update them on the football or cricket's on. So-
Oh, by the way, if you want to know, West Brom beat Chelsea 2-5.
Oh dear.
Oh wow, good. That's good luck for West Bromley.
Hang on, West Brom beat them 5-2.
Yeah, at Stamford Bridge.
Chelsea lost. Wow. That's just
Bad luck for the boys in blue then.
Yes, let's just leave that there for a second.
I don't
Anyway.
care about
Let that
them.
hang in the air like a fart. Okay.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, let's keep our attention on Frank Hamming and his lap times. The gap now 9 seconds between Ten Lure and Frank Hamming for the lead in LMP2. Oh, look at the rear stepping out. Frank Hamming pushing it into turn 1 for all he's worth.
How has he not fallen asleep?
I don't know.
He's been doing this now non-stop since 2 o'clock.
You see, VMS sun edits, they're called sun edits because they edit the game so it's still sunny out there. If they still see the sun outside, the driver still thinks, oh, it's daytime, my stint's not over yet.
Cheating? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
To be fair though, track temperature is still at 29 degrees, the same as it was when the race started. And
Not
we've gone into cloudiness as well, so it's nice out there.
Somebody got
Although-
angry at me for, Jeff Olo kept getting angry at me for saying IDOS, so I apologise for that.
Frank
Someone saying
Hamming.
Battle for P8, which we were watching between Hevesi and Listola.
Frank Hamming's now 8.8 away, 8.7. It's changing as quick as I can say it. 9 now. 9.1, 9.2,
Yeah,
9.3.
still trying to fight back a little bit, but you sense the momentum is fully with Frank Hamming. It's just a matter of how long he can keep this up. Because it could be that Olaf van der Stam or Stan Valestra will have to take over fairly soon.
I've got a fix.
Another side of barge in, but another person that's going rapid, that's going really quickly is Zoltan Volkonyi.
Yeah, 47.8 his last lap.
Because I'm gonna be honest here, the top four seem to be the top three to top six are really on a top 6 to 7 are on a pace of their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like everybody else is, to be honest, not really within a shout. Well, no, you can never say they're not really within a shout. There's 8 hours to go.
There's a long way to go.
A lot of these drivers just making it to the end is a big achievement in itself. As Wesley Buchhout pits from second, which hands second back to Zolt Prebeck, who was leading for a long time. Prebeck 58 seconds behind the leader in GD3, which is Ferdy Ruman. Jurgen Slovenak also in the pits at the present moment for Royal Racing Blue number 13.
Here's Dennis Roches, who's in 12th at the moment.
Yeah, Bottling Motorsport number 28, holding steady in 12th. It's been a very close battle actually. They're about 2 laps though behind Tom Dillon, but 4 seconds ahead of Ruben Griefried, and in turn 4 seconds ahead of Victor Ban. So there's a good battle between the 12th between Bottling 28, Royal Racing Alpha number 94, and Iris Automation 86. As
Zoltan Volkonyi currently did a 1:46.8.
And,
That's rapid.
And Ferdy Ruman has pit from the lead in GD3. Could this hand it back to Zolt Prebeck? This could be very interesting. Oh, look at that. Look at that gaggle every 130R as we see Ferdy Ruman being serviced. It looks like...
Ever so slowly, yeah.
Iris Automation really still in with a shot of winning GD3, I think. It's not going quite as well for them with Pastore in 5th in LMP2, but he's still up there in the mix and setting competitive lap
Pastore's
times.
just pit.
Well, yeah, that was inevitable. His tyres were... He happened to do a very long stint, Pastore, actually, all things considered. So that's going to hand Maguli and Moscato 5th and 6th for the time being.
Moscato closing in as well on Maguli as well.
Jeez,
What's the gap between them? I can't see on the timing monitor at the second. Hang on.
3.9.
3.9, yeah. It's closing in. It was 6 a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, Moscato has been very impressive since he's got in that car. It's just been going up and up the timing screens. Look, there's Victor Ban being lapped by Moscato, I think.
Oh, Pasto's... Yeah, so sorry. That's the same thing. Pastor in the pit lane. Back to you.
Turnlauer is pulling slowly away, just doing the quicker laps. But that's also letting Zoltan Volkonyi catch up quicker and quicker. Frank Hamming's time might be falling off a bit later than Turnlauer's, but Lauer can keep them off when they're slightly off a bit better, maybe, as we can see.
Yeah, this tends to be the phase of the race where Mugen excel, especially the 21 car Varconi. So...
It's where they crash the least, let's just say that.
Tom Dillon makes his way through the S's, 11th position. They're sort of in no man's land, unfortunately.
Very much so.
2 laps free behind them, but 72 seconds to the next car. So Reading Game would be doing quite well, I think, to finish in the top 10. They did finish 5th, which was their best ever in a sort of championship race. They did get a 3rd position at the sort of Halloween pre-season Le Mans we did, which was pretty impressive actually, even though a lot of drivers dropped out. But they were very proud of that 5th place at Sebring. They got it very much on merit, ahead of the likes of Abstinia, of course, Polonia, Royal Blue Racing. Lots of really big teams they were able to beat on that occasion. So I know actually Royal Blue beat them, didn't they? They were in 4th. So yeah, I'm getting the results wrong. Trying to keep the current results in my head as well as the previous results.
I've literally got them in my hand, so I don't think I know it off by heart. I'm reading it off the list.
I'm currently thinking, is the VMS Sun Edits car running a different aero package to the AFP, because they're much better in the corners than the AFP, but it just jumps them so much more in the
it makes me wonder what the Mugen are running as well, because the Mugen seem to have a car that was very much set up for overtaking. See Ferdy Roman really cutting 130R there to try and get out the way of the LMP2. So Roman has emerged about 15 seconds behind the class leader, Zolt Prebeck. So Iris and Mugen, it seems to be this way all season. It's really shaping up into battle between the 7 the 88, and the triple 8. With
Oh, Bradley
Oh!
Sellers in the pit lane.
So car spun.
that's Valdivecchio at second Degner.
Yep.
Rejoining.
That car's had a mare, hasn't it?
Another penalty for Victor Ban, who we just saw in the pit lane in 13th position, as Bradley Sellers is being serviced in the pit lane. So Maguli, I think, is going to get past him.
Gonna be close.
It's 44 seconds, the gap between the two. At the present moment, Sellers stationary. There's Maguli. There he is.
That gap between Magurley and Moscato is now 5.3. So Magurley is just brought it back out in front of him.
I think Maguli's going to come out ahead of Sellers.
He's still in
So
the pit lane.
DAC hackers are going to take 4th position here. Here we go.
It's still stationary. He's got it.
Yeah.
Anthony Nickpon has given me some information. They gain in sector 2 because we have dark blue damage on front and rear and light blue suspension understeer.
Whoa.
Happens when GT3s can't drive it trying to outbrake you. And LMP is rear and you're an ETC.
Yeah. Speaking of damage, we just saw the 94 Raw Racing Alpha going off into the gravel at Degner.
Yeah.
But Noah Bergman continues. There's Bouton Bekenyes in 9th position, trying to catch back up to Daniel Kiss. It's looking like a 42-second gap. This is growing as Kiss continues to gain confidence.
I'd just like to say, Bradley Sellers is going to be so much quicker than Moscato and Merguli. It's going to be interesting to see these three now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how you do when you get into your But yeah, Sellers had his fair share of bad luck, to be fair, and he's recovered pretty well in 6th position, looking to get that 5th, of course, as we see Ben Skaggs drifting into the first corner.
Everyone now. The GT3 is still getting in the way as well. How many have we got left, actually? It's
still
10
just
now.
the 10, I think.
Yeah, just the 10 on the
It's not as bad as it was at the start of the race, but still. They do come up at the darndest places. They do find the darndest places to pick a fight, don't they?
To be honest, we could have a battle between Bradley Sellers and Diogo Moscato, so... Bradley Sellers is on the back straight.
Perhaps we should watch that.
Yeah.
See what Diego...
And Frank Hamming's also slowly starting to drop off. It could be that they're getting more and more used to that damage and getting quicker on it and adapting to it.
Giuseppe Pastori's just set a personal best lap time, 146.5.
It's a good lap time. However, he is a bit further behind than these three.
Because he's pet, of course, yeah, very recently. It is really encouraging to see so much happening in LMP2, because what I usually expect to happen is GD3 is where the battle is, and then LMP2 it all gets a bit spaced out. But actually the opposite's sort of played out, even though it's still close to the lead in GD3.
The reason is, I think, also is because we've got more LMP2 cars.
That's very true.
Than GT3. We've got 17 LMP2 cars still, 18 actually in still race. We've only got 9 GTs. There's half the GTs.
Yeah, if I was to say something that I do feel a little, the only thing that feels a little sad is that it seems that RSS Unison, last year's champions, RSS Unison Racing have kind of abandoned the season, which is a little bit of a shame, because it would have been nice to see them defend their title. They had 2 not great opening races where they were sort of in the bottom edges of the top 10. I think the best finish they had was like 7th or 8th. So they were race winners last season. They were really impressive and consistent, and it seems that they've maybe they feel like it's the sort of thing that happens as the season goes on.
Maybe they don't see it as
we talked about this with AFP as well, that you sort of adapt to the class that you've got the better chance of winning, and you put your eggs in that basket. It seems that maybe they've taken that approach with other series as well, that they feel like after basically Mugen running away with it, they feel like they didn't really have much of a chance, which is a shame. But
massive shame, yeah.
Hopefully we will see them back maybe in the future if they get a chance, because they're a great bunch. Peter Vankapov and Denny Shenke. If you had heard them when they were champions, I had a great interview with them. It was really nice to hear from them. As we see Daniel Kiss pitting and Bekenyes gets back into 8th position as a result.
Also, you know that incident between Chris Tompkins and Stanislas Peugeot? There's been a whole lot of people saying that Chris Tompkins turned it a bit early.
Oh, did he now?
Yeah. Oh, it's kicking off in general. But yeah, let's not go over there. It's just gonna go crazy.
The stewards decided no further action, and one of the stewards being, of course, Chris Tompkins. Just kidding. But yeah, it was a shame to see that car out, especially after hearing Jessica Pelletier so excited to actually get a chance to drive a car, and she didn't get to do that in the end. She did get a great stint at Sebring though, so hopefully Jessica Pelletier will have a better chance to get the Burn Horizon car up into the top 10 next time out.
I'd just like to say, Zoltan Volkoni is flying. He's just ripped out another 3 seconds out of the gap.
Yep, he's 10 behind Frank Hamming, who is 8 behind Ten Lure. So
They
it
are
is a 3-horse race.
closing.
Look at this, Moscato has got he's being lapped by the Mugen. That looks like Volkoni trying to lap him.
Got a couple more minutes of me before I'll nip off for 15 minutes, come back for 10, nip off for 15, come back for the rest.
Okay.
Damn MotoGP with their splitting up of qualifying sessions as well, so bizarrely.
Why don't they just
but
put all the bikes into one qualifying session? Screw
be honest
safety
with
for
you,
once.
I don't know why they didn't. First year I started commentating is the first year they introduced the. Well, actually, that's a lie because I did 2012. But the other year as well, 2013, when we actually started doing it for the podcast and everything, it was the year they introduced 2 qualifying formats, and it just doesn't work, in my opinion. It just makes it a little bit more. It punishes you for having a bad practice.
What is it with these motor racing series and trying to fix qualifying that isn't broken?
Yes,
I know.
just leave it.
I know. What's the problem?
It's okay for the fastest car, qualify fastest, and start at the front of the field.
I would literally have, for all qualifyings, half an hour, unlimited running,
Oh,
out you go.
where's
And
Lucas Beerwald going?
No.
He's taking a very wide line into
He's going on the rallycross stage.
I actually disagree with that 30 minutes just all out, because we saw that in a bit like F1 with an hour, and that was awful.
Well, I think
Yeah.
the elimination format they have in Formula 1, Q1, Q2, Q3 works very fine. It's Martin McGooley!
Oh,
Off
no!
again there, hit straight into the barriers.
that's
Oh
gonna
my
be
goodness.
damage. A lot of
EAC
it.
Hackers, the what's running 4th. Moscato's going to go right past them there. There he goes. The orange car of Diogo Moscato, number 90 Valet car, into 4th position. So Martin McGooley, a crucial mistake there that's cost the EAC Hackers a chance of possibly winning this race. The momentum that they've built up has now gone away from them.
What has happened to that car?
Well,
Tiredness.
how long have you got?
I'm saying tiredness, to be fair, because I think they've changed drivers once maybe since the start. That's 2
well,
stints.
they pit and there was another car in the way, and they
Yes.
lost the lead under code 80.
Yeah.
Then they got punted. They got punted off track, I think. And now
Please no
they're
Punterino.
struggling to make their way back up the order. Really,
It's been one of those days, isn't it? One of those days.
It's a
I'm
shame.
also-
The EAC Hackers has shown superb pace, but they've not really had they've not been able to stay out of trouble, which is the key thing in endurance racing.
Also, I have a feeling this is gonna be Frank Hamming's final stint. It's just a gut feeling.
Do you think he's not available to, in a couple of hours' time? Is that what you
He's been
thinking?
doing 4 hours. They've got they've got Stan Vlistra,
Whoa!
Olaf van der Stam.
That's
Yeah.
Slovenac and a Hamming actually. Just at the chicane there, Hamming looked like he went off with a Slovenac.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly how that played out. We just caught the end of it, but yeah, Frank Hamming would have lost a second or so to Ten Lure there.
Yeah. Back to you,
I
Tobias.
think he's pushing a bit too hard actually to keep Volkoni away.
I have a feeling that VMS is just doing single since like. So next stint we're gonna have either Olaf van der Stam, Stan Vlistra for another 4 hours, and then they'll switch, or those two will have 2 hours each, and then 2-hour stints. But I
4.
don't think Hamming is going to go in the car anymore.
That's interesting. That
I'd
explains
be
why
very
he's winning
interested
so much.
to talk
Yeah.
to Frank Hamming after his stint's over at some
And
point.
to be honest, I have a feeling he's the quickest car in the team. So yeah.
Biggest driver, yeah.
Right, I'm going to have to pop off. So thanks. That's my first stint done. So I will join you back in about 15 minutes.
Thanks a
for
lot
10.
for your help, Joshua. It's been really awesome to have you around.
Pleasure. I'll be back soon. Don't worry.
See you later. You might not actually see me later because I'll have to go at like 6:30 to eat dinner, and then my plan was not to come back unless needed. So
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go at like 7ish.
I'll take over from you then, Tobias. Right, I'm off. Bye-bye.
Oh, I'm awful alone. I need someone with me.
well, you only have to fill half an hour. Don't you?
Yeah. Okay, that's doable. But yeah, I mean the race has been going very well, wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, it's not been the Mugen walkover I think that many of us were expecting, even in
Also-
GD3. With Lucas Beerwald having another
Also,
off-track moment.
Bottling Motorsports got a warning for causing avoidable contact. they've been quite clean this race, actually. We've not had many penalties. Well, depends what car. We haven't actually had... It wasn't that bad.
Well, there's only one bottling motorsport car, isn't it? The 28, which you just see going out of frame now into turn 1. Oh! Giuseppe Pastori spins and holds up the 510 Evo ADN car. Oh, rejoins right in front of it. Oh, that was a pretty unsafe rejoin by Giuseppe Pastor.
That's going to be a penalty.
Oh, almost certainly. That's a shame. They were running okay in 7th, making up ground to Sellers. That's really going to potentially be a real ball. And I was used to someone else spinning. That's the Heindel facing the wrong way at a 130R and having to get going again very soon. You see Parker and
It's the other one.
That looked the 232, isn't it? Yeah, because I think Bekenys is still running okay in 8.
I have to say, Diogo Moscato is not looking that quick right now, to the point where the DAC Hackers is not far off of him.
Yeah, it was Dobai who spun. Yes, there we go. We see him on track at the moment.
Yeah, Robert Dobai's been in that car for ages now, coming up to 4 hours. We will be seeing pits again, I think, soon. From people like, I think, like the front runners like Tern Lauer, Frank Hamming, Valcogni.
Oh, Tern Lauer going wide at Spoon.
Yeesh. That's not a very good line, I'd say.
Oh, look at that. Felix Neuberger going very slow. Is that Neuberger or is that his teammate, actually?
That's Sellers, I think. That just went past him.
Yeah, it's the body motorsport number 28 that was just slowing right down at the side of the road.
Sellers has now unlapped himself, so if there's a server restart, he's in a good position.
So, yeah, it's David Nascati. The car's that could be a code 80 because the car is just trundling. He's very wounded. I think the engine may have gone. Smoke coming out the back.
Can the 28 car escape to the pits, please?
That could be bottling motorsports after evening over.
They could be allowed back in. They've been quite lenient with that.
Yeah, but that is going to let Noah Bergman, Raw Racing Alpha, through into 14th position.
I mean, they could go with Marius Aquera. Or Akos Forgax like that.
Oh, it looks like the class leaders are both together on track. Pribek and Ken Lure.
Yeah, also Sellers has finally unlapped himself from the leader. Now he can fully go and catch his teammate Martin Muguli. They're only 6 and 9 seconds up the road.
Are their teammates DAC Hackers and Essenza VRT?
No.
Why did you say they were teammates?
Valet and Essenza.
Ah, okay. I see.
Because it's a Essenza Valet racing team, I think.
Ah, I see. They're trying to catch Diogo in the 90, but they got Mergley in between. I see. Sorry.
Because, well, I mean, you have to remember that I drive for Essenza usually, and that's actually just the Essenza Hashtag 33 car. Just
okay.
reskinned and under a new entry name. Which is cool. I quite like it.
Still apart from the sister car, I guess. Alfie Bevan has gotten on board the number 35 fairly recently, running 3rd in class in GD3 for Evo Auto Motorsports. 68 seconds down on the leaders. Still ahead of Donat Deissner, and Bevan going wide again. We saw him going a little wide in the chicane, but just able to save that one.
I used to actually drive. I used to drive for Essenza a few years ago, so I've got a good history with this team. So it's nice to be back in it. So
let's hope you can get a good result with this team as well.
I'm really excited. The livery is gorgeous.
It is. Well, let's hope that ends up in you being a bit faster.
Yeah, the livery just gives me power.
Lucas Bewald having another trouble incident. A trouble incident, as opposed to a normal incident where there's no trouble.
We're coming up to the first third of the race being over. And it's been an interesting first third of the race, hasn't it?
The first third tends to be the most action-packed.
Yeah.
Then they sort of into a little bit of Hamming only 6.7 behind Lure. Lure is not coping well in this stint with the pressure from behind because he's losing time.
Remember, they've got damage.
They have, yes. It's not an easy position to be in, but we have seen them. Are they going to be able to repair the damage at the next stint, I wonder?
Next thing we know, they have big accident, and AFP's dreams have slipped away again, and then we've got Mugen win again.
Or possibly Frank Hamming and the VMS Sun Edits team will hold on. But it's only, what's the difference? It's 8 seconds, the gap to Varconi and Hamming.
I know, Varconi is really putting down the pressure. I'm not sure who's going to catch who first. Will it be Hamming, or will it be a Varconi?
Be interesting.
Varconi's being held up with GTs though.
I certainly don't see Moscato Maguli I do think McGurley might be able to catch if he could get by Moscato, but he's with that incident, he's lost so much time, possibly damaged the front end of the car.
Again, it's 8 hours. We can't read into much about it.
That's true, but there's a lot of time to still catch up. But looking like at the moment, it's a 3-horse race in LMP2 and a 2-horse race in GD3.
I've actually got a question. Could like what Kilka circuits would be perfect for endurance racing? Because a lot of them are very optimized to it, aren't they?
Well, optimized for like racing in general, I guess. But Shanghai would probably be okay.
I don't like Shanghai though. Shanghai would be. I mean, the 2 quick corners.
Hey,
sort
you
of...
want answer? You ask a question, you don't
Yeah.
answer. You don't like the answer, don't ask the question.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I disagree, but I'm not sure about Shanghai. I don't think the middle sector is that good. But no.
Turkey.
Yeah,
stand by.
I agree completely with Turkey. I'd love to see an endurance race at Turkey. However, I think the GTs would get a bit fed up of LMPs dive bombing into the
final sector.
into the hairpin. I mean, actually, hairpins.
Oh, you mean near the first sector? Okay.
Yeah, final sector hairpin. I'm thinking about Korea already.
Oh yeah, that is later in the season, isn't it?
Yep, the 8 hours of Korea. Don't forget that. Put that in your calendar.
The Yongan circuit, yes. The circuit that I don't think exists anymore. They were going to build a city around it. Oh, it probably does, yeah. The city they were going to build around it.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. That never existed.
Happened. As Listola finds himself facing the wrong way at Degna 2. The rejoin, hopefully safely. Okay. Just about right. Listola, I think, far behind is the 11th place driver. That would be Tom Dillon, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. 36 seconds. So actually, Listola gradually losing a bit of time. We did say earlier that we were hoping Listola would be a bit stronger as the race went on and the night fell, but actually he's dropped back a bit, unfortunately.
Also, I mean, it has to be said though, it has been quite a good race so far. However,
it's difficult to know which way it's going to go, because AFP could hold on to this if they repair the damage, keep up the pace, or it could go the way of VMS Sun Edits, or it could go the way of Mugen Sim Racing. All 3 of the cars could crash into each other, and Diego Moscato could,
Or we have a red flag because the incident's so big and so many cars are involved that they restart onto the and then they just do a restart red flag lap, which means the people who are on the lead lap currently all get a restart from the front, I guess.
Well, let's not hope for too many crazy miracles.
Yeah.
Because Forgax, is that Forgax fighting with someone for position, actually? That's Slovenak. He's 2 laps behind Slovenak, actually.
I mean, it is an What happened to Royal? Oh no, Royal Blue had an accident, didn't they? A really big one.
Well, yeah, they were really caught out because they tried to lap the GD3, the Mugen, and they went around the outside and basically went into the barrier and got stuck. I think what happened, the chat was speculating, was that they got stuck and had to basically restart because even though the car wasn't horrendously damaged, it could probably have continued if they weren't phasing through the barrier, basically, and they had to go back to the pit lane as a result. That's a real shame for Royal Blue. They were having a great race up to that point, but
Frank Hamming within 5 seconds now. He's so close. However, pit stops are starting soon, so we could see something there, and I'm really excited to see what happens there.
Yeah, let's right on board actually with Frank Hamming. Been in the car, nearly 4 hours now.
Yeah, they're doing mega stints here, these two. Frank Hamming.
Is there a sense that they don't want to lose time because the engine driver takes longer on changing just the tyres and the fuel?
I guess they could. That could be a huge advantage. I mean, you never know. They might have a nightmare of a pit stop. I mean, I doubt it, but you never know. The next driver might not be as quick and might lose a lot of time. But they are so close to turn Lauer.
He's pitting. He's pulling the trigger. Here we go. I think Hamming may be changing driver here. So VMS Sun Edits are the first to pit of the leading 3 in this stint.
Do you want to bet if they're changing driver? You never know. They might not.
Frank Hamming's like, I want more. I want more punishment.
More drive.
Yeah, I'm getting so close now. This Barconi takes second.
There are some teams that are doing just 2 drivers, such as the Valet Esports. They're just doing Diego Moscato and Massimiliano Ribali.
Yeah, yes, they could just be switching between the 2. They get tired. Let's see. Does the name next to the number 26 change in the VMS Sun Edits car?
Yeah, that's what
they've got a huge gap to Moscato, so they don't need to worry about Moscato getting in front too much. So, this VMS Sunnits could undercut, can't undercut AFP here. Oh, as well, Varconi goes very wide into Degner, trying to get past the.
This is a very long pit stop, so
35
this
of
is probably a
Bevan.
driver swap, isn't it? 60 seconds.
It seems that way, yeah.
Could be close with Moscato.
Yeah, it could be, actually. But Varconi's
really...
13 seconds behind Lua. They'll be interesting.
They're out. Olaf van der Stam, yep.
Van der Stam on board then. So
that's why it was a long pit stop, because they're switching driver.
It makes sense, but that was a mega stint actually from Frank Hamming. And Varconi is going even longer here. As we see, we saw a little mistake from him. It could be that Varconi is going to pull the trigger now too.
Yeah, I think they're going to pit in the next few laps now, all of them. I'm interested to see Olaf van der Stam's pace though, compared to his teammates, because his teammates were monstrously quick.
Now the big question also is, what is Ten Lua going to do?
I think they're all going to pit. Turn Lower stays up for another lap.
Yeah, he does. But what's Varconi doing?
I have a feeling they're going to pit soon. Varconi seems... Yeah,
oh,
they seem
look,
on good
there
pace.
we go. Oh no, actually he's continuing on, Varconi. So this stint continues. Varconi's been in since the beginning, I remind you. So he's going to hope he doesn't make too many more mistakes. The gap, 14 seconds, so we lost a bit on that lap with that mistake at Degner too. Oh, first Degner, sorry.
Yeah, Degner won.
Robert go by, meanwhile, in 13th is in the pits behind Dull. Number 232. Peter Schumann is getting on board the Free on number 138 that's down basically behind the top three in GD3. It's an LP2 car there. Varconi still pushing really hard. Got the gap back down to 13 seconds already, halfway through the lap. So the damage on the AFP really holding it back here. It's a case of AFP really just holding on throughout this whole stint, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ten Lua actually, all things considered, doing a pretty solid job to not fall off the road.
Yeah.
There's a real sense, really, that AFP really need this win, don't they? Because of the way their championship's been going. The last race with the substitute drivers, they crawled to 9th or 10th, I think it was in the end. And then in Daytona, they were 12 laps down. They finished 3rd. It really feels like the momentum went away with them when Daytona
Roguli
got
and Moscato both pitting now.
Okay.
So this is I have a feeling that lots of people are going to pit now. Turn Lauer still going another lap, really stretching that fuel.
Oh, I think Varconi's coming in.
Yep, Varconi's in. Will he do an undercut?
But now
where's Van der Stam going to go out compared to them? Because I feel like Varconi is also going to do a driver swap.
I agree. He's got 82-second gap on Van der Stam, 83.
Yeah, the thing is, Van der Stam hasn't been doing that for good laps currently.
68 seconds, sorry, actually. But Van der Stam has only just gotten in, so I guess he's just warming up. As we see Chisholm Pastor just getting in front at 130R of the number 70, which goes all over the asphalt.
Proton Berkenya is also in pits.
Yep, so the Stoller takes 9th now.
Oh no, Martin Novak's now in the pits. As Diogo Moscato just leaves the pits. Very, very close. That's a bit weird, guys. Just give each other some room.
Stella's into 4th, fortunately, as Van der Stam continues on his way. Let's see if he can get out in front of Varconi.
It's going to be so close.
Could be quite close. 8 hours remaining now, so we're at the end of the 4th hour.
I think it has to be Turnlauer's time to pit to go out now.
Well, it depends on the state of the car, I think. Here we go.
Oh, it's going to be close. It is going to be so close.
There we go. There's Kolokshai gets on board. But Van der Stam is clear. Here we go. So the gap's like 5 or 6 seconds, isn't it?
Yeah. Van der Stam doesn't look as comfortable, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Kolokshai is incredibly quick, so Van der Stam could be very vulnerable. I think you're right there.
Yeah. Bradley Sellers still consistently took a second out of Van der Stam, and they're not far, remember.
Ken Lua pits from the lead. But yes, Sellers should be one to watch. So this is going to be important. Are they going to repair the damage and put a new driver in, or are they going to persevere?
I think repairing the damage is the best decision here.
His 10 lure is a bit fresher than the others. He hasn't been going since the very beginning. Because, of course, we had James Juba doing the first hour or two, didn't we?
Yeah, they've got one more driver. We'll turn lower, stay in the pits, and just repair the damage for this one, then maybe next pit day.
Oh, Philip Weinbrake, who's just gotten on board the 92 Ferrari, is stranded on the exit of and he's got going again of Degna 2. But he just lost the rear end. Facing the wrong way there, as we've seen quite a few drivers do. But how close is Olaf van der Stam going to get to 10 lure?
Also, Sean Jones driving for the Reading Game Studios car now for this round.
Oh, of course, because the 97 retired so early on, so Sean Jones never got a chance to hop on board. But Reading Game Studios sees some talent and decides, oh, I'll have that as Songa Ferenzi. Bit of a moment at the chicane and just avoids the LMP2. That's the DEAC Havis car, I think, of Maguli in 7.
Don't allow out of pits, staying in the car.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we're going to have a big battle between
There we go. So Van der
and...
Stam, 22 seconds down. So Lure actually gained a lot as Van der Stam was getting up
I
to
think it was the
speed there.
driver stop, the driver swap. They haven't done many.
There,
Remember,
Lure, they did theirs earlier, of course, at Absinia Force Polonia. So this has helped give them a bit of breathing space. A bit less pressure on Taylor for the time being, but still he's got to keep that damaged car in
Van
the
der
lead.
Stam really not doing very well currently.
Yes, Kolokshai closing in. But you can be sure in a few laps he's going to be all over him like a cheap suit. As we see Alfie Bevan in third in class having an off. Alfie Bevan has got a huge gap to Donut Deister, I think 48 seconds for the time being. Getting very excited in the background, and it isn't me. So
Sorry.
that's okay. There's Ferdy Briman. Oh, Songa Ferenzi clogs the barriers at the exit of Degna 2. That car doesn't look too healthy. The number 70, the Dream Team. It's not dream handling, that's for sure.
More like hell handling. As Kalashai so close on the rear of
Well, we've seen David
Van der
Kolokshai
Stam.
driving in the previous season for Fancy Esports. He was a force to be reckoned with. Kept the championship going until the very last round, until the engine blew up, I think, at Road America in the last round. But still, he's in contention. They're the championship leaders. Let's not forget. If it finishes as is, they could very well maintain their lead, but they've got to cover the threat from Abstinia Force Polonia, and in this particular race from BMS Sun Edits, who are right in front of them now.
I think this is going to be a move any time now.
Yes, Van der Stam. It's when, not if, isn't it?
Yeah, Van der Stam does not look comfortable, like I said. I mean, he looks comfortable. He just doesn't look as comfortable as
Well, David Kolokshai was in during the week in the hot laps. He was in the sort of top 5 of the fastest laps, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. He's certainly this certainly isn't a circuit he's weak at in any way. So he's certainly one of the strongest drivers in that 21 car. Has been the whole season. So I would not be surprised if Olaf van der Stam finds him a bit too much to handle. As we see a back marker coming at exactly the wrong moment. Van der Stam has to go around the outside. Can Kolokshai take advantage? He closes up as they go through Dunlop. But Van der Stam actually handled that pretty well.
car went a bit wide. Is that the Team Shiba?
Shiba aren't in this race. They moved to the Iris Automation squad, didn't they?
Oh.
The LMP2. The 87 Pastore running 5th at the moment.
I will miss the Team Shiba liveries. They were great.
Me too. Maybe they'll have another crack at trying to win that GT3 championship. They're trying to win both championships, but they've only got, even though they've got Nicky and Giuseppe, the 2 siblings. So I don't see why they don't have one in a GT3 car and the other in the LMP2. It seems that when we drive together. Okay. But anyway, Team Shiba, it definitely feels like Team Shiba is sacrificing that to help try and win the greater glory, which is the LMP2 championship. But Kolokshai continues to carry Olaf van der Stam as they make their way through the traffic. You sort of feel Van der Stam's desperation to make it through just before 130R. Kolokshai held a bit by the number 35, driven by Alfie Bevan. Free. Bevan actually doing a really solid job to hold on to that 3rd position. Keep Deissner at bay. And there's an 85-second gap to the lead, but he's just got to hold on. Oh, here we go. Look, you see Van der Stam trying to pull right to the inside. So David Kolokshai has to go the long way round at turn 1. Is he going to go the long way? He
does.
does!
What a move from David Koloshlai.
Kolokshai set that up and got the move down comfortably before the braking zone. So Olav van der Stam did not really... there was a bit desperation there. He knew he got a bad run out of the chicane. And Kolokshai through into second. And now the pressure really mounts on Abstinia Falls Pioneer because the big challenger to them is up to second place. And he's going to start closing that 27-second gap. Look, he's rocketing away already from Van der Stam.
I have to say, I am hoping for a Bradley Sellers Van der Stam battle.
It could be possible. I think Sellers may have to do another pit stop. He's sort of a little bit out of sequence with the 3 leaders.
I know.
Do you see the GD3 car almost hit Van der Stam there? Oh.
If he gets a code 80, then I think he can be back in shout for that P3. I mean, he already is in shout. He's been bloody quick and been doing really, really well in that car.
Yeah, P4 is a certain possibility, but Pastore, Moscato, Merkley, these are all big threats to him.
They've been a bit... I mean, Pastore at least has not really been in his... they've been on the same strategy, so Pastore's been a bit of out of there, in my opinion, compared to them.
Oh, there's Bradley right now, just getting around the outside of... oh, here we go. It's always a bit tense because you think, what happened to the Royal Blue Racing number 13 earlier in the race? There we go. So, big dramatic change position in LMP2. I have a feeling it won't be the last on before the next 7 hours and 52 minutes elapse. Good racing still to come. I might have to leave in the next 20 minutes or so, so I'll stay as long as I can. But dinner is on the horizon, baby. As we see that GD3 car stopped. Almost. It was going quite slowly at least. There we go. That's one of the Mugans. And Adam Schattler driving around without his rear wing. 232 Heimdall entry. GD3 going so slow there, is it just literally in comparison with the LMP2? Oh, this is a bit hairy, isn't it? Adam Schattler into the barriers.
If that's a code 80, I would box that car. I'd box the... That's going to be a code 80. It has to be. He's got no rear wing. It's dark.
Spoon, this is not ideal. Oh,
yeah, that's
goes.
A code 80. Please do a code 80 here. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is going to end in tears if they're not careful here.
What?
So, Kribek has actually extended the gap to Riman in GD3. So, it looks like Mugen have got a 24-second gap. Second position there. It's certainly good news for them, as Calistola opts to go into the pits.
Oh. More accidents happening for that car. And it's spun in one... Oh, it's on Apex on 130R. It's in a really bad position. They really just... Go on to code 8. Just go on pit limiter and just slow down.
Gonna make it through the chicane to get to the pit lane. That's all. That's like Marconi going through there, I think. Kolokshai, sorry. Kolokshai's got the gap down to 24 seconds already. 30 Roman being lapped by the Heimdall. So where where should we focus now in the next few minutes? Should we look at the
I don't know.
The lead in both classes is about the same, isn't it? 25 seconds in LMP2, 24 in GD3.
Again, the race is slowly dying down a little bit.
Diego Moscato is only about 1.8 behind Giuseppe Pastore. That is an interesting fight. One worth keeping an eye on. They are. Pastore. And here is Moscato. Moscato, I think, may fancy his chances. He's got past Pastore before, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Looks like Giuseppe is going to have to pull out all the stops to hold on to that 5th position. Let's look at his last lap. Moscato just set a 47.0. Pastore set 48.0.
46.2. That is a monster lap from Diego Moscato.
Oh, yes.
And he's right behind Giuseppe
Well,
Pastore.
that's his best lap. The lap he just set was a 47.0, which is still a second faster. And meanwhile, Ten Lure is setting 48.1 laps. David Kolokshai's last lap 46.8.
It was actually a 49.1. Turn low is on a 46.5.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, it's not quite that bad. Here we go. Moscato all over the back of Pastore. And, fun to speak in very protracted sentences, I'm starting to sound like William Shatner. And into the corner they go. So Diego Moscato, I think, is setting up a move into possibly 130R of the chicane here.
That'll be risky.
Could be,
But
but
these
or
are racing
perhaps even
drivers.
the main straight. Well, it's a risky business, racing drivers.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. So the I think the Mugen's done well to get out of the way at about the right
Yeah,
point
it,
there.
it had a bit of a moment though.
The class leading is old Privek. It is. There's Dyson's in the pit, so it must be him. Suto also in the pits for BH3. You're right behind him. Oh, not right behind him, but about 30 or 40 seconds behind him. Hard to tell when they're all several laps down, or at least a lap down. So I think they're right together actually, because by virtue of being right together in the pit lane. There they are. You can just see them on the left there, behind the timer screen. Atto looking very menacing as they have to wait for the golden car. 510 gets out of the way. The Chandler has actually kept the gap fairly stable to David Kolokshai, about 25 seconds. Neither really gaining on the other. But Van der Stam has dropped to 32 seconds down, 20 seconds ahead of Sellers. Bradley Sellers have his work cut out as we see Diego Moscato. Good run actually out of Digna 2. I think Suto has actually got going from the pit lane ahead of Dyson, so there could be a driver change going on at 888. Because BH3 Racing take 4th position in GD3, back from the 888 car. Definitely a longer stop for the 888. No, they're not changing drivers, it's just a slow stop.
Yeah, you get those unlucky stops, which is very, very annoying for people, but hey.
Indeed, but it's probably a bit annoying for BH3 to have a random car come across them, and they weren't quite able to avoid it in time.
Ooh, as the car's really, really wide out there.
Yeah, so Sean Jones at the wheel of the 72 car. Got reading game studios into the top 10 past Axel Kier in a 137 Stringer 1 car.
No, he's still in he's P11. Just one position off. Has a bit
Is he?
to go.
It's showing 10 on my screens. Sean Jones.
Showing 11 on the official timing on the game.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the times are a little bit behind right now. But it doesn't matter.
No, it does to Sean Jones, I'm sure.
Yeah.
As the Pastore now pits. So actually Moscato is through into 5th position then. And Maguli is also going to get through as a result of that. Kiss a few laps down. Number 20, I think, could really lose ground in the championship if it can't get into the top 5 in this race. They've had a bit more trouble since they've got into the bottom edges of the top 10. They've had real trouble with EERC Hackers, Valet, VMS Sun Edit Racing, and of course your team, the Sensor.
Yeah. Be interesting to talk to James about this actually.
Well, we'll see if he is in a talkative mood at any point. Maybe you and him can have a talk while I go eat dinner.
Well, my team boss actually is Massey. We're just well, as you know.
Oh,
Some teams is actually still looking for drivers.
As the race is going on, there's only drivers.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's why Reading Game have gone for Sean Jones. They've done a deal very quickly with AFP.
5-second deal.
You want a car? Here's a car.
Good money.
Well, My car's in the barriers, so I'll take your car.
Don't some drivers in Le Mans drive for 2 cars? Like, I think there have been some people who have done that.
Sometimes, yeah. It
I am
depends.
so jealous of them. They get to do more driving.
Probably dead tired though.
Yeah. Coffee exists for them. Or Red Bull. Or Powerade. Whatever you drink.
Yeah, pick your poison. Then there's Sean Jones. We were just talking about him. He's going on to the green stuff, AstroTurf, which is not really ideal line through turn 1.
AstroTurf has officially been renamed to Green Stuff.
The more memorable name, but apart from the grass, which is the actual green stuff that will slow you down. Martin McGilly sets a purple sector 3 and a 147.5. 16 seconds down on Diego Moscato. So McGurley's collected himself up since he's off and has started to recover a bit. During the pace that DAC Hackers showed in previous races, they were 3rd in Sebring, let's not forget. There is still a chance for DAC Hackers to take 3rd here, actually, depending on how things play out. But they've got to clear Moscato, they've got to clear Sellers, they've got to clear Olaf van der Stam.
I think everything's to play for, though. It's such a long race.
What I'm probably going to end up doing is watching this race just before I go to bed, just to see how it ends. Just sort of setting an alarm for 2.
Yeah.
Put my phone in here like to Joshua, your Tobias, sorry. Joshua. To tell us that it's been a walkover for Kolokshire in the 21 car. They win by like 6 laps or something. It could happen in the 7 hours left, but not fairly stable at the moment.
It'll be nice to have that half an hour of just breathing and just relaxing, of practicing before my stint, because I just want to do some driving now.
Whoa! Adam Shatler goes off into the kiddie litter in the 232, ranked 15th for Heimdall Racing. Yeah, they've not had the cleanest of runs. We've seen him flip over at one point earlier on. Shatler on with it. Continues back on track as Jurga Slovenak in 14th. Slowly getting Royal Blue Racing number 13 back where it belongs.
Still a ways off, but lots of the top teams are all on the lead lap right now. And some just a lap off.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Maguli has only just been put a lap down by Lua, and I think Maguli his car is in a slightly better condition, so he might have a decent chance of unlapping himself as a strategy. Yeah, Pascuto rejoins, taking over the number 13. Pascuto, a very solid driver actually. Let's see what he can do in this stint, trying to catch Noah Bergman. 35 seconds ahead.
Budge in, but I think my timing is broken. Because on the game, I'm not getting any time going down, nor times.
Ah, okay. Well, we've got good time on the... Funnily enough, we've got decent time on the overlay, which is very rare.
So I'm going to leave and rejoin and see if that fixes it. If not, then I might have to tell Chris Tompkins about
Bradley Sellers is just in the pits at the moment, actually. In 4th position. Let's see if Senza can have a clean stop.
I think we're switching.
Okay. Let's hope you don't have to jump in, because you're just restarting the game.
No, I'm at the end of the...
Oh, of course, yeah.
Final 3 hours.
But it could be a bait and switch. I wasn't sure if you'd tell the truth on
No, I'm actually going at the end.
Okay. So Moscato goes up to 4th now. I think Maguli's going to get by as well. Silas will rejoin in 6th at least. He's got 45 seconds to pass Storage, so he should be able to get back out ahead of him.
By the way, if any drivers want to have an interview, please join us. We'd love to have an interview.
Yeah, we're very talkative. And so
I'm never going to stop this, by the way, with asking for interviews. It's like a trademark of mine.
So, well, I completely missed the 100 lap margin. We're at lap 141. And it's still 10 Lua, leading by about 24 seconds, sorry, over David Kolokshire. Olaf van der Stam about 17 seconds down on Kolokshire. Diego Moscato, 57 seconds down on Ola Fenster. And someone bugging me. Ooh, so Tom Dillon, now that Sean Jones has taken over the car, is interested in coming over for an interview.
Perfect. Drag them in.
Someone was listening. Where is Tom? There he is. Let him in. We've climbed our own channel.
Hello, Tom.
Hello.
Nice to hear from you, Tom. How's it going so far?
Oh, it's going very well, thank you, actually, so far. I had a little incident at 1:30, but other than that, it's been quite a fun race.
I noticed you've Sean Jones, who was supposed to do the race for Abyssinia Force playing in '97. That car retired, and it seems that you've done a deal with Sean to do this stint.
Well, a bit like we did Nola, actually.
Oh, Molnar going straight on at Degna 2, 12th position. So it looks like Molnar, Iris Automation, not having a great run in the 86 machine. But anyway, sorry, Tom, that was a bit dramatic. Mike calls a code 80 as well. He's trundling around the track, keeping to the side of the circuit. So I'm not sure really where to start, because it looked like you didn't qualify. I didn't have the greatest of qualifying, and you've had to sort of recover ever since. But you've gotten into the top 10 then. 3 laps down on the lead, but Novak, Kiss are still sort of within reach.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating because of the we would have been about P8 by now if it wasn't for me dropping it on the curb at 1:30R. But other than that, it's been quite a good stint, and we always qualify poorly and make our way up in the race. I guess it makes it quite a fun recovery drive, really.
It doesn't make it easy, but I guess with 12 hours, it gives you plenty of time to catch up. So you have any interesting observations about the setup for Suzuka?
Well, actually, Sean comes in and looks at our setup and goes, "Oh my goodness, you're doing so much wrong." And
well, this is coming from the guy whose car crashed out really early, so I would question the setup of the AFP 97 car.
Be nice to my team owner, please.
one
of my teams. So. Oh.
I couldn't question their setup because they told me it's actually a full-on esports setup. So.
Fair enough. So I guess we'll trust Sean Jones' judgment there, because maybe it wasn't necessarily the setup's fault that the car ended up in the barriers after 1:30R. But
I'm not complaining. He's incredibly fast and is doing a very, very good job for us right now.
Indeed. So let's see what the 72's lap times are as Lesnar Molnar finally makes it back to the pits. Daniel Kiss just set a purple second sector in Mugen number 20. What's his last lap? Oh, actually very slow because he just pit, I think. But Sean Jones' last lap 148.9, the best lap 147.0. On Novak about, let's see, 105 seconds ahead, and Axel Kier 64 seconds behind. So you had a little bit of a battle with Fringavond earlier on, didn't you? And it seems that Fringavond has sort of dropped off a bit from the top 10. Oh. Well, that's just Tobias's brother, I think, in the background.
Yeah.
I've had a few family issues this stint. I realised that I left the key in the door, so they all came back after a long walk and couldn't get in the house. Luckily, it was on the last lap of my stint, though, so I was able to quickly come to the pits and get.
I think someone's gone up.
Yeah, it's Dicner in 5th in the 888 Mugen car, the championship leaders in that. They've not been having the cleanest of races. They've been stuck in 5th position, really. Suto just had a much better pit stop and has been able to sort of keep that position. Also, you see Vinicius Del Vecchio spinning 360, more than 360 degrees out of 130R.
The Sanfrecce car's not had much luck here, has it?
Yeah, it's been holding on to 6th, but the 510 driven by Nyber will be licking its lips as it sees that.
By the way, this is more of a tip and a question than a question. How is the lapping here? This is just so that I know what to expect during my stint.
It's so much worse than anything I've ever done before. There's no way you can especially in Section 1, there's no way you can safely overtake a GT car. I've annoyed quite a few actually, because you hold your line and then the line just switches so much from inside to outside that you kind of have to guess with them where you're going.
Yeah, it definitely felt like in the early laps they were really tripping over each other. We saw the lead changing many times in LMP2 as a result, and cars like coming across the driver in the S is spun sideways and having to really take evasive action. See Robert Strachan going a bit wide at turn 1. Continuing. I had a question, but I think maybe it's probably not a good idea to ask it.
Go on, you can ask anything.
Well, I was going to ask about the Code 80s, because we've seen a couple of times where it feels like the race directors have tried to, they've had a wounded car stranded on track, and they've sort of hoped that they can make it back to the pits without having to call a Code 80 a few times. Have you, it's been a little, I know it's a really difficult track to call sometimes, and especially with it being so narrow in places, but do you think there are times where Code 80s have been a little later than they should have been, or do you think it's been about right?
I think it's been about right. We want to keep green running as long as
Yeah,
possible.
probably on balance, you're right. I think this is something that crossed my mind, and so I thought maybe I shouldn't ask it.
Yeah, no, I think the race directors are doing a very good job. They're having to balance reports and all that, and it's Suzuka as well, so there's naturally going to be incidents between a load of people.
Often several incidents at the same time. Whoa! She's Altrubeck spinning from the lead at turn 1 in the 88 Mugen Sim racing car, but he collects himself up, keeps going, but 30 Roman, 18 seconds
He's lucky
down,
that
is going to close in as a result.
He's lucky 30 Reman's on a different lap to him.
Is he? Oh, Freddie Room's still completing the previous lap, of course, yeah. But let's see what the time is as they cross the line. Freddie Roman actually didn't have a great lap there. His gap's gone up to 19 seconds, despite Zoltprevec spinning. Got away with that one, lucky boy. Del Vecchio now pits from 6th for Sanfre, as we saw him having the... he's probably feeling a bit dizzy after that spin. But anyway, so I guess best of luck to Sean, yourself, Pavel, and the rest of the team, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Whereabouts do you think the 72 can hope to aim for at this win? Well, we're not even at half distance yet, so there's still a long way to go. You got 5th last time out. Do you think a good position somewhere in the top 10, top 8 would be realistic?
I think 8th is probably our goal, but I think we'll be happy with anything in the top 10 because points are points, especially in a 12-hour race.
Well, you'll be doing superbly well if you can beat Kiss and Mugen Sim Racing number 20 to 8th, second in the championship, let's not forget. So pretty tough customers. And then you've got Novak and Pequeñas in the 23, Heimdall, a very strong team. We saw them leading at Sebring for quite a while until they had a few incidents. So that's not going to be easy to get 8th, but best of luck to you. If anyone could do it, it's you, Sean, Pavel, and the other guy whose name escapes me at the present moment.
Well, he's not racing today, Joe.
Oh, okay. Joe's
He's on holiday, that's why Sean's in.
Oh, he might even be watching this on his holiday while he's at the beach. Just pop his phone, listen to us.
The thing is, we miss you a lot, Joe.
Okay, come back soon, Joe.
Right,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be off back to my team.
Okay,
Thank
thanks
you.
very much,
Best
Tom.
of luck.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
As we see, GD3X in the pits. That's the Sanfre car, of course, having a recovered from his spin. Looks like Sanfre of the Sanfre racing team is just collecting himself up. Escafil Sanfre, a lovely, great driver, great fixture in the EERC for a year now at least. So as we see, Ten Lure, the gap between himself and Kolokchai has dropped to 18 seconds. So Lure struggling in traffic, I think. Oh, Alfie Bevan arrives backwards into Degna 2 in 3rd place. We've seen that a few times.
Yeah.
There's the number 35 has gradually lost touch with the leaders, unfortunately, but there's a still 2-lap gap to Suto, isn't there? So
Yeah.
It is about 2 laps because there's like 66 seconds to Peter Schoenman in the LMP2, Freedom Von's car. And then another 90 seconds, I think, to Frederick Suto. So that would be about 2 laps, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This is the time where the race gets a bit stale, in my opinion. Because everybody's so spread out now.
Yeah. I think the closest battle could actually be Deissner and Joseph Frederick Suto for 4th in GD3 class, because they're about 14 seconds apart. I think Deissner has probably got the pace, just needs to cut out mistakes. And can maybe challenge BH3 Racing. But Suto has been going pretty solidly so far. The last lap, 202.4 for Suto, 202.2 for Deissner, so only 2 tenths faster. Meanwhile, at the front, Tinleur has just crossed the start-finish line to start lap 147 for the 149.8. What is Kolokshi's time? 18 seconds down the road. Is it going to be... There's a lot of that before was a 147.7. It's a 148.2, so a slow lap for both of them, but David Kolokshi's got the get down to 16 seconds. Little by little, do you feel that Kolokshi is going to catch him?
My timer's broken again.
Okay. Right, I better go.
Yeah, how much time do I have to do? About 20 minutes, okay, that's good. Thank you for being with us, Ed. Lovely having you.
Accidentally opened several tabs by mistake. There we go, that looks a little better. So I'll leave as is, so you won't get updates for Code 80s, unfortunately, on the time screen. We haven't had a Code 80 in ages, so it seems like everyone has kept themselves relatively well behaved. Just Pastore goes a little bit wide, but before we leave, let's just go over the leaders in both classes. It is Tenleur leading by 16 seconds in LMP2, and it is Zolprivik leading by 17 seconds over 30 Ruman in GD3. So it is still all to play for with 7.5 hours remaining. So I hope you enjoy the commentary. It will be Tobias and Joshua seeing you through to the finish. I might come back if you really need me, but just let me know. Anyway, bye for now.
Yes, see you, Ed. Been lovely having you. So you've just got me now. Am I annoying? Yeah, I've been having problems with this. I am continuing with you guys for another 18 minutes, so yeah. Not much longer, but yeah, still. Again, if any driver wants to do an interview, please, I have got brilliant interviewing skills. That's partly sarcastic, partly true, I think, I hope at least. I don't know anymore. It depends on opinion, I guess. But yeah, like I said, 17 minutes now. I'm gonna be basically just commentating you through until we get Joshua, the new commentator. But yeah, and I'm not even getting time. That's... Just excuse me for a second.
Hello, everyone. I've rejoined the chat.
Oh wow, okay.
Is
yeah.
that you, Tobias? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here. Hello.
Was that perfect timing? Has Ed literally just gone off?
Yes, he has. I am gonna be here for another 15-ish minutes. God.
Perfect timing then for crossover.
Yeah.
Do we know who's replacing you after? Is it...
No, it's just you on your own, I think. I mean, if you want, you can pesker someone to get on with you, but no, I'm going off, and then I'm probably going to stop commentating.
Yeah, because you've got your stint to look forward to as well later on.
I've been commentating for ages now, I think.
Yes, I've had 44 minutes off. You've been doing it non-stop. Well, no, I'd say non-stop. Yeah, you've. I think, yeah, you've
I've
done it
nearly
more
done
than
5
that.
hours now.
Yeah, coming up on that, yeah. In the session, I don't know what's been going on, but avoidable collision for the future Esports 66 car. Warning for Royal Blue Racing 13. Please take more care when lapping traffic. It's all been going off, but still, I notice. Yeah. It's Lua and is that driver change David Kowalski in second place?
Yeah, David Kaloshsai, as it's pronounced. Yes,
so
he has
again?
swapped. Kaloshsai.
Kaloshsai, okay.
He has switched with, I think it's Varkonyi.
I think it was, yeah.
Van der Stam has finally replaced Hamming, who's finally out of that car.
Fantastic. Hamming was in there for around about 4.5 hours, was it in the end?
Mm.
I saw one of the cars as well fly off into the wall. I'm not too sure who it was there. A couple of laps ago down at Degner, there was quite a lot of things down at Degner.
Could you give me a second so that I can restart my game? What happened to the MotoGP?
Pole position for Jorge Martin on his second ever race. It literally just finished about 2 minutes ago.
Very impressive. When is Marquez actually getting back onto the on the
Uh,
seat?
I think it's Portugal next week. No, not next week. 2 weeks time, Portugal.
Okay.
So that's going to be an interesting one to see if Marc Marquez's shoulder can certainly handle it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it should be good.
He's had an awful recovery time, hasn't he?
He was supposed to be back actually in Aragon, but then he did his shoulder in again because he opened up a bay window. I thought that was hilarious. As we've got a car in the wall, the number 90, Diego Moscato.
He's in the wall. Oh
Yeah,
God, that's my team's. Well,
90.
we've got two. Yeah,
Oh, right, yeah.
Valet and Asenza basically.
You just touched the wall. You look okay so far. You might be able to continue. So, saying that, Alfie Bevin in the number 35. Ferrari's gone off at Spoon Curve. He's got back on though. That Ferrari's not been having a great time of it recently.
No, it hasn't.
I mean, looking down the order, Chris Tompkins as well. He retired after multiple accidents as well. Still got 27 runners left overall in this session. So what's the plan then for you later on this evening? I think I heard during the break there that you're going to get on the simulator before you go in.
Yes, I am. I'm probably going to do like an hour beforehand, just practicing in the night stint, lapping GT cars. I'm also going to be watching the Arsenal match because, yeah, like I said, that's why I up down. I said I'd watch that. But yeah, I think that's really it. Get a bit of practice in. Talk to the team maybe before the game, and then after the game, just do a bit of practice until my stint, just to get myself a bit warm and ready
Sounds
for the night stint.
fantastic. I hope I'm not commentating on 7 hours just myself. That might be something a little bit.
I can maybe try and see if I can force someone into.
Yes, that'd be good because I've got no control over who joins me in the box at the moment. So I'm hoping that our race directors, take over for me. Or someone comes talking in my ear. But we've got a pit stop at the moment. Parker Newbar is coming in. He's in 24th place at the moment. But the 3rd place, running in class, is coming in the pit lane now as well, actually. Is that Olaf van der Stam has come in from 3rd. Diego Moscato has now pitted as well. And here he is, actually. Here's Diego Moscato in the pit stop in the number 90 in LMP2, running 4th overall. And that's going to put Martin Mogulli up into 3rd place. So not bad timings there.
No, not at all.
I'm very much looking forward to the end of this race as well because it's that threat of rain coming as well in a couple of hours. That's going to keep everyone on the toes, and it's going to be very slippy sliding.
Has Van der Stam pit?
Van der Stam did pit as well. He's just come back out again. He was in for about 60 seconds and then came back in. It's
really close between Van der Stam and Strachan, and I'm guessing the Moguli hasn't pit yet then either.
No, Mogulli Martin Mogulli still stays out of the track. He's running 3rd at the moment in order in class as well. So he's taken 3rd. Now 49 seconds he got in that stop as well. That was impressive. So he's running right behind him, I presume.
Let me quickly check the gap between him and Strachan because they've been bloody close all race. About a 68-second gap, I think.
68 seconds, yeah, that's because of the pit stop there.
Yeah, I think it'll get closer because they look much closer than 68 seconds.
Way close for 68 seconds. I hope the timing screen hasn't frozen. It's lap 151 we're on at the moment on the board. Alfie Bevin's in the pit lane, as I say that. Here he is in the Ferrari, number 35. We just saw him have a spin down at Spoon Curve. There's Daniel Kiss in the number 20 in LMP2, running P8. No, yes, actually, P8 overall it should be, but that's changed because Martin Novak has dropped down to 9th. And that's changing positions all the time, so they're all getting ready to go on further in this one. And so your team, you've got 2. The 1, 2, 3 team running in P5 a lap down. Is that the one you're going into this evening?
Yes, yeah. I am. But Moscato's obviously a bit behind now. He's nearly a lap behind us now.
Yes.
He's really had an awful pit stop. I think the accident really cost him there.
When was the accident? Was that during the break?
I guess it was the Degner break accident he just
had. Yeah. That was when he knocked the rear wing off.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh dear.
That cost him then. The rear wing costs you like an 80-second pit stop. It's one of the worst spots you can break on the car.
Yeah, I was wondering
not
why
as
I
bad
heard
as suspension. That's the worst by far, but yeah.
We've had a couple of wheels off in this race so far as well. Although luckily we haven't had a caution 80 in a couple of hours, which is probably tempting fate, but I'm very relieved to say that we haven't. But still, yellows do breed yellows. And let's just see how long it's going to take. That 152. Here's Adam. Is that Shansha?
Huh?
Adam Shansha on the 232?
Oh, Adam Shatler.
Shatler, thank you. Like
Yeah,
William Shatner, I think I heard Ed made a joke about.
Yeah, Adam Shatler.
Yeah.
Unfortunate name.
I know, very, very
No, I'm
unfortunate, yeah.
joking.
He can
Every
hear
name
you.
is nice in your own way. So.
Pronouncing them, though, is a task in itself, so I apologise to all the drivers that I'm probably going to butcher them like mad over the next 7 hours, as I'm I'm permanently stuck to the commentary box now till 2 o'clock.
Martin Mugley and Turn Lauer both in pits now.
Oh, so that's first and third, and that's going to promote...
And second, P1,
oh.
P2, and P3.
Now, that's going to be interesting. Here's Martin Novak in there as well. And yeah, you're right, top 3 in the pit stops. So, who's going to have the quickest tyre change and fuel put in? Ideally, this might go as a... So Van der Stam up to third now. So Martin Magulio has dropped down to P5.
It's 6. I have to say, it's not much between Van der Stam and Strachan. That could be a good battle.
You're right, actually. It's less than that, isn't it? What is it? 5, 6, 7 seconds? 7 seconds. 7 seconds a gap.
And remember, Strachan's on all tyres, so yeah, he's going to be a bit lost. But he seems to be on the newer tyres. He seems to be much, much better than Van der Stam.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be very, very comfortable right now, does he?
He hasn't been comfortable all race, really, hasn't he? He wasn't comfortable in the qualifying session. He wasn't in the warm-up. He wasn't qualifying. Well, I'm going to restart that. He wasn't qualifying very well. He wasn't very good as well.
Well, Frank Hamming was qualifying, so
yeah. He was in the warm-up there, wasn't he? Van der Stam took over for the warm-up session, and then he's just got back in now, I think. But yeah, I do agree with you as well. From what I've seen as well, he's been.
And I mean, Van der Stam is a very quick driver. He just doesn't look comfortable at this moment.
Is it the setup? Is the setup going to be giving him...
It could be. It could be the setup. It could be anything in sim racing world.
Oh, hello. We've got a DNF for what is the race leader in GT3, according to
Ferdy Reemans.
Yeah. Reemans
Okay.
is your DNF.
Let's go on my...
Yes, Reemans. And yeah, the number 7 car is out. So the leader in the GT3 category is out of the 12 Hours of Suzuka. Yes, he's out.
Does it have something to do with that? He lagged out. Oh, that's really unfortunate. That should let them back in the race. They're not going to get the lead anymore, though. That's so unfortunate.
They should...
Attention all drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
Ooh.
Code 80 coming on. So, I don't know if you heard that on the broadcast, but code 80 now.
5,
Give me 5.
4, 3,
And that's why one
2,
of the LMP2 has got no rear
code 80,
wing.
code 80.
And there's the code 80 confirmed. So, full course. And I'm not sure. I'm hoping we're hearing the full. I'm hoping we're seeing the code 80 because on the monitor I'm looking at now in the commentary box, I've got no graphics saying that. Are you seeing anything there, Tobias? Well, Tobias disappeared for the second at the moment. Sean Jones is in the pit lane as well, and we are now officially at code 80. So the session is once again put under full course yellow. And Fenrich in there with the number 70, the famous Dream Team. Giuseppe Pastor coming in. Christoph Stahl is in there as well. And, well, women is out of the race. The number 7 car, DNF. As you heard Tobias say, it's because of a lag out, and they should really let them back in ASAP. So there's your new leader in GT3, Adam Serhe. Coming up in the 88 car. The 88 running overall, I think, was it 3rd in the championship on 57 points? How is that going to be fair? Because they're going to rack up so many points. But hopefully the stewards will be arguing now to be let back, to say you should really be let back in. And we'll keep an eye out as the... Of course, yellow is still out, the code 80. No sign of the green flag, so this is a long one as well. And into the pit lane has come Alfie Bevan in the Ferrari 88 GT3. from 20th on the grid. Yellow now sector 1 again, but we are in a code 18. Not the usual ping up we got though on the chat. Yeah, we're not the usual suggestion there that we're going to lose the code 80. Adam Shatler in the pit lane as well. Axel Kier is in there from 11th. Daniel Kiss back in from P8 overall, as you can see on your monitor. And Junior Loha still leads this race. He'll have 23 seconds advantage. Toloski, David Koloski, who's in second place at the moment. Olaf van der Stam still running P3 overall. 27 runners left in this race. And now, as we're watching car 3, Suto at the wheel, running 4th in class. And Rimmen has been allowed to rejoin the race. That's
Can
great.
the 137 please make sure you come into the pits this lap? You have no rear wing.
That car 137 coming in as well, being told. So that's a bit of a surprise. No rear wing, and the race stewards having to come over the chat to tell him, please come in this lap. Bevan pitting. This code 80 helping them out as well. And with the code 80 as well, you must remain in first gear at pit limiter speeds, and you can't have an advantage or disadvantage to the rest of the field. Robert Scratchin in the pit lane as well. Noah Bergman also in from P12. And yeah, Freddie Reinman as well, running in the BMW, the car number 7, the car that lagged out in DNF. The lead in the GT3 category has now been re-established. He's back in the pit lane. Here is the race leader overall, and the leader in the LMP2 category as well, with Tenon Loa. The 99 car leading the way, 20 seconds now. So how has Koloski got less than now 20 seconds? How did that happen? So that's a little bit of a interesting situation to keep your eyes on going forward. And Scratchin comes back out in P4 as well. Sergey leads the race in GTE 3. We're watching Zoltan Toth, who's in that Dream Team car. The car that is on its final warning by the stewards after being involved in numerous accidents throughout the race. A car, by the way, that is in pink, and it's bright pink as well. You can see it quite clearly in the night here in Suzuka. 7 hours and 11 minutes left of this race. And we're watching Alfie Bevan in the Ferrari, number 35, watching on. And the report from the Alpinista Force Polera 99 car against the Mugen Sim Racing 888. So the championship leaders running 5th in class in GTE 3. The 99 LMP2 has reported it for blocking. But Nick Homewood, who's the race director, alongside Christian Lewis as well, says no further action. So the 99 car in LMP2 losing its advantage there, unfortunately, on the board. 7 hours and 10 minutes to go. This is quite a long code 80 as well, which is a surprise. They should have really withdrawn it, but everyone... Oh, actually, looking at Axel...
drivers back to green in 10 seconds.
We were talking about that as well. Here comes the green flag.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
And away we go once again then. The race back underway under our 5th code 80 of the race. And we're watching Alan Serhey, who is leading in the 88 test team in the GT3 battle. He's a lap ahead of Bevan, and that is Christoph Zazel in the pit, in the gravel trap down at the second Degner. Managed to get back underway. Lucky, I don't think he actually touched the wall. He got very lucky. Hopefully he doesn't have too much damage, if any, to the car. It's the 95 at the moment, Noah Bergman. Running 12th overall, coming through the 130R. And there's a few going right round the outside. As that's Martin Novak getting out of the way. There's Donat running the 888, the championship leaders. And they have got that warning, by the way. And no further action by the stewards on that matter. And Reidman now back in the pit lane, but this is under his own power this time, not a force eject that we had last time. And here he is actually, running 5th overall. Such a heartbreak. They were leading the GT3 before, as Tobias say a couple of moments ago, they lagged out, and then we got the code 80. So it sort of saved them in a way, because they haven't lost that many laps. They're only, what, a lap down from where they were? Yes, 1 lap down according to the timing screen. So not that much of a heartbreak. They can get back. There's 7 hours to go with this race. It's a long, old race. Blue light flashing on the pit exit there to warn you that if you're leaving the pit lane, you've got fast cars approaching you down the start-finish straight. There's Martin Novak, who has been somewhat causing a few collisions in this race today. Jumping over backwards as well, down at the Casio Triangle segment of corners, the turns 16, 17 and 18. Into Degner and Degner 2. There's your class leaders at the top of your screen if you're watching along with us. And Axel Kara now still back in the pit lane. Here's Sandfire in the 18, Bentley. Now he's got an LMP2 right behind him, and I think Tobias was saying earlier on that you don't want to be held up to the Degners. Coming out of the Casio Triangle, you don't want to be held up because it's going to affect you all the way down towards turn 1, and even really affecting you towards the S-curves.
Sorry, I was gone for like 10 minutes. First I was talking to my teammate and then my Wi-Fi went out, so yeah.
Perfectly fine, Tobias. We've had a code 80 while you've been away.
I know, he had a long one, so I was telling my teammate to pit.
Did he pit?
Yes, he did.
Lovely.
Yeah, I wanted to stay ahead of Pastore, so yeah.
Yeah, worked out
perfectly.
And Axel Kara still in the pit lane, running 11th in class, but 6 laps down now, so he's been stuck in the pit lane for 2 laps. So that's going to be written off for his afternoon. And looking at that, we've lost one. So David, is that Nazarkadi? David Nazarkadi, number 28, the bottling motorsport. I see they finally did bottle it.
They bottled ages ago.
That's probably while I was doing the MotoGP, to be fair. But shuffling myself in for the next 7 hours.
Yeah, Robert Strachan. That we pulled it to perfection now. Now we're clear on the lead lap. We've got a good gap, and Olaf van der Stam's probably going to be slowly in jeopardy now.
Yeah, Van der Stam was in the pit lane just before the code 80, and he's lost that advantage. It affects him massively because effectively a free pit stop for your team as well, the 1, 2, 3 cars.
Yeah, I told them because we actually just before the code 80 came out, we were actually a bit far away, but because it was such a long one, I said pit. It will gain us time, and it obviously has now.
And it was actually.
It was probably the best idea we had. We're so close. He's going to be driving a bit longer, and it might affect Adrian Diego's pit. No, it won't. He'll go a bit longer, actually. That doesn't matter. I'll commentate for another 15 minutes, then head up, then do a bit of driving on my. I'm going to just do a talk with my team.
Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, it does sound brilliant.
Damien Kiss as well. Daniel Kiss, I should say, was just in the. I think he just came out of the pit lane. I'm not too sure. As we're watching the race leader in GT3, Adam Serhey, that's coming through. The test team, car 88. And they've looked into the lead here, which they've now got a lap on the rest of the field. They must be sitting very, very pretty. I'd love to hear their team radio for all this.
I feel really, really bad for Thing.
I think they've changed cars now, haven't they? There's Lichton in command of the number 7 now at the moment. Yeah.
Okay.
So they've changed. They've changed driver. I do admit I feel really bad for them as well. I was saying that just for a disconnect error as off goes Piastro, trying to lap one of the GT3 cars, and is that going to give a disadvantage to the back?
Do you mean Cosmo Pasciuto?
That's the one.
The Royal Blue Racing car.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Pasciuto.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, obviously, I'm a bit more used to the names, but still.
You are, yeah. It is day 1. Very much thrown at the deep end.
It'll be more fun, a little more. Plus, we'll have all the slipstreaming, and hopefully a bit bigger. We'll hopefully have a bit bigger of a grid, but you never know.
Absolutely, sounds fun. on board with Sean Jones. I think one of the easiest names to say in the field. He's running 10th overall in the 72 car. Oh, there's battling further ahead as well. But the Ferrari's getting in the way. And there's one of the Bentleys. I'm just looking at the ones we've lost already as well. Quite a lot of them, as we know from GT3. It's a bit upsetting as well. We've only got literally 10 cars. The 10 cars you see on your screen in front of you on the driver tracker there are the only 10 cars in GT3. And we started with 37 cars overall. We've lost 10.
Yeah, I think this is me off now after a long commentary run.
Certainly is.
It's been
yeah.
a pleasure. So yeah, see ya.
Thank you, Tobias. Have fun driving
Yeah,
later.
cheers. Thank you.
So Tobias leaves the commentary box after popping back. Now there was one. We started with 3. Now there's only me, the rookie, commentating on the remaining 7 hours of the Suzuka 12-hour race here for the EERC Endurance Championship. We're watching Philip Roger back. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm butchering the names as well. Do get in touch on the YouTube chat as well. I've been given that at least to commentate with up here in the commentary box as well. So any questions in, we'll get a rapport going. And some of you might know me, some of you might not. But it's always nice to get a good chat flowing, I think, up here in the com box as well. And honestly, if you could look at my monitor in the commentary box at the moment, the driver tracker is literally just flying with cars as we're watching Sandfire now being lapped by one of the own GT3 cars as well. I think that was actually, looking at it, yeah, it was the 88 as well going through. And Sandfire as well had in the Bentley as well, a difficult race already, which I'm sort of disheartened about as well because he was having such a good run early on, and then the 18 car got into some accidents as well. It had to show some damage in the pit stop, so yeah, bit of a tricky one. Lovely sound though with the Bentley. Blue flags being out as the LMP2 cars come past as well. There's Noah Berkman running in 12th, the number 95, which every time I see the number 95, I automatically think of Lightning McQueen. I'm surprised actually no one runs with the 95 in other series. Here's Adam Shatler. Oh, spin! And Verchback goes round, and Philip in the 92 Ferrari is right on the entrance. Oh, that's on the racing line, and 130R as well. I don't think he's got any more cars coming towards him, so he got very lucky there. Look how close he was. And Donny Desires coming through on the 888 car, and that was very close to being Goodnight Vienna, or in this case, Goodnight Suzuka. And he's jumping over the curves now, the championship lead in the 888. Not boxing though, so no damage to the suspension. And actually, well, Philip Verchbach is actually running in 27th and last place overall, as you can see. He's 9 laps down in the 92 Ferrari. Here is the Dream Team car, Zoltan Toth at the wheel, and just plodding around, 7th in class. Who's he got behind him? Nubar, who's 6 laps down as well, so not too bad. Robert Schratchman. 1, 2, 3. This is Tobias's team as well, which he'll be taking over later. Yellow, 3rd sector. And that must mean it's from the 130R onwards. It's luckily has got green. No, it's Parker Newbar in the Ferrari 5110. He's gone hard into the wall, coming out what looks to be, is that the 130R? And if that car is stuck, this could trigger a code 80. Well, there's the race leader. And his lawyer coming to the pit. What does he do? Does he come in or does he stay out? He stays out until we know. We're coming up on 7 hours to go. And it's a DNF. And Parker Newman, the Ferrari 888, is out of the race. Car 5110 out. DNF'd on the board. Too much severe damage then. And that is bitterly disappointing. Surprised that hasn't called a code 80 actually, because it was stuck in the gravel trap at 130R. 7 hours to go then in the Suzuka 12 hours. We're riding on board with Adam Shatler. coming round that 130R. Lapping cars as well. Wonderful scenes here at Suzuka, actually. There's 106. Just nice and calm through Degness. And yeah, so we're down then. As Parker Neubauer is out of the race, we are down to 26 runners after 5 hours of running. Yep, 5 hours of running complete. We're coming up on half distance within the hour. 6 hours to go. As a famous Murray Walker line, there'll be half the race gone, and half the race to go, which is very similar as well. Gap there between the top two as a front, as well as 130R getting some action for lappings. And the 99 car of Lua has only got 11 seconds, 11.6 seconds to David Kolosky. Kolosky as well is going to be on a charge. He's on those hard tires as LMP2 battles. And Axel Kara has finally got back out onto the track. That's a brilliant advantage. He was stuck in the pit lane for quite a while, if you remember. It's nice to see he's managed to get out. No idea from the stewards at the moment if they're going to let Neubauer back in. I don't think they will. Yellow sector 1. We have now gone green, however, so they can keep on continuing there. Now second sector. Nope, briefly goes on and off. And this is what I like about the night shift here. You can clearly... It's a lot more brighter than it is in real life. We'll get on with that as well. But it is fantastic. For the drivers as well, it'll be a lot darker than this. Seeing it as well on board. Some of them using VR headsets, some of them using monitors, some of them using more force field back wheels than others, and it's a fantastic league of racing here for the championship. It's an endurance series, as you all know, which means multiple drivers. It takes a lot to organise these events and organise everybody's time, organise everybody to be in the right place, get qualifying right, do driver deals. And I think we heard earlier on from was it Tom Dillon as well? He said he only just signed to come on another stint after his own car retired. So it's very quick action here in the EERC. Here's Martin Novak. And Novak really has had a disappointing evening. He flipped over once, didn't he? Coming into the Castillo Triangle section. I think I mentioned that before. Here's your race leader. Gap now, 4 seconds. What happened there? The Kolosky has just managed to get about 6 seconds worth of performance in the last couple of laps. We've literally on one lap 163 as Martin Novak comes into the pit lane for a stint. Changeover. Oh, I'm keeping my eye on the front too. Fastest lap so far goes to... Last lap actually went to Christophe Cézelle, who's done a 146.863, and they've gone into 16th place. Here is third in class and car 3. Jonsef Frederick Suto in the test team. Car 3 running third overall. And if I look back at my notes in the GT3 class from the last time out at the, was it 1,000 miles of Sebring? Yeah. They finished overall nowhere in class, actually. I don't think they actually took part in that one. So withdraw my complaint there, as you will. Side-by-side action, Alfie Bevan in the Ferrari, second in class, getting past. The battle now really is between LMP2 as that false retirement for the 7 car in GT3 really has plagued them as Novak drops down to 10th place as well. And here we go, ding dong. Have we got a battle on now as David Kazaki has got 2nd place, but the gap is now 3.6 seconds to Tony Lua, who is leading the race as well. So they're going to be a lot closer to be anticipating for a position change. This is where I wish we could stay on. Well, we're going to stay. We're not going to actually go with them because we're watching car 13, and who's P13, Cosmo Pachito, who is running, as I said, in 13th in the LMP2 category. Let's see what he does with the S's section. You can see his best lap was a 146.619. His last lap was a 147.4. So we're about 0.8 a lap slower already on these tyres. Coming into Degner 1 and 2, let's listen. Oh, spin! And that's Zoltan Toth in the car 70 for the Dream Team. And that's at this exit of Degner. And it's damaged. He would have hit the wall as well, so there would be big damage there with suspension. So that's going to be him back to the pit lane for a little while, I shouldn't think. 6 hours, 38 seconds to go. .9 seconds now, so we could have an actual on-track battle position change as well for the lead of the race. How crazy would that be? 3 points, 3.0, 2.9, 2.791, 2.5, 2.4. Zoltan Toth very clearly with damage there, and he brought out the yellow at Spoon. I'd be very surprised as well if he can get that one back to the pits. 6 seconds now, 7 seconds. I think we've just seen an error there. No, this is why. David Kawasaki comes into the pit lane to change tyres, refuel, regroup, and go again. So that releases the 99 car with Lua at the wheel into a pit stop advantage. And is that no rear wing? Is that... I can't see a rear wing on that car than 21. And I think we now know why he's coming to the pit lane. Well, that's going to really damage it now. That's going to give Olaf van der Stam as well a chance to get up, because if that's a rear wing job, as you head to Bias say, that's around about 80 seconds. Zoltan Toth in there. It is a rear wing gone on the 21 car with David Kazaki, so that's going to change everything now. Really. Christoph Stellers now. 66 car, running 16th overall. And in LMP2. I'm watching the clock, as you can see, because Van der Stam is closing in on Kazaki. Nothing sounds sick out there as well, as here comes Adam Schattler. And the 232 went very wide at the exit of T1. And Van der Stam has now taken second position. It has worked out. And, well, look at that. Even Robert Schratchman going into third place as well. So this is hemorrhaging time for the 21 car. So now they're all going to be careful. And finally, the 21 car leaves the pit lane to head back out. And running now, fourth in class, a lap down. So that rear wing damage has cost them. And nearly getting it again as the 66 was on the edge there. Coming through the S's section as well. They've all got to be a little bit nicer when lapping cars. Watching Sean Jones now. 72 car running P9. Just a little bit of a traffic jam. The two Mugans there. And here's Axel Kim. No controller, by the way, of the camera angles. I'm just watching the monitor as well as you are. The new Bauer is now officially out of the race, by the way. So we are down to 26 runners. 9 cars left in GTE 3, or GT3, as I should say. Which is a lot more I might add, they weren't finished in the 1,000 miles of sea putting equivalent in it. Not many finished that race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. And we've got 9 left. So one more car, and then we might get up there. Here's the leader in GT3, Adam Serhey, in the test team, car 88. Sliding ever so slightly on the track. Bumping over the curbs. Martin Novak, 10th. Car 23, you can see the kilometres on the left there. I should say on the right, actually, on my picture. 140 kilometres an hour coming through the SS section as well. 4 laps behind the race leader. But now, 3 cars only, and I must stress this, as Philip Weinbach gets back into the pit lane from P9, the last runner on the track, back in the pit lane. I must also stress this as well, with the fact is that we only have 3 cars on the lead lap overall. So only 3 cars on that lead lap. After that as well, when we get to David Kozaki, he's a lap down. Suzak's lap down. Pastor lap down. Moscato lap down. Daniel Kiss 2 laps down. And it's 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it just trails off. In fact, looking at that, as we now, I think, have an official retirement for the 92 Ferrari. According to my monitor, it's gone red. And is that an official retirement? I hope it's not, for Philip Weinbach, who is currently only 2 laps off the pace. No, 27 laps down, I think. Yeah, 27 laps down overall. But I think they might have a DNF there. We'll see if it changes over. I can't even see where he is on the monitor. They've had a driver change as well, actually. So Lucas Byrd goes back into command. Here is Suto, who's running P3 in the GT3 category. Here into turn 1. Bit disappointed that we didn't stay on board for longer. Here's Alfie Bevan, P2 in GT3. Oh, that's how surprising it is as well sometimes, as there's a car just sneaking its way through on the inside there. From the LMP2 categories. There's 64 seconds the lead at top. Oh, and Bevan getting a slide through Degner 1. Controls and a little bit more composure through Degner 2. Yep, confirmed. We still only have 26 runners left in this race now. Who had that number as the 2? As that's Martin Novak going over position as well. Versus, that's Sean Jones as well. So these two have been battling for quite a couple of corners now. And Novak goes back up to P9. And Jones now will have the slipstream coming out of Spoon Curve to try and have a run up towards the 130R. Would love to ride on board with them as well, but is he going to go for a look? Is he in the inside? No. What about down to Casio Triangle? Oh, he's run wide. Jones runs wide and drops out. So Novak now goes to P9. That was a battle of position on track. And Sean Jones down into P10. Novak now P9. Love the engines. You can hear them. There are little misfires down gears into towards turn 1 as well. Looking at the leaderboard as well, if you, well, I'm sure you can see as well in the top 10 on your board. Then we're watching it. Sean Jones is now running in 10th place in LMP2. I'm more interested in the front leaders, to be fair, because the gap now is not 66 seconds, as you can see there. It's actually 62.432 between Luha and Van der Stam. But let's face it, the 99 car, the AFP 99, looks to be dominating this race. Here's Adam Schattler, 14th overall. And he's got 11 seconds to Azo Molnar, who's coming to the pit lane actually. So Molnar pits. There's Bergman. Noah Bergman, 12th, 95. Keep making that joke about Lightning McQueen, but trust me, he is speed. Now towards turn 1, and that is Bastian Meinster, who is a little bit slow, coming down through Spoon. Wonder if he had a little bit of a spin in that Ferrari. Might explain a little bit more. There's Lucas Bauerwild. Ferrari's not doing well here, I might add as well. 8th and 9th overall. Is 3rd overall now, finally getting a bit closer. 10 seconds behind Van der Stam. This is Robert Scratchman. Oh, and that's Van der Stam actually going off the track. And that's now dropped it to 9 seconds. And maybe a little bit less, actually. Van der Stam's going to be a bit impatient here. Gap now 2. And there's Daniel Kiss in 8th. But yeah, 9 seconds the gap between Van der Stam and Strachan. And that is the race leader off the track. My goodness, that's the second time today he's gone off at Spoon. Lieutenant Loha off the track. Manages to recompose himself, but that's some of the cars being lapped back through actually. That's Kazaki. And yeah, that's also Zooks coming through as well. So Roland Zooks goes back through. David Kazaki back through. They've unlapped themselves from that little drama. There's Giuseppe Pastor. 6th overall. Has he been? Can he get back on the lead lap? Oh, I didn't know. Is he back on the lead? No, what is the lap down still? He's still stuck behind Lua. Here's Adam Schattler. 14th, car 232. And we've got an incident involving the Sandfire Racing Team Car 18 and the Reading Games Studios Racing 72. And it has been decided that it's a warning for Reading Games Racing 72. And they've been told to please be more careful when lapping GT traffic. So the 72, I think, getting their second penalty of the day for that, or second warning of the day for that. They're getting off quite lucky now. And this is in Sconfield Sandfire, running 6th overall. And he's got Zoltan Toth behind him, and they're a lap between them. So Toth trying to go back through on the inside, while also letting the number 12 running in class of Noah Bergman in the 94 go back through in the Royal Racing Alpha. So Zoltan Toth here wants to get his lap back, and it looked like he was almost ramming the Bentley towards the wall at House Senna v Prost. Here's Christoph Senzel. Car 66. Running P15 overall at the moment. Gap now between Van der Stam and Strachan is now 9 seconds precisely, according to this timing monitor we have here. With 6 hours and 40 minutes left of the race. It is lap 172. And what was that? And so this is Cosmo Pashito in 13th and 13 overall. He's getting himself a bit feisty through these segments of corners. Still 9 seconds between Van der Stappen and Strachan, but here is Zoltan Toth. And Zoltan desperately, that Dream Team car 70, that is literally on his final warning for the stewards. And wisely, I think the Bentley went, Sandfire there, the Bentley went slightly wide and sort of let the car through. But now here comes one of the LMP2s coming through. Just taking it carefully, everyone just easing into the night shift. Down to 9 runners now officially in GT3. That's been confirmed on the chat below. Up here in the commentary box on the information screens we get from the stewards. Now approaching half distance as Bergman trying to go right round the outside of one of the Mugans. Wants to lap them again. And here's the race leader for the test team. In the car 88, Adam Serhey leads by over a lap. And they looked into that lead as well after the 7 car currently being driven out there as well. 5th in class by Lichman. Oh, spinner! And that's Sandfire in the Bentley coming into the S's section. Oh, he's driving the wrong way on the track as well. He's got cars coming towards him. That's going to be a bit nasty. Wouldn't like to be in that position. Yellow flags are out. Let's hope he doesn't smash into anybody. I think Sandfire has now safely rejoined. There's about 4 or 5 cars coming between them. Hasn't been a big smash, and no need for a code 80 or even a dreaded red flag. Oh, that's Peter Skordman. He was off at Spoon, is it? Yeah, Spoon. 17th overall in class. In the 138 car. Spinning, it seems. Got Adam Serhey behind him, so he's last overall in LMP2, running very much on his own in this race. Here's Martin Novak. And this is Van der Stappen. So this is from P2, and that's already dropped in now. So Robert Strachman takes over in 2nd place. Olaf van der Stappen now goes to P3 and should just hold it. It's got 105 seconds to David Kozaki. And Suto in the pit lane as well now. So Suto pits. And Dante does... I'm going to say that again. The 888 car, the leaders in the GT3 team, pit as well. Dante Dessa comes in. And now this is crunch point. 3 cars in the pits. 4 maybe, as I think we're still seeing... Yeah, 4 cars. Move on the inside there. That's Zoltan Toth just having to be moved out of the way to let one of the LMP2s go through on a lapped car. And this is Cosmo Pachito still in the pit lane. Rear tyres as well. Yeah, so he's having work done on that car as well, so probably suspension damage at some point in the track. I'm watching Martin Novak. Ideally, I would pit the 88 car as we see Martin Novak around the outside. Nicely done into hairpin. And here is Diego Moscato, who is into the pit lane. Rear tyres going up. He was running P7 overall. We'll keep an eye on that. Group chat. Gabor Takas says, let's go Mugen. Completely agree. Let's go. There's Giuseppe. 5th overall. And Daniel Kiss, P8. Well, that's a tight one coming into the triangle section of the GT cars. Haven't really been that reliable through this part of the track, but thankfully for once they were. Things could have gone a lot worse there. So A, they didn't. B, thank goodness for that. There's Daniel Kiss once again. 80 seconds now between Shannon Loha in the lead of the race and Robert Scratchman in P2. So that's effectively a pit stop nearly. So yeah, they could pit. I wonder if they would dare pit the race leader this early on in the race in terms of his stint that he's been on. They pitted, I think, under Code 80 the last time. There's all sorts of drama going on at the front there. So if we get to lap 200 before the end of this 33 minutes to go, we're on lap 175 now, so it's only another 25 laps, which is possible. We'll hit lap 200 with 6 hours to go. That's half distance. I wonder if it is possible to hit that 400. Tobias mentioned it and Ed mentioned it earlier on in the broadcast. It would be nice to get to 600. I was more realistic and said 670. But we'll see. ISI says, Nicky Pastor, go, go, go. Oh, we've got a spin and it's contact. It's one of the LMP2 cars, and there was that. Oh, into the pit lane actually. Now comes Loha into the pits, and there's Alfie Bevan, but there's contact midfield as well. And it was all sorts of drama there. That's coming through as well. And that, as Tobias said, was one of the worst parts to get held up at the second part. And it was Adam Shatner who got spun round as well. And Nick Homewood, who is one of the race directors, is sending a message into the stewards' decisions boxes. Here is your race leader into the pit lane, Tenon Loiha. Now, is it going to be for a driver change? Loiha has been in the car for quite a number of hours. Roland Suzak's in the pit lane. Daniel Kiss in the pit lane too. So loads of LMP2s in. 22 seconds. Robert Schwartzman might just take the lead of this race. And they have changed. James Dubauer back in command of that car for his second stint at the wheel. 7 seconds between Robert Schwartzman too. And I'm looking at it. And Olaf van der Stam back down the order. Might have said Chef van der Stam. I do apologise if I did. Third class for GT3. Oh, now he's switched back to Adam Shatler, who's back in 14, stuck in the pit lane. And that is Noah Bergman coming in as well. There is second in class, briefly, as Noah Bergman pops down the pit lane as well. Christophe Cézelle in there too. And Giuseppe Pastor, fourth overall, into the pit lane. Yellow was out briefly in the third sector. It's gone now. As we ride up towards the first turn. Everyone looking a little bit more cool and calm out there. There was a driver change as well. Tolba moves over as, oh, that's close, it's contact! And round goes fourth in class, Spence Matukis, and it's hit the wall! And the championship leaders in the wall. Luckily, I don't think, no rear wing gone. Suspension might be okay. But I'm surprised, actually, that was the Ferrari in class as well. Alfie Bevan running 19th overall, and Bevan might get a penalty for that, for forcing a driver off the track. Adam Shatner finally leaves the pit lane. I'm surprised the stewards haven't really been called up on that one as well. Oh, this is bad news for Tobias's team. As you can see there, penalty for Christophe Cézelle. Christophe Cézelle. And that's why, because the incident involving the Royal Racing 93 Bravo and the ASN VRT 123, the 123 VRT car has been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. For the 123 car, currently running in second place with Robert Schwartzman is now in the pit lane now for a drive-through penalty. And I wish Tobias would be on the call there, just on the commentary as who's that in the wall? One of the LMP2s off at Degner 2. I'm trying to look and see who it is. Sean Jones back in the pit lane. I don't think he's returned. And that's it. Game over. And that, I think, was the car 70 hitting off. Oh, that's it. That's taken out. Also, the car that just recovered on the track. That's going to call a code 80 as well. The Triple Eight car, the championship leaders, are out of the race. Front wheel gone. Maybe they can nurse it back to the pit lane, but I'm surprised that's not a code 80. He got forced off the track, actually. And, it was Axel Kara who got caught up in that drama. He was the one who hit on the brakes as well. And he was the one who spun at Degner, and he's the one who got caught up at the top of Spoon. But I think it was Zoltan Toff who sort of caused the contact with the Triple Eight car. And Lucas Belden, the Ferrari, coming in now. And the Triple Eight, I think, must be out of the race. Oh, there it is. Rear wing gone. Cars crabbing everywhere dangerously. And I'm surprised this isn't a code 80. I think one of the tyres must surely be gone. Wesley 1041 says the McLaren just snapped on the brakes. It looks like he did. Oh, and that was... I would call... Where's the code 80? Where is that code 80? Because we've got a car now crabbing in the middle of the racing line. And Axel Kerfer, who's already had an accident himself, coming out of... coming out of the Degners, got caught up in the accident at the top of Spoon. On board with Adrian Diego. We're looking back now to Axel. But has the Triple Eight got back to the pit lane? He's 3 laps down now, the championship leader. Here's your race leader overall. Adam Serhey in the GT3 category. He leads by a lap to Bevin. Alfie Bevin in 19, or P19 overall. And there's the Triple Eight car. Oh, look, my flying machine. Cutting the corner onto the old layout and getting into the pit lane now. Ria's crabbing as well. Wheel gone. They might just be able to salvage that. He's got it back to the pit lane. Yeah. Hazel Calvi says, where's the code 80? Sandfire in the pit lane too. I think they've managed to get away with that without the code 80. Alfie Bevin P2 still. That's the Ferrari leaving the track now. Yellow first sector, gone green now, luckily. And there is the championship leaders. And they're out. Wow. Out of the race. Too much damage. The Triple Eight car, the championship leaders in GT3, are out of the race. We are down to 8 GT3 cars. And the championship leaders are out. That means it's this... Oh, they're 73 team already, so they've kept that advantage. In the point standings, the 88 car, who's on 57 points, third in the championship. If they continue the way they are and win, they will take the championship lead in GT3 going to the 12 Hours of Le Mans in May. Wow. Here's Adrian Diego. 5th overall in MP2. And Axel Kira, I think, might also be out of the race. A lot of damage there. And still in the pit lane. Losing a lot of time. Wow, I can't believe that is just happened. It was also bash, bang, wallop. Is that part of the track? Oh, and off goes one of the Ferraris. It's the 92. Lucas Beldwick at the wheel. We're about to start lap 180. And here's Olaf van der Stam, P3 overall. On our social media, it's EERC.info. And if you're on Twitter, on Instagram, it's at EERC_official. And Van der Stam at the moment Coming up towards the Degners, 46 seconds back, surely not. What's the time on the board? I want to see this. 37 seconds behind Kazaki, who's in P2. No idea at the moment from the stewards if we're seeing a yellow. And this is Joseph Frederick Zuto, running third in class. What is a diminishing GT3 category? At the moment then, we're just watching on. And that is... Oh, it's Petter's scoreboard as well. Oh no, had a spin down at the hairpin. Luckily he managed to not collect anybody, but it's going from bad to worse for that team at the moment. One car in the wall, one car spinning. And here's Adam Serhey in the test team car 88, who must be feeling pretty darn happy with themselves right about now, because they are running in first place, a lap ahead, and they also have, are you ready? Are you steady? They've got the championship lead if it stays where it is. That's what I like about it. We've got a projected championship standings at the moment for LMP2. First would be Mugen Sim Racing. They'll be on 93 points if they do indeed finish in third place. The second place at the moment will see the 96 car, the Alpha Sound Force Polno car. They'll be on 92 if they one position if they win as well. Third would be Mugen Sim Racing, number 20, 66 points. They'll lose a position if they currently finish in 8th place where they are. Fourth will be Decker Hacker Racing, 95, 62 points if they finish P5. And GT3, as I said, Mugen Sim Racing, 88, will lead on 89 points. They'll jump up 2 places if they win. Sim Racing 888 for Mugen will lose 1 place if they finish fourth, but they're out of the race now, so they might lose a couple more actually. Iris Automation Car 7, if they finish P5, they'll gain a place. But as I said, they're now in P4 overall. Yeah. So they could be moving up a couple of positions as well. Team Sheba will be in 73, but on 61 points. BH Racing 3 will be on 44.5 points if they finish in third. And Alan Motorsports, number 35, will on 42 points. And they'll be ahead of 1 position at the moment as well. And this could be a lot of tensions gathered overall that I'm looking forward to as well. Keeping an eye on the stewards chat as Cosmo Pashito decides to go flying. Coming out of the Casio Triangle. Very much deep into the darkness now as well. Ola to great TB88 in the YouTube chat. Glad to have everybody along with us for this one. 6 hours, 20 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And Benz Pancoti is in there in the pit lane, 22nd overall in the McLaren Mugen Sim Racing. So that might be a lead change over there eventually. If that's Suto, where is, yeah, there, oh, he's out of the race, yeah, sorry. That is Pantani crashed, yeah, we died in the Triple Eight car. Where is my head at? But yeah, out of the race, and that's because Zoltan Toff and Lucas Lichtin moved up a couple of positions. They're now starting to catch him up on missed lap times as well. So, a reminder for all of you who's watching the stream as well and looking at the clock and looking at your own screen. Oh, big crash Lucas Lichtenstein, running 4th overall in the GT3 category, has just been hit. And one of the LMP2 cars in the background there as well. Can't see who it is at the moment. It's Ronaldo. Oh, it's Ronaldo Sugs who's out, and he's got a damaged rear wing as well. This might cause a code 80. Yellow sector 3. Don't go now. You've got a fast LMP2.
Careful, drivers. There is a stopped car on the entrance to the final chicane.
And there is the race director speaking on. That's Nick Homewood as well, just saying that. I think they've got going. I think, yeah, he's got going again.
Clear.
Yep, clear. And that's brought out yellow in sector 1 as well now. So, and this is, oh, no front wheel at all for Lucas Lichtenstein. So that's going to be a major repair job. Shorty dropped down to P7. The engine thing's been turned off as well. So we'll see if that's a DNF or not. We'll keep an eye. He's running P4 at the moment in the chat as well. So keep an eye out there if that position changes. And there is all that is. And yeah, well, Roland Zux has got back in the 95 car. No rear wing though. And here's your race leader, James Dubai. Leads 28 seconds to David Kazaki as well. Olaf van der Stam is P3. And there's your leaders, Dubai and Sergey. Quite a nice way to be in the lead of a race as well. Nice feeling. There's Alfie Bevan running second in GT3. Adrian Diego. Oh, I never like to see that. A gaggle of cars behind on track as well with GT3 cars involved. 2 minutes now it's been in the pit lane for car 7. Can they get back out on the track? This is going to affect them in the championship as well, actually. And, yeah, well, Zook's back in the pits, as I said, as well. He's been in there for 1 minute 40 and has now left the pit lane. So that is an amazing job there to get back out on the track. So Roland Zooks has now left the pit lane and he's back on the racetrack. Here's Giuseppe Pastor. 4th overall, a lap down actually. Only 3 cars now on the lead lap here at Suzuka. Could have been more, really should have been more, we might add. But everyone enjoying it at the moment. 6:16 to go. What if we get to 666? The number of the beast. Certainly has been a number of that today, as Christoph says. Gets a little bit caught off there. The car 66 actually. So how about that for serendipity? 3 minutes in the pit lane now. That's a long one. And Nick Homewood now is also typing something into the group chat as well. I wonder. This is on the race control bits as well. I wonder if that's going to be ticking off. Oh, spin and a rear wing gone for the 232 of Adam Shantra. And it's stopped right in the middle of the track. We've got cars flying by. That should be an immediate code 8. He's managed to find reverse. And he's got going off the track. That was so close to being contact. But Adam Shantra just going right off, hitting and knocking off the rear wing at the exit of the 130R. I mean, he got so close there to wiping out 3 other cars. And Roland Zooks has got a penalty, as you can see on the board. Automatic penalty. And Adam Shatner coming straight into the pits from P15. And Zolan Toff going a little bit wide there as well. There's David Gerber. Got a penalty on the board as well coming through in a minute. We'll have that conversation with you in just a second. With 6 hours 14 minutes to go at this race as well. And I think they've managed to get back onto the track actually. I think that 7 car has now been retrieved from the pit lane. Now Adam Shantra still in the pits at the moment. So yeah, he's been retrieved down as well. But Lucas Lynchton has now rejoined the race. Yes, that's great news. We haven't lost any cars at the moment. Martin Novak as well, pits on P9 in LMP2. The gap now between the first and second car, the 99 and the 21, is 28 seconds. It's getting very close out there. But believe it or not, we could see an overtake in the next hour for the lead of the race. That's a safety car. Another Code 80 comes out with the safety cars. Wow. Zoltan Toff in the car 70 for the Dream Team at the moment. It hasn't really been a dream race for them either. And Adam Serhey has pitted from the lead in GT3. Had a perfect advantage because he's got a lap on the rest of the field as well. 59-second stop, 1 minute 16 in the pit lane. Very, very nice indeed. And to get to the penalty that we've got on the board as well, incident involving Giovanna Iris Automation Car 7 and GTE3 and the Decker Hackers 95. And this is the big contact we saw in the on the track as well that brought out the Code 80. And it's been a 10-second stop-go penalty for car 95 for Decker Hacker. For causing a major collision, and the 95 currently at the wheel with Roland Zux, who caused that collision down at the top of Spoon. And he should have really backed off. The yellow flags were out as well, so that's an interesting one to call. Everyone at the moment loving this race as well. Keeping an eye out on everything as well to make sure everything's okay. He's into the pit stop now. Roland Zux to serve that stop-go penalty. Count 3, 4, 5. You can see it on the side of the car there, saying 6 seconds, 7, 8, 9, 10, go. Took a while there to get started, but it restarted well enough in the end. Oh, it does sound a bit sick out there, doesn't it? SGM says only 10. Damn lucky. I don't know what you're on about there, but with only 10, but yeah. Only 10-second penalty there for that collision, I presume. It's just, yeah. And Jeff Olo says 10 seconds. That is a joke. Cost us 2 laps worth of damage repair. That's from Jeff Olo. And yeah, I do agree. It's a bit of a joke to give him 10 seconds there. The steward should have been a bit harsher with that one as well. And Roland Zux in the number 95. The car that got that penalty for 10 seconds. Back out on the track now. Gap between the top two, though, in LMP2 is 27.6 seconds. It's dropping as fast as I can say it at the moment. Between James DeLubra and David Casco. Pulaski, I should have said. Coming up on 6 hours to go, half distanced in the race. Very exciting racing this as well. It's just beginning to get to the good bit. And Marcus Jr. in the Bentley, the number 18, has taken over. So now it's Marcus Jr. Here's Adrian Diego coming through. Is this for a position? I don't think it is. He's running P5 overall, and he's got 7 seconds to Pastor. So this might be a lap here at the moment as they're looking towards turn number 1. It is 7 seconds at the moment, so I don't think this is a move for position. We'll keep an eye out, though. And here's Cosmo Pastor. Car 13, running P12 at the moment. Pit stop for the number 21 car running P2 in LMP2. David Kozaki coming in for the Mugen Sim Racing 21. And this is now, is that going to drop him behind Olaf van der Stam in the Sun Edits Racing 26 car? We'll keep an eye on that in the next couple of seconds as they come through. 6 hours, 8 to go. I'll put on some glasses as well in the commentary box so my eyes don't go too sore. And hopefully we've got our microphones back now, as we've just had a couple of minutes where it's been a bit fruity, I say the least. So hopefully you can hear me. One more with Joseph Frederick Suto. E2 now in LMP, in GT3 class. 6 hours and 4 minutes to go. Lapping now with one of the LMP2 cars just behind. 25 runners left in the race at the moment. We are literally down to 8 cars in GT3. Oh, and that might be a little bit less in the LMP2, as 10th place runner Sean Jones has got a little bit wrong coming out of Degner. I don't think he actually damaged anything. I don't think is he going to come into the pits anyway? No, he's not. I think he got very, very lucky there, to be fair. Very, extremely lucky, in my opinion. Up now toward... Oh, let's have a look at James Jaluba, who leads the race in the 99 car for the APF squad. Into the 130R. Troops it through, yes. To continue my point from earlier on, by the way, if anyone was listening to what I had to say, is the fact if you're wondering why this race is coming up now, it's 6 minutes past the hour, and we're just coming up on 6 hours to go in the race. We had to delay the start by 10 minutes after an error on the formation laps. We had 2 parade laps at the beginning of this race. So that did affect the overall outcome of the start by 10 minutes. So we now finished at 10 past the hour. Blue flags out on the start, finish straight there. As we watch Christoph Senzel, who's 14th overall, car 66. In LMP2, running 14th overall. And why are we seeing the number 18 with a DNF on it? Why is 18 got the DNF? That is Marcus Jr., who's running 23rd in the Bentley, and according to my monitor, has DNF'd. Now, this isn't right on the live timing monitor, which is still showing he is in the race. So he could have lost another one from GT3. I wonder if that's a disconnect, not a retirement. We've seen that this afternoon. As, oh, that's Martin Novak trying to go right round the outside of Suto. Got through in the end. Yeah, but it looks like, yeah. Oh, and that's Kalfa again. Alexo Kalfa spinning out. But got back on the track, luckily. And here's third overall with David Kozaki. So is that graphic on the screen with Junior being correct, which I don't think it is, because actually he hasn't had a lap time in the last couple. And he has just dropped down the position. I think Junior is out of the race. I think it's right there. Oh dear. Yeah, Messer just going up. So yeah, Marcus Junior, the 18 car, is out of the race at the moment. So we're down to 7 in GT3 with half the race to go. We've lost, we're down to 24 cars overall. Unbelievable. Yellow first sector. As we're coming up now on half distance in the 12 Hours of Suzuka. We are halfway in the EERC's 12 Hours of Suzuka, with 6 hours to go of this race, and we are watching the live battle for second position as David Kozaki takes over second place as well. Van der Staan down into third position. An overtake that's been brewing for the past couple of laps got through there on the halfway mark. Fabulous run So, 92 seconds in front is James DeLubra, who leads the race for the 99 squad. The 21 squad in second, the 26 is third. But at the moment, in GTE 3, we're seeing the 88 squad lead the race. And currently, they're going to take the lead in the championship as well. With Adam Serhey winning P18 overall, with a lap advantage over the rest of the field. So 17 cars left in LMP2. Only, sadly, at the moment, 8 cars left in GTE 3 from quite a lot of the squad that was in there. And Junior, who we understand was a disconnect, has been allowed to retake the position, but he's now 8 laps down in P7. Here's Adam Serhey with the 88 test team. If they win this race, they will be in command of the lead of the GTE 3 championship. For night riding. Wonderful. Wonderful as he goes through on the inside, gets passed as well by one of the LMP2s. Here's Davide Gerber. Oh, and that is Van der Stam in the wall! Van der Stam running in third place, getting it way wide out of turn 1. Don't think he touched the wall though with the rear suspension on the rear wing. It's still connected. But Olaf Van der Stam losing it at the worst possible moment. He's lost a handle of a lot of time now to Kazaki. Pressure getting to the 26 squad. There's Sean Jones now. E10. He's had a few moments in this race, I can tell you. Yellow again, first sector. And Cosmo Pashito is in the pit lane at the moment, according to this monitor. And he was running 12th overall. And yes, he is in the pit lane. You can see him now just behind the GT3 timing graphic on your screen. Here's Mario Chiracoya, just before Lucas Peltorel in command of that car. Number 18 class. Last overall in the field, the 92 car. There's Adrian Diego, the 1-2-3 squad. That's our commentary partner of... Oh, and that's forcing another drive for the track. Diego Mostak, was going a little bit too wide there, kicking off one of the... I looked to be kicking off actually one of the Mugans. But yeah, the 1-2-3 squad with Diego at the wheel at the moment. Tobias, who is one of our co-commentators, that's his squad as well. His car will be in later on in the last couple of hours of the racing stint. There's Gabor Hevesi in the number 20, winning 7th overall in class. Zoltan Toth in the Dream Team squad, running P5 in GT3. And that car 70 on its last warning by the stewards after some very dodgy driving earlier on in this 12 hours of Suzuka, I might just add. Christoph Senzel is 13th in the 66 car. The 66, I should say. It's having a nice evening at the moment, just rolling around out there. And Van der Stam into the pit lane. And that's dropping him down now because Pastor and Diego have gone up. So Van der Stam now is about a position down, or a couple of positions down to where he needs to be. And with the rear up on the car as well, that looks to be more technical than anything as well. He'll be repairing the suspension, so he could be in there for quite a number of seconds. He's already been in there for over a minute. In terms of the pit stop for 50 seconds, as you can see, so the brackets are. Moscato in the pit lane. Oh, it's a driver changed in there as well, the 26 squad. Dan Vilstrata taking over in a driver swap. we'll hear from the stewards in about 25 minutes, as we've got another yellow out sector 2. Wonder where that is. Nope, okay, all green now. As Diego Moscato, running P6, is in the pit lane for over 50 seconds as well. I don't think he's in his pit box, actually, looking at that, because he hasn't come up with the right monitor. No one else in pit road, only he is at the moment, and Gabor Hevesy goes up into second position, and it's a change for Massimiliano Roboli. So Roboli back in command of that car for his second stint at the wheel in this race. He was on in the first 3 hours of the race. That's a changeover as well. 3, 6, 9, and someone else to take the last one for 3 as well. Allowed a maximum of 5 drivers, as Tobias told us earlier on in the broadcast, if you were watching. By the way, a massive well done to everyone who's stuck through, who's stuck with us as well over the past, what is it, 7 hours it's been? Around about 7 hours we've been on air, because we covered the end of qualifying and the warm-up session as well, followed by the race. As we usually have a rotating panel of commentators, due to circumstances beyond our control, we've been left with 3. Myself, Joshua Birch, I'm on debut actually for this EERC, Edward Hunter and Tobias also joining us, who was racing. Well, he's going to be racing later on in the afternoon, so 3 commentary partners for you to listen to. The others off on a well-earned break. Here is Giuseppe Pastor, who hasn't actually pitted yet, and I'm surprised about that, because he's been in the car now for quite a while, and I wonder if he will come in. Tiredness, of course, starts to seep in as well with these guys as well. They're racing mainly at night. We started late afternoon as well, actually, at Suzuka. Now we've been well into the night shift since about 9.5 hours to go. So we'll be going into bright sunshine eventually as Gabor Hevesy pits, but this is your race leader in the pit lane as well. James Dulsbach also in. So Juvala in pit lane, number 1 car. And number 6 car in as well. Bowley goes to that position. Hevesy, car 20, long pit stop. We're going to do a driver change at the front of the field on car 99. That would be interesting if they'd change it now. This is only his second pit stop in the race results so far. Looking at where the car 99 finished last time out, overall, it finished 9th at the 1,000 miles of Sebring. 10 laps down overall. We're coming up, though, on lap 200. We're on lap 198. As Dulbart still got out there at the moment in the lead of the race. So he's still now got 27 seconds ahead of Kazaki. Not bad. Not bad stop there. Well timed, well thought out. And it worked quite well. There is your race leader, the 99 car. And the 88 car at the moment, driven by Adam Serhey in the GTE3 car, has now pulled out 2 laps to the rest of the field in GTE3. So that is an amazing achievement overall. Though they've got free pit stop strategy now for the rest of the race. That is an amazing advantage they've got there. Rain, of course, is predicted in the last 4 hours at some point, mainly in the last hour as well, so watch out for that one. As that was Giuseppe Pastor in the pit lane. And that's Christoph Selzel as all well in the pit stops from 13th place. And Diego goes up to 3rd in the 1-2-3 car. Pastor now in the 87, dropping down. Someone else coming in pit road is David Gerber. Second sector yellow, Y. Oh, gone green now, so obviously nothing. We'll keep an eye on that going forward. There's several of the cars revving through at high speed. As we're focusing at the moment on the pit stop battle, which doesn't give me much to talk about in the comms box. And Nicola Pastor now heads out onto the track. So a driver change at the 87 squad. So Giuseppe Pastor's passed over to Nicola Pastor. In LMP2, they've changed over. Got another stint at the wheel. 5 hours and 48 minutes to go of this race. Confirmed down to 25 runners in this race. Spence Patocki is out of the race as well. Parker Neubauer, David Nelson Cassidy out of the race. Conrad Osman in the 96. The Luffield Lunatics out. They're looking so good in the championship as well, actually, looking at it. Where are they on the LMP2 squad? P23 on 1 point. Maybe not that good on the screen, but certainly a lot better than we might have predicted going forward. Yellow sector 2 as we look at number 35, Alfie Bevan, running third in class. That's a permanent yellow. It's gone in now as well. Usually see the yellow flag deployed for running off the track. I hope that's what that was for as well. Roland Zook sat there, 95, P7. Adam Shantra now, the 232, after a bad stop and had to lost the rear wing, had to change it, coming to the pit stop. He's dropped down to 16th place as Sean Jones is in the pit lane now at the moment for the Reading Game Studio Racing. Car 72, here he is. 4 laps behind the race leader, I might add. As that is Adam Shantra off at turn number 1. Keeps on going. Axel Kaya is in the pit lane as well. Here we are. The GT3 gets lapped by LMP2. Oh, Zoltan Toff making it tricky for all LMP2s today. Making contact with quite a lot of them at the moment. Keeping it going. Let's ride on board with Zoltan. Oh, no. Lucas Barworld is off on the external runoff, the AstroTurf. And we're on now, officially. We've just clicked over to lap number 200. Overall in this race with the LMP2s. Adam Serhe's only 2 laps behind. No, 21 laps behind at the moment. The race leader. Diego in the pit lane. Adrian Diego pits on the VRT 123 squad. Here is Zoltan Toff. Not going to pit this lap, surely. Would have been too far. Martin Novak. Oh, we're getting a bit wiggly there, trying to pass one of the... That's the race, that was the leader actually, sir, wasn't it? In class, yeah, on the Mugans. And Novak. 2 laps behind Gabriel Heversey in the number 20 car at the moment. Oh, is that someone off the track? That one sounded like it was skidding through some gravel. No one I can see on the pictures at the moment, which is great news. These are all good. Marcus Jr. actually got disconnected, so I think he did actually lag out, and that's why he was allowed to rejoin the race. I'm just looking on the official stewards monitor here. It does indeed seem to be the reason. Race leader in GT3, Adam Serhe, 2 laps ahead of Suto. Got to get out of the way for one of the LMP2s now. And the LMP2s have got to be nice and not be mean and knock off the race leader of the race. In the different categories, that's 2 cars. That's Adam Chantra again. And who did he take off the track? And Chantra's got problems. He's on the inside of Spoon Curve and looking quite slow as well. Oh, this isn't going to be nice. Manages not to spin it over the curbs. But it was Adrian Diego running P5 who we got caught up with. But Chantra P16, Adrian Diego P5 having contact together. Luckily, both not damaged. Here's Paolo Parzecchi. Oh, big accident for Chantra. And that is rear wing gone. Car straight on in the wall coming out of the 130R. Rear wing gone. Front tyre surely going to be...
Careful, drivers. There is a spun car at the final chicane.
Good call there from Nick Homewood, race director. And Chantra, I think that car's stuck. Can he get it back to the pit lane?
Clear.
Gone clear now, but we'll double check. Oh, and he's backwards. Chantra is backwards in a car now. Oh, it's the wrong way. The pit stop. This will have to be a code 80. If anyone comes in that pit lane, the car's stuck.
Caution, car backwards in the pit lane. Car backwards in the pit lane.
I'm surprised this hasn't been given a code 80, to be fair, to stop anyone coming in. Maybe they'll close the pit entrance because...
Caution, all drivers, the pit lane is currently completely blocked.
Yeah, and I can hear race direction giggling as well because we're giggling in the pit as well. That's very dangerous as well. The car, he's now reversing into the pit lane. And Adam Chantra now in the pit lane, but
The driver's pit lane is clear.
the wrong way. They're going to get a penalty for that. The Iron Mills Racing 232 squad will get a penalty for that one, for sure. And that's David Gerber backwards at Spoon. Well, Chantra really is out of it. Surely that's a retirement. That was head on. Here he is now. That was head on at Spoon Curve. Oh, sorry, at the 130R. That's gone. Here is your race leader, James DeLubra, leading the race by 29 seconds to David Kozaki. Looking at the moment, Chantra, it doesn't look like he's going to DNF at the moment. If it does go DNF, we do get told on the stewardship board. Flashing lights in GT Pro. In GT3, so I should say. Here's Mate Varga. And Zoltan Toth in pit lane. Now, he was running P5. Is that for... I hope that's a scheduled stop. But they are running right down the back. P5 overall. Got a couple of laps advantage to... Oh, Gabriel Schaffler. And that's on the run-up towards the hairpin. And they can't really reverse, can they, that much? Don't want to reverse too quickly. That's going to bring out the yellow. Luckily, it's not the track completely blocked, and we weren't near Nick Homewood on the race director saying, I think here's Gabor Hevesi. 8th overall. 2 laps down on the leader. Now 20. Porsche through turn 1 and 2. If we can, I'd like to listen to the S's. Oh, that camera angle, it really is getting me over the past couple, isn't it? And here's Lucas Beldrig, who is the 92 Ferrari from P8 in GT3, pit lane as well. There's Paolo Parzecchi. We stay quiet now as we go through Spoon. Beautiful, beautiful car control. The Cosworth working beautifully there. Oh, Marcus Jr. back in the race after a disconnect. Fortunately now running 9 laps away from Sergey, who's leading the race. And running actually second to last overall, but might just take it away as Adam Shackler's car still in pit lane. Here's your race leader in GT3. And that was Sergey, that was Adam Sergey. Coming up now is that's dragging out Joseph Frederick Suto, dragging out one of the LMP2s from the back of the track. There's Powell in the 72 car, 10th overall. Running ever so smooth, I want to add. And I think we've got another yellow sector 2. Here's Philip Verchbach. He's running 8th and last. And when I say last, I mean last in the race. As Mario Kozeka gets back into the pit lane. Stan Velstra is now 4th. Velstra is taking over car 26, but Matthew Clip back in command of car 13. But I'm looking, I think we've actually got all the cars back on the track. We do. Brilliant. Victor Ban taking over command of the automation of the Giovanna Iris automation. I think car 7 has taken over command. There's Matteo Verga. Five hours, 37 minutes to go in this race. He's rotating between the same lot of cars as well, which is difficult. 25 cars left as Roland Zook. Oh, hello, Roland Zook's back into the pit lane now. On P7, just going to while down. Is this a driver change? Let's take a look. Here he is. The 95 had a penalty earlier on for 10 seconds, about 40 minutes ago. And here's Zoltan in the car 70, the Dream Team squad. Oh, and Marcus Jr. goes for a spin at turn 1, and he's ended up deep in that gravel. That must have gone backwards in and looped back to the left to facing that angle. Very unusual set of corners there. Adrian Diego, P5 for the 1-2-3 squad. Running a lap down on the leader. They can easily get that back later on. And Roland Zerkas is now still in that pit stop. He's been there for 40 seconds now in the box. We'll see what he's got to go on. It's involving the VRT 1-2-3 squad and Royal Racing Alpha 94. And it's a warning for the Royal Racing Alpha car 94 for unlapping dangerously. So the 94 has got that warning for unlapping very dangerously in the LMP2 squad. Oh, surprise, surprise. Let's hope the Royal Racing Alpha take that on board and don't crash into anybody who's running up further ahead of them. But Bowley, P6. I think he's just coming to the pit lane, it says here, 57.9, it says on the board there. Here's your leader in GT3, the 88 car, Adam Serhey. For the test team at the moment, with the retirement of the 888 car and the non-participation of the 73 squad, 88 with victory here if they can manage it. The 2 laps ahead though of Suto in car 3 will have race victory and the championship lead. We've just passed lap 206, 1 to 207. There's Modrad Nagy. Martin Novak, P9 overall. Coming through Degner 1 and 2. Got Ferrari going off the track as well, and that is Alfie Bevin, not for the first time today, I must say, down in the gravel at Degner's. Gets back on there without knocking off the front wheel like he did a couple of times early on in the race. .534 to go. Oh, very sort of bum 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 down there with all the very much. You could hear the engine and the gearbox and the over revs there for the car 70. Here's your race leader overall, James DeBar in the 99 squad, leading by 30 seconds to the Mugen Sim Racing squad, number car 21, and here is the 23 of Martin Novak in the pit lane. And here's Matteo Varga, 66, running 14th overall. Finally, a different little angle, to be told. David Gerber, 12th 95 car. Martin Novak still in the pit lane, by the way. P9, and he's got another 67 seconds before he gets passed by... Oh, and it's a driver change. Bertrand Birkenez back in command of the car. Spin, spin, spin. Gabriel Schaeffler round and stopped at Spoon. Can he get it going? It was nearly a puff into life there. The car's not rolling back, trying to jump start it. I think the engine might have stalled there. Is that going to cause a code 80? Yellow still sector 2. I hope he's got going again. We need him to get going. Alfie Bevan coming through that part of the track. No, the car's still stuck there. If that car is stuck and has to be retired, that is a big loss, and the first loss in a while in LMP2. We'll keep an eye. Nothing from race control at the moment. If it was, we'll hear an alert notification come over. Alfie Bevan running 2 laps down in GT3. Here's Bertrand Birkenez running P9 now. Just taking over from Martin Nuvas. And is that car back up and running yet down at Spoon, or is that still the yellow flag? Let's take a look. It's got going again. Brilliant. Brilliant news. And Gabriel Schaeffler is now back into the pit lane at the moment. 15th overall. We'll wait to see if that is a retirement. Here it is, actually. Here is Gabriel Schaeffler. So they've managed to get that car back to the pit lane. And it isn't a retirement, so that was quick. Leader in GT3, Adam Serhey. We'll cut into the 66 car of LMP2, 14th overall for Matteo Varga. Currently running around in that car. That's Gabriel Hesse there just coming through at the moment too. With 5 hours and 30 minutes to go of this session. Oh, spin! And that would have been more important, but it was nearly into the wall there for the 92 Ferrari and Philip Rochbach as well. And we've seen many cars losing at the exit of the 130R over the past 2 hours. Here's Jose Frederick Suto for the car 3 in the test team, running 2nd overall, if you can imagine that overall. 5:30 to go.
Hello again, Joshua.
Oh,
and hello to the
Ed.
viewers at home. Oh, I thought I got a free hour or two, so I thought I'd spend it commentating. It went so well earlier.
Fabulous. Welcome back.
Right. Well, looks interesting. Not hugely different to it was earlier. It looks like BMS Sun edits have not had a great stint while I've been away. They're down from 2nd down to 5th.
Yeah, a lot of problems overall for the 26 car in the past couple of hours as well. We've had a few nasty accidents as well, not least for the car on screen now with the 232. Has had a few big accidents, and they managed to get the car going again. It's been a dramatic 2 hours, I must point out, since I took over.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
You don't want a boring 2 hours.
I don't know. I think half the viewers who are listening to me might be asleep.
Well, at least I'm not. So.
Yes, that's the most important thing as well. just running around at the moment. The big battle at the moment is obviously with the GT3. Sergey has now got 2 laps over the rest of the field, so they can cruise and still get through. The battle, though, LMP2, 99 versus 21. Still 29 seconds to get the gap.
Yeah, so James Juba back in the car, and we're looking at him on screen at the moment. He's doing an excellent job, I think, especially considering that car. We had Antoni Nickpon, the manager of Absolutely Falls Polonia, telling us that the 99 had damage earlier in the race from contact with the GT car, and a little bit at the front, a little bit at the rear, I think. But it wasn't hugely serious, but it was affecting their lap time. So I'm not sure if that's been repaired or not since then. But it definitely seems like if you look at Juba's lap times, his last lap 147.9, or the collection at 146.9 on his last lap. So they've been really holding on and doing an excellent job to stay out of trouble continuously.
Yeah, second difference at the moment, isn't it, on the lap time?
And
so...
Joseph Frederick Suto is pitting from second in class in GD3.
Yes, he is. Just coming in now, and that is maybe going to be an advantage because he's got 30 seconds to Alfie Bevan, who pitted 2 laps ago. So
Indeed.
Bevan might just go back ahead there, which would be a relief. And here's Gabriel Hevesy, who's in car 20, running P7 overall. They've done a quick driver change over there at Mugen Sim Racing 20.
And the big gainer, well, I think in LMP2 at least, is Nicola Pastor, who's gone up to second place for Iris Automation 87.
Yeah,
as David Kolokshai pits now from second.
I think that must be for a driver change. He's been out there for a couple of hours now, even since I got back in. That was 2 hours ago. So, yeah, Pastor has changed over, Giuseppe for Nicola. So they've gone over now.
Yeah, it is almost a bit of a shame that the 73 Shiba team that Nikki and Giuseppe were 2 of the big drivers for, that their GD3 title bid is basically going to take a bit of a knock here from them not being in the GD3 car. But a podium in LMP2 would be a huge achievement for them and for Iris Automation, who I don't think have been on the podium since the opener. They finished, I think, either second or third at New Orleans at the NOLA circuit. So here's hoping that they can hold off Adrian Diego from the VRT, and of course later on Tobias Blumschein will be getting on board that Essentia VRT 123 car for the final sort of section of the race. Whenever that happens, but there's still 5 hours to go, of course. So
yeah, he's been very cautious about saying when he's going to go on next. Before he left the commentary box as well, he said he's now going over to do a couple of hours on the simulator. And I thought, that's dedication. You're going to do what, 2 hours in the simulator and then get in the car and do another 3 or 4 hours? I thought, wow, okay.
Yeah, that's how these sim races are wired. They want to make sure they know the track immediately, so it's not like they get in and it's a sudden shock to the system. As we see Victor Van having a little bit off, because that looks like before Spoon on the inside.
Is, yeah.
Odd place to lose it, but he's going again in 14th.
Victor Ban as well, running 14th, as you said. He's got, well, he was 2 seconds closing on Mate Verga, so that's now been dropped over a little bit.
Another person who's been doing a great job is Royal Blue, the team Royal Blue Racing number 13. Matthew Clipp has got from last. Remember, they got stuck in the barrier from the lead. They had to retire. And Matthew Clipp has got back up to 11th, and he's got David Gerber about 7 seconds behind him. But Victor Ban, like you say, is like about 2 seconds behind Mate Varga. So that might be an interesting little battle if we want to switch to that. Now I'm here, we can actually control the camera if we wish.
Hey! I know, it's cutting away the worst moments during that 2 hours.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Couldn't be there the whole time.
They did pick up some accidents though before they happened, so that was quite good. Literally, we got some shots at Spoon with some accidents as well, so it was very quick with that. I only wish the F1 2020 game had auto direction. I can tell you that right now.
What we have sort of is a list of every sort of event. So we have off track, very low, pit in, pit out, pit go.
Yeah.
So it will always cut to someone if any of these particular events happens, or at least it usually does. Sometimes you have priority conflicts, so there's more than one thing happening at the same time at different parts of the circuit. But yeah, so this is Victor Ban we're watching at the moment. Victor Ban chases after Mate Varga, who is 2 seconds up the road.
that off is still only 2.3 seconds. I wonder if Varga had a little bit of an off as well at Spoon. Looking at that. Oh, yellow again, sector 2.
Yeah, let's see if we can. If the auto director can pick that up. No, it's just cut to Alfie Bevan a bit further back down in sector 2, being lapped.
Careful, drivers. There is a stopped car at the hairpin.
Oh, and it's at the
Well, there we
hairpin,
go.
actually. And I'm trying to look who it is. I
People
think
blind braked.
it's 15th overall. It's Gabriel Scheifler.
Scheffler for Free Bond.
Yeah, and he's stopped on the track.
There he is.
it
Oh
is.
dear, that is a very.
Okay, drivers. Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, not
I
bad,
don't
this
think
is
they
a
might. Don't think they'll need this actually, because if that car can restart.
5,
No, never mind.
4,
They're going to need it installed.
3, 2, 1. Code 80.
It doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
And then that's in a really dangerous position. They're trying to restart it. Look, the
There we
engine's
go.
stalled.
He's just about got the Ring of Honor going again, so this will be a short Code 80, hopefully. Juba was just coming through there and almost got hit, but that's really an ideal place to come to a stop right on the racing line, I'm sure.
I hope that wasn't a little bit of a plan there.
Oh, look at that! Oh,
Oh, that's.
because
does
he
it
went
not
right
know?
back up to
Yeah.
right back up to racing speed and hit the side of Juba there. That was a bit out of order from
So
Gabriel
Juba must
Scheffler.
have damage now as well.
Oh, I hope nothing too big.
Oh, well, Scheifler as well just really doesn't like Juba at the moment, does he, the race leader? This is unbelievable racing. And
Yeah,
surely...
there's Juba. Is
Yeah.
the car damaged? It doesn't look too bad from the outside, at least.
It looks okay. It must have been just hairline. It'll be fine, hopefully. Keep your fingers crossed
Okay,
with that
drivers.
one.
Green flag
They've
in
survived
10
worse.
seconds.
Especially this afternoon as well.
But
they've survived
Villestra and
worse.
Riboli taking the opportunity with the Code 80 to do pit stops, as is
5,
Matthew Clip.
4,
Yeah, that's going to cost
3,
them though, isn't it? Because they're
2,
coming out.
1. Green flag.
Oh, here we go again. That's going to cost them with that pit stop.
Yeah, there they are. There's Riboli.
Oh, this is going to feel like torture now as the Code 80's been released and we go back to green.
Hevesi down in 7th, of course. Hevesi's trying to make sure he doesn't lose ground in the championship. So I think that was Hevesi just going through now. He's about 12 seconds behind Riboli and Vilestra.
I think one of the cars. I think Schaffler's here's got damage because he was way off at 130R.
There we go. There's Hevesi. He gets past Riboli and I believe Vilestra as well. There we go. So
Yeah.
the number 20 takes 5th place, but Vilestra and Riboli, now they've got that stop out of the way. I believe Riboli is getting out of the pits before
Yeah.
Vilestra.
Vilestra's still still in, isn't he? With what, 57, 58 seconds? Yeah, that's a 58.1 second stop. So that was more than tyres and fuel. That was bodywork and aero kits as well having to be repaired.
Yeah, but of course, Gabor Hevesi getting into 5th position. It does change the complexion of the championship, of course, because what we sort of have here, if David Clockshy finishes 2nd, the number 21 will maintain the lead. But if the number 20 finishes in 5th instead of 8th as it was earlier, then that does mean even if Abstinent Force Polonia win, that it could be a much closer with in 2nd in the championship, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's all closing up now, isn't it, at the moment? Which
Indeed,
is exactly
it is.
what we want. It's getting to that crunch moment in the championship. Only 3 races to go after this. No, 2 after this.
Oh, I didn't realise actually the 888 in GD3 has dropped out of the race.
Yes, that happened when we were away. Yeah, big accident coming out of... well, first of all, an accident coming out of the hairpin and then coming back onto the racing line on towards Spoon. He got wiped out by, thinking back, the 232 car and just whacked into the wall, damaged rear suspension, wheel off, wing off, car right off, and had to retire. So the 888 car's out of the race.
Whoa, look at this. Bekenyas and Nagy is that. Teammates at Heimdall crashing into each other at Spoon.
That looked to me like it was a miscommunication.
Yeah, I think so. It looked almost like Bekenyas is trying to lap his teammate there.
I just didn't see him. That was really
And his
awesome.
teammate didn't see him. They barge into each other and they both spin.
I've never seen that one before. That was a really odd accident.
It's not been a brilliant time behind, although Bekenya's still running in the top 10 in 9th, which is pretty solid. And
But now, anyway, because there's still...
But at least both of them are able to continue, unlike poor Ben's Pankatai in the 888 car. The championship leaders are definitely going to lose the lead of the championship now at this rate to their sister teammate, as we see Riboli getting a bit close in the S's there, as he goes through Dunlop.
The 88 car again leads now by 2 laps in GT3 and will take the lead of the championship, undoubtedly, unless they run into failures of some sort of mechanical issue, like engine failure or something. They're gonna have
Iris
it.
number 7 must have had some really bad luck because Lichtenstein did drop behind down to 4th.
They
by about 4
disconnected.
laps. They did? Oh dear. That
Yeah,
has
they
actually
just-
happened to that car before, I think. Or
Yeah,
it's-
they disconnected and were allowed to rejoin as well. The same happened to Junior in car 18. Disconnected and was allowed to rejoin.
Okay.
So a little bit of an interesting disconnect we've had in the past couple of hours as well.
Yeah, but if the Iris number 7 has decent pace, they may be able to make up a few laps and perhaps gain a spot on the podium. But it's looking pretty settled in GT3, isn't it?
Yeah, only 8 cars left over there as well, with quite a lot of retirements, and 25 left on the field as well. 26 down to 37 out, so that's 11. And we've got Instant Evolving Royal Blue Racing 13 and VMS Sun Edit Racing 26. Then actually just come up with a no further action. It was deemed a racing incident. So the accident we just saw between the 2 cars. So this
Okay,
is...
maybe it wasn't
yeah.
teammates hitting each other.
I wasn't too sure about that one. Maybe they've got that wrong as well, because I was fairly sure they were teammates.
Me too, yes.
Maybe they've got that one. Maybe it has been edited, it says. So maybe they'll
Heimdall will
edit-
probably want to erase that one for their memory, that's for sure.
Yeah, just
So-
delete that quick. They'll all have to keep an eye out, though, on the Stewards' Decisions chat on the Discord, so they'll all be there.
Oh,
that was a
Ben's
big
Vegic
one.
really gets a tank slapper through Dunlop there. The JD car really not coping well with this night stint, and that's what I mean. If he does that a few more times, then Lucas Lichtenstein should be able to unlap himself and put a bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, Jeff Ola.
Whoa, Nagy having another spin at the first corner.
That's about the 14th time he's done that. That 232 car, it's a miracle it's still on the road in one piece. Honestly, that is getting quite the joker in the pack. And Jafolo said the number 7 disconnected and then got killed by an LMP2.
He did, oh dear.
Yeah.
That's not what you want when you come back from being disconnected to immediately be wiped out coming out of the pits by an LMP2.
Wasn't exactly the greatest couple of corners either as well. I think a very similar accident to what me and you saw earlier on in the race with the LMP2 and GT3 battle where the cars just sort of came together at turn 1.
Yeah, it was. That was what was it? The Burn Horizon car and the race
Yeah.
Chris Tompkins. Yeah,
What-
there was some disagreement over
Yeah.
whether Chris turned in too early or it was all a bit of a mess really.
Can't remember if I was on commentary for that one or it was you and
I think
Tobias.
all 3 of us may have
All
been,
3 of us, yeah, with
may
that
have
one,
been
yeah.
there. We were all kind of in and out. It's looking dim. Oh yeah, a little bit of undertaking there, but all good.
Ferrari just being lapped. And Varga
Yeah, the
going
92.
through.
Or Varga trying to go around the outside. Always, you sort of stop and take a breath when you see that.
Yeah, around the outside coming through the 230R. Up towards Spoon, as you said, yeah. And Spoon and Degner have
I think you've
really
had another
been the
30
shots
degrees to 200R there. I think it's 130R and 200R.
Yeah, it's 130R and 200R. You're right there. I'm adding an extra 30 degrees. But yeah,
That's probably why there's the sharp intake of breath. And
precisely, yeah. Spoon and Degner have really been the corners today that we've seen a lot of the spins and accidents. They're the surprise of them. Because I was thinking it was going to be down at here at 130R. But we've only seen a couple.
Well, it seems like they're the really tough ones, aren't
Yeah.
they? Spoon and Degner, because Degner you approach from Dunlop at a really high speed, and you sort of have one corner, another, and then another. It's very easy if you mess up Degner one.
Oh!
You're sort of, oh dear, Gabba Hevesi.
That's a Spoon.
Yeah, that's not good. We're just
Yeah.
about to talk about how difficult Spoon was, and Spoon, it's someone where you have this sort of very long radius. I think it's actually slightly harder than the Degners because, especially if you've got like cars to lap through there, because it can be very easy to sort of overcommit to the corner and then suddenly you find yourself you get the brakes wrong. You're facing the wrong way basically, like we saw poor Hevesi doing just there. And Hevesi needs to make sure he doesn't do that too much because Riboli on fresher tyres could be coming back at him. So we have a pretty interesting battle between, I would say, Hevesi, Riboli 6 seconds down, Zux in DAC Hackers number 95, 10 seconds down. And then we have San Valestra 15 seconds behind. So.
It's getting tasty, isn't it? Yeah, it's getting very tasty. Battle
And if you want an
6,
even
7,
closer
8.
fight, Matthew Klipp, 7 seconds behind David Gerber and closing just to 6.9 on this on this lap.
Right.
So David Gerber in the
I
top
I
11, not
really
looking
want-
too safe.
I really want Matthew Klipp to get into the top 10, actually. That would be a world of... Because you said they got disconnected.
Well, if the problem there is if they get into the top 10, I think that might not be good news for Reading Game Studios and Pavel Pankovic there at the
good
moment.
point. Yeah, they'll
do
lose
like-
that order, yeah.
But of course, David Gerber's 3 laps down on Pavel Pankovic, so I think it will need someone up front to really hit trouble for Royal Blue Racing to make it back into the top 10. But top 11 would be quite, by itself, would be quite an achievement. As we see Marcos Jr., no doubt handing over to Marcos Sr.
Yeah. It's junior going to senior. Schaffler still going very wide off the track, but we've just had one of the race directors has put on this the Fine Avoid Motorsport. This is the LMP2 car 137, and it's in capital letters. Must pit this lap. Please get your driver into TS immediately.
So they want to have a word with Gabriel Scheffler, it sounds like, over his driving standards, or lack thereof. And possibly to change over to a different driver if someone else from Fringavon Racing, the Dutch team, is away.
Oh, spin up!
Oh, was that 137? I have a feeling it was.
Yes, I think it was. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it wasn't countless. No, that's Gabriel Scheffler. Actually, it was 138, I think.
It was 138.
It was Mario Sakura. There we go. He's got going again at the last corner and just crossing the line now.
Just lost the rear of it coming out of Casio Triangle.
Yeah, but Meister in number 93 is also being serviced at the moment in the pit lane. That's my go-to phrase, being serviced, like it's a garage and not a pit lane.
Well, it's more, isn't it, service, isn't it, for the pit stop in an endurance race?
I guess so, yeah, because it's more like a top-up rather than just changing the tyres and right on your way. It's not a pit stop, it's a service.
Yeah, I would like to say that as well, because it's in Formula 1, it's a pit stop. In endurance racing, you're right, it's definitely a service.
Because often there's more of an emphasis on repairing, which in an F1 race, if you stop for repairs, it's either it's only because it's very necessary, or the best you can hope for is maybe you might get back in the points.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
If you repair, basically, there's not enough time to make up ground. Your race is basically over. Oh, as we see Megard Nagy, the 232 coming undone at the chicane once more.
And that's what I'm on about with that 232. How is it still in the race? It looks undrivable.
Because Megard Nagy is very stubborn.
Yeah, he won't retire.
To be fair, he's not been putting the car in too many dangerous positions. He's getting them out of them when they're in there. So I think that's why he's still in the race.
Yes, good point. Alfie Bevin in the Ferrari. Oh, he's off again.
Something on that car is not working. Maybe the brakes or the tyres have gone.
What was the last pit stop as well? I'm just trying to have a look at the stint. Running 16th overall. He's done 13 laps, I think, on those sets of tyres.
Find Avon car number 137 must pit this lap to get your driver in team speak. If you do not, you will face disqualification.
That's Christine Lewis making it very clear that 137 has been a naughty boy, Gabriel Scheffler, and now we need to talk to him pronto as James Juba pits now. Hevesi pits. Let's see if Gabriel Scheffler hits as well.
Where is the one?
Yes. I guess that's to get him onto TeamSpeak because he's not on there at the moment, I would assume.
Yeah, unless they don't want to. I'm having a look actually at the 137 squad in the team's chat. I can't
and now that
actually see
Hevesi is pit, Roland Zux and Riboli have both gotten back past him. So...
Yeah, you're right. The 137 squad. He's not on the TeamSpeak.
Yeah, so it's only his teammates around there. So
yeah. So he's not on the board.
Is Juba going to lose the lead to Kolokshire here? I think he should come out just about ahead.
34, 32, 31. If it's a 44.8 second stop, but he hasn't left the order. 26.
There we go. Oh, he's got out now.
Yeah, he's got him. He's fine. He's yeah.
Yes,
but it's dropped it down to 25 seconds as well.
But of course, that might be a bit unrepresentative because Kolokshire, I think, is in sort of the middle of a stint at the moment, whereas Juba is just starting one, so he's got much fresher tyres.
Yeah, Koloski pitted under that code 80 we had. So the 10-minute code 80.
Yeah.
So, just after you left, actually.
I think Mugen do have a very good at pitting under code 80s to try and save time. They're very good strategically. It's one of the reasons why they're able to build such huge leads so often. But Juba holding on at the moment. He's such a capable driver. He should be able to match whatever Mugen bring to the party. Pardon me, sorry. But,
And Gabriel Schaffler's coming to the pit lane now.
okay, well, this is going to be the the telling off, I'm assuming.
Oh,
And-
please put race directors, if you're listening, please put it on the group. Put it on the group. I want to hear that so badly.
Oh, I don't think it's our business really. It could be. Let's hope it doesn't get too personal. Is all
Oh,
I'm
that's a good
hoping.
point. Yeah.
But because some bad driving standards they don't tend to respond to particularly well.
They don't, do they,
understandably.
Although some of these, as you said earlier, the race directors are actually part of the race as well. That's what they
Indeed,
like.
yeah. So there's
Yellow
Nicky Pastor.
You get in the
Good stuff.
box. Yes, he
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
Just behind the Gabriel Scheffler being told off there, so that's good. He's just seeing a race director lean in, give a finger wagging, and don't do that.
However,
basically, is
if
the
he's
message.
not in, if he's not in team speak, how on earth is the stewards going to have a go at him?
Maybe there's some kind of text chat going on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they've phoned him directly and saying, "This is, you're doing all this, blah blah
Well,
blah."
he was a couple of laps behind Victor Ban, but this means that Medard Nagy in 232, about 30 seconds down, is almost certainly going to take 14th place off, 15th place off of Gabriel Scheffler, which is punishment enough, I think, for his, for his misdemeanors.
Yeah, if he can actually get round the track in time in the 232 with Medard Nicky. But actually, Gabriel Schaffler has rejoined the track now, so he must
And we
still
see
be
a
in the
change of
chance.
position in LMP2 for the podium.
Oh, yeah?
We see Adrian Diego moving up to third position, 99 seconds behind David Kolokshai, and a lap down on the leader. So Senza VRT 123 in a strong position. That's of course great news for Tobias Bunshine and the folks there at Senza in a brilliant position.
Nicola Pastor coming to the pit lane to put on some new set of tyres. As we're
Oh,
now
Bertrand
watching.
Bekenya's
Yeah.
had to think twice about turning into the hairpin there.
Here's the number 7 car with back in control of Lucas Lichten, who actually got disconnected a couple of hours ago.
And
the
he's
race...
pitting at the same time as the class leader, Adam Sergey.
And he's back in the pit lane now after 22 laps on those tyres. So that's quite a long stint for a GTE car. And yeah, Sergey going in. So Alfie Bevan is about, well, 2 laps down actually. So Sergey can have a complete service and still lead the race.
He can.
I would go for that. I would do the complete Talladega nights, get out of the car, go and have a burger and a coffee, and then get back in the car and go. You may as well. 2 laps round here. That's
He
what,
certainly
4
would have earned
minutes?
it, but I think you've got to think of the long term. He needs to get out in front of Alfie Bevan as soon as possible, because
Yes, yeah.
if he hits an actual problem
Oh,
later in the
Victor
race, as we see an example of that right now, Victor Ban going off at the S's and rejoining at Dunlop quite slowly. Actually, he's got the Free
yeah.
Avon closing in on it at a rate of knots. This must be this Mario Sequeira who's taken over.
I was
Or-
just hoping we're going to see an
is it
actual
Gabriel Scheffler?
overtake at Degner. We haven't done it yet.
It seems to be quite hard to pull off, I think.
Yeah. Got close though. What was that about
So
that?
Gabriel Scheffler has got going again, but only about 27 seconds ahead of Medard Nagy. So Nagy is able to keep it together in the 232. He could well
Yes.
get a place here, as Bevan is now having his 35 car being serviced. So I guess there was no rush after all, as Ben Spejic, BH Racing number 3, takes over second position, 2
So
laps down on the lead.
There is Gerber. Back has just been put down as well. So is he going to go straight out? Who else is that coming into the pit lane? Alfie Bevan, as you said.
And of course, Gerber pitting promotes Matthew Cook to 11th.
Yes, Matthew Clip now back into P11 and 2 laps now behind the
Reading Game Studios,
Reading Game Studios Racing,
which is
yeah.
also being serviced at the exact
Oh,
same
yes.
time, it seems.
Yes,
Just come
that's
in.
weird. It hasn't come up on the timing monitors in the pit lane.
Yeah, some of the race view not always the most reliable.
Absolutely,
when it
yeah.
comes to someone pitting, sometimes it'll take a while for it to update. But
Oh, here's Zoltan Toff, who's been involved in numerous accidents in the past couple of hours, and that 70 car, the very last warning from the stewards, and you can certainly tell.
yeah, Zoltan Toff being a good boy on this occasion. 6 laps down on the leader, but only a lap down on 4th place Lucas Lichten, who just pit. As we see Rosie Buchhout emerge from the pits in 3rd, so Toff makes up a lap on Buchhout and the 35 car, but he may have to just get out of the way again soon, I think.
Yeah, Ruben Guilford back out now in the 94. Was that driver change at the...
I believe so, yes. It was Alfie Bevan who'd been doing
the
a
Royal
long
Racing,
stint before
yeah.
then. It's number
20...
20. Yeah, the 26, sort of last in that chain of drivers on the same lap from Diego Pastor, Riboli, Zux, and Balestra. Hevesi as well has dropped back down to 8th. Oh no, he is actually ahead of Hevesi. Sorry.
Just about, yeah.
I think they're all roughly on the same lap, even though it says Hevesi is 2 laps down. I think that's only on the leader and not relative to
what we're seeing on the pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Diego must be now thinking he's only got, what, 8.6 seconds to Nicola Pastor, and they're going to be closing in. And actually, Pastor's just set a quick second sector.
Oh, Pankovic's having a bit of off track at first Digner, but able to save it just before the second Digner, it looked like. Or almost he just dipped the wheel onto the gravel.
That's where he is, living dangerously out there.
Well, you've got to catch up to Berton Bikini's a lap down on him, so may as well push Pavel. It's given, especially given that Matthew Clips is 2 laps down.
Is this test team 1-2 in
well, the
GT3?
Test team is because I think Mugen never put their name into the. For some reason, it doesn't show up on the overlay as Mugen. Because, of course, they sort of used to be Fancy Esports, who were runner-up in LMP2 last season. And they also, I think they used to be a team called PIMPS Racing Hungary, or Pimps Racing Hungary. And and they basically they sort of lobbied together the best drivers from both, and that's what this Mugen sim race. I believe they're named after the fighting game Mugen, which used to be very popular when I was a kid in the 2000s. Mugen, it was this online game where you could, if you wanted to see Homer Simpson fight, I don't know, a giant chicken, then you could do that.
I must admit, I remember that game. Yeah.
In front of I don't know, the Krusty Krab or. Or some location.
It was a brilliant fighting game as well. I think you could still play it actually online
very
somewhere.
over the top.
Yeah.
In fact, some of the mods I saw for it were pretty insane and incomprehensible.
Worked though, completely worked.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Last game I ever played like that was actually WrestleMania 2006. You can customize your characters and customize the boards as well in the background.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's completely weird for a PlayStation 2 game, but I do miss that a lot. I was talking earlier on, actually, just going back quickly to bringing back to R Factor, the original R Factor. Watching these cars out right now, it is making me miss it so much. The original
did
R
you used
Factor
to play
game.
it back in when it came out in 2005 or something like that?
I did, yeah. My brother got a laptop, and with it came a free version of R Factor, the complete game. And I used to play it on the computer night after night, and I loved it. And my favourite track was the Suburban Street Circuit.
Oh yeah, in the early days when they had the they didn't have all the laser scan tracks that they do now, of course. So they often had a couple of ones like Montreal. They had a lot of American tracks, I remember.
Yeah, and I love Suburban so much as well. And honestly, watching these cars out here right now, it is making me miss playing it so much. And I really, really want to have another go at it now, actually. So they've got me. This endurance race has got me back into R Factor. The original, and I'll even want to have a go at R Factor 2 as well, because I know it's drastically different.
Gabriel Scheffler, it looks like the lecture did not go heated. It's the last corner, it looks like.
He's backwards as well, so that must have been a strange little accident. He's got it going.
That's the same place where we saw a couple of cars, the 232 flipping earlier, I think.
Yes, same part of the track.
Diego picks, yes, from third position, so Pastor back up to third.
And they're going to hold that position for a while because they just pitted.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be quite back and forth between 87 and the 123 for third position, between Iris and Ascenza VRT, with Valley Esports not too far behind either.
Yeah, Julius Angel at the moment looking a bit slow, but he's just being
he
lapped.
went off at Spoon as well, I think, on the previous lap. So he's not looking too.
Cyclone entry of the final turn. Cyclone exit the final turn.
Oh, that must be the Free of On car, as Adrian Diego still
disregard.
Disregard. Never
disregard. It's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why he's in the pit lane, Diego.
And especially in second in class in GD3, having a bit of a moment there. Perhaps Wesley Bukout, 43 seconds down, may get wind of this.
That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Just beginning to claw back up the front.
There we go, the 1-2-3 with Adrian Diego at the wheel. Gets going again, the Ascenza car. In sixth position behind Roland Zook's DEAC Hackers car.
Yeah, Tobias as well is going to be kicking himself up there. What was it? A lap down, but in 6th position. But they could still get that lap back easily.
No, it seems to be that they're a bit out of sequence with the others.
Yeah.
So it definitely feels like they could definitely end the race in a strong position as long as they're consistent and they don't lose too much time being out of sequence. And the advantage of that is that they might be in clear air compared to the others fighting each other. That is the thinking, anyway, if you're thinking positively. The disadvantage is they can't go as long as the others on the fuel.
Just before you came back on, we had that code. We had a code 80, and I think they did pit out of sequence as well. So,
well, that would save them some time overall.
Yeah.
It's all about in these endurance races when it's 12 hours long.
Yeah.
You've got to think about saving time where you can and not worrying too much about like, what is everyone else doing? You've got to think about how it's all going to play out at the end. And of course, that means you do get some situations where you're fighting for position on track, but that's not necessarily where your race will filter out once the pit stops filter out.
So just have a word now, just quickly as well, because Tobias has gone off. He's doing his preparation, but right now, drivers are going to be doing the end stint, which is probably about 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. So would they be off now, having some food, having a bit of sleep, getting in the zone of it, or are they going to be up drinking coffee and keeping their eyes open?
I imagine most of them will be staying up, possibly listening to us or watching us.
Oh, well, hello.
But some of them, the smart ones, might have a little bit of shut-eye and a bit of food to keep them going. We'll have to see. But I hope some of them do at least have a few meals in the past 12 hours or so. But David Kolokshai, has the gap extended out to 30 seconds up front?
I think it has, yeah. It's 30.7 now as well. So Kolokshai,
so Juba managing the gap magnificently, and Kolokshai has no answer at the moment. Last lap, it's actually quite similar. 1:45.8 for Juba, 1:45.6 for Kolokshai, so only 2 tenths faster.
Yeah, they're just struggling at the moment, aren't they? Well, a little bit more pace. So
fastest man on the track at the moment is actually Roland Zux, 1:45. Oh, that's his best lap. Sorry, I was only looking at the best laps.
Oh, right, okay.
Last lap actually. Kolokshai was only a tenth faster, 1:47.2 to 1:47.1.
I think that would make Kolokshai the fastest on the track, though. No, Gabriel Havesi on a 1:46.498, running in P8, fastest up of the race so far.
Yeah, so Gabriel Havesi definitely looking like trying to make up that ground. There's 8 seconds to Stan Balestra and the Sun Edits racing team.
And this is all about the battles, we said, between 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the race.
It is amazing that with most of the race distance elapsed, we're over halfway through the race. Let's not forget that we still have a fight basically for third in the race between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, essentially, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, 5.
Which could still go anyway, as we see Roland Zux. Now, he must be a little bit out of sequence compared to the others, as Medard Nagy finds the inside grass at turn 1. I think that's just him recovering from something.
Should we just rename turn 1 the 232 corner? It's been off there
like
so many times.
230R, yeah, 232R.
Yeah, 232R. And Roland Zux, you got a penalty about an hour and a half ago for dangerous overtaking while lapping back in the pit lane again. So that's put him really...
And Gabriel Scheffler finally getting a penalty for some of his misdemeanors. I think they must have deemed it joined unsafely. Zux drops behind Balestra, and he's going to drop behind Havesi too, isn't he?
We've got another one as well, actually. Do you remember the 137 actually being told to come into the pit lane for not being on the TeamSpeak?
They've not come back on the TeamSpeak, and so they've got a penalty.
Yes, a 30-second stop-go penalty for the 137 car for ignoring a code 80 and the driver not being on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, Gabriel Scheffler has torn out the race. There's an odd reason to get a penalty. I remember we had a race at Circuit of the Americas last season where one of the DDoS drivers, I think it was Liam Rantz, if I remember correctly, is Gabriel Scheffler, comes to grief again. It's seeing his name next to the penalty thing is really affecting his driving. This could be a
how
code
long
80.
is this until they black flag him?
So I remember Liam Rantz got a penalty because accidentally he had mapped his horn to his push to talk button. So whenever he pushed to talk, his horn would go, and they penalised him for using the horn too much. it didn't matter in the end. Liam Rance actually won his class in GT3 in that race anyway.
Oh, that's all right then.
Adidas. Yeah,
Didn't matter.
but it did seem to hand it to another team at that stage. Oh, Christine Lewis looked like he was about to say something, and then
I
Stop
thought-
the car on the exit of Spoon. Please be careful.
so that must be for Gabriel Scheffler,
Yeah.
who is not exactly covered himself in glory.
The stewards are not really his friends tonight. I think it's off the Easter list.
Well, I think he's not their friends. Is more than he doesn't speak to them. He probably doesn't think he doesn't have any opinion on them other than probably being a little bit annoyed at the penalty.
Angel
Yeah, so he's
hit the wall.
moved off track. Yeah, so Julius Angel has hit the wall on the exit
Hasn't
of Degler
cleared.
2.
Hasn't
Has to
cleared.
clear, so he's got going again by the sounds of things. So no need for a code 80.
That's good news then. I thought he said hasn't cleared for a second, so that's great news that we've got that car going again. But the 137, a 30-second stop-go penalty for ignoring that code 80 and the driver not being in TeamSpeak. I mean, even we are in TeamSpeak. That's how we're doing the commentary. That's how we're hearing each other.
Well, that's true, but I don't think we get a penalty for not talking. So
No.
Otherwise, I
Well,
would have had a few for going off to eat dinner and watching some TV with the family.
I'm not sure. I think we've handled it quite well actually. With we were worried about losing.
Considering we've only got
comms.
3 commentators, yeah.
Precisely, yeah.
It's a
And,
shame with the low numbers. If you'd like to commentate for EERC, then feel free to contact us on our Twitter. We're at EERC_official. I think that's our Twitter account.
And if
Feel
you
free to
can get in
contact-
touch in the next 4 hours and 50 minutes, that might be very much appreciative.
Yeah, I think Ross might be around at the end. He did say in the chart he would be as Victor Ban goes off and Bejic hits, handing second back to the 35 of Wesley Book out.
Isn't Ross in hospital though?
No, that's Ryan.
That's right. Okay.
That's-
The first
Ross is
ever-
the American guy.
Oh,
So
fantastic!
He would be more. He would be up there a bit later, but he
Yeah.
might be busy. I'm not sure. It depends. See what
I
he's.
sincerely hope that we might drag him on. If you're listening, your time is coming to be in the commentary box with me. So yeah, you'll have to.
Yeah, I was planning to stay until about until I had to go like a 10 or 11. So somewhere in between there was when I planned to kind of jump out.
Fantastic. Yeah, you can just lay and watch the rest of the race while I take over in box as well and see who else I can drag
I mean, I
up
would
here.
love to join, but my family likes to go to bed at some point. Sort of before midnight. It's Martin Merkley
Oh
in the
dear.
95. I think has just gotten on board and swapped over Roland Zux after that pit
Yes,
stop.
he has. Yeah.
Down in 8th, having a little off at Spoon. So clearly he wasn't on the sim practicing before he got in the car. He's not doing the Tobias Blumschein method. So
Nagy's back in the pit lane as well from P15, and I don't think he's going to swap over just yet. I think it's going to be another with the 232 squad. Although I think with the 232, I'm amazed they're actually not slipping back into the GT3 area of the board. We've had that a couple of times this evening, haven't we?
Nagy and Scheffler are both in the pits at the same time and on the same lap.
Oh, yeah, good point.
So it could be a race to see if Gabriel Scheffler's race to get onto TeamSpeak finishes
Yeah.
before
Ah.
Nagy finishes his pit
But
stop.
30-second penalty
Oh,
as
of course,
well.
yes.
Yeah, so
He
that
may be
might
being
sort of-
lectured during the penalty. So
Are they
that would
allowed?
not surprise me.
I wonder if they're allowed to talk to him during that penalty. I presume because of the countdown as well. They'll have a countdown in his
Well,
ear.
you'd hope someone from Free
Yeah.
Bond Racing, if they're awake.
Oh, I hope they are. As this is Adam Serhay. Oh, here we go. Here's Gabriel Scheffler in 16th overall, car 137. The orange car.
Yeah, it's very distinctive. So, Calistola and Gabriel are both the only ones. Oh no, there's a second chap for the other car, which is Perez and Schumann, of course.
Ah,
So Listola will probably be giving some advice to Gabriel, hopefully.
oh, backwards. And that's Ruben Grunfeld as well, in the 95.
Oh dear! Yeah, that's a he's come out facing the wrong way out of 130R, I think.
I think he
And,
might have just got lucky there with no damage. I think it was just a glancing blow across the barrier as Bonton Birkenhouse gets back in.
but that's not going to help Ruben Griefer catch back up to Matthew Clip, who's now 99 seconds ahead. 100 seconds now, actually, a full 100.
400, did you say?
No, just 100.
Okay.
But,
I was thinking for a second, if it's 400 seconds, how many times has he lapped him? It's only a what? It's only about a
Gabba
105
Himesi
lap.
is extremely close to the back of the VMS Sun Edits car. In for
20
position.
Yeah, 26 overall, 2 laps down, but it means they're on the same lap. Yellow was out in the first sector. It's coming now. Is he quick enough for the hairpin?
Yeah, have a watch of Hevesi. His lap times have been quite impressive in recent history. 147.6 for him, 149.9 for Stan Balestra at the wheel of the BMS Summit. It's racing 26 car.
Loving the exit and the onboard camera here is fantastic.
Yeah, this of course is the battle for.
Code 80
Oh,
in
and that's
10
'cause
seconds.
There's a yellow at sector 2, and that's why they've called the code 80.
5, 4,
Oh,
3.
is Gavavesi going to try and line it up
Code
for
80
the
and
restart here?
Oof.
I should put the code 80 on.
Yeah,
So
so
we
now
don't miss-
we are in code 80 for the 7th time.
Oh, it looks
today.
like he's going towards the inside. Is he going to make sure he's
no.
careful not to overtake under
He's
code
done
80?
it! He's done it! He's overtaken him!
Oh, very briefly, I think he just got the better run just before the code 80 was called out
Yeah.
of Spoon, and so we'll have to get the position back to Stan Balestra, surely, because Balestra will be on the radio saying he overtook me under code 80. And he'll
he's
be quite aggrieved, rightly aggrieved to do so. And the number 20 can't afford any more penalties. It
No.
needs to gain ground, not just in the championship to assist the car, but also in the race.
He's
There
passed
we
him!
go. Yeah, he is quite clearly
Oh.
a wheel ahead, so he has to give that up pretty soon.
What is he thinking? That is... no, no, no. I don't go through.
He
No,
didn't get past before the code 80 was called, so...
Yeah. He's cut him off as well. He's clearly
There we go.
now past him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's obvious to you and me. It doesn't seem obvious to Gabba Hibesi somehow. Oh, they're both getting in the pit, so this will make it even more complicated to rectify. He's
That
gonna-
is- he's passed him to get into the pit stop first, hasn't he?
He has, yes. So I think he could be in a lot of trouble here, the number 20.
And
It could be a drive-through coming as well. He reverses to get into his box.
Oh
as well.
no! Oh, this is just getting worse and worse and worse for Gabba Havesi.
Yeah, the Hevesi crashed at Sebring in the GD3 class. He was in the 888 car at Sebring, and he was the one who crashed while they were running second in the race and ended up finishing fourth, I think. And now,
You are correct, yep.
and now he's down in seventh and struggling, it must be said.
Drivers code 80 ending in 10 seconds.
And that was Christian Lewis. Speaking
Oh,
of.
did you see
Oh.
the 137
Four,
that he touched
Yeah.
in there with missing its rear wing, I believe.
1. Green.
That must have been what the code 80 was for.
Damaging the rear
137.
back, yeah.
Kalokshai's also pit from second under code 80, but it's I think he's literally just come in as it's ended.
Yeah, so we've got green and, 11 seconds. So he's going to lose a lot of time to pass Stalls. So pass Stalls going to take, surely, that second place back.
Have a look.
Both showing a lap down.
Yeah, I think he might be a bit too far back actually to catch up.
Oh,
So yeah, I put the extent of the 1v1 battle thing up
How?
because I thought we were going to watch a battle between Gava Hibesi and Velestra. And unfortunately, that's not played out because of that code 80. He overtook
and
under code 80.
they're still in the pit lane.
Hopefully, that's being investigated, or at least
Yeah.
get some kind of explanation. It looks like they're both exiting now. Is that?
No, they're still in the pit stop. Viestri and Hevesi is still 6-7 in the pit stop. They've been in there for now 1 minute 40 seconds.
No, there we go. There is.
Oh, no, they
Velestra.
are on the track. Oh, okay. The graphics wrong then on the monitor, so they are.
Yeah, I think so. It was just I think race views are about 10 seconds behind, 30
Yeah.
seconds behind, so it's not too bad. In fact, I'll refresh the graphics. I haven't been done it in a while because I've been away. In fact, I haven't taken the code 80 off either. There we go.
Ah, there we go, yeah.
that
We're
looks more
Bowley
like
to
it.
4th place now. That's going to be a big one to watch.
Yeah, the number 90 Valley Esports car has been steadily gaining
Oh,
ground,
who's-
33 seconds behind as we look at Bekenyes making his way around the circuit.
The car just behind went off the track for a second as well. They're just running
So
wide.
Saviana, they've changed
Yeah.
drivers at it looks like at the number 8 car. So Velestra is going to have to defend. So that's a very quick stop to actually change drivers under code 80 and come out right behind the same driver they were battling with.
That was brave.
It looks like they may have given the position back though. Oh, but that might have been in the process of changing drivers.
Oh,
So they've been playing some very sneaky game at Muridin in the number 20 squad.
Christian Lewis is typing in the commentary Discord chat
Oh,
for
well,
these
Bertrand
stewards'
Saviana has
decisions.
probably not got time to look at that. He's diving down the
Beautiful.
inside of Velestra at turn 1. A very cleanly executed move. Not under code 80 this time. Whoa,
Yeah,
Velestra
for
looks like
once.
he wanted another go back at him, but not able to do so on this occasion, unfortunately. So that is the number 20 into 20th position, 7th position. Sorry.
That was Yeah, that was a beautiful little overtake right up the inside as well. Usually into turn one, we see going around the outside is the position
Depending
to
on
be
the
in.
class, yeah, it seems like Juba tried to go around the outside of, I think that was the 510 early in the race and came a bit to grief
Oh.
as a result.
The 7 and 137 cars. So the Giovanna Iris Automation Car 7 of GT3. And
That's
the fine
Lucas
Android,
Lichten.
yeah, Motorsport Car 137 and LMP2. You all know who that is.
Yeah.
It's a 15-second stop-go penalty for the Giovanna Iris Automation Car 7, causing major collision.
So it's deemed that Lucas Lichten was at fault for that collision with Gabriel Scheffler.
Yes,
So
that's what's caused the code 80.
So Scheffler not at fault on this occasion.
Yeah, for once, as you
did.
say, yeah.
I did incorrectly assume that he was.
Well, to be fair, I did as well. So you're not completely alone there as well. We're probably going to have drivers contacting us after the race saying, "Why did you say that about me?"
Over a 12-hour race, I think there'll be quite a few.
Yes, I think I'll just line up and just let them go over from overnight as well. Oh, Lucas Lichten's got a penalty.
There he is, actually. That's the penalty we were just hearing about that you were telling us. So Lichten has to let Stan Valestra through, and then he'll have to go to the pit lane, I'm assuming, next lap. But that's not good for them because they were 4 laps down the leader anyway. They were hoping to keep Bence Bejic in touch. Bejic was making a few mistakes, but it looks like Iris Automation, who were fighting for the win earlier, it looks like they may end up having to settle for 4th in the end, and depending on how things play out, of course.
There's another one coming now for the in the Stewards Decisions chat. Nick Homewood.
Would this be for the Code 80 infringement between the number 20 and the
probably, yeah.
Whoa! Look at Marcus Jr. getting some air at the chicane.
He wanted to be the flying Bentleys, didn't he?
Yeah, I think the on the ground Bentley would probably be more preferable. Still running in 7th position and second last in class as Lucas Lichten gets what seems to be another penalty for, I assume, a similar related incident.
Must be the same, surely. Although, according to this, at 21, 27, 12 seconds, so this minute, one of the race directors came on the radio, but we never heard anything, and it must have disappeared.
Yeah, it must have changed their mind.
Yeah, just to press the button by accident.
They do that a lot, I wouldn't worry.
Yeah. Really annoying because it brings up a little box on the TeamSpeak as well.
It does, yes.
Yeah, plays a little music.
Viewers at home may not realise this. I don't get music; I just get the box. But
I get a ping.
Okay.
I think that's because I've just downloaded it, so the settings might be a bit different. But I subscribe to get the ping as well in my ears if my mic's muted.
I think I disabled that notification very early on in my.
Oh right. Only reason I've got it on is because I've got the bus mixer on, which is delivering the headset and the U from the computer as well. So that's another
there
penalty.
We go. Bertlin Saviana in the number 20. That must be for overtaking under code 80.
It is. 15 seconds stop go. That's what I've got. I don't know if you've got the same thing.
Yeah, I think I've seen the same thing. So Saviana didn't actually commit the infraction. It was his teammate. But he'll have to serve the. It was Hevesi who overtook under. Oh, Lastola in 137 in the kitty litter, very deeply actually, but gets going again at the S's. Yeah, and just under Dunlop.
137 hasn't been having a great race today either.
Oh, it's been having plenty of adventures though.
Yeah.
they always do, the Fring of On boys, it seems. As Riboli hits in the number 90 from 4th position in class in LP2.
I do wonder if we ran this race at Fuji instead of Suzuka, how dramatic it would and wouldn't have been. I think Suzuka was the right place to hold it, to be fair.
Certainly the hardest track. We had Tom Dillon come while you were away, actually doing MotoGP quali.
Oh,
and he told us that everything I said, I was thinking this would be a really hard track to lap the GT3 runners, and he said actually. I take it back. It was an impossible track to lap the GT3 runners, and he was very. He said that there's nowhere to do it. Basically,
yeah,
it was
straight away
incredibly difficult, and especially early on, they were. He says it's good that there are less GT3 runners in the race now because it means it's so much easier.
8 of them, yeah.
Only 8, yes. So as Riboli exits the pit lane in 5th position, is Maguli 20 seconds down? No, he's going to stay ahead of Maguli actually.
Yeah, just about. And here's Alan Serhey now leading the race, 2 laps ahead of the 35 car.
So with Saviana getting the penalty, Balestra will retake 7th position. He's 3 seconds out at the moment. But yeah, the number 20 really pushed their luck. I think they thought that they were hoping that we wouldn't be watching that, and
Yeah.
we were, and so the stewards are alerted, and I think the stewards would have seen it anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, they've got all the camera angles, the stewards, so they can see a lot more than we can on the view. Maybe
Indeed.
I think the stewards might be watching auto direction as well.
They would probably be hearing us complaining about it in the background, though. That would probably help.
Yes. Yeah, they would have
Pretty
heard us in the commentary saying, "Oh, they shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have done this." Which is really weird to think that the race stewards are actually watching us as well. So, hello, race stewards. Yeah,
Yes.
just
Well, they
hello.
speak to us, so it's
Yeah.
right we speak to them.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Mate Varga in the pits at the moment, down in 13th position for featuring Sport 66. They had their own drama. Let's not forget they were a smoking wreck by the side of the road early in the race after being hit up the backside by a GT3 car, and they are still going in 13th position.
How they got
a
back
lap
out again, I
down
don't
on Ruben
know.
Griefried. It's like they repaired the whole thing in 5 minutes. It's the magic of sim racing. They just go back to the pit lane and get a new car.
Victor Band's going to pass him though, I think.
As Lichton says his penalty in 4th position and re-emerges. Where in the race does he re-emerge? A lap down on Ben Spedjic. So that is going to be quite a slog to recover that lap.
Done, really, isn't it, at the moment?
That was really looking like the most interesting battle in GT3, unfortunately.
I know. It's been all a bit spoiled now in GT3. And if I'm honest, before I started to go, the GT3 looks sorted. And if it stays how it is.
Unless, of course, the rain has anything to say about that near the end.
Yes,
But,
which I'm waiting for. We're getting into that 4-hour period.
I think
where
we
it
should
was
give a shout
forecast.
out to Dream Team. We've been very critical of them. But they're still in the race. They persevered 6 laps down in 5th position in class. And if they can get to the end of this one, that would be a really solid result. The points on the board for the first time this season for the number 70 crew.
Absolutely agree if they can get that done.
And they started at the very back of the grid. They've kept their head. They're ahead of Angel, Junior, Weinbrecht. All pretty solid teams, especially the 93. The 93 they came to blows with in quali, which caused them to have to sit out quali. So to beat them in the race, I think sends a nice little statement of, that they can recover by 2 laps as well. They're 2 laps ahead at the moment. So good job by the number 70 crew.
Despite their numerous accidents today as well, yeah.
Yeah, of course. So with Songs or Ferenzi has been doing a very tidy job this stint and keeping it steady at the tiller. Not that it's a boat, of course. But,
Yes, yeah.
But anyway.
Le Mans next for them as well, to the 12 Hours of Le Mans, and that's going to be an interesting one for them all to fight against. And
I think the GD3 reveal might be a little bit more populated for that one, hopefully.
Yes, hopefully. We've got Le Mans.
Kalokshai dropped 80 seconds behind Juba.
Wow.
So,
Yeah,
is that literally just because of the way the strategy has panned out?
Must be, because we saw Juvela pit just in the last Code 80. I think he pitted, didn't he?
So he saved a bit of time. So
yeah,
Kalokshai pits under one Code 80, Juba pits under the other, and Juba, as a result, has ballooned his lead out on his different strategy.
This is going to be theirs. The 99 car.
Well, I hope so, because they've had such a difficult few races.
Yeah.
And it's really fitting that they promoted Juba, as well as a couple others, to the 99 squad from the GD squad. Because Juba has been an exceptional driver. Oh, look at this!
Contact!
Serege
no.
coming to contact with the...
race leader. Oh, the race leader's got damage. He's got a rear wing. So
it's
got
the
no
class
rear wing.
leader, yeah. Oh dear, that's quite the... he's 2 laps ahead of Bukout, not forget. But Wesley Bukout will be licking his lips at that. Let's see if Serege can get back to the pits without there being a need for a code 8. Peter Schumann pins it on the exit of 130R, so the 138 not having a great race either.
Oh dear me, this is getting worse and worse by the second.
It's not even rained yet, and the
No, it
cars are
hasn't.
flying off left and right.
I'll tell you what though, do you remember what I said about GT3 being settled?
Code 80,
Forget
code
it.
80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, there we go.
What's that? That's for the damage.
It must be, so Serege can get back to the pits.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
All right.
I can hear whistling.
Someone trying to whistle to keep themselves awake, I think.
Yeah.
I was whistling earlier, to be fair, as Peter Schumann decides wisely to pit for repairs under the code 80. Could be also for that accident of I think it was mainly for the Serege accident.
Yeah,
so
the rear
Serege
wing is-
looked like one of the Iris LMP2s in, and the leader in LMP2 pits, Juba. Very wise decision. He's got 80-second gap. Why not pit under code 80?
That tells me maybe he didn't pit under the last one. Maybe it was the one
It's
before
quite
that.
hard to keep track of all 25 cars and their pit strategies, but
here we go then. A little bit of repair work as well. Fuel going in.
would be ideal if he hadn't repaired the damage your car took earlier to do so.
Oh yeah.
But I suspect they have, because their pace definitely seemed slightly more stable. Tenlua was losing time to some of the cars behind, and that's not happening anymore.
I'm going to be very interested to see what's going to happen now if Sergey can get back onto the pit stop, and if that car isn't too badly damaged. He's not back in the pit lane yet, and he's still leading the race in GT3.
Yeah, there he is. But Bukout, of course, here he is, being let's see, just over a lap down.
That Ferrari as well has been quite here, there, everywhere for 35 today, and I'm surprised to see it running second in class.
I'm very impressed actually by the 35.
Oh, completely, yeah.
Yeah, they were always sort of a mid-pack runner. Occasionally had their highlights.
In 10 seconds.
Ooh, okay, well, looks like we're underway pretty soon again. So Sergey must have made it in.
Yeah, he's gone into the pit lane now.
4, 3, 2.
So now is the time for Wesley
green.
Bukout to make hay, really. As we see, was that car ahead? I think it must have a black rear wing, because I saw it and I thought, oh, this car's got no rear wing.
Yeah, it was black, I think, just going onto the bridge, so there's no light there. And Victor Ban pits as well.
Oh, I can't take the code 80 thing off at the moment. It's being a bit uncooperative on the streaming PC that I'm screen sharing with. Hold on.
We are back to
There we go.
now.
There we go. Now we are officially on the stream thing as well.
Oh no, back to code 80 apparently. I'll go into my monitor.
Sorry, I must have misclicked because it wasn't responding. So I clicked like 3 times instead of. Oh, there we go, and it's finally caught up. But
the race is
the
on.
host video settings are too high for my poor laptop to cope. So.
Oh yeah,
it's responding very late. There we go.
Lags back a little, yeah. We are back to green running here with 4 hours and 33 minutes to go. Oh, maybe not for long, because guess who's in the wall?
It's
Nagy. Oh.
Well, he didn't hit anything.
He didn't. That's good.
He just decided to make a few sand castles there. But no harm done. Nagy continues in 15th position. Marcus Jr. Is he going anywhere?
Has he stopped on the track? Where is it? He's out.
Oh, yeah. Marcus Jr. has gone back to the pit lane, I think.
And is that going to be a retirement if you DNF like that? Because he's backed out completely. And where is Junior running at the moment? P7.
He was in P7 at least. Let's refresh the timing screen. See if that updates.
He's out.
There we go. Yeah, he's DNF'd, unfortunately so.
Oh, but it has actually said in the Teams chat that he's dropped, connection lost.
Okay, so he could be able to continue then. As Marvin Gummich has a spin in the 92 car that's running right at the back in GD. As there's a very slow-moving Luffield. Is that the Luffield Lunatics?
I think it.
Oh, no, it's 66 made by Luffield Lunatics retired a while ago. Actually,
yeah, it's Varga. And well, Sergey's still back in the pit lane. The gap now still only a lap. So Wesley Bukout could get the lead of the race at the moment. Here he is in the Ferrari 35.
He should be able to get himself back onto the lead lap here, depending on if Adam Sergey is leaving the pit lane. But Bukout much closer than he was before. So if Sergey does something like that again, then Bukout is going to take the lead. So it is the 35 is in with a shock class victory here.
That would shock me certainly after being that car and the team really.
But in a way, should we be shocked? Because they were really impressive in the early phases of the race and had a bit of bad luck and have gradually caught back up to Mugen.
The bad luck happened to the other car with Chris Tompkins at the wheel as well. They were always...
Yeah, the 45, yes.
The 45 was sliding around.
To be fair, I think the 45 might have a small role in its own demise, if I'm being completely honest. Without wanting to point too many fingers. But to be fair, it is a difficult circuit, and these things happen. As Prinz, they needed a driver change at the 99. That's what's been going on. So Prinz, Stijn Prinz has taken over Abyssinia Force Polonia 99, 47 seconds ahead of David Kolokshai. So it is still relatively close between the two. Surprisingly, it's been a great fight. To be honest,
it's been like the 7 and 8 car in World Endurance, isn't it? Between the two Toyotas, they've constantly been in each other's pockets all evening. The 99 and 21.
I was expecting it to be 21 and the 20 leading at this phase, but it's not played out that way at all. Abyssinia Force Polonia have kept in the fight and done what they did, and the season opener. No, we haven't really seen this kind of a consistent pace from them. Of course, they had Blake Checketts at the wheel that time. This time they've got Juba, Prinz, and a couple other really strong drivers as well.
Did they have a quite strong one at Sebring the 99 squad? I think you said
No,
they dropped
they
further
did
back,
really
yeah.
bad. They were 9th or
Yeah.
10th. They had a bunch of. It was interesting in the entry list because Astino Force Polonia wanted to field the 69 car,
Yes.
number 69, with Eric Kennedy, Wong Wai Seong, who was driving at Sebring, and Alex Hallows. And they were told that their 2-car limit had been reached. I think they wanted a third LMP2 entry, which was a big no-no. We did have Fence Esports fielding 3 LMP2 entries at one point last year, and we sort of had Fence Esports Black, where the car was black. And, it was a little bit. Where like at one point where like half the field was Fence Esports cars. So of course now they're moving.
Oh,
So-
Spinner, Marvin Gomich, is it down again in the kitty litter, as you said?
Yeah. Oh, he does not. He's not getting on well at Degner's, is he?
And that's, well, luckily the 232 got past before them two could come together.
Oh, well, to be fair, he's pretty good at avoiding things, apart from his teammate, it seems.
Where is his teammate at the moment in the fields?
Bekenius is still 9th, about
Yeah.
2 laps down on Savannah, but a lap ahead of Pankevitz.
So he's pretty much running on his own.
Yeah,
Yeah.
23. It's a shame because Bekenius really excels in the kind of wet conditions. We saw that at Sebring when they led for quite a substantial period in the first 4 hours of the 12 hours at Sebring, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, 8 hours. Sorry.
8 hours in Sebring, yeah.
Yeah, 1,000.
Or 1,000.
kilometers.
It's 1,000
Well,
miles.
we never got
yeah.
to 1,000.
No, because as you said, constant VS safety cars and
Yeah,
the 80s.
we don't have safety cars because the safety car in our factor is really notorious and glitchy, and it's much safer just to have everyone running at 80 miles per hour as a full course yellow, basically.
I remember that's another thing I remember about the first hour factor as well. You mentioned Canada at Montreal. It just reminded me as well. The fact is that if you put it on with Formula cars, yeah,
Did you see that was that Kolokshai just hit the back, I think, of a GD car.
yeah, I think
It was the 92 that was just
92
really
car,
slow
yeah.
off of the exit of the chicane,
damage.
and
Yeah.
he just hit the back of him. It was a
Like,
little bit-
come on, hurry up! I'll push you through.
That's
don't worry.
he's 47 seconds behind, and he needs to get a move on.
Yes, he does.
But yeah, you were going on about your safety car story. Sorry,
Oh,
I was
yeah.
trying to look for a battle. I thought that Hevesi had maybe caught up to the back of not Hevesi. Savannah had caught up to
Yeah.
the back of Hilestra again.
Not
But-
just yet.
Yeah,
Closing in, but yeah. The first R Factor game as well with the safety car. If you went on I think it was a Super Formula, you know, they were like Formula One cars, but they were like the cheap R Factor version. I think it was Formula R or something like the cars.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and if you put them on Montreal, and the last corner, you can guarantee that they will all take it flat out and just crash like mad into the wall of champions. And so honestly, you go through, and the cars will be flipping over everywhere, wheels be everywhere, and the safety car would always come out. I don't think I ever completed a lap in a race without the safety car coming out on the first half Factor game.
Yeah, it's come a long way, but still, I think for a 12-hour race or something, you wouldn't want a safety car
No,
that would be potentially unreliable, especially when I know some leagues sort of would have like a driver that pops in to act as the safety car, but I do think that might be a bit like, especially you've got the race directors, that might be a bit of a hassle to manage on top of competing in the race.
Yeah,
And also,
the Code 80 works amazingly at the moment.
especially
seeing
for
it.
endurance racing, yeah,
Especially, yeah.
It tends not to give too big an advantage because there always tends to be a later Code 80 that you can pit under as well if you miss out on one of them. Look at Stein Prince. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that first name. I believe it's
I think it is Stinge Prince. Oh, backwards, the testing. The
Bejic.
F3.
Yes, that's EH3.
Oh, another one in. That's a 70 going backwards.
Whoa! Yes, that's the dream team. Going to sleep, I think.
Synchronized spinning.
Yeah, but Bejic gets going again. Of course, it's just as well that
I think
the
that
Lichkin had the penalty because they would have been closing right behind Bejic if not for that.
one piggy went to market. That piggy went wee all the way to
Well,
the
it's
double trap.
appropriately coloured as well.
Yes.
The second piggy of the two.
Absolutely. I wonder which one's going to the market. But we haven't got another. Dream Team only got one car in pink, haven't they? They haven't got the
Well,
second
I
car.
think they only entered one car. They tend not to be a particularly large team. Dream
Yes. Yeah.
Team. But,
Well, here's the other Mugen, the
yeah.
race leader.
with its rear wing back in place.
Yes. And Nagy, unfortunately, off again at Spoon.
What that?
They're going to watch this back, and or they might be watching us now thinking that commentator is a total something I can't say.
So-and-so, yes.
Yeah, so-and-so as well. But yeah, I'll probably never be told one of their functions.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. We don't tend to have big functions at EERC.
Thank God for that. Nicola Pastor's back in the pit lane.
Yes, so
They're
Pastor.
Third in class.
Well, he's going to lose out to, I think, Adrian Diego here. 67 seconds down. Might actually lose out to Riboli too. Depends how well this stop goes. So it'll be interesting to see who gets past while he's stationary in the pit lane. But yeah, it's really, we got a sort of interesting battle for the lead in LMP2. We're hoping that Stein Prines can Stein Prines sounds a bit odd when I'm saying it.
Just say Stein Prines. I think that's how we're gonna have to go for it.
Stein Prines, a little bit like Robin Prines, I guess.
Yes.
In pronunciation. So Stein Prines, or Stein Prins, as I should actually call him, 63 seconds ahead of Kolokshai, and it'll be interesting to see if Prince can keep his pace up to what Juba was doing. His last lap, 48.2. I think it's one of his first flying laps since then. Because Kolokshai's pit recently, so his last lap was like 2 minutes.
It's involving the 123 VRT car and the Handel Racing 232. No further action. However, it's involving the Giovanna Iris Automation 86 car in LMP2 and the Mugen Sim Racing 88. So the race leader in GT3. We have a 10-second stop-go penalty for Giovanna Iris Automation car 88 for causing major collision. So it's the 86 car.
Well, Victor Ban has just been given a penalty, and he's the driver of the 86 Iris car.
There you go. Yeah.
So he clearly hit the back of Adam Sereje and dislodged the rear wing, and that was why that whole mess started. Potentially putting Sereje in a more vulnerable position for the 35 to attack it just over a lap down rather than 2 laps down. But Pankovic now pits in the Reading Game Studio 72 car in 10th position.
I think this might be a driver change as well, actually, looking at it.
I wonder who could be getting in. Perhaps Tom Dillon.
Yes, is Tom going to get back in? I think I did actually hear when you were talking to him during the MotoGP race commentary, the qualifying commentary I was doing.
Well, that's impressive. You were listening to both.
I had an earpiece in. I think when he was on, it was in between Q1 and Q2, and I think at the time during that break, I was stuffing my face with a packet of crisps at the moment to give some energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your way of getting through, I guess.
Well, it's the quickest thing I could find.
No, fair enough. It was all they had in the shed.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's Marvin Gummich.
Oh dear.
Gumming it up at the spoon curve again, as many have. But he goes on his way. The 92 continuing last, but dutifully 13 laps down.
Oh, spin up!
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Eggy, that's a weird way to do it on the exit of Degna too. He's clearly got on the curb but ended up facing the inside of the bridge.
I wonder if anybody of our viewers as well could go back and edit all of the accidents that we've seen from the 232 today. I bet you would be in every single corner.
Including one where he hits his own teammate. Okay.
Yeah, that was a spoon as well at the exit as well. That'd be fun. Just like a massive time lapse.
Well, it was either there or the inside of turn 1 inexplicably. We just cut to, and it's a very odd place to lose it inside of turn 1 as well. Spoon I can kind of understand a bit more.
Yeah, but
Degna a little bit less. But it's more like the ground from the exit Degna rather than the inside. You tend to find it.
Yellow again. Okay, brief yellow third sector. Victor Batten's now left the pit lane after being in there for what seems to me about ages. But I think
it was his penalty. Remember?
Good point.
86 for hitting the back of Sereje.
Yeah, good point, that one.
Yeah, the race really settling down, man. Apart from LMP2, the battle for third, essentially. So we have Niki Pastor, who's got out of the pits. I think actually in a good position now because he's he was able to pit and come out 27 seconds ahead of Adrian Diego.
Yeah, I think it's Riboli and Maguli who's the next two watching.
We have Riboli 8 seconds behind Diego. Then Maguli, 13 seconds behind Riboli. Stan Valestra, 35 seconds behind Maguli, so Valestra starting to lose touch a bit. And then Saviano, only 10 seconds behind Valestra, so we could see the number 20 hoping that there's not another Code 80 and making another move on the 26 once again.
Absolutely. Chris Tompkins, who's one of the stewards as well, just came over the radio, and I think he said "oops," and then went away again. So yeah, the stewards having a bit of difficulty with their buttons this evening. It looks like. Although didn't Tobias join that chat earlier on? I think he said he accidentally pressed the button, didn't he, to join?
Oh, he might have done. I wasn't paying attention.
I think you were trying to fix the graphics at that point.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, but yeah,
it was a little bit of an awkward situation. Yeah, I'm always hesitant to refresh the overlays now, even though when they're a bit behind, because I'm worried that the same thing may happen again. I think what happened was I got impatient, as I usually do.
They're fine at the moment, and if they fail, we've got the driver tracker as well to. And
That's
the
very
timer
true.
screen.
We were able to manage pretty well when the graphics
We were,
went,
yeah. I think it was over an hour actually thinking about it. We lost. Oh,
At least it
whistling
was just
again.
the 1 hour.
Yeah, it's just the 1 hour. Chris is whistling again actually in the chat as well. So it's not us whistling.
Ben
He's back on
Spedgic,
again.
BH3 having another off at spoon actually, very briefly, but just went a little wide. Got it collect together again.
Yeah, well, that's. I think Chris is doing it deliberately now. The amount of times he's popping on my monitor and in my ear. Oh, he's done it again. And says-
Kalokshai is 60 seconds. He's gone from 63 seconds to just 60 behind Prince. So Prince, his last lap was a 48.8. Kalokshai's last lap 47.2.
They're closing up now as Ruben Gunfo goes a little bit wide and
So
slow
I don't
back
think
on
it's
the track.
completely over, the fight for the lead in LMP2. But
No, it's on, isn't it? The battle's on in the last 4 hours.
yeah, the big thing that could potentially trip up Abstinio Force Polonia is the rain, if and when it comes.
I know. I can't wait for that.
It's tripped them up twice before.
Sebring.
Sebring, it did trip them up. Well, they tripped a bit before then, and then in the rain they sort of lost ground again and didn't really gain it back. It just felt like the team was inexperienced, I think. They put in a bunch of Wong Wai Seong, for example, had to do a stint near the end, and he clearly was not as confident as some of his teammate. Pfeiffer, I thought, did a really solid job and definitely started the race well, I think, Margin Pfeiffer. But unfortunately, was it him? There was some decent driver. I can't remember their names, unfortunately, in the 99 squad at Sebring, filling in while the more experienced squad was away. But
Yeah, Zoltan V, 62% of the race done in the Mugen Sim Racing 21 car. Did 63% of the race. I don't know if that was helpful there, but that was the first time I saw it down.
whoa,
He said,
Forenzi in the 70, we did praise how he'd been able to stay out of trouble there, and he just got away with one tap on the
One
outside
tap.
Gegner of the wall there.
Has that done the steering? I think he's just tried to test it out there, hasn't he? Yes, spun again.
Whoa, Randy goes, and I've just joined the nose cam just as he cut away, and unfortunately, Forenzi is it's not in a great place.
I think he's damaged the rear wing, to be fair. The
There
angle
it
would
is.
have gone in.
Rear wing's okay. Let's have
That's
a look.
good.
So he got away with that one. Is the steering okay though? From the two incidents there, hard to
I
tell in
think-
the darkness. It's crabbing a little bit. It's not steering entirely smoothly. It's a
I
very
know.
gradual steering.
Oh,
Well,
I think
on the curb.
it's crabbing, I think. And that's why we're seeing so many oversteer moments.
Let's see who goes on the straight at the exit of Spoon. Here we go. He's trying to line it up. It goes all over the curb and a bit more.
No, it's crabbing, look, you can see. It's
Yeah.
pulling towards the right.
So he needs to get to the pit lane to repair that number 70 car. He's got plenty of gap to Angel, thankfully, in the 93.
Another 2 laps as well. That'll do him just. He can get back in.
Yeah, just make sure he doesn't kick out the race leader in LMP2. Thankfully, he thinks for the better of that. Forenzi, I think, one of the more sensible drivers in the 70 squad. Not that any of them are particularly mad and crazy, considering some of the antics we've been seeing getting up to today.
Yeah.
But the 70 is actually done a really decent stint apart from that.
I wonder
when it comes to
when,
repairs.
I wonder when we're going to see if they're going to leave Suzuka and say, do you know what? I don't think it was a good idea having our cars pink.
Bad luck. Maybe it wasn't even a good idea driving the Audi. The car of choice, it would seem, is the McLaren, especially with Cereje in the 88 McLaren leading in the way at the moment. The Ferrari in second.
Ferrari, yeah. I'd say the 2 cars, McLaren and Ferrari, but I would
Yeah.
definitely put it on with McLaren. They seem to have a better
BH3 in
one.
third, also in a Ferrari. I think Lichten, no, McLaren, sorry.
McLaren, yeah.
And
it's-
Lichten in the Iris number 7 is in a BMW, so I think he's
Yeah,
the first non-Ferrari or McLaren in the
Then
duty-free
it's-
field.
Then it's Audi just below, and then Ferrari, Bentley, Ferrari, McLaren, and they're all out. They're out of the race anyway. So,
Well,
yeah.
to be fair, yeah, all these ones behind are so far down that it's literally the survival rather than necessarily because they're faster than the cars that have retired.
Yes, it is basically just who lasted the longest. I mean, we had our first retirement on what, lap 2 of the race, was it? It was really early on. It was actually it was lap 2.
I believe it was quite premature. Yes,
lap
it was.
2, 4.
I
well,
think
well,
I think it
249.
was Jake Dennehan who basically
Yeah.
did about. It looks like he did
5 laps.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
243 laps down, and we're in lap 249, so yeah, he did not
Yeah.
get very far. But
And it was
yeah.
a weird one as well. He lost it coming over the. Did he? He
at
lost it over
130
the curves,
R,
yeah, 130 R, yeah.
and then just hit the inside the wall really heavily, and the 97 went no further in the race, and in fact, one of the drivers from the 97, Sean Jones, I think it was, got loaned out.
Oh.
As Listola.
137 again.
Oh, that's coming out of the hairpin. He's just lit the rear tires up too much and made a real hash of things. That looked like a Heimdall having to just get past him there.
Held my breath there as well because we've seen several cars have contact through that part of the track when coming back on today, haven't we?
Yeah. Where is the? I'm wondering if that was for position maybe, but I doubt it. Let's see.
I don't think it was, no. So everyone's lapping about either 3 or 6 laps behind, so yeah, it wasn't for position.
Yeah, Listola is about 91 seconds behind Nagy in the Heimdall 232, so it definitely was not for position. It was probably, but Kenya's actually lapping him.
I heard crash, and it was crash. 137 in the
Oh,
wall.
There's
Again.
something wrong with
Caution
that car.
drivers, stopped car at the exit of 130.
Ribioli, interestingly enough, is right behind. Look, there he is. He's
Yes.
right behind the.
123 Diego, is it?
Yeah, it's Adrian Diego.
Yeah.
Asenza 123. So 123 under real pressure here to stay in 4th position. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could be 5 in a minute.
He's going for it.
Yeah, he's got it down the inside. Thankfully, they didn't call the code
Clear?
80 there. Oh, there we go. So
Clear, yeah.
200R. He made a brave move down the inside there, and that required cooperation from Adrian Diego. And he didn't defend that one too hard. There wasn't really much he could do. Riboli got just a really nice run out of the hairpin, didn't he?
And he got back up into 4th place. I'm so glad the stewards didn't call code 80, as you said, because it was literally just the first overtake we've seen on the track for about an hour.
Yeah, we could have had a Saviano. In fact, that last overtake between Saviano and Valestra was an illegal one.
Yes, it was illegal. Under
Is
the,
he close to having another go? Let's have a see. He's about 6 seconds down. So Valestra's actually done pretty well to hold him off as long as he has on this occasion.
It's been an interesting couple of stints, isn't it, at the moment? And now we're finally seeing it. But I'm looking at the top 2 as well. Prince and Nicolasco, 56 seconds to
Kolochai,
go.
yes.
Kolochai, sorry, yeah, Kolochai.
These
So
are not
it's-
the most natural names to pronounce in
They
the
are not, are
EERC
they?
because they're
Yeah.
all from Eastern European countries, a lot of them, apart from, the likes of James Juba, who I believe is British. And even then, I think you struggled a bit with Juba's last name.
I did struggle with
is he
Juba's last
remotely
name quite a bit.
negotiate with traffic. But yeah, we do get Chris Tompkins and more anglicised names, let's put it that way.
Yes, I was. That's another of the things as well. I get on with the eSport leagues as well, with the Anglo-Saxon butchering of really beautiful names as well. And I'm having to work on that.
Look at the British destroying everyone's culture verbally.
Well, I'd just like to point
Whoa,
out.
look at
oh,
that.
big
Did you see
slide,
that?
yeah.
Yeah, that was Diego just getting a bit sideways out of the. He needs to be careful because I think that's how the 1-3s. Well, no, the 2-3-2, didn't it? It ended up facing
Yes,
the wrong
yeah.
way out of the exit of Digna 2. As Mergoli pits and Valestra goes up to 6th position, as does Seviana, who's up to 7th. So Mergoli in the 95.
Right
That must be a
this little
scheduled pit
battle,
stop, yeah.
Yeah, he got caught out by that. He didn't get a code 80, actually. That would have worked out quite well for him if we had that just a lap or 2 ago.
It has just been the most unluckiest
Yeah.
night for the number 95. Remember, near the beginning of the race, they were leading, and all merit to it, has to be said. And then they just had what put them in the thick of the midfield scrap was a really slow pit stop because there was a car ahead of it. I believe it was an Irish car.
Got
that had
stopped,
taken
didn't it?
their
Yeah.
spot in the pit lane, and unfortunately, that was where R Factor 2 was telling them they had to stop to refuel and put new tyres on, and it really just didn't go their way.
And I remember that pit stop. Yeah, you're right. And it was but all 3 of us, I think, just shouting like, "Oh, this is going to lose him so
Adrian
much time."
Diego also now pitting after Riboli has passed him. So it makes complete sense there because Diego
Yeah.
clearly you saw the rear tires step out there. Those tires needed replacing with new ones.
Way too much slip on them as well. He's probably been on them for looking at that. I'm trying to look at the stint actually. But I think about 20 laps on those tires. So yeah, it's about time to come in as well. That's what 40-minute stint. That's about average with these. At the moment, there's LMP3s. There's Beltan Savannah just gets out of the way.
Yeah,
We
Saviano
go
only
through,
4 seconds actually behind. There we go. We just saw him going through
Yeah.
the frame there. San Balestra and Diego still in the pits as well. So
they're going to get him.
Balestra 16 seconds down. Yeah, I think they may catch him and pass him while he's stationary and being serviced.
He's going to drop right behind towards Magulli actually as well, because Magulli just pitted, as you said.
It's so back and
yeah.
forth from
It is,
third all the way down. Well, actually, Pastore seems pretty set in third at the moment. There we go.
They've got it.
It's really 4th through to 8th, isn't it?
Yeah, 4th to 8th is the battle we're watching for on-track positions, with the top 2 still 60 seconds separating them, with coming up on 4 hours to go. It is going to be quite an interesting end to the race. And of course, Ed, we're now getting into that last 4 hours. The sun is starting to come up at Suzuka. I can just see the mountains in the distance, and it's looking a little brighter. And of course, now we're getting to the time where the rain is predicted.
Yeah, it's going to get closer and closer to that rain shower, but the teams won't know exactly when it hits until it hits, of course. Keep an eye on that track temperature, folks. 29 degrees at the moment, but let's see if it drops any further.
That's quite good. It stayed consistent throughout, which I think is quite good. It was in high 30s, wasn't it, when it was the end of the race? So
Yeah, and of course
consistent.
during the night it would drop, but
Yeah.
of course with the cars running over it, it does keep the track somewhat warm.
Yes, yeah.
With all that rubber.
No
but,
red flags, luckily, as well so far.
Yeah, Savannah. Just in his quest to catch back up to Balestra for round 2. Really pushing it with some of these lapping these GD3 runners.
And the gap's 3.5 seconds, actually, yeah.
Oh, look at the rear step out at Spoon. Did well to save that one.
I thought I was going to round for sure. That was rallycross style. I'm actually thinking as well. Yellow sector 2. Oh, it's gone.
It's
gone
clear
now,
very
yeah.
quickly. It was someone that clearly had a very minor off.
Just brushing off at left, right. Quite easy.
Robert Strachan, the first lap out of the pits was actually, I think, green sectors there.
Who's into the pit lane now? The 23 car in, I think.
Merguli is actually setting he set personal best first sector 40.1 as well. So
Yeah,
Balestra pits.
And
So
Valestra,
actually,
yeah.
Savannah won't have to pass him on track, at least not for the time being. As Pequeñas also takes the opportunity to pit as well. The fuel clearly running out of the Heimdall 23 entry.
We get close to some great overtakes, and then they have to come in. And that's all because...
Well, I'm sure Stan Balestra was holding on for as long as he could.
Yes, yeah. As Marvin Gummich goes a little bit wide at Degner 1. This is all stemming, of course, from that very first Code 80 we had very early on in the race, like lap 11, something or other? And then quite a lot of the cars pitted, and it's thrown the entire race off schedule.
Well, in an endurance race, there isn't really a schedule. You come in when the fuel runs out and the tyres are useless.
Yes.
Or if there's a Code 80 that strategically will benefit you, then you don't
Yeah, I
have to pit
wonder how
under.
many have actually been affected by it, thinking about that. I can't wait until that rain comes.
The leader being held up a bit here. The gap has fallen
Yeah.
to 52 seconds from 60, as it was a few laps ago. So
Wesley.
Prince really under a little bit of pressure here as Kolokshard continues to chip away at that lead. Force Polonia. It's really a matter of holding on here, isn't it? Because Prince, I think, is sort of doing the night stint.
He is, yeah.
They have to hope that Kolokshard starts to fatigue in a bit, don't they?
I think who would replace Prince afterwards? Who else is in the 99 squad?
Well,
Let's have a
Juba
look at the list.
just got out for Prince, didn't he? So it would have to
Blake.
be Blake Checkett potentially. Yes,
Blake
depends
Checkett's the
because I think AFP has sort of put in whoever's around at
Yeah.
the moment. They have
Pretty
got
much
the
like this-
97 car with about 4 or 5 drivers that didn't get a chance to drive. So I'm sure
Van der-
one or two of them might have a go.
Have you seen Van der Sand's times as well? 42.0 sector 1, 47.8 sector 2, 22.1 sector 3. He's cracking along.
That might be because Van der Stam has just got in the VMS Sun It's Racing 26.
Yeah. And here, Savania's in.
Yeah, so this will be interesting to see where he comes out in regards to. That will be Van der Stam that he'd be racing with, of course.
Oh.
Yes.
Nagy went off the track again. I think that was mainly an avoidance, so we don't count that one.
Well, I think he would like a. Oh, look at that!
That was
Well,
close.
That was a bit of a mess. I think you did well to just stay off and avoid that one there.
Yeah,
but
just
well,
keep right out.
I've learned my lesson. I'll stay off in the green stuff rather than on the black stuff while you guys are there.
Yeah,
But
just
anyway.
which one's going to go first? Which one's going to go
So
last?
where is Olaf van der Stam?
Oh, he's in
48
the,
seconds.
he's in the wall already. Sorry, could have crushed there, Ed. Nagy's in the
Nagy, yeah,
wall.
there's Nagy. Turn 1. That car is probably going to be a little bit damaged. Let's have a look on board if we can. See how he's coping.
I think that car's more like a bullet. It won't get damaged.
It's surprisingly resilient. There we go. There goes Listola. I think Saviano has actually got out ahead of Van der Stam's 26 car.
Yes.
So Van der Stam
yeah,
did not
just
have
about.
as strong an outlap as he had an in-lap. So we'll
Down
have
28 seconds.
28 seconds. There we go. So actually quite decisive in the. I think it might have been the driver change that did for VMS there.
That's
Lost
because
in
they
the
had-
position.
Yeah. And Van der Stam, well, Van der Stam's now the quicker at the moment. He's back in after about a 2-hour off stint there.
The
so-
personal best sector 3, 19.8, as David Kolokshai pits from second.
And this is crucial now. Will they go for a driver change? Because he hasn't pitted for a while, has he? And changed tyres. Would they put in the 21 car? Who hasn't run yet?
Well, Varconia was running earlier. We got Kolokshai,
It'd be Christopher
Canik.
Canek, yeah. Christopher Canek going maybe in. Although,
Is it Canik or Canik? I don't know.
Kianik. There's an
I
I, isn't there?
always pronounce it Canik.
Yeah, it'd be Kianek, yeah. I'll agree with you.
But there, David Kolokshai has got to the end of his stint then.
It's a long stint though,
presumably.
4 hours.
Yeah, he's been in that thing a while, and this really helps take the pressure a little bit off Prince.
And he's watching that clock as well, and the team will be telling him as well, you're gaining more, 50 seconds back in the pit stop now, so this will cover him a lot.
This could be a very, very important victory for Abstenia Force Polonia if they can just hold on in these next 4 hours. It would do their championship a world of good. Could potentially, with the number 20 having a really bad race, could get them back into second in the standings and put them in a position going forward to challenge for leads in the week. Because it did feel after Sebring, when a lot of their best drivers weren't there and they'd sort of substituted a few more inexperienced guys, potentially that Abstenia Force Polonia maybe. There were a lot of rumblings of things not being well behind the scenes. Essentially, I don't want to get too far into what people would. Well, I talked to some of the other teams, and they said from the outside, it doesn't seem like a happy team. It seems, especially after they finished ninth, when they're a team that should be fighting for the championship and getting on the podium every race, basically.
10 laps down, and he did 209 at Sebring. Yeah.
But they're reorganizing, they're restructuring, and putting some of the duty-free team, the best drivers there, into the LMP2 squad has allowed them to re-energize the 99 car, I think, and put them in a position where their title hopes are back on again all of a sudden. So don't lose all hope just yet if you're an Abstenia Force Polonia fan.
I'll tell you what, I've picked the right race to come on the commentary team. It's rekindled the entire championship in a way. GT3 is going to change, LMP2 is going to change.
Well, GT3 is just the other the
other
Mugen
one.
will take over. But if Bukout in the 35 can finish second or potentially win, that would be a huge upset. Considering they are down in like I think they have a very good finishing record, but they don't tend to finish on the podium very often. So.
I think
they're like
15,
They're like sixth in the championship, I'm pretty sure, the 35, behind Abstenia Force Polonia.
Seventh.
Triple nine. Seventh. So if they can finish in second, they could gain a lot of points actually, especially with the AAA out with the 7 a few places behind. Then potentially we could see the 35 essentially replace the 37. Even though the 37 has got like 60 points, they might be quite hard to overhaul in just the course of one race. But it depends if going forward. Shiba are going to do the rest of the season a lot, or if they're going to just basically be in the Iris 87 car. Speaking of which, there's Nikki Pastor. On schedule, that was order director, wasn't me.
That was great timing.
Just holding. Is that? That's not rude. Martin Gummich. Oh, that was a bit dramatic. Going into just before a day. It looked like he just got a wheel on the curb. It was able to just about hold it onto the tarmac. So good save down in 8th place and last in the race.
Is that the second time he's done that in 2 laps? He went off last lap at Denver, didn't he?
Marvin Gummich has been having his adventures, let's put it that way.
He's running, the 92 car's running last overall as well in 25th place. That Ferrari is certainly I think has covered more terrain than the leaders have. Mainly going off track. I don't think the virtual groundskeepers will need to do much after this. Coming up
So-
on 4 hours.
So mate Varga pits, as is Pavel. Oh no, it's just Pavel Pankovic pitting actually.
Oh, Matthew Clippin too.
Yeah, Clip just in the foreground there. That was the
Yeah.
car I got confused with. So, what is interesting, I think, in the battle between Seviano and Sandestam, Seviano, of course, I think he's. Well, there we go. As we get to the 4 hours remaining mark.
Yep.
Exactly. So we've had. That means out of 12 hours, we've had 8.
It's flown by.
Indeed, it has. Although I've not been there all the time, but I've been there quite a while, to be fair.
Neither
In
have
the
I, to
first-
be fair. I
first
lost
5 or 6
40
hours.
minutes. I lost 40 minutes.
We've done pretty well to catch as much of the races we have, given we've only
Absolutely,
had 3
yeah.
commentators.
Yes.
I
I
hope
think-
people appreciate it.
Yeah, I think
Not
that's
that I'm
been the
looking
big
for credit, as
surprise.
Riboli pits from a 4 position. So
It's actually making me feel a bit guilty that when we did pre-season testing, there was like how many? You came on for 2 stints, didn't you? But we had like 4 commentators or 6 commentators a day. That was 8 hours. Across 12 hours, we've had 3.
to be fair, that was the commentate on F1 pre-season testing. You tell someone, "Oh, I want you to commentate on F1," they're gonna come in a heartbeat, even if it's just testing. If
Good point.
if you say, "Hey, I've got this European Endurance Championship full of Eastern European teams, where a couple of British drivers, but mainly people you've never heard of, probably, apart from maybe Daniel Kiss. I think Daniel
Yeah.
Kiss, one of the drivers of number 20, is actually fairly well known in the sim racing world. And there are a couple of, to be fair, I've seen here Force Polonia. I've been making waves a little bit in some of the other series, as we see. Who's that emerging from the pit lane? Oh dear!
Oh!
Heimdall and
That's the
Adam
race leader.
Serege. Adam Serege in GD3 coming to group once more with an LMP2. This time, I think that was the 232 just behind it, isn't
Oh,
it?
not again.
Let's have a look if that was indeed.
Yes, it was 232.
Oh dear, oh dear, Medard Nagy, you've done it again.
I
he's
must
trying
admit,
to laugh
this
at
is-
him now again as well. There we
This
go.
is a bit ridiculous, to be fair, for the 232. They've just taken out the leader of the race, I think, for the 2nd time today.
Well, to be fair, Serge's got going again. He's still got over
Yes.
a lap to Bukout, but it's giving Bukout a chance that he probably wouldn't have had otherwise, and that Serge probably a little bit aggrieved with some of these LMP2s not minding their own business.
If the stewards are listening, I'd love to know if you're going to investigate that one.
Well, as Nagy continues, I think Nagy came off a lot worse actually from that, as
He's
had
got
to let
damage, isn't he?
60 cars through, I think. I wonder if the 88 has got damage. That's what I'm interested in.
Oh,
Let's have a look and turn off auto director for a brief second. Look on board with Sir AJ.
the car doesn't. I'm not too sure actually.
It looks okay. We'll have lost a bit of time on this lap, obviously, being punted round. It's Lichton takes another pit stop in 4th in class in GD3.
Let's see it down the straight then. Straighten that car out. How does it go?
Oh,
No, it's letting one of the
that
cars.
was, that
yeah.
was him letting the Iris through, the MP2.
It looks okay. It looks pretty straight. Yeah, I think he's just
On
got
the
away with
brakes,
that
it's
one.
okay as well. Yeah, so mercifully, this
Oof.
time, not having to replace the rear wing. So
And that would have lost them the lap.
a close call, though, for the 88, as he now has to let the VMS Sun edit its car through as well.
Not going to be a good afternoon, is it? And that 232 is really going to be hounded by the stewards. Aren't they on their last warning as well? I swear I saw that earlier on.
Well,
in the
now
race.
they're on their final last warning.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. The stewards are typing. Nick
Typing
Homewood.
furiously. Oh!
Oh no! It's the other one.
Oh, I think the Stola has done that before, as he's facing exactly the wrong way out of the hairpin. At least he's on the inside, and oh, now he's on the racing light. Not anymore.
Oh, that's giving me flashbacks I don't want to see. And that 137 as well, for the 3rd time facing the wrong way and nearly causing another code 80.
It is a real minefield out there in the darkness for these guys, I think.
Only between 2 cars though, it seems. 232 and 137.
I have a feeling that it may we may not see the sun come up before the end of this one, given the time that the race started at, like, what was it, 5 p.m. local time in the
5
sort
p.m. local, yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what time it is in the circuit, Japanese time. I'm sure in real Japan it's a different time, but
It was quarter to one, wasn't it, when we looked at with 9 hours to go? And it's now 6:15 in Tokyo in our time. So that means on theirs, as a penalty has been given to the 237.
232, yeah. Nagy,
232, sorry, yeah.
we're looking at the 137 on screen, so you just mix the numbers together, okay? But
Yeah, sorry.
Nagy getting a well-deserved penalty, I think, for basically spinning the class leader around at Degner. Perhaps he was trying to lap him a bit too aggressively.
Have you seen it? It's a drive-through penalty for continued poor driving standards. It's the fact it says continued as well that I find hilarious.
There's nothing more scathing than we're giving you the ultimate penalty of being incompetent, not just causing trouble, but being incompetent and being repeatedly incompetent.
I think the stewards are my best friends.
They certainly have a certain sense of humour sometimes. Wesley Bukout pits in the 35.
Oh, yeah.
For Alton Evo Motorsports. It'd be interesting to see when they lose to Sergej.
Oh, that's Wesley.
He's still a lap down, so he's not quite in contention. He's not really been his times. Not really been enough. He was like a second slower than Sergej on the last lap. So Sergej's pace hasn't really slowed after being spun around. So
twice in a way, yeah.
So
he's been lucky.
He has indeed. The 88. To be fair, in the first 2 rounds, did not really have much rub of the green, but winning last time out and looking pretty set to repeat that result here. Things are going the 88's way, and it could well put them in the box seats for the championship.
Oh!
Slovenak misses the chicane. It takes a very extremely late apex.
Yeah, very, very late as well. And we've seen a lot of them locking up and going straight on down at Casio Triangle.
But it's great to see Random Racing still chasing down Tom Dillon 2 laps down. So it's going to take quite some effort to get into the top 10.
Dillon back in control.
Yeah, Dillon in command of his team. The number 72 Reading Game Studios car is Marvin Gummidge. Decides to drift through 130R and thankfully finishes the drift and neatly gets out of the way onto the little strip of gravel. That's clearly what that's for. Mainly just as a place to drive when you've had a drift like that.
It's been one of those nights, hasn't it, really, for everyone? We definitely have, as you said, spent more time night racing than day racing. And it's showing.
Medard Nagy serving the penalty there, just on the left of the screen, and getting back out on track. Where is he? 15th position. So Listola is about 3 laps down on him after all the issue that Gabriel Scheffler was having. So clearly they swapped him over, and Listola's had a much quieter time in the front 3-7.
Just having a bit of a coughing fit, so sorry if that came across. I hope it didn't.
No, it's all right.
Fantastic. Woohoo. Yeah, the water went the wrong way. That would have been testing, actually, thinking about it. And actually at Bahrain.
Well, it would.
Yeah.
In testing, you commentate for even longer periods, Josh.
It was really, yeah. To be honest with you, I enjoyed Bahrain. That was nearly into the wall.
Did you see that? Yeah, he almost did a sort of Tokyo drift, trying to stop the car to get the speed limiter in time. But
don't speed too much. It looks quite quick, actually.
Stein Prinz stops the car. Decides to get it serviced as Jerry Luring goes a little bit exploring at Spoon, but gets it back.
It was 95, wasn't it? That was Lightning McQueen's number in cars. It was 95, not 93. Because I made a joke.
There is a 95. DAC Hackers are 95.
Yeah.
We did have a problem with Luffield Lunatics. They switched them to, I think, 96. There's another car that's 94, which is Warrior Racing Alpha. But they switched them to 96, but unfortunately on the graphic and overlay it still says them 90. Oh, here they are. In fact, that's Warrior Racing Alpha showing 95 on the thing. I think Luffield Lunatics are 96 on the screen. But this should say 94, but they are 95.
Right,
so it's somewhat confusing. So Prines is potentially going to lose the lead to Korkshow here. Prince, sorry. Depending on if they change the drivers or not, I think. But there we go. Prince gets going again. And just slides underneath Victor Band's stationary car. There's Pastor. He gets a lap back, actually, on the leader as Slovenak goes off at Digna 2.
He's overtaking. Was that the leader, actually, in GT3 that he was overtaking there? I think it was, actually.
I think if it's a Mugen, then it have to be the leader because every Mugen's out, right?
Yes, every Mugen's out by him. So, yeah, that was the race leader in GT3. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Let's have a brief check. Oh, no, that wasn't. There's Adam Sergi, so it must have been one of the other GTs.
Which of the
I think it might have been Bejic or possibly Frenz. No, Frenzy's the Audi.
Yeah, Junior's out, yeah.
Oh yeah, Junior has called it a night then. Or might have been disconnected because he got disconnected earlier actually in number 18.
It's disconnected again.
So hopefully he'll be able to continue. Liam Rance, who I talked about earlier, who drive for DDoS, has said DDoS leaves and the league goes on fraud watch. And there's been Anthony Nickpon, when I mentioned AFP fans earlier to not give up hope just yet, said AFP fans.
Oh,
No,
well,
no
that's
comment.
simple,
Are AFP fans good? Are they bad? No, they're just AFP fans. Anthony Nickpon, being manager of AFP, definitely a fan. Somebody actually earlier said, before I came back, said this commentator is a god. So I know they're talking about you, Joshua.
Oh, are they? Oh, thank you very much.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that. No, thank you.
I love some of these comments here. A driver called Hazi Galam from Mugen Sim Racing says, "Code 80? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hello."
Oh, that was when we had. I think actually it was the 232 round. Thinking about that.
Oh yes.
If that was code 80. If you're looking that far back in the chat.
Oh yeah. There's big gaps in the chat, as you can imagine. As we see Nikki Pastor negotiating some traffic.
Nick Homewood has just said, "I'm no longer stewarding. Use form to get in touch with stewards."
So Nick Homewood, I think, is ending his stewarding stint. He's been doing it since the start, I believe.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think a well-earned break and some dinner inside him will
Absolutely.
Well deserved. So we'll have to see if the rest of the stewarding team, Christian Lewis and of course Tompkins,
Chris Tompkins in there, yeah,
will be able to hold the fort, or at least fill out the forms while while Nick Homewood is absent. But here we go.
It'll be fun to see the penalties come up now.
Yeah, it'll mainly just be track penalties, I imagine.
Yeah, it'd be good,
or overtaking under code 80. Hopefully we don't see too many of that. Seviano, of course, what gap has he pulled on Overlap van der Staff? 37 seconds, so we're sort of approaching the window. We're stretching, not stretching, Seviana can maybe pit and change driver and come back out ahead of Van der Stam.
Yeah, the gap now 37.3 seconds. It's increasing as it goes along.
But it's not quite clear now. But if they sort of pit at the same time,
now, yeah.
and the difference was that the number 20 changed drivers, then they would probably be okay.
Is this the unlikely winner of GT3 if things go wrong for the 88 car?
It depends. Gummich is being serviced at the very back of GT3. I don't think he's going to be. He'd be an extremely unlikely winner. I think everyone ahead would probably have to drop out for Gummich in the 92 to win.
For another 13 laps as well. Yeah, that every GT3 car would have to drop out for 1 hour.
That doesn't sound like an
minutes.
entertaining race as well. But
no.
I think Bukout has done, and the 35 crew as a whole actually have done an exceptional job to stay just about in touch.
And they're only a lap behind as well. And that rain that is predicted to come as well. That could just spice everything back up.
So something very strange has happened actually with the Iris 87. Because they have gone from being kind of a very outside bet. They gradually worked their way up. At the last pit stop that Prince had to do, Pastore unlapped himself, and now he is. Oh no, he's just gone lap down again. I was about to say he was 110 seconds down, and clearly Prince has got back past him.
You're right, yeah.
In fact, there we go. Yeah, I was just looking at that. Now it's... Oh,
that is
Slovenak in trouble. In 11th place.
Is he behind the barrier? Oh, he's upside down.
Oh, he's in the... I think that's a disconnection because it's showing him in the mountain in the topiary.
So let's have a look.
That's outside the track. So I assume he'd be back in the pit lane as Peter Schumann spins on the exit of Degner 1, and then he's facing backwards as Wesley Bukout approaches him.
Bukout goes through. Yeah, that would have been courtesy of the commentators.
Well, it would, yeah. So much for your unlikely winner theory.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Oh, that's a 70.
And that's approaching the Cassia triangle, I believe. Ferenzi has frenetically tried to get that thing under control. And he's just had to make sure he doesn't hit Valestra there. Van der Stam, sorry.
Okay, stewards, who turned on the ice rink?
We seen was that a position change? Oh, that's because
yeah, restored.
It's restored, of course. Yeah, so like Gummich has got going again.
And
he's 14 laps down, and
dropped.
Junior.
Yeah.
Is actually, I think Gummich has got past Junior because Junior got that disconnection. Has just gone back in the race.
Yeah, Junior is back in apparently.
But we could actually have a battle not to finish last in this race. Between,
that's going to be fun.
Between the Sanford Racing team, number 18, and the number 92, which is, of course, the Evo Royal Racing Charlie.
Let's see who's going to go through. And I've got the chat open actually, and Sven Gehold has put in, I think, the detective cap hat. I can't see that quite clearly on my screen.
Oh, yes. Of course, the number 7, the crew of the number 7, who've had their troubles today and are trying to recover up the order. Look at this. We got everyone on the
is
same part of the track.
Fabulous. We haven't had that for a while.
Fabulous looking a shot as well as we see Strachan. Is Strachan fighting with Hevesi for... no, it's not Hevesi behind him.
No,
That is
it's should be some
someone
right
being
behind.
lapped. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
We're
see
all
what the gaps
separated by
are.
too much. Oh, actually, no. 4th and 5th separated by
Rubioli
4
and
seconds.
Maguli, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So DAC Hackers fancy getting out that 4th place from Valley Esports. Have
They're
a
going to
look.
close in. There we go. That's a lap. Here we go.
Very good ball.
95 car's been quite strong this race.
Pace-wise, they have been very impressive, but it's unfortunate that they've had. To be fair, they did have the off. I think it was Morguli actually who went off at one of the Degners and hit the wall. So it's not completely been, someone else taking up their pit box and some bad luck, but certainly.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's the 70 crawling.
But the 70, I think, just getting out of the way there.
That's the 70 car has.
That's not ideal as well, of having to
No.
get out of the way midway through 130. But he managed it pretty well.
The amount
And,
of toe that must have had. Oh, that third yellow sector, that must have been just an avoidance of lapped cars. That gap now closing down. We're right on board with the number 95, Martin Maguli. He's closing up on Wabulia. That's a GT3 car in the way as well, unfortunately. Not get quite in the battle.
That's the Sanfrecce number 18 that's just got going again with Marcus Jr. at the wheel.
We've got, I don't know if you've seen the YouTube chat, people are asking us to interview people.
Oh, they want us to interview drivers. Of course, yes, we can do that.
We can if we want to.
Interview Diego and the Keelhead. I can see if they're interested through TeamSpeak. I tend to be managing the actual feed, so I'm not sure. I think it'll probably be safe if I leave it on actually just auto control. And,
Yeah.
So hopefully Maguli does not overtake before I finish the interview. You turn away and then something happens. That's
Yeah,
how it
something
works. So
exciting,
So
yeah.
you wait hours and hours, nothing happens. You turn away for 5 minutes, something happens.
Everything explodes, yeah.
Right.
I'll
Who
keep an eye.
did they want me to talk to again? It was
I think is it Diego or Barak?
Diogo.
Diogo, yeah.
Diogo Moscato is in the Valley Esports chat. I could send him a message. See,
Yeah.
because I think Valley Unbites are under pressure at the moment. So I'll let me send a message saying
You and into the pit lane. I think has come Slavanak in the number 13, running P13 overall as well. They've just come in. There's Tom Dillon alongside, 3 laps ahead of the 95 car, and that is the number 13 exiting the pit lane and rejoining the race because he came out of the garage as well. That's
okay.
Brilliant restart there. Let's just see if anybody would like to.
I'll see if
join
a
in.
Geelhead might also be interested, but I've sent the message to Diogo. Whether he responds or not, that's up to him on TeamSpeak. But
If you're watching, people
he
want to
meant.
hear you.
Oh, did he mean Adrian Diego or Diogo? I think I'm not sure.
Might be Diego, not too sure. Either
yeah,
way,
This problem we have drivers with similar
yes.
names. Yeah, he said Sven Geelhead wanted me to talk to Diego, and Diogo wanted me to talk to Geelhead.
Yes, how confusing that was.
Yeah.
Nicola Pastor's into the pit lane, and that's going to destroy that battle for 3rd and 4th, actually, because actually that's going to put them right back into the bat with Rabolio and Maguli as well. So that battle for 3rd, the final podium spot's coming up now. How exciting that's going to be. As there is Beltan Savannah. 42 seconds advantage to Olaf van der Stam in the 26 car. And Pastor comes out up to 54 seconds in the pit lane. I think, looking at the monitor, 37 seconds ahead of Raboli. So Raboli versus Maguli still. They're separated by 4 seconds. That's close stuff. There's Marvin Gummich. Closing through. Marcus Jr. just behind. And the 70 cars in the pit lane. With Frizecki. Been in F about 1 minute 30 seconds actually looking at it. Laszlo Morat.
So Franksy being serviced, and oh, just as I go back to look at the race, someone responds to me.
Aha.
Okay, Sven says, my team needs me right now, so really not a good time.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Okay, wasn't he one of the ones saying interview people?
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was.
Okay, I'll try Diego, like he asked me
Yeah.
to. Diego no, not Diego. Not Diogo Moscato.
66 has
mistakenly
changed.
asked.
Drivers.
Oh, yeah.
Gas in control of that.
Yeah, there we go. And actually, I've actually messed up with the graphic here because I've left the battling that shows
That's all
all
right.
that. Actually, no, that's fine because actually it still shows us who the driver and who the gap is to the next person quite well.
Gap now 3.4 seconds between Raboli and McGurley, so they're just closing in on each other. It's not there yet, but it's getting closer over that battle for 4th place.
Oh, Sven said he meant Diogo, so I did ask the right person in the end.
Oh, good.
He didn't want me to talk to Adrian Diogo.
Oh, well, that's okay then. We got the right one.
Yeah, I was confused. They're like something that there's like 28 teams that entered, and there are like a total of I think 80 drivers or something ridiculous like
Yes.
that. So it's hard to remember who all of them are. I'll tell you who I would be interested in interviewing, who we've not interviewed before on here, is Abstenia Force Polonia. I could put the team manager, drop them a message, see if they would be interested at any point, but either now or maybe after the race.
Let's do it. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm not sure how long we're on after the race is over. I mean, but yeah, let's get an interview on with them. Love that. 99 car leading by 40 seconds now at the moment in front in LMP2. The GT3 battle as well. Their gap still 1 lap difference between the top two. 1 lap, 3 lap, 4 lap, 7 lap, 8 lap, 14, 15 lap of the 8 cars left separating them all. And Jafolo's sent a dab emoji into the group chat at the moment. There is your race leader in GT3.
That would be
Yep,
Wesley
that's-
Bukout chasing Adam Surajay.
You're correct there. It's swapped over. I just realised that as I said that because I
This
saw
is
Adam
why I
Soga's
should probably
name.
put
Yeah.
just the plain old driver box rather than the battle box. As I was anticipating Riboli and Maguli having their little fight and Maguli catching him. But
3.7. Well, you know what's going to happen, Ed, because we'll get to that, and code 80 will come out and stop having the fun. As Olaf van der Stam laps some of the cars out there. I'm just looking at the control chat as well from the stewards, and as Nick Homewood said he wasn't doing it anymore. It's come up with 2 bags of fish, 1 Premier de Biba, and 1 normal piranha as
I think
reactions.
someone's pulling your leg there.
Yeah, that's
Anyway,
a bit bizarre.
I think Abstenia Force Polonia as team managers agreed to come in for an interview, so we should be able to talk to Antoni Nickpon very soon. I'll move him in and see what they have to say.
Fantastic.
Hello. So we're joined now by Antoni Nickpon of Abstenia Force Polonia. Antoni, great to hear from you. Are you okay? How are things going?
Hello. Yeah, it's going good. I mean, we're leading.
Yep, that's
with the
certainly
pits
true.
on
Yeah.
hand.
Exactly, because Kolokshai has been keeping the app stable at 40 seconds at the moment, but they're on a different strategy, so they're always they're on the back foot, having to catch back up, of course. And it's a real change of pace from the last couple of races, where it was the 99 that was very much on the back foot in LMP2 at Daytona and at Sebring. And it definitely seems like a much stronger team. It looks like you've reshuffled a lot of the drivers around, and you've got a much stronger lineup in the 99 than you did have at Sebring, I think it would be fair to say.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it was that bad at Daytona. I just think we got unlucky.
Yeah, with
I
the
think
rain,
we-
yeah, it really put you on the back foot, and then you're never quite able to recover because you were 12 laps down on the Mugans.
Well, it wasn't so much. It was partly that, but just general bad luck. I think we could have won that if it wasn't for that. But yeah, last round it wasn't too good. We were focusing everything on FSR.
Yes, Formula Sim Racing, of course. So didn't have the same pool of drivers available, but you got a few decent ones in. You did the best you could. Got ninth, still got some points. Which is crucial at the end of the day. And in terms of the championship, it's really important come out on top here at Suzuka, isn't it? Because if we look at Marvin Gummich going a bit wide at Spoon, not for the first time, but he gets to go on the track again and continues. It's very important, I think, for 99 to maintain, get some momentum back in this championship and not let Mugen run away with it. Do you really think, with the number 20 struggling so much as well, it's really important to get back up to second and potentially challenge for the lead again, as we were leading out. 99 was leading after the first round, of course, which you won. So it's looking to try and get back into that dominant position in the championship that Mugen have so far held on to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we only lost the lead last round. I think we were still leading after Sebring. So, I mean...
before Sebring,
yeah, before Sebring, sorry. After Daytona, I meant. I think this will be a huge help to us, obviously. There's still... I don't know if we're even halfway through the season yet, so still a long season ahead.
This would be the 4th of 8 races, I believe, we're doing this season. Another thing about... There was a bit of damage to the 99. And that was repaired. Well, that must have been a bit difficult because I know Lua was losing a little bit of time during his stint a little bit earlier, Ten Lua. So I believe I pronounced Ten's name right, roughly. But how did you manage the damage? Because I think it came from a collision with a GD car quite early in the race. Was that a bit worrying, or were you just managing the gap and seeing if you could get it big enough so you could pit for repairs?
Right, it was worrying. It was losing us quite a bit of time, and Toyn wasn't able to get into the grind. But yeah, we still have the damage, and it's still affecting us in some way. But I think pace is relatively good now. We are losing a bit. Obviously, we're on a different strategy, but it's not as different as it was before. It's only different.
Tom Dillon has spun at the first corner and is facing the wrong way.
And that's a bigger disadvantage as well, because I think he was lapping some of the other cars at the moment as well.
And so it's interesting to hear that Prinz still has that damage, Stein Prinz. So hopefully, it seems like the drivers have all done a really good job managing it and making sure that the time loss is minimal compared to Mugen and the number 21, which of course has been driven very quickly by Kolokshai and his teammates throughout the race. So best of luck with the race. There's one last question. We know that in the last couple of hours, there's a lot of rumors of rain appearing on the weather radar. Are you worried about the rain, or do you think it's just a matter of building as big a lead as you can so you're prepared when the rain comes?
Well, obviously, even if it's looking good now, a lot can change. There's still 3.5 hours to go. That's still a long time. We're prepared for the rain. We got a good driver lined up to be coming into the rain with experience in the rain.
Ooh, so a little Rainmeister at the wheel then.
Oh,
exactly. I don't think we're gonna have a Sebring situation here or anything. So I think we'll cope well. I think as long as we don't get crashed out or anything, or that we don't crash out ourselves, I think we'll be fine, honestly. I mean, that's just a guess, I guess. Still 3 hours to go. Kolokshai's closing the gap, and I mean, Mugen are just insane, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be very tense before it ends, but thanks very much for coming to talk to us, Antony. Joshua, did you have any questions before Antony goes back to his team?
Just one, actually, so I'm going to hold you a little bit there, Antony. Sorry about that, but as you said, leading the race, looking strong, better after what happened back at Daytona and Sebring as well. One question, after this race, is it party time, or is it very much heads down, eyes focused to the end of the season?
Well, obviously, it's both, I guess. So far this week has been quite good for us in terms of winning. We did have kind of a hiatus in terms of a dry streak in terms of our results, but we won earlier this week in GPVWC. Hopefully we'll be able to win this. Hopefully tomorrow we can pick up a win in FSR, and next month in Le Mans, where we have a lot of experience and wins, we can hopefully win that as well. So in terms of preparation, I think we got the setups and whatnot, so it's just down to perfecting our pace and winning.
It seems like you're doing an absolutely fantastic job out there. You've got 40 seconds now as well. Go well for the rest of the race, and pray the rain's kind to you.
Cheers.
As impartial as I am, a little bit of me is cheering on AFP, so because we love you guys. So best of luck.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So Martin McGurley is closing the gap to 1.5 seconds to Massimiliano Riboli. So
It's getting
Riboli's
tense.
number 90 Valley Esports car is going to be very busy there in a very short amount of time. As you look at the race leader of AFB, whose team principal we were just talking to, Anthony Nickpon, but Stein Prinz continuing on and making sure the gap is
spin
stable
out,
at 40
138.
seconds. Yep, Schoenman has dropped it and the exit of Degner 2 under the bridge.
Oh, that's a dangerous part. Oh, he managed to get that on a he got it on a dime, on a flick of a dime. That was amazing to get that back.
Yeah, that was a good. I think Peter Schumann has a lot of experience of recovering the car from that sort of position. Martin McGurley, he's decided he's going to try and undercut Riboli rather than overtake him on track. It's a sensible decision, to be honest.
Yeah, but it annoys us because that was.
I think he
we
could
said
have
that was
gone.
going to happen.
I think it would have been interesting. They're quite evenly matched, Riboli and
Yeah.
McGurley. He was sort of closing in very, very gradually the last couple of laps.
Yeah, you got quite lucky actually with that interview as well because my water bottle got refilled and unfortunately it's so dark in the commentary box that quite a lot of it went onto the floor. So
Oh,
if I look,
no.
yeah, so if I look alongside me in the commentary box as well, it looks like someone's had an accident. So I'm very glad we've got no comcam on. But yeah, that's a bit funny.
It's
Oh.
nearly 11 p.m. So I'm thinking once it gets to about 11 and the family starts to think about going to bed, I should head off out of commentary and unfortunately leave
Absolutely,
you on
yeah.
your own, Joshua. But
That's all right.
I've done
Ross,
a fair bit. I've done as much as I can.
You've done amazing today with all that. And as the new boy, I've been thrown into the deep end. I'm
Well,
enjoying every
anything I
second
can
of
do
it,
to
yeah.
help is good because I was the new boy not too long ago. I think 6 hours of Hockenheim was the first race I did, and that was Merguli rejoined the track
Oh, what?
in sixth position.
Bit tricky, that one.
Strachan behind has just pit as well. So the 1-2-3 Robert Strachan is
Yeah.
not going to be a threat to the DEAC Hackers team, it seems. As they have pit stop behind now.
Actually, McGurney's only dropped 9 seconds behind Savannah. So that's battle still going on the track for an overtake. So we
Indeed.
might actually get some running.
It depends what Savannah's strategy is, though.
Yeah. So hang on, is it literally that the two new boys have been thrust into the commentary box and all the old pros who've done it before have just sort of quietly gone away?
I'm still here, but to be fair, the people who were doing it before, there weren't too many. There was Ross from the United States, and I think Ross was the guy who set up the stream before.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think Ross always was like, well, I'm a bit busy these days, and he said I could have done the start, but you had all 4 people there. Well, it was supposed to be 4, but it ended up being 3 in there,
3,
which is
yeah.
fine. Well, the most we've had at one time in the commentary box is 4, and we have a problem where instead of spacing the commentators out, we tend to have them all on at the same time.
Yeah, I'm quite like I can easily do the whole race with a couple of breaks, so that's quite easy to sort of just drop me in.
Oh, that's very impressive. I tend
Yes.
to just I tend to struggle on my own, and there's often a case of just getting whoever my mates are to do
Yes.
the commentary with me. It's just
Oh,
whoever
don't
I
worry.
can find. As
A couple of
Kalokshai has
times-
broken the 40-second barrier, 39
yes.
behind Prince.
Wow.
But Kenya decides
yeah.
to make a pit stop as
He's running like 3 laps down, wasn't he? So it's not way
He's
gonna
a
affect with...
lap down on Van der Stam. Van der Stam is
Right,
actually
yeah.
only about 9 seconds behind Robert Strachan, who we saw just pit.
Yeah, we're going to see 2 little overtake battles here with Martin McGunney and Savannah, and then we're going to see the battle, as you said, between Van der Stan and Strachan. So 2 little battles in the last couple of hours.
yeah, Robert Strachan will really be hoping to hold on. It really feels like what's the name?
Christian Lewis put in, all incidents will be reviewed after the race due to a bug with the new UI. So that's user interface.
Yeah, because I've actually recently introduced this new interface, and basically so neither me or Christian's games are showing the drivers, so we can't apply any penalties via our interface, so they won't show up, I assume, on the overlay.
Yeah.
Thing. So that's just Chris Tompkins just saying that in the YouTube chat.
Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, yes.
So,
I'll show you the
but
drivers
that
and the
doesn't
penalties.
mean that they won't use their TeamSpeak or whatever to give drivers penalties. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, they'll probably use that.
But we won't see that necessarily on stream, so we'll have to rely a little bit on you and I, and by that I mean mainly you,
Yes,
while
me.
I'm gone.
Yes.
As we see Adam Sergio making a pit stop from the lead in GD3, as well as Olaf van der Stam, who, so that means he probably won't catch up to Robin Strachan now. As we see Marvin Gummich having a little bit of an off at the S's.
Oh, that's a bit sideways out. Actually, Diego Mustache says, I don't know who to talk to who crashed out. So why don't we talk to someone who's crashed out? I don't think they were actually still in the game chat, are they? Anyone's crashed out and race is over.
I'll have a look and see if I can recognise anyone who's crashed out. Nobody from Ring of On lying around. Funnily.
No, they would have gone. They were quite early on in the race.
For the GD3 one, I mean.
Yeah. We should introduce a new rule where they have to talk to the media. That would be quite funny. Just put them all in a pen and let them in one by one. It'll certainly get the commentators going through. Yeah, no idea. I had no idea if Ross will join for the last stint. I think it said so on the chat. He was coming.
And in the schedule, yeah. So
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Hopefully he can make an appearance because he's a good guy, Ross. I enjoy commentating with him.
I look forward to having him in the box as well and getting to have a commentary as well. 3 hours 24 to go. Any luck with anybody?
I'm just looking through the TeamSpeak chat, and I think David Gerber has misspelled his last name to just David Geber.
Oh right, oh dear.
We're only one R at the end, so
Has he just left? He's just changed over cars as well because I don't think he's racing at the moment.
It could be that his real name is David Geber, and it's actually the overlay that's wrong. I don't know.
Oh, that'd be embarrassing if we got it wrong all evening.
I don't know. I tend to find a lot of people who don't spell their name correctly in the TeamSpeak chat. I'm looking through. I can't really see anyone apart from maybe the stewards who aren't driving right now, who are and maybe a couple of team managers.
Yeah.
In the scene. So I don't think there is anyone.
Oh, Spinner! Sorry, the number 70's off at turn 1 again.
Oh dear, yeah. Frenzy, having a little off, but nothing too bad. Didn't hit the wall at least.
Yeah, so he's just a 360 round.
So Milota, so it looks like Martin Milota. It is Martin Milota, yes, who's taken over the Mugen Sim Racing 88 that's leading GD3 class. Wesley Bukout's still a lap down though. The Bukout's pace has just not really been able to close in all that much. Although saying that, last lap, I think just before Milota pit, he set a 2:04, whereas Bukout set a 2:02. So getting a couple of seconds at least. There's Milota now, just getting into the swing of things.
And that is, back in command of the new driver in the 88 car, as you say, Ed. And he'll be in for the last stint, I think. I think he'll go to the end. 3 hours 22. That's an easy one for some sim drivers. I say easy. You're going to feel every bump and the force feedback and everything. It's going to be absolute nightmare. But that's a crash.
That's Del Vecchio, and he's hit the Ring of On car actually at Spoon.
What a surprise! It's one of those cars.
Yeah, they've not been having an easy time of it, unfortunately. Not going as well as Daytona did for Ring of On.
Yes, yeah, good point actually.
There's Listola just continuing on his way, having
P16.
extricated himself. P60, yeah, it's only going to be half a point for those who finish outside the top 10, I believe. In the top 20, I believe there's only about
25 left actually in the running, but I
yeah,
suppose
overall,
that's
yes, of course.
overall, yeah.
And about 8 of them are GDs, so that would mean there's only about 18 or 17 LMP2s. So I think as long as you finish, you do get at least half a point, but it's only the top 10 onwards that get full points.
Yeah.
As we look at Van der Stam in 8th, trying to lap someone.
Yeah, I don't know who's trying to lap at the moment. One of the other MP cars that doesn't want to have a rear wing at the moment.
And it looks like Kalokshai's pit from second in LMP2.
This has got to be for a driver change. He's done 4.5 hours in his stint. It's got to be for a driver change now.
The thing is, he was really hunting. He got the gap to like 37 seconds to Prince. So, 21. Although it's a pit stop behind, it is very much a sustained threat to Abstino Force Bologna. And as those 3 hours go down, the more time they close in, more pressure Abstino Force Bologna are going to be under. But Prince is managing, doing what he has to do so far with that damaged car. If they can win with a damaged car, I think it could be Abstino Force Bologna is certainly their best win in the EERC so far, because they've won GD3 before with James Duber and Mantis. And Devecchio's lost his wheel. The rear wheel is gone.
Code 80.
That's just after Digna 2 under the bridge, and he's going to have to leave that wheel behind. I don't think he'll be able to get to the pit lane on 3 wheels.
That's a long way around as well.
What is Del Vecchio doing here? He's last in class.
Oh, is this going to be Code 80? Yellow
could.
flags are out.
Yes, it's feeling like a Code 80 when a car's going around with a wheel missing. So this could actually play into Kolokshai's hands while he's being serviced.
Yes, as that car's
Oh,
it's
he's
reversing.
crawling. No, it's not reversing.
Oh, no,
he's crawling
sorry.
forward.
It's got to be Code 80. He's on the racing line.
It's like a Reliant Robin, the poor guy. This is going to end in tears.
And he'll get to the top of the corner as well and just spin round like a bottle top or one of those little ones that spin forever. I can't remember what they're called.
Beyblades?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, I think that's it, yeah. And then you just spin round and round and round. So I'm surprised the stewards haven't reacted quite quickly with this because the yellows are back out again. And that wheel, I think, is still on the track.
It could be that the steward, Nick Homewood has gone to bed as Martin
that's a
Gummit
different
tries to
one.
spin at Tinker 2.
I just saw the wheel vanish, actually, so that's gone. But
Oh,
Degner...
has Del Vecchio made it back to the pit lane, maybe?
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
No, there we go.
No, he hasn't. He clearly has not.
Code
5,
80.
4, 3,
There he is.
2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And that damage is going to be done as well, completely. The floor is going to be even wrecked as well. You can have his suspension obviously damaged as well. That car, I think, might be a retirement.
Possibly, but...
Because he's dragging it so far back.
Be surprised the amount of cars that can continue, even with heavy, heavy damage.
The car that was on fire earlier on this afternoon, yeah.
Indeed, the
Was-
66, which is still in.
I think
Where is the 66 in the order at the moment, actually? Come to think of it. It's Laszlo Molnar, isn't it? Oh no, that's Iris, sorry. It's Akos Forgax in 12.
P12 overall, wow.
Only
And-
64 seconds by Noah Bergman in Raw Racing Alpha number 94 as Robert Strachan decides
Yeah.
to pit under the code 80.
That's
Good
a wise decision.
Definitely, because it would help him stay potentially ahead of Bertrand Seviano, who's 20 seconds behind him. As we look at the Del Vecchio making his way back to the pits, any of the other P2 runners, I wonder, are going to make the stop.
Yeah, Christopher Cayano changed over, so that was a driver change, the 21 we saw. So, yeah, they changed that last time out.
They're now a lap down
Yes.
on the race leader. So Prinz got to make sure as he pits 2 under code 8. Oh, there we go, Del Vecchio. That's one way of tackling the chicane.
Yeah. I think Senna would have been proud of that one, to be fair.
Always a center in the chicane, eh?
Yes, always is.
Right, okay, so Del Vecchio gets in. Ruboli is pitting as well. Oh, did I say Ruboli was pitting, didn't I?
Yes. No, you said Prince was in the pits, not Labole. Dylan
Yeah.
in too.
I think Strachan has already been in, and he's
Go
come
back
out
to green in
ahead of
10
Saviano by
seconds.
10 seconds, so that's
Oh.
really worked out beautifully.
This is going to benefit Christopher Carmack.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
And away we go once again.
Yeah, there we go. Prinz still stationary in the pit lane.
Oh, this is going to be torture.
Yeah, you can see the other back marker in front of him. So there we go, Kanik, 100 seconds.
This will bring it back down to 30, I reckon.
No, I don't think so. I think I think because the 21 pit just before the code 80 was called, so it will sort of balance itself out. He'll be about 80 seconds. Oh, Nicky Pastor not doing the suspension any favors in third. He completely missed the chicane there, but he's got continued on.
He'll get a lap back, won't he?
Yeah, Ruboli is in the pits at the moment.
Code 80 in 10
Oh, no, not
seconds.
again. This is our 10th one.
Yeah,
Now, what's causing this
5,
code 80?
4,
I have no
3,
idea.
2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
And I'm having a look on the chat, and I can see nobody going slow out there at the moment. So, actually, 12th overall. Oh, was that wing off in the pit lane?
I think it may have been the Sanford racing car, Del Vecchio, missing through wing, and so Prinz has got back on track. I'm not sure, and Juba, I know he's still Prinz in the car.
They've changed over. Luha's back in command.
Lua, yes, Tim
Lua,
Lua. So
yeah.
there we go. The gap
Tony Lua.
67 seconds. So you were actually right. It is sort of. You said 30 seconds. I said
Yeah.
no, it will be about 80.
Yes,
and it's
it's
67. So I was
pretty much-
closer, but you were.
Yes, you
probably
were closer
right.
than I was.
You're right
11%,
that it
yeah.
went down a bit. That
Yes,
actually,
yeah.
overall, it was a net loss for AFP there.
They got helped by the fact that a second code 80 came out as well. Oh, and Wesley Bullock comes into the pit lane as well, and then the Ferrari, the 35, running second overall. This is going to be a bit of a weird one. Why we've got a second code 80 out there.
Yeah, the drivers do not tend to cope well with code 80s, funnily enough. It tends to cause more,
Yes.
lead to more code 80s. We even had a thing where we tried to do a slow zone at Le Mans
Oh yes, yeah.
And that's hilarious because we've recorded that first attempt at start at Le Mans last year, and
Oh.
what ended up happening was, if I remember correctly, we had the slow zones in the 3 different sectors, and what happened was drivers would go full speed into a sector that would suddenly become a slow zone, and they would cause massive accidents where they'd flip over one another.
Yeah, that would not be the best thing. That's the Mark Webber
And we ended up
approach.
having the just increasing the code 80 at Le Mans, which is sort of what they wanted to do the slow zones to kind of avoid, because they thought
Yeah.
it might keep the race quite moving, basically. But
Just give it the code 80, give it all the beans. And
yeah, I
let them
think
do it
actually
with-
at one point they made it just a code 60 because they were so annoyed that they were misbehaving. No, they
Yeah.
said it was going to be a code 60, but then they ended up just doing code 80.
Just explain the 2 different codes then, code 80 and code 60.
I think code 60 is literally the same as code 80, but it's 60 miles per hour.
Okay, lovely. And we're at 80 now, which is 80
And
miles an hour.
I think even then the code 60 didn't end up being used there. They just used code 80, but it doesn't really matter. It's ancient history now, I guess. But as we look at the...
This is
like-
Van
it's
der
re-
Sam, yeah.
And we are looking at Van der Stam, but the fight on track, I think it's Merguli and Rubioli at 15 seconds. Saviana is 12 seconds behind Robert Strachan, but Strachan is just pit for fresh tyres, whereas the number 20 has sort of rather been caught out of Bertland and Saviana.
We've got a drive-through penalty for the Sanfire Racing Team 18 for causing a collision with the Royal Blue Racing 13 in LMP2. So the
Cool.
18 has got a penalty.
That probably be what caused that code 80 that we're in the middle of. And
Back to
Sam-
green in 10 seconds.
Oh, looks like it's all cleared now then. The
That's great
13
news.
making it back. As Pastor is just pit under the code 80.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, and that's going
two,
to... It hasn't
one.
even
Green,
got to
green,
the
green.
pit stop, so that's going to really affect them as we head back to green. And actually, it's stuck
Oh
at
no,
14 seconds.
he's actually
Drive
just
through.
come out. As
Oh!
you look at Slovenak, so I must have missed Pastor.
Yeah,
But yeah, there's Slovenak being serviced with missing the rear wing, so that was clearly
That's
what
what
they
caused
were
it, yeah.
what they were waiting for.
the 13,
clear it.
yeah.
But Ribioli has not really been able to close very much the 83-second gap to Pastore, so it's really more about Maguli catching him, and of course
It's...
the number 1, 2,
And the number 18
1, 2, 3
gives
holding
the
up to
time
number
for the
20.
race if you cannot start your engine. Thank you.
Is that the 18?
Yeah, it's still Vecchio in the
Vecchio.
Sampo Racing car.
Oh, now we were down to 7 GT3 cars if they can't restart it.
It will be
Come
quite
on.
a blow. With only 3 hours left to go. Come on, guys.
Get that one restarted, even if you have to physically restart your... Oh, well, I don't know how you do it physically, to be fair.
Well, the engine, you don't need much to start the engine, just a few spark plugs,
Yeah.
a couple of,
Come on, guys.
maybe a bit of fuel.
Yeah, come on, guys. Get it all done. That was, thinking that was Lewis going through, just talking to us on the chat there with the race director, Christian Lewis.
Ah, yes, of course, Kay Lewis, as you would see. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's a...
Bejic trying to lapse the number 93, I think. Luring.
And that's for that's 6th position versus 3rd, and the gap there is what, 5 laps coming up on 6 now?
Many laps, multiple laps,
Yeah,
in fact.
multiple.
We see
Come
that looks like the Reading Game Studios, or is that the 95 DAC hackers trying to get through? I think it's Reading Game actually.
He was reading game studios, yeah, Reading game or reading game studios. You
Yeah.
want to say Reading as well? I don't know why.
I'm not sure where Tom Dillon is from, but I'm pretty sure it isn't Reading.
Yeah, probably not Reading.
Yeah,
I
he
could
doesn't.
probably
He,
do it
he,
with the
funnily
drivers.
enough, he doesn't mention it before. It's not like the Luffield Lunatics, where they named the car after the region.
Is it Buckinghamshire or Northamptonshire? It's which area? Actually, Luffield's near Buckinghamshire, isn't it? Because it's half and half. That's-
I need to make sure that if you're going to interview drivers after the race, that I give you permissions to. I'll see if I can give you permissions to do that. I'm not sure I can. But
Oh, well, that might give Ross an excuse to get into the commentary box then. That'll be quite interesting. Ah, we've got 2 stewards typing now to give penalties in the chats, in the stewards Discord, so this could be interesting. And Gable Tactis says, Mugen is so unlucky today. They had a 15-second stop-go, and because of the screen freeze, and always come out code 18, or it's code 80, after they've stopped. Very, very unlucky weekend, he says in the chat there.
well, considering they've had 2 extremely lucky weekends, it's a Gabor Pickaxe. That might be one of the drivers, or well, a fan or someone associated with Mugen.
Looks to be. Chris Tompkins has said, who is the race, one of the race directors, our games seems to be still accepting penalties, so we can do reports. However, we may be slower than usual.
Oh, Gummich destroying what was left of the inside advertising hoarding. I think it does rebuild after a while because the server is Is Gummich missing? No, he's not missing a rear wing. It's all fine.
It's just dark, as you said, as well. You can't see. So they are going to start doing penalties again, but it's going to take longer. So they've only got 3 hours to filter through what I imagine is many penalty forms that have been put in over the past couple of an hour or so.
Yeah, many drivers with many grievances with one another.
Oh, contact!
Oh, that's Gergo Lang in the
232. Oh, not the bloody 232 car again today.
Let's not call it the bloody 232 car.
Yeah.
This Gergo's just got in the car. Give him a chance.
That car, honestly, it's been everywhere today. That and the 137. They've been just causing a little bit of...
Well, to be fair, the 137's calmed down since Listola's gotten on board.
Absolutely, yeah. We haven't seen that in the past half hour or so, but the 232 and Giorgio Lang in command of that
Gergo
one.
Lang,
Gergo
ahead of Listola, ahead of Peter Schumann, both for Avant cars.
Good point, actually. Good point.
So the 232, while we've seen so many errors and incidents, I think the Throne event cars have both made quite a few themselves. They're more heavy, and also maybe one or two that we haven't seen fully on stream.
Further on, yeah. I think the 13 cars in the pit lane, I think that might be a retirement at the moment because they've been in there for a couple of minutes now. And you're Sloveniak.
Yeah, Sloveniak with the repairing rear wing.
Rear wing damage, yeah.
That would make sense if they'd... No, it's showing Sloveniak on track on my end.
Oh, so maybe it's just my monitor.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing on race view that it's showing him in red. I think because he came out of the pits and it's just not updated on there.
He said it was a couple of seconds behind, so yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah, he should come out on the timing screen fairly soon, but on track he's already out because he's already done that because it's live.
There's your good point. This is live. There's your race leader at the moment. I would hate to be the person to edit this down to highlights because there's been a lot of dramatic. You may as well just show the whole race.
Well, how long you got?
Yeah, how long you got for... Well, I'm always impressed how they cut down the 6 hours World Endurance races down to about 52 minutes. I'm very impressed. How that spin.
Oh, big crash. The BH3 racing car. Bejic hits Gergo Lang at turn 1. Gergo Lang was just sideways. BH3 racing... BH Racing number 3 had nowhere to go, and I think BH Racing 3 might have been damaged by that, actually.
Yeah, damage to the suspension in the front of the car, surely. Oh, please tell me that was the luckiest escape.
Seems to be okay, but he's got the problem is he's got his attacker trying to lap him behind him.
Oh, it's like a mugging, but they're still mugging you as you're running down the street.
Yeah, how's it look to you? He's obviously going
Looks
through Dunlop.
okay.
There we go.
He's
have to
past, yeah.
He's have to let Free One car through, but I think
He's got lucky.
It may be the 232 that came off worse than that one.
Yeah, he's got very, very lucky with that one.
I would be surprised if there wasn't a steward's inquiry. Or some kind of complaint from BH Racing number 3. It's not the first time that they've lost a position because they came across someone who was in the middle of the track.
Yeah, came on the track in a dangerous manner as well and not safely. If Sebastian Vettel can be penalised for coming back on the track dangerously when he really, in my opinion, did nothing back in Canada all those years ago, I'm sure our race stewards will give a penalty for what is claimed.
I thought you were talking about Monza last year, but okay.
Oh no, I was talking about Canada. He deserved it in Monza.
Canada, when was this? How many years ago?
2019, when he...
Oh, when he went off track
to
hold position from Lewis Hamilton, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, if our stewards will probably give a penalty for that clear coming back on the track. Okay, so he's done a Vettel at Monza in that regard.
Okay, yeah, that was probably the more appropriate one I was.
Yeah, let's go back there.
Of unsafe rejoin. Anyway, we're getting almost down to the 3 hour mark exactly, and I think that's probably when I will take my leave.
Yes, I think after what would be about 7 hours. Let's see, around about 6 hours.
And don't forget, I did a quali as well.
And you did do quali, yeah. So that's add that back up to 7 and the warm up, yeah. So I think we've done a very good stream as off goes the number 95 car at Spoon.
Bergman having a little adventure in 11th place. So they, I think they've due to the random Royal Racing number 13 losing their rear wing. Bergman has been able to get up to gain a place. Yeah, he's about like
P32 in the pits.
Yeah.
Have I cursed them a bit too much? It seems.
I think at a certain point you make your own luck, and I don't think 232 and any of its drivers would disagree with that, if I'm being honest.
Lap 281, I believe, but I've just lost my lifetime.
Oh yes, this has happened to me too.
Yeah.
Always seems to happen when we get near the end of the race that the life timing sort of goes kaput.
Yeah, so much data.
Thankfully, we've still got the stream.
But thankfully, yeah.
Reliable, which is a good thing we fixed this earlier, isn't it?
Oh, completely, yeah. Otherwise, we'd be nowhere right now.
The only problem is we can't exactly see the gaps between Astore, Ruboli, Maguli, Straccia, and Seviano, which is really going to be the big fight in these last few hours, I think. Apart from, of course, with Mechanic and closed 10 Lure.
It's going to be quite interesting at the moment, actually, as I've managed to just save my timing screen because I've got two of it open, one for the driver tracker, one for the timing monitor. So I do have some basic monitor that I'm just fiddling around with now.
Oh, look at Mr. Contingency here.
I've thought of everything coming into this one as well. I didn't want to be left short on the board trying to commentate, but yeah, I do have now just about a monitor. Well, I hope it's a monitor anyway. Yeah, it's lap 281 at the moment. I can reliably tell you. But we're coming up on, as you said, 3 hours to go. Ross, as you say, Ross was scheduled to do the 3-hour stint, so he might be in the box shortly.
I could chase him up if you want to see.
Oh yeah, do. It's always fun to have a commentary partner. Otherwise, you do look like a bit of a fool eventually.
Well, it's only a few more hours now. I just have to get through that. So let's see if Ross Smith is anywhere.
So thankfully, I have actually got the timing monitor back, and it's still showing actually pit stops on the board for quite a few of the drivers. So I'm wondering if we'll see more penalties come through later on as well. And the lead now. The 99 car has got a 64-second advantage over Kanak and Lua, and Lua going still top at the moment. And the 88, sorry, Ed.
No, I wasn't going to say anything too important. I was just saying that I sent the message to Ross, so to see if we can hear from his dulcet tones. He didn't say he was online, so I assume he's maybe doing something else. But if he is around, he'll get the message.
Fantastic. Nice to have him on the stream. Hopefully when we get to Le Mans, we'll have a couple of more people in the box.
Well, fingers crossed. Saying you're doing at Le Mans tends to draw a couple of more experienced commentators. A bit of a draw, I guess. But
backwards 92.
That's not the first time he's done that one at Degner 2, is it?
I think that I've lost count about how many times.
I'm almost surprised when I don't see him approaching that corner facing backwards.
If I can get him on post-race for a little chat, I'm just going to say, what is it with you and Degner? I think that's the question.
I'm not sure if I'm able to give you the permissions to do it, so you might have to either ask one of the admins to give you permissions to drag people in, or you might have to give people the password for the channel.
Oh, I see.
I'll try to completely forget what it is, but anyway.
Oh, I've got it.
You've got it. So yeah, I did prepare you. Yes, so there
you did. You sent me everything, all the relevant data, and I even managed to grab the results of the last race by going back in the Discord. You gave me everything, and when did you actually tell me about it? Was it Thursday or Wednesday? I can't remember.
It was quite late. We're only a few days' notice.
Oh well,
I think it may have been actually Monday or Tuesday.
Oh, was it that early?
I first asked you. I don't remember though.
I think it was Tuesday, and I got back to you on the Wednesday because I checked emails. Yeah. I did see it actually. Yeah, I remember now. I got back to you on the Tuesday saying yes, absolutely yes. Here's the 137, and last minute then of the 3 hour before Ed goes. Ed?
Yeah, indeed. I'm not going to be exactly on the 3 hour because I have to, but okay.
Oh no, absolutely. But I was just gonna let you have a little bit of a roundup for yourself for what is really your commentary. You can sort of round up your own thing, and then you can feel free to dip off whenever you like.
I'll leave it in your capable hands for the last 3 hours or so. which hopefully you will have a little bit of a fight in your hands, at least
I
somewhere
hope
in the
so.
order.
Yes,
And I hope
so.
that the timing screen comes back. But anyway,
I've got one timing screen. That might work, so fingers crossed. Although it's been that 281 for the past 3 minutes.
yeah, we should be at least in lap 288, I think, is roughly where we should be
Yeah,
at the
right
moment.
about
Whoa, Slovenak going a bit off track in his efforts to recover ground. Whoa, Seviana.
that. Oh dear.
That's number 20. It's facing the wrong way at the exit of 130R. Yeah, he's 24 seconds now behind Strachan. So Strachan picking under that code 80 has put Seviana under a lot of pressure, and he's not responded all that well, unfortunately. So
And that is the 23 off as well.
yeah, Pequena is having a little off at the first corner, but not losing too much time, to be fair.
Keeping it rather smooth to get back on the track and not affecting anybody at the moment. And Jeffo says, "Is it that unlucky for Mugen? Then we are all cursed." He says in the chat at the moment as well.
I like the idea that they're leading in GD3, but he still thinks they're cursed.
Yes, they're leading the race, and they
To be
haven't had a
fair,
very good one.
The
Yeah.
88, the 888, did retire earlier, so
Yes, yeah, after very heavy contact with an LMP2 car.
I do think they're having such a good season, having dominated both classes the past 2 races, that I think maybe the streak was bound to end at some point, and but at least they do still have a chance of winning both classes with the 21, 62 seconds down. I think it's been kind of closing, hasn't it? Very gradually. I think Lure has been managing it quite well. And then leading by a lap in GD3, so I think it's Milota and the 88 crew's race to lose, really. I don't think there's much of Wesley Bootcamp can really hold a candle to him in terms of pace, although Bootcamp has been impressive.
Completely, and where is he at the moment, Bootcamp? I can't remember.
Second, about a lap
in GT3,
down in the 35.
There we go. I was looking at the wrong monitor.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of my driver of the race so far. The race, only a few hours left to go. Although the team of the race, rather, because it's probably not a good idea to sort of just praise individual drivers when it's really a team effort that makes the difference. I do think some of the drivers that had some bad luck and dropped out early have done quite well. I think the number 95 has done very well. Driven currently by Mergully, the DEAC Hankers team have done well to persevere. I think there are teams that normally wouldn't be up high, and they've held on very well. I think the 87, Irish Automation 87, have had a brilliant recovery drive.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mentioned Bookout as well. They've done pretty brilliantly considering some of the issues they had earlier on. And EH Racing number 3, I think, also pretty solid. I do think AFP, because of how significant it would be to win, I think they've actually done, considering the damage to their car, I would say if there's a team that stands out, it would be AFP number 99.
Yes.
And just above someone like Pastor Pitt in the 87. And he's got a gap to Riboli of like a significant amount. Yeah, so he's 73 seconds behind Kianik, but about a similar gap to Riboli, I think. So
it's closing up now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, if I just have a very brief look at Riboli, he is, there we go, about 47 seconds behind in closing. So Riboli should get a little bit closer, but I don't think he'll get past Pastore. I think the 87 is looking like a pretty. They've got a great chance of getting a podium here, which would be brilliant for Iris.
And the two Pastor drivers, of course, Giuseppe and Nicola. Yeah, Nicky going really, really well out there.
Yeah, they were going very well in GD3. Like I said, they were in the 73. They were basically constantly splitting the Mugens when they were having their dominant GD3 run before. So, in a way, it's not surprising to see them so high up. But also, it's great to see Iris back in the mix where they belong.
I would say a bit surprised to see them that quick in on their debut in LMP2, back in on a new car.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
But they had driven LMP2 in the sort of Le Mans prototype class in other series, I think. But that was what the Irish squad told me anyway.
So they've definitely got the experience to do so. Okay.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of experience, but they've always had the pace no matter what they've been driving. So as we see, the 92 missing its rear wing there as Kianik collapsed it. Did you see that? I definitely didn't
I
see a rear
just
wing
caught it. Yeah, no rear wing on the 92. Where
That's
is the 92 in the order at the moment?
there. 7th and last, driven
Yeah.
by Gummich.
Yeah.
Marvin Gummich, of course.
And that's 16 laps down. Yeah.
On the leader in GD3. But yeah, I've been really impressed with this race. There's so many unexpected surprises. Even at this late stage of the race, it always feels like in Sebring we had lots of surprises, but by the end it was Mugen basically winning both classes and sort of expected result. Whereas here, it's once again it's not the fancied Mugen that's leading in GD3, and it feels like the championship's been blown wide open after this one. Honestly.
It has. This race, as you said, 4th of 8, and it really has half distance, and it's restored the championship to be a little bit more interesting going forward.
Yeah, it looks like it's 3 horse races in both classes, really.
Bring on Le Mans.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. And I think whoever wins this one is definitely going to have earned it at being a worthy ERC Season 2 champion. But we're going to have 2 hours and 54 minutes to find out if Ten Le is going to win.
Oh, backwards!
Gogo Lang just correcting himself there. Not the worst off we've seen from the 232 crew.
No.
But
they've gone through quite a lot of spare parts today.
that that's when the Ring of Honor car, they were, what was the gap to the Ring of Honor cars? Let's see, Listola is about 48 seconds down actually on there we go, on Gogo Lang. So that must be Mario Sequeira, who was just behind us. Gogo Lang goes off track at turn 1.
15th overall now in class.
There we go, Mario Sequeira unlaps himself.
That's a big advantage.
That's not Sequeira, that's actually someone else. Because I've got the RF2 TV client, and that's showing the people who started the race, basically. If I look at the actual, I have actually got a quite helpful timing screen that does have everyone on it. Right, where are they? I think it's Peter. It's actually Peter Schumann in the 138 at the moment. Unlapped itself from Gogo Lang.
I've got the same, but it's stuck on 281, as you know.
Yeah.
As well, so hopefully that comes back to me in a second.
Yeah, because I've got the overlay control panel, which does have a timing screen. Oh,
16.
Digging himself in the gravel in the 66. That's
That
exit
is-
Degna.
Yeah, that's a bizarre one as well, to go straight on like that. We've seen them go off
I wonder
spinning.
if the
but-
wheel
yeah.
seized up there or something, or the brakes weren't working or something.
Yeah, it looked very much like a straight lock-up, didn't it? There's the race leader.
Indeed. So, as the sky remains dark, I was going to say as the sun is about to come up, but I don't know that.
It's
But,
still dark.
I think it's
No
probably
rain.
going to end in the darkness. But with no sign of the rain as of yet, I think it's time that I take my leave. So congrats to the winner in advance, because I'll be asleep when they cross the line. But it's going to be fascinating, and I know Joshua is going to talk you all through it. And I will see you all for Le Mans, which is, if I check the calendar very quickly, it is supposedly 15th of the 5th, which is April, of course.
May.
May next month. We're already in April, which is the 4th month. Yeah. Yeah. So so 12 hours of Le Mans, 15th of May, then 19th of June, 6 hours of Portimao. 17th of July, 8 hours of Mugello.
British Grand Prix weekend, that one.
Yep. 21st of August, 8 hours of Korea. That's gonna be interesting.
Oh, is that
then-
at the Youngman circuit?
Yeah, Yongram.
Oh, fantastic.
Of South Korea.
Yeah.
Then 18th of September, we've got the 12 hours of Laguna Seca, well, penultimate round, which Tobias, remember, was saying that he finds it really difficult to lap people at Laguna Seca.
That's weird. IndyCar are at that track there as well on September 19th.
And then finally, 16th of October, we have the season finale, 24 hours at Spa. And I will no doubt be commentating at all of these events.
Yes.
To see which way this championship goes. But if, of course, AFB can win this one, then it will be sort of even the score in terms of LMP2 class wins, because we'll have 2 for AFP, I've seen it for Splonia, and 2 for Mugen, sort of with AFP sandwiching the 2 wins by,
Yeah.
by Mugen. So all to play for, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races after this. Sorry, so we're not quite halfway in the season.
Ah, nearly. One more.
Yeah, after Le Mans we will be, I guess. But we have 6 more races to go, and there's going to be a great championship fight in both classes, I think. So, as we see, Olaf van der Stam has stopped at the exit of Spoon.
Can you get that going again?
Oh,
This is going to be a code 80 because it's right on the racing line.
Just as I'm about to go to bed,
Oh.
forces a code 80. Great.
He's
Thanks, Olaf. Well, the number 26, I don't think is going to particularly. It's fallen a lap down behind Seviana in 7th now, so I don't think they're going to challenge too much further.
Oh!
The top 10. Oh, dear.
No.
Right in the path of Robert Strachan. What is Van der Stam doing?
He's racing the wrong way now. Where's that code 80? Where is that code 80? They need to stop this right now.
Yeah, what was Van? I don't know why Van der Stam was trying to rejoin very slowly into the middle of the circuit.
Yeah,
Seems
just
very
crawled.
unsafe. Maybe he was trying to restart the engine. Oh,
Oh
dearie
my
me.
word!
Gergo Lang is caught up right in the middle of the 92.
And
the
they've
92
mated.
Oh, the 92 is stuck on top of him. That is
Oh,
not
dear.
that's not an ideal position for Marvin Gummidge to be in, on top of
Van der Stam's
Gergo
out.
Lang.
Van der Stam is out. He's DNF'd.
Yep, so the number 26 drops out just as I'm about to drop out.
Yeah, there you go.
So some drama right before I go. Look, they're still stuck on top of one another.
Oh, they've got loose. Thank God for that.
Okay, thank goodness. So they've negotiated their way out of that one. I think both drivers have made a lot of mistakes there. So
They're leaving now with their coats between their arms
tails
and their
between
arms.
their legs.
Tails
very
between
much.
their legs. That's the one.
They're going to get their coat on though, that's for sure.
Now
So,
they're going to do the walk of shame back to the pit lane and return the damage.
Oh, Strachan.
Oh my word!
Strachan, by the way, after running into Van der Stam, has had to pit and give up position to Saviano. So the 1-2-3, which Tobias Bunchheim will be jumping on board later on for the last 2 hours or so, I assume. Although he hasn't told us, we don't know when exactly. But Strachan could be changing now actually for Tobias Bunchheim. But the 1-2-3 losing its 6th place there, and I think we'll feel that wasn't really their fault. The Van der Stam's hanging around the middle of Spoon Corner on the apex of the racing line.
Surprised they never called on code 80 with that one. I think they were going to, then decided not to.
Yeah, I think Van der Stam decided to retire before they could.
So that's brought it down now to a total of 23 cars left in this race. And we started with 37.
But interestingly enough, Tom Dillon told us that the Reading Game Studios car, his aim was to get it into the top 8.
He's done it. He's going to do it.
Well, he's got into the top 9 now, depending on how long Strachan's pit stop is. There is always... Oh, no, Van der Stam has restarted. Okay, actually, never mind.
Oh, yes, he has, yeah. Oh, that's disappointing. I thought he could
As Gergo Lang takes the... Is that the right chicane? I think he's going into the pit lane, of course.
Yeah, the 232 in. Well, he had that damage, didn't he? He mounted the other 92 car.
Yeah, there's certainly some cockpit damage. It's like
I
he's
just
basically
hope they
holding
use-
up the 92 car. There
Oh dear, here it is.
actually.
I just hope they use protection.
Oh, great. Yeah, it was a bit of a not safe for work moment there.
It'd be
But to be
blurred
fair,
as
we
well.
are post for the watershed. So
We are
it's
definitely
okay.
post
It's okay.
watershed.
I'm not sure YouTube operates that way though.
Just get a bit of careless whisper on though, and we'll all be fine. I was wondering where you were going to go with that one.
Oh, my voice was going, but
Yeah, Van der Stam's I'm not even going to attempt that. Van der Stam has just left the pit lane as well, so he's back out now. But as you say, 5 laps down. He's lost a lap as well, and actually 2 more laps. And he's just disappeared from the timing monitors completely. As we're on lap 295, as everything restarts.
So Tom Dillon does get the Reading MCO car into 9th. I'm 1 step closer to achieving his goal. He's 2 laps off of Pequeñas, who holds that wanted 8th place.
I think Van der Stam has actually been disqualified
Ah.
because he's dropped down to 37th on the
The
grid.
steward's taking a dim view of his antics, hanging around the middle of the track. That's a shame because the number 26 was really competitive early on. The VMS it was second, was closing turn in for the lead as
the
Akos
66.
Fordax. That's not ideal.
He avoided the wall though. That
Yeah,
was
good.
impressive.
Yeah, that was a cleaner one from Akos Fordax. It's just impressive to see that 66 car still going after having basically completely falling apart in every way imaginable in the first hour. Now they are 11th still, aren't they? It's only on the sort of reaches of the top 10.
Yes, it's P11, and he's only a lap behind Noah Bergman in the 44 Royal Racing Alpha. So as you say, they can easily still get that with 2 hours.
They could still
45
get
to
a
go.
point out of this, and that would be a well-earned point for the 66 crew.
Coming up on the magic lap 300. So
Oh.
is your prediction right that we're going to get 400 laps?
I said just under 400, to be fair. I think Tobias said 400. I'm thinking 390 or something like that.
Yeah, I think, was I 380, 370, something like that at the beginning of that?
Yeah, I was a
All
little
those-
more ambitious than you.
Yes, all those hours ago when we started the broadcast from qualifying in the race.
But anyway, I think now that my voice is... I did try and sing there, and my voice couldn't take it, so that's a sign that I should
Yes.
stop.
Yes.
So,
It's time for you to leave the
Christopher
karaoke.
Yannick, it's only 57 seconds. He's closing on Turnlure little by little. He's got the time to catch him, but can he catch him and keep that lead in the class and in the championship, of course? So he's going to keep the lead in the championship, but it's going to be diminished if the 99 beats them. The 99 needs this result much more than Mugen do in the championship as far as it's going, but could really still go either way, and we've still got a great battle for fourth between Riboli, Maguli, Savannah, and Blumschein, who's now got on board the 1-2-3, Tobias. So we're going to see Tobias in action and see what he can do. Oh, well, I won't see it. I'm going to bed. But anyway, and don't forget, GD3, Milotai still only a lap ahead of Bukout, but it's a lap that he could easily lose if the rear wing falls off again. And Bejic and Lichten fighting each other in the pits, but I think they're a couple of laps apart.
Absolutely, looks like that way. And I don't want to interrupt your send-off there, but
I have
that's
a very
all-
odd send-off, sorry, just describe what's happening and act
Yeah.
like I'm staying. So, but anyway, as with no sign of the rain, it's going to be a tense final 2 hours 44 minutes. Enjoy it, folks. I'm sure Tobias, you will have an excellent time as the race draws to a thrilling conclusion. It always does. Even if nothing happens, it's always thrilling somehow.
Absolutely. The end of the racing is always exciting, and everything always seems to just take place. So it'll be a good one as we're coming up on lap 300. It's lap 297 at the moment.
Yep, and enjoy it. I'll talk to you afterwards, hopefully, and you can tell me how it went. Or I'll maybe at least watch it back, because it's only 2 hours I have to watch back, rather than people who want to watch the whole race and watch the whole 12 hours.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, it's working out perfect for you.
indeed, everything's coming up, Edward. So anyway, good night, and I hope you do get some sleep after this one, because I'm sure people are going to be talking about this one for years to come.
Absolutely. I am going to. Thank you, Ed, as well. And I think he can now head off to sleep and get some, and I'll be back for the remainder of the next 2 hours and 42 minutes of the running, and hopefully Ross might join me in the commentary box as well. But if not, then settle down, because it's just you and me, dear viewers, for the remainder of the race, as we see the car 70 in the Dream Team at the moment out there on the circuit. They've been running around in the back, as off the track goes the Photo Redman as well in car 7, a car that's been disconnected 3 times in this race so far, and luckily got reinstated by the stewards, and Olaf van der Stam has actually now been reinstated to the race, but he is 8 laps down. So the 26 now down in 10th place, as the 23 car of Botan Birkenes into the pit lane. Rear tyres go up as well, so it looks like they're going to change over positions, as Giuseppe Pastor is retaking control of the 87 away from Nicola. So Nicky now out of that part of the track and can relax for the remainder of the race, because Giuseppe in for the remainder of the 3. Beltan Salva. Bertan Savannah back out the track. And there's Varenci, the 70. Oh, and off goes Noah Bergman as well. The 95 at turn 1. And is that Birkenes? Yeah, still. Birkenes still in the pit lane. Here's Tom Dillon in the 72. Running P9 overall. 6 laps down. About to get a lap advantage. Maybe to Birkenes. No. Birkenes has just left the pit lane, I believe. Although they're still both there. So where is Birkenhead? Yeah, Peter Skolman as well. So he's still at the track. I say where's Birkenhead? Berkman, sorry. And Savannah down now. Yep, Noah Berkman now back up to P10. Has now passed Olaf van der Stam on the track for position later on in this race as well. Here's Martin McGurley, who is 5th in the 95. 7 or 90, hang on. 95, 95, 295s. Oh, off into the wall, the 137. Now he went in backwards into turn 1. I hope he didn't knock off the rear wing. It looks okay to me, so maybe just a bit of cosmetic damage. The Kelly Lestotto just going a little bit too far back and into the wall, and the 137 once again in drama in this race. It should be okay. I'm hoping it's okay. It looks a bit weird. Rears are sliding just a little bit though. So we hope it's okay. Now to the 66, Arkos Forgas. Love it if we can ride on board and listen through the 130R sections. There's Botan Birkenez, the 23. And now we're into very much the night shift here on EERC, the European Endurance Championship, with 2 hours and 39 minutes to go at Suzuka. It doesn't, as Ed said, it doesn't look like we're going to get sunrise before the end of the race. So majority of this race, in fact, about 90% of it, would be in darkness. And no sign of that rain yet as well. And no sign of Tobias getting into the car at the moment in the 135. And in P7. Oh yes, Tobias is in the car. They've changed over. The timing screens are dated. So Tobias, our co-commentator from earlier on in the session, is now in the car. So Tobias running P7 in the 123 car. Hey, hey. Hello, Tobias. We'll keep an eye on him going throughout the race. Not that we're biased at all, but I'd see one of our own. Here's Raboli. Massimiliano Raboli. As here's Kanek. Still in trouble in the garage. Although put down, actually, so it gets going again. Is that Tom Dillon also in the pit stops? There's Congo Frenzy in the 70, the Dream Team car. That's Carla Stolta still in the pit lane. And second place in the pit lane, Christoph Canara. The Canara into pit lane as well from P2 in the 21 car. And that's going to be an advantage now to Luhe, who's in the top there on the 99. And Marvin Gunovich going a little bit too deep in Degner. What's the surprise? He's been off at Degner quite a lot this evening in the race. Here is Tobias in the 1-2-3. Looking on. Looking good as well out there. He's been practicing, as he said, in commentary for over an hour. Maybe a bit more than that, actually. Had some food. Now he's in the car for the last 2.5 hours of racing. There's Giuseppe Pastor as well. Out running the track, we are just on lap 300. As I say, it clicks over to lap 301. So we have just passed the 300 lap mark with 2 hours and 36 minutes to go this race. That's Joey Luring, who in the Ferrari in the 93 is into the pit lane. There's Martin McGurley, who is... Oh, Martin McGurley, who is 5th at the moment.
Slow car coming into 130R.
And that's Chris Tompkins saying there's a slow car through the 130R. As Massimiliano Raboli back in the pit lane. So who's coming through the 130R slowly as well? Let's have a look. I think it's the 20th, and that's Joseph Frederick Suto, who's a little bit slow. It looks like, yes, Suto, I think, is the car going a bit off. 3 cars in the pit lane with Bowley, Bergman, and Lazerto in there. Here's Tom Dillman, P9 overall, 6 laps back, a lap behind Birkenez. Right on board now, going for that lap on the GT3 car. That's 5 cars in now. It's Christopher Kayak back in the pit lane as well from 2nd position. So that's his 2nd stop in as many laps. That wasn't a penalty either, according to this one. That's a bizarre one. Hopefully you at home as well can... Oh, big spin! And that is Suto as well, spinning in front of the race leader of 99, doing a complete 360 down at the Degners, and managed not to crash into the race leader. That would have been funny. Did I say funny? I meant disastrous. Oh, it is that disastrous, though. Here's Frederick Rideman. 4th overall in class, only 4 laps down after having a disqualification early on as well, because the car lagged out. The stewards allowed him back into the endurance race, the 12 hours. And I must say as well, quite honoured to have picked this race and been asked to do this race as my opener. As that's Wesley Bull, because we also Tom Dillman now actually switches back as well. The graphics can't make its mind up on the monitor, as they're actually being refreshed, as we say about it, with 2 hours 34 minutes to go of the race. Here's Martin McGurley, 5th at the moment. No idea as well if Ed is actually still controlling this, or if it's gone to the other race stewards. So we'll keep an eye out. Spin! And that's Tobias getting a bit of kick out the backside, coming into the Degner curves. Got to be careful there, Tobias. Keep it through. Come on. And into the pit lane, the race leader. Timus Luha gets into the pit lane. The lawyer. Come on, get in your head. And there's the race leader in Melotari, who leads for the 88 squad in GT3. We're being nice and calm out here today as well. That's what I'm not finding. That's what I'm finding unusual as well. They're all being calm. They're all just being careful and cautious with each other. Round Spoon. Down now towards the 130R. Back out now to join car 70. We're riding on board with the Dream Team car 70, the pink car, the Pink Panthers. Going quite the corners through the S's. Wide uphill. A little bit wide there. Top of the hill at Dunlop. And here's Diogo Moscato back in command in car 4. Only a lap down at the moment in the 90 squad. Only just started at 303 as well, so that's been a bit of a shocker. As to how quick, that's how slow they've been there. And Christian Lewis, the race director, or one of the 3 race directors, the stewards, is writing something into the stewards' decision chat. So we are about to find something out from the stewards. There's Akos Forgas, who is the 66, running P12 overall. 74 seconds back from Berkman. And this is it from the stewards. Incident involving Royal Racing Charlie 92 in the GT3 and the Heinemann Racing 232. And it's actually no further action. And they say can't really penalise lag. It happens. And that's true. But if you saw it a couple of moments ago, it looked a little bit more like lag as they were practically on top of each other. It's something, as Ed said as well, we're very glad we're past watershed in many parts of the UK. Here's your race leader. The 99 leading the way as we cut to Marvin Gummich, who's gone a little bit wide coming out of Spoon Curve. Up now towards the 130R, turn 15. Cut back to Christopher and the Kayak, who's second overall in the race, 82 seconds behind the 99 car, nearly sliding it. Let's listen to Spoon and up towards 130R. Lifted a bit through the 130R. Oh, right in the curves. The Casio triangle as well. Giving it just as much as he can. And Kainak had a penalty. It showed on the graphic. I just refreshed it. It was being a bit slow to update. I noticed that's from Edward, who was just in the comp box. So that is why. So the second place driver had a penalty. The 21 car, and that is why he was in the pit lane. Thanks for the update there, Ed. Who was supposed to be going to bed, but I have a feeling might watch the last 2 hours anyway for the comfort and the security of a duvet cover. As someone hit the wall. Someone hit the wall. I heard a loud thud in my right ear. Wonder where that came from. No yellows out on the track, nothing from race control, so we'll keep going. I thought we would have had something there. Just lost the live timing as well up in the commentary box, which is a bit of a pain, but we're working to get that back up and running in a second. Here's your race leader with 2:28 to go of the race. We now have live timing back, I might add, which is great news. Oh, spin! And that's Van der Stam at Spoon Curve, believe it or not. Seems to be the favourite to go off today. Cars left, right and centre in trouble. Oh, and that is Mario Valencia in the 138 car off the track. What is it today? Everyone seems to be having a little bit of argy-bargy. Someone was in the wall there as well. I honestly don't know anymore with these lot. They need to get their act together quite quick. It's getting slightly embarrassing to see what's going to happen next, to be fair. As we've got live timing back up in the commentary box, brilliantly. So it's lap 306. I don't know if Edward finds this as well, but after wearing headphones for numerous periods of times, it does get a little bit annoying on your ears. Pass going on there for a lapped car. Here's Tom Dillon. 9th overall in class, looking quite quick. I wish you could all see the Stewart's Decisions chat right now, because it is literally just an alien mask, a horse chat, 3 Premier Amoebas, 2 Laughing Ducks and 2 Piranhas as reactions to Christian Lewis and official race stewards comments in the chat. So the drivers and team managers having a lot of sense of humour out there today as well. As that is Van der Stam very much wide again at the exit of Spoon and comes back on, I say, in a dangerous-ish manner, because he cut off for the Ferrari in the GTE category as well. We are down to 24 runners, by the way, as Di Vecchio is already out of the race. We knew that. He was out 73 laps ago in the race. So 7 cars remain in GT3. 24 cars remain overall. Who's actually leading the as Yellow Sector 1? Well, this is just getting a little bit bizarre. Track temperature at 29 degrees now, air temperature at 15, so it's remained pretty constant throughout the race. Green flags are out. Here's the famous 232 car that we've had so much about during the race today. There's Tobias in the 123. Racing down one of the BMWs in the GT3 category. Come on, Tobias. Not that we're biased, but we are biased for Tobias. That might be my perfect line of commentary for you all this evening. It's 2:25 to go. .80 seconds now separates the 99 car from the 21, as this is the race leader. 80 seconds as well. That is not a lot, because if you damage that rear wing, it costs you 80 seconds. And into the pit lane comes 5th in class, the car 70 of Ferrucci in the Dream Team car. And here's the race leader in GT3, Martin Malati, for the 88 squad, with the McLaren 6505 Mugen Sim Racing car 88. Yeah, a lot of downshifts down towards the first turn. Hands up in the group chat as well to all those of you who are watching. Who misses Suzuka on proper racing calendars due to the pandemic? I certainly do, and I'm really glad I got the opportunity to commentate on this eSport race. Off Tobias! Maybe he should have been warned about that one. That was the last corner as well, at the exit, turn 18 of Casio Triangle. Looks like it's drifted as well. That was an unusual little off area. Diego Moscato, no, 86 off, Lorenzo Molnar. Laszlo Molnar, sorry. I need glasses. So Laszlo going off the track in the 86 car, running 13th in class. Here's Martin Mogurli in the 95 car, running 5th overall, and they are beginning to close down. The gap actually between Mogurli and Moscato, as you can see on the track, is 0.8 of a second. As off the track again goes Laszlo. So the battle for 4th and 5th is closing. So Martin Mogurli could pass Diego Moscato right now as a yellow in the second sector. That's Tobias, and he's got no rear wing. And if car's got serious damage, it could trigger a code 80. Can that car get back to the pits? It's a long way from the hairpin. That's turn 7. No, that's turn 11, sorry, all the way down to turn 18. So that's a long way to go. That could trigger a code 80 as we watch Marvin Gumic in the Ferrari, 7th in class, 92 car. And at the moment, 7th in class as well. I don't think I've got the right one here. As race leader in from GT3. Martin Malati in. 109 seconds back from Boholt, so watch out for that. And I think also Tobias might just get back to the pit lane, so he's gonna lose a lap, unfortunately, but he'll still be out there on the track. Yellow 3rd sector, maybe not. Back to green, luckily. This is Zoltan Boda, 6th overall at the moment. Car 20. And Boda just taken over that car 20, actually. Is Marvin Gumic getting out of the way. Several cars ahead of him in the GT3. And Gumic is 17 laps down on Milati, leader in GT3. A bad race. That's the 92 car. Hopefully it'll go better at Le Mans next month, as Ed said before he left. I think on the 18th, 17th, 15th. Here's Noah Berkman. The 95 car, 10th overall at the moment. And Tobias has managed to get it back to the pit lane in the 1-2-3 car. So their day goes from bad to worse. Although, to be fair, they had a great start to the race, and hopefully they can have a great end as well. They're still running P7, still going to get some points on the board. It still hasn't been a complete loss. Oh, and the 232 car goes to another 360. Georgia Lang at the time. Gurko Lang, sorry. My French trying to go through there. It's Gurko Lang. And here's the race leader actually coming to lap him. And Rimmons off the track, down with the BMW down at the Spoon Curve, running 4th in class. All having a little bit of a slippy, slidey nature throughout this race as well. They've been slipping, sliding, trying to control everything. 2 hours 19 to go. And Christopher Canex in 2nd place, running off at Spoon. Few minutes in the pit lane as well for the 1-2-3 car with Tobias in it, and Akos Forgas comes into the pit lane. So Forgas now from 12th place in the 66 car. Down pit lane as well. Oh, off into the wall, rear wing off as well for the 232 car with Gurko Lang, and he's back on the track, manages to save it as well, but that is again the 232 car in trouble. He had enough at turn 1 early on in this lap, and now, luckily, coming out of the 130i, he can continue. But that's more damage, more repair work for the 232 car. And it just doesn't end, does it, today? There is more drama every second. Here's Wesley Bocart, who is running 2nd, 52 seconds back to the 88 car. So they're now back on that lead lap as Tobias and Gurko come back out onto the track now, running in the 1-2-3 car and the 232 car. And here is Giuseppe Pastor. Took over from Nicky in the previous pit stop. In for the end of the race, as is Tobias. We know that for sure, because Tobias told us on the commentary stream at the beginning of the day. And Georgia and Gurko Lang back in pit lane as Tobias has now left pit road. Tobias may have left pit road, but he wants to fly instead. Very wide coming out of the last 2 corners there at Casio Triangle. There's Marvin Gummich, P7 overall, in the 92 car. Back now to the race leader, the 99. And the AFP 99, I think, definitely, as Ed said, one of the strongest runnings in this. As Marvin Gummich again off the track at turn 1. I think I've lost count how many times I've seen the 92 car off track today. Same as the 137 and the 232. They're constantly running off the track. We have had retirements from 25th to 37th. 24 cars remain. That's how long tonight has been as well with retirements. That was Giuseppe Pastor back in the pit lane for another stint complete. Gurko Lang down in 16th at the moment as well, as I move my chair out of the way. And Tony Nick Parn says slowly, Magurley pulling on there as well. And show Pillis, unfortunately that's the race leader it was, but I've got no control over the direction of the chat. Here is the race leader, the 99, which is the same one. Unfortunately, I've got no control over exactly where we go. Here's Diego Moscato out there on the track. Just chilling at the moment. Chilling and vibing in that part of the track. How fun this is at the moment. Here's Martin McGurley. 1.5 seconds back from Diego Moscato, I might just point out. How long? Just how long until they get a little bit of ding-dong? Are we going to see this race now kick off? I do hope so. It would be fun. It would be really, really fun to see them kick off in this race. Yellow again, sector 1. Where's that been brought from? Again. Oh, retirement! The 510 car. Oh, I think it was out ages ago. That was Patrick Newbauer. So where's that yellow from? Car's auto going around as well. Nothing at the moment from the race control. So we'll keep an eye out. Yeah, again, sector 1, and nothing overriding my commentary, which means that they're not going to have a code 80. There's your class leaders. The 99 in LMP2, the 88 in GT3. Long way to go, though, in this race. Again, first sector yellow. There must be something wrong there. Must be a cut-off somewhere. Can't see at the moment. Ben Corbin returns to the Discord channel as well. And the team speak. That's why the race leader stopped. The race leader. Oh, that's why we have the yellow flag out. And this means that the 21 is going to take the lead. 3 seconds, 2, 1. And the 21 takes the lead. Christopher Canek takes the lead on the 12 Hours of Suzuka. Drama as the 99 has stopped on the track. The engine has blown and the race is over. What bitter, bitter disappointment for the 99 AFP squad with only 2 hours to go. That is unbelievable. No miles per hour. Engine dead. They don't want to retire. They want to keep it out, but he's 40 seconds back. It's happened again. The 21 has taken the lead. And the Mugen Sim Racing 21 leads the 12 Hours of Suzuka. Wow, the chat exploded already watching that one as well. Jake Denham saying engine blue. F in the chat. Ed saying, oh no. Carl Magnus Brothers says LMAO. Engine blue for no reason.
Return to the pits.
And now they're being told by race control, the 99, to return to the pits. They don't want to, though. They want to keep it going as long as they can. They can restart it, but that engine's gone. It can't go out. And the anime car is out of it as well. And the Mugen 21, as Ed said, it's going to make it a hat trick of race victories in the second season of endurance racing. Ed, I bet you're not happy that you left the commentary box now. Feel free to come into the box. The 87 car is Giuseppe Pastor. We're now on the lead lap. Only 100 seconds back, mind. Could still have it. So here's your race leader. As officially out of the race goes the 99. But it's Christopher Canek who leads. Wow. That has got everybody shocked. That was a surprise. The car has been out front for nearly 7 hours. Hitch trouble. And Christopher Canek now leads in the 21 with 2 hours, 10 minutes to go. I'd say you can't come in, it's midnight. But yeah, I bet you're regretting, though, leaving the commentary box at that moment. Wow. And that puts the battle for 3rd place in perspective because Pastor is only 9 seconds clear of Moscato and Murgle is only 1.4 seconds back. So the battle for 2nd place is really heating up here. And there it is on your screen now. Martin McGurley is now 1.4 behind Diego Moscato as we start lap 3:14 for them. Down towards turn 1. And Boda now to 5th place as well. So Zoltan Boda in the Mugen Sim Racing 20 car, now P5, and that 99 is going to drop all the way back to 24th place by the time this race is over. With 2 hours, 9 minutes to go, 1 lap 3:15. We're riding with Martin McGurley, closing down on Diego Moscato. Come on, Pastor, says SGM. Salvatore Pastor says Giuseppe Pastor, best lap. With the muscles up emojis. And actually, the car's still in the pit lane, not DNF'd at the moment for the 99, which it should be. And now it has officially gone DNF'd to the timing monitors. So out is the 99. I can't believe that as well. What was so sure. Now we all look at the battle in GT3 as well. 88 car. Is that going to hold on for another 50? He's got 53 seconds battle there to the 35. This could get tasty, you know. 2 hours to go. The 12-hour race turns into a 2-hour sprint race. This is Martin McGurley, who's closing in now. This is the closest battle on the track. He's going to have a go at Diego Moscato. And McGurley's going to surely have a look. Moscato's closing in now as well on Pastor. Oh, this is it. And Christian Lewis has just said, I'm no longer stewarding. Direct all inquiries to Chris, please. So Chris Tomkis is now the only race director for the remainder of this race. With 2 hours to go. So I'm the only remaining commentator at the moment. Just ticked over to Sunday, April 4th in the United Kingdom. So this race officially gone from Saturday to Sunday. But another 2 hours, 7 minutes to go because the race got delayed until 10 past the hour due to a incident on the formation lap, which means a restart was required. That now less than a second. It's less than a second. 0.535 as Martin McGurley is going to surely have a go sometime on Moscato. We've been waiting for this for a long time. An actual physical on-track battle that's going to have some form of either accident or drama. Surely coming up now towards 1:30 hours, the position to have a look at. It's lap 257. I thought we were on lap 300. What's happened to the board? Yeah, we were on lap 300, weren't we? That's not just my imagination. We were on 300 and something or other, weren't we? The board's reset itself to 257 for some reason. On board now with Martin. Down towards turn 1. He's in the wheel tracks of Moscato. Can't look for a move here at the first turn. And the S-curve's coming up as well. Oh, he's got wide. A little bit wide. That's brought out the others. He's still in the exit curve as well. So that's dragged him back all the way down. And that's the 96. That was already out of the race. Just double checking that the 96 was already out of the race. Yes, it was. It's Wesley Burkhardt who's up there at the moment in P19 overall, and Burkhardt's just coming to the pit lane actually in the 35 car. And here it is actually. Pitting, gets all four wheels stopped. The chat now re-updated. It's lap 317 of the 12 Hours of Suzuka for the EERC. Sweeping through. This is Martin McGurley, who's closing now. 1.6 seconds, so it's increased slightly as Diego Moscato has got a little bit of a toe to the car in front of him. That's being lapped. I think that's the 95 car. Lost driver track at the moment, so apologies if I'm wrong. That's the other 95. That should be the 96 cars. I've been gently reminded that they're two different numbers at the moment. And that's Martin McGurley coming to the pit lane, trying the undercut then on Moscato. And that's really annoying because we want to see on-track action. Not like this though. The GT3 is getting involved in the battle. Moscato then onto the podium. 10 seconds behind Giuseppe Pastor. And here is Juraj Slovanek. 14th overall. Car number 13. And I think one of the last runners in the LMP2 field. Martin, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars left in GT3 on the timing monitor, 17 cars left in LMP2. Last of that is Mario Valencia in the 138 car. Alfie Bevan just losing a couple of positions out there on the circuit. I think we've got a tyre change and a driver change in there as well. As Van der Stam's come back into the pit lane, but yeah, position change and a driver change in 4th place at the moment. So McGurley's changed over, and I think it's Patrick Alta Lucas. So it's Lucas in control of the car now in the pit stop on the timing monitor. So yeah, Lucas will take over at the 95, running 4th place. Lap 319 with 2 hours to go. This could get interesting to see if we get close to the 400 mark. Only 80 more laps in 2 hours. Is that possible? Is that possible? I'll be excited to see it personally. Maybe the last lap can be 400. Then a quick post show and then it's off to bed. And the whole drivers deserve a rest as well. Lucky actually that the MotoGP race in Qatar doesn't start until past lunchtime, and the race itself doesn't get underway until 6 o'clock in the evening. So a lay-in as well, or lion. Here's Juraj Slovaki in 14th place at the moment, and is that Birkenez in the pit lane? Yeah, Birkenez pits from P7, and Martin Novak has changed over, and Sean Jones returns up now to P8. So yeah, Jones now up P8. The 99 car dropping further and further behind the field. 2 hours to go coming up. Oh, and that is the 13 car going slightly wide. That's Spoon Curve. This is a battle for position as well, I like to point out, as Slovanek is less than a second behind Laszlo Molnar for position over, and they touched! And that spun round. Molnar and Slavonic as well, just getting really over the curbs as well, and lost the braking and made contact. And round goes Laszlo Molnar, and the stewards will be issuing a penalty for that one, for absolutely sure. I can't see how they get away with that, to be fair, and not get a penalty. 2 hours, 1 minute to go. There's Slavonic just going right round. A bit of bumping and brawling. Yellow's out in the third sector. It's gone green now. Nope, it keeps changing. It's coming on, then it's changing. That would be as well. As we've got all cars currently out on the track. No one's in the pit lane, which means that if they're red on my screen, they're out of the race. Out of 37 that started. There's the 99 car at the last retirement. And as I said, out of the 37 cars that started, 23 are still running, actually. So it's not 24, it's 23 cars are still running. I think, actually, the 99 car might just keep away from the bottom. He might finish, actually, last in class and 17th overall in terms of position. Don't think he's going to drop that far back. I don't think we're going to lose 34 laps. It's lap 320. 2 hours to go then here at Suzuka. Here's Sean Jones. 72, running P8 overall now in class. 2 laps back behind Novak. Race leader pits. Race leader into the pit lane. Christopher Kanek now pits. He's got 100 seconds to Pastor. So that's going to help him a lot, to be fair. So not really going to panic too much, as it's now 97, 96. But Pastor can now push hard as he can and try and close up on that advantage. Doesn't need to stop again either, so that's another advantage to all that. And Salvatore Pastor's the same push, Giuseppe. We echo that completely here at the moment as well. I just have to take off my headphones for just a second, as my ears are starting to get really tired after 12. Spin! And that's right in the middle of the Degner curves on the run up towards the hairpin. Now, where did that one come from? Quite surprised that hasn't brought out a yellow, so they've obviously got going again, and that is the 510 car back through already, and there's Moscato, P3. Yellow sector 2. So maybe it is problems. And it was the 137, oh, of course it was. It was the 137 car that had a spin. Running 15th overall. And Gabriel Schaffler, who I think is not my best friend at the moment with the things we've said about him tonight, unfortunately having another accident on the circuit. And that's rear wing gone, actually, for the 13 of Slavonic. Rear wing gone. Oh, dear. Oh, and that's 137 in the wall again, coming into the last 2 corners. It's all going off in sector 3, and that is...
stop car at the exit of 130R.
Yep, that's Slavonic stopped at the exit, and that, I'm surprised, hasn't triggered a code 80, because that's one of the fastest parts of the track, and the cars are speeding through there full throttle. So here's Chris Tompkins, the race director, going to give us a full course, and out. Clear, but out goes Slavonic. So that now another retirement at the moment, and Diego Moscato has taken 3rd place, as we've got cars going left and right. Here is Moscato in the pit lane. And out onto the track. Yellow 3rd sector. Who's off now? And Gabriel Schaffler's into the pit lane too with damage in the 137 car. Gone green again. We've gone green again. lost audio up here in the commentary box. Hopefully you've still got a picture. Here we go, it's back now. Racing hard down towards T1. That was, yeah, out of the race definitely for Jurika Slovak, who was running 14th. So another retirement. The golf again through them quite quickly. Is that 22 cars left now? As Gabriel Scheifler in the 137 has got damage. It's the 232 car at the moment. Jurko Lang in control, and surprisingly spinning 360, 720. And that's stuck in the kitty litter coming through. Degner. Noah Bergman in the 94 car now taking over as well as the 232 gets re-going again. We're seeing driver fatigue now start to pick them up. So they've really got to start concentrating. 2 hours to go. This is not where you want to lose it. Lap 322, 322. The 232 car having another spin today. Gecko Lang as yellow sector 2 once again. We've got 4 cars in the pit lane. I swear we know 2 of them are out, but where's Laszlo Molnar and Noah Birkin at the moment? I can see 2 cars in the pit stop, so yeah, that might be continuing. So I think we are down to 21 runners in the 12 Hours of Suzuka. And yeah, they're still tripping over each other as well. And Roberti says that he's dead, but he can't keep my eyes away from the stream. Coming as well. It's getting there as well. It is a great race, and thank you for Pastors as top commentators. Thank you very much, and that's a compliment to all 3 of us who've been in the box this evening as well, to Ed and Tobias, alongside myself. Myself, very much the new boy, by the way, to the broadcast. You know, Ed messaged me and said, "Would you help out?" I said, "Yeah, of course I will." And I'm looking forward to it as well, and all my notes in front of me in the box, and I've really enjoyed this, and said I'll do the last couple of hours. I'll finish off the race. You can all get some sleep. And little to know that I'll do so much. I think I've done 11 of the 12 hours, but I've done 12 on the broadcast because we did qualifying and warm-up. So I've basically done the whole thing. I missed 40 minutes whilst I did the MotoGP commentary for qualifying. That's all ready for tomorrow's stream as well, and I do watch-alongs on my own channel, but the EERC race has got top attention now with 1 hour 53 minutes to go. Here is Patrick Lucas. Patrick Attila Lucas, sorry, I'll get that right, the 95. Got in the corner coming in there. So only 1 steward left at the moment, that's Chris Tompkins, who's running on the solo in the box, and presumably as well he's got loads of coffee and everything as well. Oh, I would have cocoa, to be fair. Sweeping through now down through turn 1. 4th in class actually, and only a lap down to Moscato. The gap only 11 seconds actually between Lucas and Moscato. 11.512 between the two, so that's going to be closing up quite nicely over the next 2 hours. Run very smoothly and very calm. A bit too close at the exit. Very much into the relaxed, chilled stage of the race, but only every now and every couple of seconds as well. It only takes one little mistake and suddenly, bang, the entire complex of the race changes. Want to follow us on social media? The information is on your screen now. EERC.info and at EERC_official. On Twitter as well. I presume Instagram as well. They're usually both the same. And Jojo Lang gets on the curb and spins himself into the barrier hard at Degner 1 and Degner 2. And that's what I was talking about. One little mistake at a crucial point, and it just cost you so
Attention, all
much.
drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
And he's crabbing as well now. So that is really bad for the 232. That might actually be the end for that car. The car crabbing quite hard.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80, code 80.
And we've got to code 80 as well up here now for what is, I think, the 13th time in this race today. The car's limited to 80 miles per hour and 100 kilometers an hour, 80 miles per hour in total. 39 seconds between at the moment Christopher Kanak and Giuseppe Pastor in the 21 and 87 cars. Only 42 seconds. In fact, on my screen as well, it says 38.097. So they're closing in quite a lot. And Salvador Pastor says Pastor will win the race. The next top sponsor, guys, as well, Victoria's Secret Angels. I could do with Victoria's Sponge being brought into the commentary box round about now, actually. Some cake. And that car crabbing hard as well. The 232 might, if he can get it back to the pits, it might be done. And Giuseppe Pastor comes into the pit lane under this code 80. Is that inspired? Fresher tyres. Couple of stints left. Christopher Kanek didn't think about that one. He's right on the track now as well, as I think we're coming to the green flag soon. Waiting for Lang to get back in, so this could actually work for Pastor, actually. A lot of accidents in tonight's race. Sliding around, and away we go.
Attention all drivers, back to green in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's because now into the pit lane comes the 232 of
5,
Gakala.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
The bias in the 123 car has just come into the pit lane as well, so he's gambled on that as Pastor exits the pit lane. Perfect. That went perfect for Pastor. And now on fresher tyres, a fuel pull up, he can really start pushing and charging after Christopher Kanak. We're on for a battle to the end of this race, I can tell you now. This is looking quite good. Oh, that's not. GT3 cars getting caught up as well between Novak and Sean Jones. They're all getting a bit caught up there as well. Sweeping through as Tobias, I think, just coming out of the pit lane. Sliding. That is Diego Moscato, P3, who is 15 seconds ahead of Patrick Attillo Lucas, sorry. And Piastri is apparently on the according to that graphic still in the pit lane. I can assure you he's not in the pit lane. Yellow sector 1. Here is Pastor to prove he's not in the pit lane. Maybe the graphics need refreshing, I'm not too sure. And with that, I know Ed is still watching the race, so Ed is still very much watching the race as the graphics have been refreshed. 71 seconds now, the gap between Kanak and Pastor as well at the moment. Or maybe it's the race directors watching and the admin team watching along as well. And Fendi Ryman now down in 4th overall in class. 21st in the race. 38 laps down and a lap behind Suto at the moment. Alfie Bevan, 2nd in class, 100 seconds back. So we've got the top 2 in each class on the same lap. I think that's impressive. That's important. And it's actually Lorenzo says, I'm connected just to make sure it's okay. I see. Yeah, plus it makes the stewarding easier. It does. We've seen that quite a lot even this evening. Oh, and off goes the 138 car. Mario Valencia in control. Just a little touch to the front there. Shouldn't have too much. That's down at turn 1 as well. So he's turned in and the car snapped 180 degrees to the opposite direction, to the right, left. So he's turning right, he's snapped to the left. That's a bizarre angle. I was surprised about that one, to be fair. He's got back on. Here's the 26 car, Stanford Strata, who is running P10 overall. I think Savannah is out of the race, confirmed now. Yep, so Savannah's out of the race. Gecko Lang out 2 in the 232 car. That looked permanent. Still be in the pit lane. I don't know if he'll recover or not. And Lang is back out on the track, so I'll eat my words there. So we are down to 22 cars in this race. 22 cars now running out on the track in the 12 Hours of Suzuka for the EERC. EERC, by the way. And here is Martin Mulatto. And here is Zoltan Toth back in control of the 70 car after a couple of hours away, in for the last hour and 44 minutes of running. Oh, he's getting in the way now, coming through Degner as well. One like to get in a bit cross control there at Degner. Here's Noah Bergman, 95. Yellow first sector. Why? It's gone green now. And that is Mauro Valencia back to the pit lane. Good to see he got into the pit lane at the end. Who else was a bit worried about that one not making it back? Thanks to everyone who's still watching on the YouTube channel as well. Great to have your company in the last closing minutes of the race. When I say closing minutes, we've got, as I said, 1 hour, 43 minutes to go, and it is still going on. It's exciting, it's dramatic, it's brilliant. Everything looking good in this race. Here's Gabriel Schleifer. We'll cut back now, actually, to Martin Novak. And the gap's now beginning to spread out further throughout the field as well, as Novak P6. We're on board with him now. Let's listen as he crosses now down towards turn 1. Nice through turn 1. Can he keep it up through the S's section? Answer, yes he can. I like seeing the onboards at night as well. This race, by the way, does look officially to finish under the lights, and no sign of that rain just yet. The rain was predicted in the last couple of hours. We're into the last couple of hours, and it hasn't come out yet. Coming into Degner 1 and Degner 2, a little bit wide in Degner 1. Novak managing to hold it. Into the hairpin. Accelerate at the exit, boot it hard. Let the car drag through the 200R. Up towards Spoon Curve. Double apex spoon, 10, 13 and 14. And now listen to the engine sing of that Cosworth up to 130R. Does he lift? Well, he lifted, but he never braked, so it's a slight lift, but I'll give it that to Novak. Into Casio Triangle. Good runs here, as we've got a yellow third sector. Martin Novak, still P6 overall. On board with Bastian Master. 6 overall in the GT3 class for Ferrari. looking strong as well, I might add. Being passed now by LMPs. Got to make sure it's all safe and strong to the end of this race. About 330, you know, we might just make the 400 lap mark if we keep on like we are. That would be impressive to go over 400 laps in 12 hours. Giuseppe Pastor now, 70 seconds back. 69.9 actually between both of the two cars of Kanak in front of him and Moscato behind him. Closing on the end of this race. Here's Mario Valencia in the 138 car, who smashed into the wall a couple laps ago. He's going over. He's lost into the Casio Triangle. He's now going to jump over the sleeping policeman as well. That's put out the yellows. Here's Gabriel Scheifler in the 137 car. The 137 car is back out on the track now. That's great to see. So we are down to 22 runners in this race as the 137 come back out. Here's Zoltan Boba. Boda in the moment 5th overall in class, 20th position. He's a lap behind the leader and he's got 65 seconds to the next car in front of him. With 1 hour 39 to go. Oh, that's a lot of curb on the way into Degner and him bouncing over left and right as well. There's Noah Berkman. Oh, Valencia is off the track in the 138 car. He was surprised at that one. Here's the 137 with Gabriel Schaffler, the teammates. And that's Tobias, P7, who was our co-commentary partner early on in the race after doing quite a number of stints, actually. He's got in the car for the final 90 minutes and looking quite strong, I might add. Here's your race leader in GT3, Martin Malati, who is in the car 88, leading the way on 105 seconds to the 35 car of Alfie Bevan in the Ferrari. And it looks like Mugen are going to have a double victory here. 1-2. Well, 1-1 actually in LMP2 and GT3. And can they also, as I said, do the earlier said, Ed said this is going to be their 3rd race win in a row. So they're going to do a triple race victory after winning in Sebring. As well with the 21 car. They won last time out at Sebring. Here's Noah Bergman as well. 9th overall, car 95. Kanika Chow his way to the front and get further up there. Oh, and that's Suto having a little bit of a moment at Spoon. And is that behind him in class? That's Riman, who I think is a lap down, so he's okay. Yeah, Riman was a lap down in P4. And I hope they're a lap between each other. Otherwise, they could be here for position. I'm having a look here. Yellow Sector 2. Suto and Riman gap by 1 lap. Yeah, so they're a lap between them. As he might get that lap back now, actually, as Suto comes into the pit lane. And that releases Riman in the 7 car to catch that lap back up. Yellow second sector, it's now gone green, I'm delighted to say. And here is Tobias, P7 in the 1-2-3 car. No, yellow's still out sector 2. And that must be something bad. And it is. It's the 137
Stop car under the bridge.
It's at the exit of the Degners, and the 137 car has stopped. And I think it's an engine failure. Oh, they've restarted it. Can they get first gear? Desperately trying to get first gear. The 137 could be out unless they can find a gear. Oh, they've got a gear. And the 137, running 15th, gets a lucky escape. Gabriel Scheifler
Clear.
restarts the race. We hear from the race director there of Chris saying it's clear. And the race can resume. 1 hour 35 minutes to go in this race. First sector yellow now. So what's up in the first sector? Off! Flip! Flip! Flip!
Stop car 130.
And that's the 232 of Gerko Lang. Broken rear wing. Suspension would be damaged. Not surprised, a bit of concussion as well. 720
Stay off the track.
vertical. He's crawling back to the pit lane now as well. Oh, fast cars. That's the race leader coming through.
Car is clear.
We go clear again. There's Lucas Baldwag in the 92 Ferrari out there at the moment. 7th in class. The last runner in this race. 18 laps down on the leader in GT3. Overall, he is 54 laps down overall as Gerko Lang into the pit lane, as well as Gabriel Scheifler. So 2 cars into the pit lane, 2 cars having similar issues. That is also the number 7 car of Ferdinand Ryman into the pits. There we go, the BMW. No penalties issued, so it will be just for a quick change there. How did Lang's engine not blow? He was backwards into the wall at 220 kilometers an hour. I have no idea. That was so lucky as well. He managed to save it as well and restart the car. Here's Sean Jones, 8th at the moment. Car 72. Car 72 finished 5th last time out at Sebring as well. 7 laps down to 212 laps in total. Right now, here, the car is 6 laps down. And it's done, well, now, yeah, 6 laps down, done 3:28. It's lap 3:34. It's Christoph Selzy. That is the 99 car back in the pit lane. Out of the race. Sean Jones, P8, 72. Gap now between the leaders in LMP1 and LMP2 is a 67 seconds. The gap between the field now extending as well. So, oh, and that's Dan Valterstra going over the grass and deciding that he wants to be a lawnmower instead of an LMP2 car, it seems. A little bit worse for wear. There's Christoph Stells coming back through now as well. Oh, and Tobias has spun. Coming out of Casio Triangle. And gets it going again. Looking to avoid everything there. And Gerko Lang is definitely out of the race. So that might actually trick it down to not that many left. I think 21 now were left in this race as the 232 went up and over vertically 720 degrees. Zoltan Toth, 5th overall at the moment in the 7th, and that is 5th overall in GT3. As that is Zoltan Boda spinning at Spoon Curve. Getting back going again. I was going to lose him a couple of seconds back. Who's chasing down Lucas as well. Here's the race leader GT3, the 88 car, Martin Malatti. In the McLaren 6505 Mugen, Sim Racing, Car 88. And then then the LMP cars go through. Everyone just taking it easy now at the moment. That's Christoph Senzel in the 66 car going through. Alfie Bevan with the 35 Ferrari out here now. As Mauro Valencia in the 138 car back out on the track. Oh, that's great to see. Running last in the LMP2 field, 17th overall. 5 laps behind, sorry, 5 laps in front as Martin Novak goes off the track. We're starting to see driver fatigue become a factor here. Not about commentator fatigue. We'll see about that. 90 minutes to go. Here in the 12 Hours of Suzuka. If any of the admin team are listening, if you can find a co-commentator, throw them into the box. Alfie Bevan on board with now. Let's see how he takes it in the GT3 car. Does he brake for turn 1 or does he just lift? Oh, he was braking. Oh, that's a shame as well. Usually he can drift through T1 and hook it up into T2, but the tyres are a bit old. Fuel load's probably a bit heavy as well. So through now the S's section, the S curves. Yellow sector 2. What's happened now? Oh, gone green. That's great to see. You sort of at the point of the race where you want everybody to go through. Atlas Mangaspor says spin. Yeah. You're sort of at the point where you want everybody to finish now because it's been such a long race. Longer than usual. We have 6 hour, we have 8 hour, we have 12 hour, we have 24 hour. This has been such a long race. 12 hours at Suzuka as well. I think we've just been here at the moment with. I wonder if I can get that back in. So we'll just wait here at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't drag Tom Dillon, who has said that he wanted. He said, "Does he want to come into the com box for a chat? I'd love to have you in, but I haven't got the permission to get you back in there." So if one of our admin chat are listening, I stand corrected. I've been added in. So Tom's now in, and Tom, can you hear me? How's the race going for you?
I can hear you loud and clear. It's going very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Thanks for coming into the com box.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I noticed you were all alone, probably losing a lot of sanity.
Yes, I've been counting down how many beans I've got in my pocket, waiting for it. It's been quite an unusual couple of hours, but thanks for dropping into the commentary box. How have you been finding the race for yourself then? I think you've just come out of the car, haven't you, from the stint?
Yes, I did 2 hours, and I have to say the tyre wear is horrendous around here. It's you get to about 60% by the end of the stint, and you've just got no front end. It's horrendous.
Is that going to be a factor as well that you're going to be looking at for the car with your current driver in the field?
Sean's quite a bit better at tyre conservation than me, so I don't think it's a huge issue for him. But he's putting in a mega stint so far. We're trying to catch the guys ahead, and it's not going too well, but we hope they get a bit bad luck. We're right there.
Only 2 laps back though, so you've still got a great chance because Tobias has been running into a couple of issues out there. And just to quickly go on about it, Have you heard anything about this rain that's supposed to be coming in the last hour?
Yes, according to our radar, there isn't much rain on the way. It may be like 10 minutes before the end, but other than that, we shouldn't even get off slicks.
Ah, that's sort of half disappointing and half good news, because I was just saying, you sort of get to the point where you don't want anybody else to crash off. You want them all to finish.
Well, I mean, apart from a sensor, we don't really want anyone to crash off right now.
Precisely, yeah, actually. We're on board with your car now, actually, the 72, running 8th in class. It's had a couple of dramas today, though, your car in the race. I don't really think you had a couple of spins, though. I think you got off quite lucky, actually.
I dropped it on the curb at 130R in my first stint, and that was about 2 minutes of damage. And then we hit an invisible wall twice.
Oh!
So
Yes.
that was quite pain. We also had a rather bad qualifying, but other than that, we've been trundling along and doing quite well, I think.
I wasn't going to mention your qualifying, but yeah, you've done amazingly well to climb back up in the position you are right now. And only 6 laps off the lead of the race, a lap behind the 123 VRT car. It's looking incredibly good. So, have you been watching as well in between stints on the YouTube stream as well, and the Discord channel, and just having a little bit of a wander?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, most of the stuff I watch through the race is on RaceView. Now I have the stream on in the background, but
Okay.
I find it you get a load of information through RaceView that the on-screen overlay isn't able to provide. It's very good to have open, actually. But
Yeah, it's the same as our Combox live timing, actually. Yeah, so yeah.
But yeah, we're just going along quite nicely. It's been quite a good race, actually. We've enjoyed it from start to finish, I suppose.
Only 1 hour 23 to go. So, come on, then, give us a driver's viewpoint of what it's like at Suzuka. As you said earlier, bad tyres, car probably on the ragged edge, driving at night. What's that like?
It's probably the most difficult experience I've had on this game for quite a while. I wasn't able to quite get the pace going.
Sorry to cut across you. We've got Mauro Valencia's nearly chopping off his own teammates front end there. Had a little spin coming out of the Degner curves, but sorry to interrupt you. Back to you, Tom.
Yeah, I wasn't able to quite get the pace. So we haven't quite.
Oh, you might be in luck here, because the second place driver's just retired from the race. Giuseppe Pastor stopped on the track and is retired. Engine failure. So that's going to promote you up into, I think, was that 7th position?
Yes, that's absolutely brilliant, actually.
Oh, well,
I
that's
wasn't expecting that. That's absolutely amazing. If you give me 1 second, I do have to quickly tell my driver that.
Absolutely. Over to you. Go, go, go. Well, that came out of absolutely nowhere, unfortunately. And that is Giuseppe Pastor and Nicky Pastor as well, the 2 drivers at the 87 squad, are now lost a chance of a victory. They were closing him down, engine blew, and that has now promoted Diego Moscato up to 2nd place. And into the pit lane, actually, has come Patrick Altella Lucas. So that might actually drop the order down. But yeah, P7 now for on board with the 72 squad. This is the 95 who's in the pit lane. We've got a yellow first sector. So, wow, that has turned the race on its head once again. The 2 of the top 3 in this race are out of the race in the last couple of hours. Unbelievable. What a surprise. LMP2, it's a typical LMP2 as well there. Ed just saying that, wow, these cars seem to be in exploding mode. They do seem to be as well. So, Christopher Kalex in the 21 Sim Racing Mugen leads by a full lap now to Diego Moscato, who leads by 43 seconds. 132 seconds that would be to Zoltan Boda, as Giuseppe Pastor is out of the race and is now out. This is the 72 car. That was Sean Jones, who's just come in for a tyre change and probably a top of the fuel as well. We've got one of their drivers, Tom Dillon, has joined us in the commentary box for a quick interview. He's just talking with his drivers now, as obviously it's changing the complexion of the race and how he goes about it as well. Stan Viocha is back into 10th place overall, and that's what I said. Just a little thing typically changes the complexion of the race. So now How many cars have we actually lost from this race?
Well,
Oh.
if I do quickly butt in, if you don't mind,
Over to you.
we've had to tell Sean to do a bit of short shifting, and radiator tape has come right off after that. We don't usually tend to have issues with the engine until about 16 hours into a race, but clearly a few more issues with a few of the guys here. I guess it's because of how fast this track is and how often you have to gear change. So.
Yeah, I was about to say, is that going to have a factor with it all as well? The fact you're constantly on the accelerator and you're on for long periods of times as well. And we've seen now 2 LMP2 cars drop out in the past hour. You've had to take your driver at the moment out there to short shift. Is your car actually going to make it to the end of the race?
We like to think so. I mean, we've got to 24 hours before, so I like to think we can do 12. But there's always that element of surprise there that you don't want to have. I mean, it's when you get to the last hour of the race and you start thinking about all those little sounds you can hear, even though they're not even in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these little sounds as well. And presumably you drive with the headsets on, wheel, force feedback and everything as well. That must be so terrifying as well. You get to the last hour and I'm coming up on 1 hour, 20 minutes to go. And as you say, you start hearing things, you start feeling things, you start turning into corners, and it's a bit looser than when you expected. It must be the scariest feeling on the planet. Why do you do it as a driver?
Well, it's a lot of fun when you get to the end. I mean, we had Le Mans where we had the 4th place car. We were in 3rd. They had an engine failure with like an hour to go. And we spent the entire hour just basically, wetting ourselves over the fact that our engine could go any second. And you know, every single corner, it was just wondering if you were gonna, when you put your throttle down, just go, if it was gonna do anything.
Oh my word, I would not want to be in that position. I get nervous enough standing in the commentary box watching it. I would not like to be in the other position. Into the pit lane has come Martin Novak. That's promoted the 1-2-3 car up. Your car might actually just go through, although it might unlap itself to the 23 car coming through.
Well, Martin's incredibly fast. We don't expect to be too much on pace with him. It's more the Ascensa car we're concerned about right now.
Yeah, which is in 6th at the moment on a 81 seconds back from what was Pastor, who's still being registered on the board. And actually, Pastor is now being registered in the pit lane not as a DNF. So if they think they can repair that car and get it back out, I'll be surprised. But interesting enough, with the rest, when we've had engine failures and it's gone back, it would say DNF, but the stewards have decided to put it back to pit. So that could be interesting. Yellow out 3rd sector as well. Zoltan Boda now from 3rd place in class into the pit lane. You've made your stint. Is your driver into the end of the race, or are you going to get in?
Sean's into the end of the race now. We like to split it 2 hours each way. So 4 hours for each driver. And he's into the end of the race now, and he's doing an absolutely amazing job. He wasn't even meant to be driving our car at the start of this race.
And, no, I heard about that, yeah.
So he's had to adjust to a setup. Our setups are radically different to the AFP guys. So they run a lot more brake pressure than us. So he's having to brake earlier than he's used to.
Oh,
and it's been a bit of a hard adjustment for him, but he's managed to do a spectacular job for us, actually.
I was going to say that braking earlier as well. That's a gold medal performance right there from Sean Jones to get that done as well. And the race leader now pits as well. We've seen the top 3 all come in and finally Pastor has officially retired from the race, so he is now 110% out. The stewards have confirmed his retirement. Here's Tobias running in P6 in the 1-2-3 car. Your rival now on the monitor. And how closely in between stints is you and the team looking at the 1-2-3 car as your rival? How closely will you be monitoring that car?
Well, they are probably our main rival's position this race, and actually our team is quite closely affiliated. Actually, we're good friends with their team owner, so it's all a bit of friendly competition, really.
Oh, that's better then. That's what the sport's all about, really. Not the dog-eat-dog world. It's more like a proper, nice, friendly rivalry out there. That's fantastic, yeah. The brothership, as I think they call it, doesn't it, or something? Or the brotherhood. Can't really remember. But it has been 13 hours.
Well, it's a good deal of fun. Is this them coming up to lap us? Well, that's a little bit awkward.
Yes,
But,
yeah.
But yeah, it's all in good fun. Sean's been faster than him all stint, I believe. But well, he was there on the last lap, about 1.4 seconds. But you can't really judge it because of the traffic and things. I mean, you can lose a second easily just behind traffic.
It has been really, really difficult as well with the traffic in the GT3 cars getting in the way of the LMP2s all throughout today as well. That's what caused the first Code 80 we had throughout the field. I think your car got caught up in that as well, actually, thinking about it. Didn't have contact, but got caught in that little kerfuffle with the cars going off as Scato was taken second place.
We've had a couple of near misses, but I don't remember being that close to a Code 80. I know there was a Bentley that I almost hit.
So that was it, that was it.
Yes,
Bentley
that would
went
have
off
been
the track.
one.
Yeah.
It was. I saw the yellow flag and didn't see the car, so I was kind of being cautious, and then he was just stopped in the middle of the road. It was quite scary.
Yeah, that was it. You must have come up on it, yeah, just for the back. I thought I saw you because I remember a gasp in the box from all the commentators saying, "Oh God, that was close." But yeah, thought that was it. On board now with the 1-2-3 of Tobias as well. I'd love it if we could get a comparison with the 72 cut of Sean on board as well. If we can cut back to that as well, if the directors are listening, because I'd love to see the different driving styles as well. As you said, it's a different. Oh, as if by magic. So coming up now as well. So as you say, different setup for Sean that he's been used to. But if you're seeing the same pictures, I'm not sure. But what do you think of the driving style that he's been doing as well?
I have to admit, I haven't seen much of Sean's on board, but I know I prefer the an oversteery setup. Whereas I'm pretty sure Sean prefers his car nice and planted and just able to do what he says. Whereas we tend to go for a setup approach where the car's a little bit more of a handful, and we're kind of more on the edge, I suppose, is the word, for the entire time. And whilst it's probably a little bit slow, it makes it good fun to drive in the night.
Oh, completely as well. You can get the power down a little bit more satisfactory, I think, is the word, isn't it, going forward? So,
yes, for sure.
Yeah. And apparently, as well, I've just been informed that they're going to split the stream to make sure we don't lose as well. So we're going to ensure that we don't lose the end of this race, we are going to take a small break. So Tom, if you stay with us just while we take the break,
okay,
to get it all sorted, we'll be back after this, as we are going to have a break to make sure we get the stream. Join us after.